Chapter 1 My Husband, My True Namai Xiao. In the primordial world, with a non-unremarkable hill and ascertained location oft Great Shang Dynasty, there is Studasmal dwelling Gatha Fu Tofta Mountain, adorned with red wedding Scherters windows, clearly having Grescent lie celebrated nuptials. My lady, I have returned. Asked the voice serosonated, Suchin Pashida Pinthador, carrying Frischlei Proku Rege main Hishans. It was the day after the grand wedding, and a sumptuous meal was in order for replenishment. Setting down his belongings, Suchin took Twostrides and to the bedroom, his gazafixadupan Thebed. At that moment, Hefrazine place. Amidst Heflickering candle sand joyous lanterns, a graceful figure climbed against stone side off tea bed. There ding partially covered her, revealing gas striking lipoleskin that stark like contrasted with the surrounding crimson. Looking up, Heba held an exquisitely beautiful face, each feature seemingly crafted be the hand soft to divine. Haraby lips, delicate nose, and enchanting eyes captivated art and mind. This stunning woman was no other than his newly-wed wife, Yuner. Upon hearing Suchin's voice, Yuner lifted her gazedamethes, her luminusias betraying gun tough hesitation, as if she wished to say something. She began to rise. My husband, there is something, Stelia. Ash spoke, that partially draped bedding slipped away. Faced with such a sight, Suchin found it difficult to focus on what Yuner had to say. Yuner, can we discuss this later? Has stepped forward, prompt Lilia Pinganto the bed. After a considerably time, Suchin is down at Yuner, Hawas nestled against Thishist, and felt as though a dream. This life was indeed quite delightful. Indeed, Suchin was not native of this world, but a traveler from another realm. This place resembled ancient great Shangoff Washa. Though lacking the conventional advantages often associated with transmigration, Theberdin's of existence here were far less daunting than in his previous life, allowing him to acclimate swiftly. Not long ago, he had met Yuner, and he had noted Thedthanot. The days ahead seemed to hold promise. As Suchin indulged in thoughts of the future, he was suddenly said by Yuner's voice. My husband. Yuner appeared conflicted, biting her lip, yet words salute her. Suchin affectionate Lyra fled her hair and smiled. Watcherbalsia? Speak free lither should be no screts between us husband and wife. Yet, this for a statement caused Yuner's expression to darken further. After a moment of contemplation, she seemed to muster her resolve and spoke, solemnly. My husband, there is something immistrivial I am not an ordinary person, Butrethera cultivator. Originally, she had reached a dabital neck in her cultivation and left her secto seek further brain eye throughs. However, an unforeseen mishap during her training resulted in her sustaining minor injuries. When she woke, she found herself saved by Suchin. Thus, she had stayed at the sham to recuperate. During her recovery, their affection had blossomed, culminating in their marriage the previous day. In Hermond, marrying Suchin was merely a change of scenery, a consto experience mortal life, perhaps leading to insights. After a century, Shinton dead to depart. After all, Amertali's lifespan no more than 100 years, a mere afflating moment for a cultivator. However, she never anticipated thought complications, darest the day after their wedding. Before Suchin's return, she had just received a message from her sector master commanded her to return to the sect and in exclusion, forbidding her from meddling in worldly affairs. This meant she could not remain with Suchin. Yet, such matters could not remain concealed for long. After much deliberation, she resolved to go forth. However, up in sharing her truth, Suchin merely stared in astonishment, his gaze zenithing with an unexpected fervor. And then? Indeed, their revelation of her being a cultivator had a profound impact in. After all, in the 6 months since his arrival in this world, he had never encountered anyone engaged in cultivation. Now, his wife was an of them. Did this imply, too, could cultivate? Having traversed realms, Suchin I Erned to become a protagonist like Thosia novels, mastering worldly effortlesies. Yet, Asha perced Francewers, Yuner sighed heavily. It must leave ya. Those words struck Suchin with the force of a tempest. They impact off this statement far surpassed the previous zone. These was not the narrative a had anticipate dental, it was typically the manho, having consummateth union, wood in his Strauser sand vanish. Why was Scythiton his case, their alleged reversed? Did Yunar intend to abandon him after taking everything? Impossible. Suchin's expression was serious, his eyes fixated in Yunar. Yunar, what has transpired? Is the truly knew their resolution? Listening to Suchin's inquiry, Yunar couldn't lie shake her head, laying bare the situation. At this juncture, there is nothing gulf to conceal. He had intended to stay with you, but I received word from his sect that he must return and refrain from interfering in worldly matters. Suchin, I cannot defy my master's command. However, once Yunar concluded her explanation, Suchin said in a lot. What a trivial matter. Since our master commands Sio you return, why no told me accompany you back to the sect? Was the truly a concern? After all, had arrived in these world alone, free to go wherever wished. Yet, quid did it feel as though he had encountered situation before? A command from the sect, ere return to the temple. Had he heard or seen something akin to this previously? But this demur had been so brief. As Suchin endeavored to recall relevant memories, Yunar appeared enlightened by his words. Indeed, sheckled no tremaine here, but Suchin could accompany her. If she were a toad part, she would feel a pang of reluctance. Should Suchin wish to cultivate, he could join the sect. Yunar regarded Suchin, Asmala gracing her lips. Then, Suchin, would you be willing to accompany him back to Sanchin Island? The mention of Sanchin Island sparked a flicker of recognition in Suchin's mind. Heffinally recolled where Hayden countered the Yunar spoke of. The primordial world. The investiture of gods. Help. Was this not the beginning of investiture of gods, the action soft Jiajal? And Sanchin Island was the sanctuary of the three celestial sisters of Jiajal. However, upon grasping this realization, a Kilkor said through Suchin, leaving Hymenest at Tavden. He had traversed to an ancient great shang with cultivator San now, found himself married to Kudit Bethethuner was. In the next moment, a freckling something, Yunar added. By the way, he had not mentioned until now that he trune mysun xiao. Of course, Yuma continuetical Yunar. The latter part of her statement went unheard by Suchin, as the name Yungziao echoed incessantly in his ears. This was irrefutable proof. On the very second day after their wedding, she revealed to him that Thana by teth world of investiture of gods, and the T's wife was noniather than Yungsi of Jiajal. Chapter 2 Unexpected Joy, System Activation. Suchin was on the verge of losing composure. Initially, Hebelievd had simply traversed to mere historical version of Great Shang. In that case, without a golden finger, how could a possibly survive? But now, To Bane formed the thuasynth investiture of gods, in the primordial world? How could Suchin possibly withstand revelation? In his previous life, he had read numerous novels about the primordial world and way seculiario Fitzdangers. As an ordinary person, how long could he survive in these investiture of gods? Even if Hekazi to Livine's occlusion, distancing himself from the Great Shang, what of his wife? He had just wedded her the day prior. This breathtaking beauty had become Yinxiao. A Theanstoff investiture of gods, Tongtian commanded the disciple Sof Jiajal toward to Theer Temple, entering exclusion and forbidden involvement in worldly affairs, hoping Tao after the calamity of investiture of gods. Yet, this calamity was undoubtedly directed at Jiajal. Before long, Zhang Ziyaf Chan sect would commence his campaign against Shang, and Shingangbo would summon Jiajal disciple Sini Bion. The three celestial sisters, seeking vengeance for their brother Zhao Goming, would depart from Sanchin Island, joining the battlefield, ultimately phalangent 9 Chir Huang Herjun, with Xiong Zio and Bai Zai operating in succession. Yung Xiao would meet their demise shortly after being suppressed at Chiling Cliff, her soul ascending the investiture of gods. Tobe Frank, Suchin was indifferent to Thefatov Jiajal, for he was not Tonoff their disciples. However, Heckle not disregard Yunxiao. Shuashis newly wade wife. Moreover, during his year in this world, Yung Xiao had become akin to Heathen family. Furthermore, Notha the was wed to Yunxiao, Huazina Korabli intertwined with Jiajal. This calamity off the investiture of gods swood like clib unavoidable for him. Yet, therein lay the dilemma math investiture of gods Sullivan Delo and Quay saint figure spirishing gone being inscribed upon the list what could an ordinary person like possibilito? After a brief mental shock, an indescribable Zinzov crisis asserted within him. What ado? Shooted disclosa the truthoft investituroth godstoyunchiao? Wood shebelevilium? Schwood like lithinki hadless this senses. In themid stophus confusion and anxiety, a called voicey coedenheisier. Congratulations, host, for successful traversing to the primordial world foronier. Meeting the conditions for system activation. Check-in system successfully activated binding with the host in progress. The system binding has been successfully completed, and the host can independently view the relevant content of the system. The student sound of the system notification left such momentarily stunned. Then, a wavy of ecstatic joy surged within him. The central golden finger system for traversing world shays arrived, albeit belatedly. Yet, one cannot help but wonder if this journey has commenced a tatalate. To intervening the calamity of to God sans safeguard both himself and Yunxiao, one amost at least at infestati sofa quae saint revenescent. I twould beprudent to examine it, he capability is office system. With this thought, Apanel materialized before Suchin, visible solida him. Thepanel meticulous slide-tailed the introduction and just say GFT system. After a cursory glance, Suchin grasped the Satophis system. This check-in system do as natoparadia not ali basis butratharange supont the location she has visit dan the individual she has encountered. By reacting gas specific location or meeting a distinctive person, Hekud proceed with the check-in. Up in checking in, reward scowl bebtained, thought heserward serene tire lyrandom. In other words, as long as Suchima swiftly, explores numerous places, and meets many people, I descend tire like conceivable to Kekind and Softimus with an single day. However, this raises a question. System, how are thesis specific locations and special individuals determined? Suchen pondered, as it is essential for him to comprehend how to Kekin. Specific locations within the primordial real man practitioner soft special status may all beshekadin. In the past year, the host has shade accesto Kekin locations such as Qinglong Pass, Jeping Pass, and Sishui Pass. The individuals available for Kekin include Yangtze and Zhanggu Weifang, totaling 5 check-in opportunities. Wu Dio alike to proceed with a Kekin? Asha listen to e-systems prompt, Sushin experiencia de moment of enlightenment. Suthatisho itis the place where current lie reside des lies between Qinglong Pass and Jeping Pass. A thismoment, a pango fregratoishiver Suchin a share reflected on thigh ear head spent in this world without venturing anywhere or meeting many people, resulting in his meager accumulation of Kekin opportunities. But 5 opportunities are still 5 opportunities she might task well check-in tosi watchwords the system as tufer. System, check-in. As Suchin zealantly uttered these words, a serious off system notifications resound heasers. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Theskil Chaos Demon Body Thruff check-in. Congratulations to the host for acquiring T9 Earsoft Cultivation. Congratulations to the host for receiving Ga Spirit Transformation Pill. Congratulations to the host for acquire Ringa 3 Transformation Golden Pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Thin 80 Triasurhongling Seal. In the next moment, Sushin examined the specific soft teaser words. The Chaos Demon Body I undoubted line exceptionally powerful technique focused on physical defense. The Spirit Transformation Pill can elevate a celestial being to a profound celestial, while it hay tree transformation olden pilken advance profound celestial to true celestial. A Sforthiana to treasure hongling seal, its service says a significant talk cellular artifact capable of concealing gaunt simulating Ganesora, even eluding the perception of a saint. Upon realizing this, Sushin Li Tao te deep sigh of relief. 5 check-in did remarkable words, aside from the Nai Earsoft cultivation theater words were indeed splendid. Moreover, Theonata treasuranth chaos demon body validate upper limit soft Kekin rewards. Thus, as long as she accumulates enough check-in opportunities, Heckin swift lie attaint hestity sofa great luo golden immortal, quasi saint, or even saint in a short period. Thecalamidiof to God sapir stobla spiralist han initialite hot. Yet, another Rishalooms. From Wathanos, mortal smost first navigateth of forium zofer fine and jessen saintokai, refinning kinto spirit, refinning spirit into void, anmerging void with dobe for achieving fellow strengths off earth celestial, heaven celestial, profound celestial, and true celestial. Currently, Hepozesis and lie the mean stodvins from celestialto true celestial haloxis widia blemethado eleviti, himself from ortalto celestial. If he were to cultivate methodically, he might barely reach Earth's celestial rank before a Calamity to Gods concludes. These will not he must hasten to their locations to cumulatirwards. Nauthat Tongtian has just commanded his disciple store turn to Thameplene das sealed Themountain gates. It signifies that the Calamity to God Shassenla just begun. Hestel has some time. Contemplating his future plans, Su Chen calculated how best to alleviate his power to protect both Yungxiao and himself. However, Yungxiao remained oblivious to Su Chen's thought Sand had no knowledge of the system. What she could perceive was that after mentioning 3 immortalis land Sandistru name, Su Chen Falintoides. Could it be their words is truck Su Chen with overwhelming impact? Or perhaps Su Chen was reluctant to accompany her back to the 3 immortal islands? Thus, Yungxiao repeat her question. My husband, are you willing to return to the 3 immortal islands with him? Chapter 3. Yunxiao's departure and the path to immortal cultivation. The words Yunxiao pulled Su Chen back from his reverie. He cast a glance at the enchanting visage of Yunxiao, whose ethereal beauty and gentle voice caused a tremor in his heart. Regardless of Yunxiao being a disciple of the Jiejiao, she was still his wife, his only kin in this vast and chaotic world after his transmigration, and no matter the circumstances, he could not bear to witness Yunxiao's gradual demise, as foretold by the traditional tales of the Fengshen. Su Chen understood very well that in this era, to save Yunxiao would mean standing against the 4 saints of primordial beginnings and opposing the Dao ancestor Hongjun. But what of it? If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon Hongjun and his ilk for their misfortune. For the sake of his future happiness, he must thwart the unfolding of the Fengshen at that moment. Seeing Su Chen's intense gaze upon her without uttering a word, Yunxiao grew anxious. Her delicate fingers grazed Su Chen's cheek as she softly spoke, "Husband." Yet before she could finish, Su Chen grasped her jade hand and replied gravely, "I am fine, but I need you to give me some time. This matter requires careful contemplation." Su Chen was acutely aware that if he accompanied Yunxiao to the Sanxian Island, though they would not be separated, remaining there would severely limit his ability to gain rewards from the system. If this continued, even with Yunxiao's help and the support of the Jiejiao, he would never reach the levels of quasi-saint. Saint, or beyond in such a situation, attempting to defy fate and prevent the Fengshen would be utterly impossible. Conversely, should he choose not to go to the Sanxian Island, by leveraging the system's rewards and visiting numerous places and people, achieving quasi-saint, saint, or even the realm of Hunyuan Daluo within a short time would not be beyond reach. Only with sufficient strength could he reverse the tide of the Fengshen and alter Yunxiao's predetermined fate. Moreover, being well versed in the trajectory of the Fengshen, he believed that intervening at critical junctures might yield unexpected results. As Su Chen pondered, Yunxiao observed him, her mind racing with thoughts. The concept of immortals was indeed overwhelming for mortals. Perhaps a mundane life was more suited for Su Chen. Thus, Yunxiao proposed, "Husband, you now have 2 choices. The first is to return with me to the Sanxian Island, where I can guide you on the path of immortal cultivation. With my presence, you could break free from the shackles of mortality and eventually attain the realms of Xinxian, Zhenxian, or even Jingxian. We could share our lives together." As a distinguished disciple of the Jiejiao, Yunxiao had already reached the level of quasi-saint in her cultivation. Regardless of Su Chen's innate talents, even the most mediocre among them would find success under her tutelage. This was not mere boasting. It was Yunxiao's confidence, a testament to the depth of the Jiejiao. The second option is for you to remain here, where I can ensure your life is filled with wealth and devoid of worries. This was Yunxiao's careful consideration presented as 2 alternatives. After speaking, she gazed at Su Chen with anticipation, hoping he would choose the first path. Over the past half-year spent together, although it paled in comparison to her countless millennia of cultivation, Yunxiao had experienced pleasures she had never known before. Marrying Su Chen was not solely about changing her environment or seeking breakthroughs in cultivation and mindset. It stemmed from her genuine feelings for him. Upon hearing Yunxiao's words, Su Chen's eyes brightened. He had previously been troubled about how to achieve the realms of Earth Immortal and Heavenly Immortal in the shortest time. Hadn't this dilemma found its resolution? Without hesitation, he declared, "Yuner, I wish to cultivate." Upon hearing Su Chen's choice, Yunxiao's eyes sparkled, and a gentle smile graced her lips. This way, she could remain with Su Chun without defying her master's orders. Very well. Then follow me back to the Sancian Island. As she spoke, Yun Xiao took Su Chen's hand, ready to depart. However, Su Chun shook his head. Yuner, I wish to cultivate, but I will not go to the Sancian Island. His words caused Yun Xiao's smile to falter, her expression darkening with surprise. Noticing her reaction, Su Chun quickly caressed her delicate face and reassured her. Allow me to explain why refusal to go to the Sancian Island does not mean I will never go. I wish to cultivate on my own, and once I achieve some accomplishments, I will seek you out at the Sancian Island. You wouldn't want your junior disciples to think of me merely as someone who could only reach a certain level due to your influence. Would you? His words left Yun Xiao momentarily dazed. Su Chun continued. I believe the path of immortal cultivation requires personal experience and trials to bear fruit. If I remain on the Sancian Island, my achievements in this life may not reach great heights. Would they? My goal is not just to become a Jingxian. I aspire to surpass you. After Su Chun spoke, Yun Xiao's gaze shifted entirely as she regarded him. Surpass her? Surpass the quasi-saint? Did Su Chun truly comprehend what it meant to reach the realms above Jingxian or quasi-saint? Although it sounded somewhat far-fetched and even amusing, her husband possessed such resolve. With a flick of her left hand, 2 pills the size of Longan appeared in her palm, exuding an aura of mystery. Husband, I respect your choice. These 2 are the Kachin pill and the Xuanchu pill. The Kachin pill will allow you to shed your mortal coil and step into the realm of Earth Immortal, while the Xuanchu pill will enable your breakthrough to the realm of Heavenly Immortal. These pills are exceptionally rare even within the Zhejiao, for they allow mortals to ascend to immortality. With these 2 pills, Su Chun would swiftly enter the realm of Earth Immortal, granting him a measure of self-protection. Subsequently, Yun Xiao raised her right hand, revealing a pristine Lingyu. Currently, I lack suitable cultivation techniques for you. But this Tianyun Jade contains 3 strands of my divine consciousness. In times of crisis, it will safeguard you. This was everything Yun Xiao could offer Su Chun at this moment. He accepted the pills and the Tianyun Jade with a smile. Thank you, Yuner. Yun Xiao gently caressed Su Chen's cheek, her expression filled with reluctance. I must return to the Sancian Island. Though I do not know why my master has summoned me back, I cannot afford to delay any longer. If you find the path of cultivation too arduous, come to the Sancian Island to find me. With me there, no one in this world will dare to harm you. With that, Yun Xiao pressed a kiss to Su Chen's cheek. In the next instant, her figure vanished without a trace. Su Chun was left in a state of disbelief, pondering how hastily she had departed. Was she truly in such a rush? Could she not linger for just one more night? Yet, Yun Xiao had underestimated the gravity of the Fengshen calamity. Even quasi-saints were not immune to peril. Now that Yun Xiao had left, it was time for Su Chun to begin his cultivation. He took out the pills left by Yun Xiao alongside those granted by the system and prepared to consume them to level up. Chapter 4. Yushu Palace and the 4 Saints' Decision on the Fengshen Sancian Island. A radiant rainbow streaked across the clear sky, slicing through the air. Before it could land, a delicate voice rang out within the confines of the Sancian Island. Who dares to intrude upon my Sancian Island? As the words echoed, a petite figure appeared above the Sancian Island. The woman wore a flowing light green gown, her beautiful eyes coldly surveying the heavens. Yet, just a moment later, a figure materialized behind her, resting a hand on her shoulder. I've only been away from the Sancian Island for a brief while, and your audacity has grown considerably, Bi Xiao. The returning figure was none other than Yun Xiao, and the one who had shouted was Bi Xiao, one of the 3 Xiaos. Upon seeing Yun Xiao, Bi Xiao's icy demeanor melted into a smile. Sister, you have finally returned. You left without taking me along. In stark contrast to Bi Xiao's cheerful countenance, Yun Xiao's expression was considerably more solemn. Take you with me? Have you broken through in your cultivation? Her words left Bi Xiao momentarily speechless. Among the 3 Xiaos, Yun Xiao had attained the highest cultivation level, reaching quasi-saint, while Qiong Xiao had already reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo Jingxian. Only Bi Xiao remained at the early stage of the Great Luo Jingxian. However, after a brief pause, Bi Xiao quickly devised an excuse. Speaking earnestly, perhaps if I change my environment and refresh my spirit, I might achieve a breakthrough. Her statement brought to mind Su Chun for Yun Xiao. Hadn't she once sought a path to breakthrough, leading her to meet Su Chun? What was Su Chen doing now, she wondered. Seeing Yuan Xiao's silence, Bi Xiao continued, Sister, you must agree with me, right? Just let me go out. Before Yuan Xiao could respond, another voice interjected from the side. Little sister, do not be foolish. Our master has commanded that we, the Jiejiao disciples, must remain within the mountain and refrain from meddling in worldly affairs. Now that the elder sister has returned, what purpose would you have in going out? Draped in a crimson robe, Qiong Xiao approached from the opposite side. Her words served as a reminder to Yuan Xiao, who turned her gaze towards Qiong Xiao. What, after all, had transpired that prompted our master to instruct me to secure the mountain gates of the Jie sect? Observing Yuan Xiao's inquiry, Qiong Xiao's expression grew exceedingly grave as she spoke in a hushed tone. I, too, am unaware of the specifics, but our master has stated that the calamity of the Fengshen is imminent, and thus, we disciples of the Jie sect must tightly close the mountain gates in order to weather this tribulation. The gravity of Qiong Xiao's statement caused Yuan Xiao's brows to furrow in distress. The calamity. As one of the earliest disciples of the Jie sect, how could Yuan Xiao be oblivious to the terror that the calamity entails? What of Su Chen? Could he be in danger? Should I retrieve Su Chen to Sanxian Island? Yet, I have already returned. Sister, what are you pondering? The voice of Bai Xiao reached her ears, regaining her composure. Yuan Xiao chose not to divulge the matter concerning Su Chen. After all, her marriage would undoubtedly astonish Qiong Xiao and the others. As for Su Chen, with the celestial spirit jade I left him, he should remain unharmed. I shall simply await his arrival at Sanxian Island. Yuan Xiao shot a glare at Bai Xiao, her voice frosty. What am I thinking? I am contemplating when you shall achieve a breakthrough. Come, let us return, and allow me to see if you have made any progress of late. Saying this, Yuan Xiao grasped Bai Xiao and made her way towards the cavern dwelling. Meanwhile, on Kunlun Mountain, within the Jade Void Palace, the Primordial One, Laozi, and the 4 saints of Jane and Zhuanti gathered in the palace. Following Hongjuan's summoning of the 6 saints to the Zixiao Palace to discuss matters and to issue the Fengshen list, the 4 saints of Yuan Shi unanimously directed their focus towards Tongtian.it, would be most fitting for Tongtian's disciples of the Jie sect to fill the list, for the current multitude of Jie sect disciples is indeed formidable. However, Tongtian was unwilling, thus the 4 saints convened at the Jade Void Palace to deliberate this matter. The atmosphere within the palace felt somewhat stagnant. After a brief moment, Laozi broke the silence. Tongtian has commanded the disciples of the Jie sect to seal the mountain gates and refrain from meddling in worldly affairs. It will not be an easy task to enlist Jie sect disciples onto the list. Zhuanti immediately interjected, declaring, this is no challenge. I shall visit the sanctuaries of those Jie sect disciples, and slaying a few of them to fill the list will be a simple matter. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi and the others regarded Zhuanti with expressions of incredulity. Particularly, Jane's eyes were filled with disdain, lamenting how he had to endure such a foolish junior. With a sigh, Jane remarked, Zhuanti, think before you speak in this matter of Fengshen. We, the 4 saints, must not intervene until the critical moment. What if Tongtian were to act against our disciples? Therefore, it is imperative that our disciples take action. Jane then glanced at Yuan Shi and Laozi, continuing, it would be rather inappropriate to slay Jie sect disciples at their own sanctuaries. I have a plan that can draw the Jie sect disciples out. The Jie sect boasts a multitude of disciples, many of whom hold official positions within the Deshang. We could arrange for someone to campaign against the Deshang. When the Jie sect members find themselves in peril, they will not stand idly by, allowing us to eliminate them and fill the list. This proposal from Jane garnered the approval of Yuan Shi and Laozi, who both turned their attention to him. Yuan Shi spoke solemnly, in that case, let the task of campaigning against the Deshang be entrusted to your Western teachings. As soon as he finished speaking, Jane quickly shook his head. Our Western teachings have few disciples, and it would be challenging for anyone to bear such a heavy responsibility. Furthermore, since the Fengshen list rests in your hands, this matter must be handled by your Chan sect. Those Jie sect disciples are no trifling opponents. Once engaged, casualties are inevitable, and such actions are not something our Western teachings would undertake. However, Yuan Shi's expression turned cold. What, do you mean to say that the Western teachings wish to merely talk without action? Yuan Shi saw through Jane's thoughts with ease. In response to Yuan Shi's skepticism, Jane shook his head once more, of course not. the Deshang is currently thriving, with its fortunes at their peak. To campaign against the Deshang at this moment would be akin to acting against the heavens. Our Western teachings can indeed devise a way to undermine the Deshang's fortunes, providing your Chan sect with a justification to campaign against them. With this statement, Yuan Shi had no choice but to nod in agreement. It seems unlikely that the Western teachings will provide personnel. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Thus, the initial plan to have Jie sect disciples fill the list was tentatively established. The two saints of the West departed first. As Laozi prepared to leave, Yuan Shi inquired, "Brother, what do you think of this plan? Feasible, but do not underestimate Tongtian and the Jie sect." Laozi uttered this caution before departing directly. Yuan Shi remained in place, contemplating, a glimmer of coldness crossing his eyes. No matter how strong Tongtian and the Jie sect may be, can they surpass the united strength of the four saints? Once the Jie sect disciples have filled the list, our Chan sect shall become the foremost sect in the wilderness. However, I must carefully consider the details regarding the selection of personnel for the campaign against the Deshang. Days later, a surge of formidable magical power erupted from Su Qin's dwelling. Chapter 5. Ascending to True Immortality. Aiming for the Nuwa Temple in that moment, Su Qin's abode resembled a vortex, with the surrounding spiritual energies of heaven and earth converging upon it. Fortunately, Su Qin resided in a relatively secluded area, thus avoiding attracting undue attention. Moments later, a figure emerged from within the house. With a swift motion, Su Qin ascended to the heavens above. Compared to just a few days prior, the aura radiating from Su Qin was entirely transformed. His deep-set eyes sparkled with the mystery of the stars. Clad in flowing white robes that billowed in the wind, Su Qin inhaled deeply, gazing down at the earth below, his expression still tinged with astonishment. So much has transpired in the past few days. Initially, I believed this life would be ordinary, destined only to end quietly. Yet, unexpectedly, my wife turns out to be Yun Xiao now. I find myself completely entangled in this calamity of function. Having consumed the chaotic dust elixir, the mysterious void pill left by Yun Xiao, as well as the rewards from the system's daily check-in, I have now transcended my mortal form, achieving the realm of true immortality. In the span of mere days, I have leaped from the status of a common mortal to that of a true immortal. Such rapid advancement, if revealed, would surely incite envy and admiration among countless cultivators in the wilderness. Typically, for a mortal to ascend to the realm of true immortality, the journey could take a century or even millennia, with some taking as long as 10,000 years. Su Qin's speed far exceeds the norm. However, Su Qin felt no joy in this accomplishment, for he understood that true immortality was still far from sufficient. Above true immortality lie the realms of golden immortals, Tai golden immortals, Deluo golden immortals, and quasi-saints. If I wish to alter the tide of the function, relying solely on my cultivation as a true immortal would be akin to a fool's errand. Fortunately, this state of cultivation is only temporary. As long as the system remains, my rate of advancement should not lag significantly. During these days of enhancing my cultivation, Su Qin earnestly contemplated his future course of action. With the system at my disposal, I can certainly elevate my cultivation swiftly, yet I must never become a heavenly Dao saint. In the original narrative of Fengshen, Hongjun intended to have the Jie sect disciples ascend the list, thereby weakening the Jie sect's power and suppressing the human path. Should I achieve the status of a heavenly Dao saint, I would be subject to Hongjuan's control, which is not my desire. Therefore, the realm I must pursue is that of the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. Even with the system, reaching the status of Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal will still require a considerable amount of time, for the rewards granted by the system are random. However, I cannot afford to wait until I become a Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal to take action in reversing the function tide. Immediate action is imperative. Originally, the Jie sect was meant to surpass the four saints and three teachings, yet their catastrophic defeat in the calamity stemmed from two primary reasons. First, Tongtian's indecisiveness, clinging to the so-called friendship of the three clear ones, blinded him to the extent to which Yuan Shi and Laozi would go for the sake of the Fengshen. Second, the Jie sect fell victim to numerous schemes from the four saints and three teachings. From Jiang Ziya's assistance to the Western Zhou in overthrowing the Shang, The Jie sect found itself ensnared in a trap laid by the 4 saints and 3 teachings. This is precisely what I can rectify. By altering these events, even if I do not achieve the status of Hunyuan de Luo, the strength of the Jie sect will prevent any defeat, and naturally, Yun Xiao will not be in peril. The first thing Su Quan aimed to change was the incident involving DXIN at the Nuwa Temple. If memory serves, DXIN fell victim to the schemes of Maitreya at the Nuwa Temple, where he composed a poem that blasphemed Nuwa, inciting her wrath and prompting her to unleash the 3 calamities upon the Deshang, thus leading DXIN astray and providing Jiang Zia with the pretext to campaign against the Shang. Igniting the ward, if I could thwart this event, it would influence subsequent occurrences. With this thought in mind, Su Quan quickly calculated the timing. Tomorrow marks the birthday of Nuwa. What a close call. Fortunately, I managed to complete my breakthrough today. Otherwise, I would have missed out. Off to the Nuwa Temple I go. If my intuition serves me correctly, this temple should indeed allow for a check-in, a delightful 2-fold benefit. Su Quan took one last glance at the house he had resided in for a year before turning away. Making his way straight to the Nuwa Temple, the next day, at the Nuwa Temple. Today marks the birthday of Nuwa, and the great merchant Emperor Xian is set to personally visit the temple to pray for blessings. Consequently, the area surrounding the temple is bustling with the emperor's loyal soldiers, all awaiting his arrival. However, unbeknownst to them, a solitary figure has quietly appeared at one side of the temple, none other than Su Chen himself. Surveying his surroundings, Su Chen noted that the timing was just right. With Emperor Xian yet to arrive, it was likely that Maitreya had not yet made his appearance either. Although Su Chen possessed only the cultivation of a true immortal, the innate treasure, the Hongling seal, effectively concealed his presence. As long as he did not reveal himself, Maitreya would undoubtedly remain oblivious to his existence. Initially, Su Chen intended to confront Maitreya directly, thwarting his scheme against Emperor Xian. However, upon further reflection, such a course of action seemed ill-advised. Although the Hongling seal could simulate the aura of a quasi-saint or even a saint to intimidate Maitreya, a counterfeit is ultimately just that, a counterfeit. Should he succeed in thwarting Maitreya, it would surely draw the attention of the Western saints, Yuan Shi and Laozi, none of whom would be kind to him. Being targeted by all 4 saints at this juncture would spell disaster. Thus, Su Chen ultimately resolved to refrain from intervening against Maitreya, opting instead to wait for Nuwa to detect Emperor Xian's sacrilegious poem at the temple. Only then would he inform her of the situation. Yet, whether Nuwa would believe him based solely on his word remained uncertain. For now, however, he had no choice but to proceed with this plan. Before that, though, he needed to accomplish another task. System, is it possible to check in at the Nuwa Temple? Su Chen silently inquired, feeling a twinge of anxiety. After all, the number of places he could check in would directly influence the rewards he could obtain in the future. If a location like Qinglong Pass could be checked in at, then the Nuwa Temple should be no exception. In the next moment, the familiar sound of the system's notification chimed in his ears. Current location, Nuwa Temple. Check-in available. Will the host proceed with the check-in? Check-in. What is there to hesitate about? Su Chen's anticipation surged as he wondered what rewards awaited him this time. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at the Nuwa Temple and received the innate spiritual treasure, the Xinling Mirror, another innate treasure he had never heard of before. Instinctively, Su Chen began to examine the system's introduction regarding the Xinling Mirror. In the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. The system was remarkably considerate. Chapter 6, Emperor Xian's poem, Nuwa appears Xinling Mirror, an innate spiritual treasure that creates a separate space within the mirror, capable of recording events that transpire within a certain time frame and area. As an innate treasure, the Xinling Mirror lacks offensive capabilities but is perfectly suited for Su Chen, particularly in his current circumstances. The space within the Xinling Mirror would serve as a sanctuary for Su Chen when needed. Its recording function would flawlessly address the dilemma he was about to confront. Soon, he would need to reveal to Nuwa the truth of Maitreya's manipulation of Emperor Xian. Mere words might not suffice to convince her. However, if he could record the events occurring at the Nuwa Temple with the Xinling Mirror, surely Nuwa would believe him upon witnessing the evidence firsthand. Moreover, the existence of the Xinling Mirror would remain undetectable to Maitreya. The system's check-in rewards were exceedingly thoughtful. To alter the course of the divine decree. It all begins at the Nuwa Temple. Once Nuwa learns the truth, not only would she refrain from sending the 3 demons of Xinyuan Fan to disrupt the Shang dynasty, but she might also take action against the Western Church. In this way, the justification for Jiang Ziya's campaign against Shang would cease to exist. Everything seemed to be unfolding according to his envisioned plan. A faint smile graced Su Chen's lips as he retrieved the Xinling mirror. As he channeled his magical energy, a gentle glow emanated from the mirror, enveloping the entirety of the Nuwa Temple and its surroundings. Now, he would retreat into the shadows and await the arrival of Emperor Xian and Maitreya. Before long, a grand procession approached from the distance. Under the protection of numerous high-ranking officials of the Shang dynasty, Emperor Xian arrived at the Nuwa Temple. His regal presence was unmistakable, radiating an emperor's aura. Su Chen, hidden from view, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. So, this is the human Emperor Xian. Were it not for Maitreya's manipulation, leading him to compose a poem that disrespected Nuwa, he would not have brought calamity upon the Shang dynasty. With the demise of Emperor Xian, humanity would be utterly subdued by the heavenly Tao. However, ever since his arrival in this realm, such a fate was destined to be altered. At that moment, the system's notification sound echoed in his ears once more. Detection. Host has encountered the human Emperor Xian. Would you like to check in? Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had forgotten that the system allowed check-ins not only at specific locations, but also upon encountering certain individuals. It appeared that as long as he saw the person, he could initiate a check-in. This made future check-ins significantly simpler. System, check-in, Su Chen mentally commanded. The next instant, the success notification chimed in. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in with the human Emperor Xian and received the innate spiritual treasure, the Longyan armor. Su Chen briefly examined the armor, feeling a touch of disappointment. The Longyan armor was merely a standard defensive type of innate treasure. Given that he had cultivated the chaotic demon body, which would render him incredibly formidable in due time, the armor's utility seemed minimal. Yet, he couldn't help but chuckle at himself. What was he being picky about? While it paled in comparison to exquisite innate treasures. Innate spiritual treasures and chaotic treasures, he currently possessed only a few artifacts. He might as well keep it for now. Perhaps it would prove useful in the future. He could always seek out better treasures later. As Su Chen checked in and claimed his reward, Emperor Xian and his entourage had already entered the Nuwa Temple. Inside, Emperor Xian was busy offering incense and praying for blessings. Yet, unbeknownst to all, at that very moment, a figure appeared amidst the clouds above the Nuwa Temple, Maitreya. Standing atop the clouds, Maitreya observed the happenings within the temple, a triumphant smile gracing his face. This was indeed a significant achievement. As the human emperor, Xian was protected by the forces of fate, making it unwise for even saints to act against him. However, as the imperial teacher, Maitreya was free to intervene. This was precisely the rationale behind the heavenly sect's dispatch of Maitreya. Suppressing his smile, Maitreya's eyes turned cold. This was not without reason. With a wave of his hand, a wisp of spiritual light silently descended into the Nuwa Temple, merging with Emperor Xian's being the next moment. A dazed expression clouded Emperor Xian's eyes as he spontaneously composed a poem within the temple. The surrounding ministers were left in shock. How could their king compose such an irreverent poem regarding Nuwa? Should he incite the wrath of the saint, the consequences would be dire. Thus, under the urging of the ministers, Emperor Xian and his entourage hastily exited the Nuwa Temple. Seeing his plan come to fruition, Maitreya swiftly departed as well. If he lingered any longer, he risked attracting Nuwa's fury. He must not allow her to discover his presence within the temple. Following their departure, the concealed Su Chen, although unaware of Maitreya's whereabouts, understood that with Emperor Xian and his entourage hastily leaving, Maitreya had indeed taken action. The poem composed by Emperor Xian should now be inscribed upon the temple's wall. All that remained was to wait for Nuwa's arrival. Shortly after Emperor Xian's departure, a radiant multicolored light began to coalesce above the Nuwa Temple, forming a figure that silently emerged amidst the clouds. The newcomer was none other than Nuwa herself. With the power of a saint, she could easily grasp the happenings in the mortal realm. After Emperor Exian finished his poem, Nuwa felt a disturbance, and her divine consciousness surged forth, bringing her directly above the Nuwa temple. With her beautiful eyes slightly lowered, she pierced through the fabric of space, landing her gaze upon the temple's walls. The phoenix and dragon adornments are exquisite, with intricate designs of gilded clay. The distant mountains cascade in verdant hues, elegantly dancing in the reflected light of dawn. The pear blossoms, drenched in rain, vie for beauty, while the peonies enveloped in mist flaunt their allure. Yet, such enchanting beings are but fleeting. They seek to capture the favor of the eternal monarch. Upon comprehending the poem Emperor Exian had inscribed, Nuwa's face contorted with fury. A thunderous roar erupted above the Nuwa temple. While such a poem might have been innocuous in other contexts, the Nuwa temple was sacred ground. This was a blatant act of sacrilege against Nuwa, an egregious display of disrespect. Nuwa's gaze hardened, her brow furrowing as she stood on the brink of an explosive outburst. Initially, she had thought Emperor Exian's visit to the temple to offer incense and pray for blessings was commendable, but she never anticipated that he would compose such a lascivious poem. How could Nuwa possibly endure such an affront? With a fierce glare directed towards the direction of Chauga, Nuwa raised her jade hand, prepared to obliterate the Shang dynasty. However, she quickly halted her movement. Given the current prosperity of the Shang dynasty, a direct assault might lead to unforeseen complications. Fury surged within Nuwa's beautiful eyes as she muttered to herself, "The Shang dynasty thrives, do they? Then I shall disrupt your fortune." In Nuwa's heart, a scheme had already taken shape. Upon her return, she intended to dispatch the 3 demons of Xinyuan to disrupt the fortunes of the Shang dynasty, leading it inevitably towards annihilation. This was entirely of Exian's own making. Just as Nuwa, filled with fury, prepared to leave the Nuwa temple and return to the Nuwa palace, a sudden, chilling voice pierced her ears. "Fellow Taoist, please wait." The unexpected utterance caught Nuwa off guard, causing her to halt and turn around. Were there other cultivators near the Nuwa temple? Why had she not sensed their presence? Fellow Taoist. She was a sage. And among the vast wilderness, only a select few could rightfully claim such a title. Was it the 3 pure ones, or the 2 saints of the West? Nuwa focused her gaze and discerned a figure standing before her. Clad in white, with deep, black eyes fixed upon her, it was neither the 3 pure ones, nor the 2 saints of the West. A flicker of coldness surged within Nuwa's eyes. She was in a rush to address matters concerning the Shang dynasty. So who was this person who appeared before her? Just as Nuwa prepared to teach this individual a lesson, Su Chen took the initiative. A cold smirk crept upon Su Chen's lips as he let out a dismissive huff. "It seems my fellow Taoist is quite displeased with my interruption." As he spoke, an indescribable pressure erupted from Su Chen's being, causing the clouds above the Nuwa temple to disperse. Although this pressure was fleeting, it froze Nuwa in place. The anger in her eyes vanished, replaced by a profound sense of confusion. A sage. The overwhelming aura emanating from Su Chen was undeniably at the sage level. She could not be mistaken about that. Moreover, judging by the intensity of this pressure, his cultivation appeared to surpass her own. Who exactly was this person? No, that couldn't be right. Upon realizing Su Chen's strength, Nuwa's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. "I in the wilderness." Strength was paramount. With a light chuckle, Nuwa replied, "This sovereign does not harbor any animosity towards you, fellow Taoist. I was merely a bit irate earlier. I hope you can understand. Might I inquire your name? And what prompts you to call upon this sovereign?" Seeing Nuwa's shift in attitude, Su Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Despite his outward calmness, his heart was racing. He had not anticipated that simply calling out to Nuwa would provoke her to retaliate. It was worth noting that his Hongling seal could simulate the aura of a sage and a primordial chaos being. Yet as a true immortal, he could not withstand Nuwa's sage might. Fortunately, he remained alert, and upon sensing the coldness in Nuwa's eyes, he activated the Hongling seal to project the aura of a primordial chaos being, thereby establishing his cultivation level and intimidating Nuwa. If she had truly unleashed her sage might, the outcome could have been dire. Once he regained his composure, Su Chen spoke softly, I'm Xin Chen. I called out to you simply to prevent you from being manipulated by others. Su Chen fabricated a name, and this statement only deepened Nuwa's confusion. How could I possibly be manipulated? Please clarify, fellow Taoist. Su Chen ceased his idle chatter and produced the Xinling mirror. As the mirror emerged, Nuwa's gaze instinctively fell upon it.in. The next moment, images began to materialize on the mirror's surface, depicting the events surrounding the Nuwa temple. Since the Xinling mirror recorded the entire process from DXIN's arrival to his departure, Nuwa would naturally require some time to review it thoroughly. While Nuwa examined the contents of the Xinling mirror, a system notification echoed in Su Chen's ears. Host has encountered Sage Nuwa. Do you wish to check in? Su Chen's heart jolted. He had been so tense that he momentarily forgot about this. Was there even a question? Of course, he would check in. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in with Nuwa and receiving the Chaos Treasure. The Hongming Creation Tower. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, doubting his hearing. A Chaos Treasure. It was well known that there were only a few Chaos Treasures in the entire wilderness. The Heaven-Opening Divine Axe, the Earth-Boring Spade, the Chaos Green Lotus, the Creation Jade Disc, and the Chaos Pearl. Most of these had long since shattered into many innate treasures and top-grade innate spirit treasures. Only the whereabouts of the Chaos Pearl remained unknown. While Hong Jun possessed fragments of the Creation Jade Disc, now, having checked in, he had received a Chaos Treasure. Even if he had never heard of it before, it was still a Chaos Treasure. Suppressing his inner excitement, Su Chen examined the details of the Hongming Creation Tower. Hongming Creation Tower. Formed from the essence of primordial chaos, it embodies its own space, capable of subduing all things, and contains the laws of time. The description of this Chaos Treasure was overwhelmingly extensive. Su Chen could not fully comprehend it in a short time, but it was already sufficient. With this Chaos Treasure in hand, Su Chen felt a renewed confidence in his ability to alter the fate of the Shang dynasty. Wait a moment. Su Chen suddenly recalled something. Previously, when he checked in with the human Emperor DXIN, he had received the innate spirit treasure, the Dragon Flame Armor. Before that, if his memory served him correctly, when the system was first activated, he had received the innate treasure, the Hongling Seal, upon checking in with Yun Xiao. Now, having checked in with Nuwa, he had received the Chaos Treasure, the Hongming Creation Tower. Could it be that the rewards granted by the system for checking in were not random, but rather determined by the cultivation level of the individual being checked in? If so, did that mean that in the future, when he encountered Tong Tian and others, he could also obtain Chaos Treasures? Su Chen immediately pondered this in his heart. However, this time, the system offered no response. Feeling somewhat speechless, Su Chen decided to wait until he encountered Tong Tian and others to verify this theory. While he was still immersed in the joy of acquiring the Hongming Creation Tower, Nuwa's voice broke through his reverie. What exactly does fellow Daoist wish to show this sovereign? Her tone now carried a hint of impatience. Even if this Xin Chen's cultivation was not weak, he was merely on par with her. How could he presume to waste her time? The Xinling mirror merely recorded the events of DXIN offering prayers and leaving the Nuwa temple. Did she truly need Xin Chen to inform her of such matters? Nuwa's voice snapped Su Chen back to reality. He glanced at Nuwa, then swiftly gestured on the mirror's surface, causing the image to shift. Please look again, fellow Taoist. The scene within the Xinling mirror transformed, revealing a high vantage point above the Nuwa temple. At that moment, Nuwa's eyes widened in shock. Was that Maitreya? Although she had only encountered him a few times, she held a vague impression of this disciple of the Western sect. What was Maitreya doing here? Nuwa's expression turned puzzled. Su Chen, however, replied coldly, you can see for yourself. Nuwa took a deep breath, casting a disapproving glance at Su Chen. This Xin Chen was undeniably rude. Just as she was about to express her displeasure, she suddenly noticed something in the mirror. Maitreya waved his hand, and a stream of spiritual light descended into the Nuwa temple. The subsequent event was DXIN's poetic offering. As she observed this, Nuwa's expression froze, only to be replaced by an eruption of furious indignation. Now she understood. How dare DXIN, as the human emperor, desecrate her name with such poetry? Everything was beginning to make sense. Maitreya, as the imperial teacher, possessed the means to conspire against DXIN. So that was it. But why would the Western sect engage in such actions? Nuwa instinctively inquired. At this moment, Su Chun retracted the Xinling mirror, his expression devoid of emotion. How would I know? I have no interest in the affairs between your 6 saints and 4 sects. On the surface, Su Chen's words suggested ignorance, yet in reality, he had provided Nuwa with a hint. The 6 saints and 4 sects, Asa sage. Nuwa was far from an ordinary being. She quickly pieced together the implications of Su Chen's statement. Coupled with the previous attitudes of Yuan Shi and others towards the calamity of the Fengshen, she grasped the situation's essence. If she remained unaware of the truth, the consequence would be her sending Xuanyuan's 3 demons to wreak havoc upon the Shang dynasty. In such a case, those officials within the Shang dynasty affiliated with the Jie sect would surely bear the brunt. What a cunning ploy by the 2 saints of the West. Initially, Nuwa had been indifferent to the affairs of the Fengshen, as it was of no consequence to her how Yuan Shi and others dealt with the Jie sect. Yet now, the 2 saints of the West had schemed against her. Had she not encountered Xian Chen, she would have remained oblivious. The Western sect. Suddenly, Nuwa noticed Xian Chen attempting to depart, prompting her to call out, "Why do you assist me, fellow Taoist?" Could it be that this person sided with the Jie sect? In this vast wilderness, the sudden emergence of a new sage necessitated clarification of allegiances. Yet Su Chen did not even turn his head, responding coldly, "I act without the need to explain myself to anyone." As he spoke, Su Chen's figure vanished without a trace, retreating into the realm of the Xinling mirror. Upon witnessing Su Chen's departure, Nuwa's expression darkened. Not even Laozi and the others exhibited such arrogance. Xianchen, is it? That name shall be etched in my memory. As for now, it is time for the Western sect to pay the price. Go plot against me, Nuwa. I fear the consequences are beyond what the Western sect can endure. With a swift motion of her foot, Nuwa's figure also disappeared in an instant, heading straight for Mount Shumi. Within the realm of the Xinling mirror, Su Chen exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. At last, it was over. It had been utterly exhausting. The aura simulated by the Hongling seal was ultimately a fabrication. For a true immortal like Su Chen to feign the appearance of an unparalleled powerhouse before a sage like Nuwa was exceedingly difficult. Su Chen genuinely feared that, mid-conversation, Nuwa might suddenly invoke her sage power to test him. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. This ruse should have succeeded. Consequently, the Western Saint scheme to disrupt the Deshang dynasty through Nuwa has likely failed. With this, Zhang Zia will find no reason to wage war against Shang. However, one wonders how the 4 saints and 3 teachings will next target the Jie sect. And Nuwa is likely en route to Mount Shumi now. Su Chen truly wished to witness the expressions and reactions of the Western saints. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. Nuwa's journey to Mount Shumi could very well attract both Yuan Shi and Laozi. Given his current cultivation as a true immortal, it was best to avoid exposure before a sage for the time being. Elevating his cultivation must take precedence. With this thought, Su Chen recalled the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Hongming Creation Tower, which he had received from his previous sign-in. According to the system's description, the Hongming Creation Tower contains the laws of time, suggesting that cultivating within the tower could yield an effect akin to one day outside, equating to 100 years inside. Just as Su Chen was about to retrieve the Hongming Creation Tower, a notification sound from the system rang in his ears. The system informed him that the Xinling mirror's space could not accommodate the Hongming Creation Tower. Extracting it would result in the damage of the Xinling mirror. Yu Chun paused momentarily. Indeed, how could a primordial spiritual treasure possibly contain a Chaos Supreme Treasure? He promptly exited the realm of the Xinling mirror and was about to summon the Hongming Creation Tower when a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to inquire, "System, if the Hongming Creation Tower were to manifest in the world, would the cultivators in the Honghuang have any awareness of it? It would not bode well if Hongjun and Yuan Shi detected the emergence of a Chaos Supreme Treasure at such a time." The system's reply came swiftly. This system can assist the host in concealing the aura of the Hongming Creation Tower's manifestation. The system was indeed exceptionally considerate that Su Chen immediately retrieved the Hongming Creation Tower. A burst of purple-gold radiance erupted, and the Hongming Creation Tower appeared in the palm of Su Chen's hand. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. This Chaos Supreme Treasure was rather different from what he had envisioned. So small? Nevertheless, he continued to examine the relevant information about the Hongming Creation Tower, having previously overlooked it when Yuhua was present. Upon this thorough examination, Su Qian gained a rough understanding of the Hongming Creation Tower. The Hongming Creation Tower consists of 7 levels, each possessing unique functions. The first level contains the laws of time, with the flow of time inside determined by Su Qian's cultivation. Given Su Qian's current status as a true immortal, the maximum ratio is 1 day outside equating to 1,000 years inside. The second level can be utilized to suppress enemies. However, Su Qian's current cultivation is insufficient to unlock the levels beyond the third. There was no helping it. He was simply lacking in cultivation. However, the first level was precisely what Su Qian required at this moment. He would first enter the tower to cultivate for a period, elevating his cultivation to that of a golden immortal, after which he could proceed with his next plan. After all, he could not rely on the Hongling seal to simulate his aura indefinitely. Should he attract the attention of Hongjun and the others, it would be disastrous. The identity of Xianxin must be used with caution. Furthermore, the Hongming Creation Tower could replace the Xinling Mirror, serving as a system space for his use. Being able to retreat into the space of the Hongming Creation Tower at any time would ensure his position of invincibility. This truly was a marvelous treasure. Following this, Su Qian entered the first level of the Hongming Creation Tower and commenced his cultivation. Meanwhile, not far from Mount Shumi, amidst the clouds and mist, a figure approached from the direction of the Nuwa Temple. This individual was none other than Maitreya, who had previously departed from the Nuwa Temple. At this moment, Maitreya was in excellent spirits, a broad smile adorning his face. He had successfully completed the task assigned by his master, and he eagerly anticipated how his master would reward him upon reaching Mount Shumi. Just as Maitreya was lost in his daydreams, a chilling voice suddenly erupted behind him, akin to thunderclaps. Maitreya, Chapter 9. The Fall of Maitreya. Nuwa approaches Mount Shumi. This unexpected voice resonated in Maitreya's mind like an explosion, leaving him frozen in place. The joy that had graced Maitreya's face moments ago had vanished entirely, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread that filled his eyes, causing his entire being to tremble uncontrollably. It was not merely a matter of being stunned. The voice had been accompanied by an indescribable, terrifying pressure. Under this oppressive force, Maitreya found himself incapable of movement. No, who could this sage be? Surely, this is not a jest at Maitreya's expense. Maitreya stammered, his face contorting in fear, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. His cultivation was not weak. Yet, to be rendered immobile by mere pressure could only be achieved by a sage. However, he could not fathom which sage had arrived. The distance to Mount Shumi was already quite short. Could it be that the individual was seeking his master? But why call upon him? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a figure materialized before Maitreya. Upon recognizing this figure, a chill shot from his heels straight to the crown of his head. Nuwa, the very being Maitreya most dreaded to encounter upon returning from the Nuwa Temple. Yet, being an imperial master and a disciple of a sage, Maitreya knew he had to maintain his composure in such critical moments. So what if Nuwa had arrived? Maitreya was certain that she had not been present while he plotted against Diexine above the Nuwa Temple. Otherwise, she would have acted against him then and there. Furthermore, with the onset of the Fengshen calamity, the heavenly secrets were obscured, rendering even the sages unable to deduce the unfolding events. Thus, it was impossible for Nuwa to be aware of his machinations against Diexine. If that were the case, why should he panic? After all, he was a disciple of a sage. Maitreya quickly regained his composure and looked at Nuwa, forcing a smile as he asked, "What business do you have with me?" Nuwa sage? However, Maitreya's smile only served to infuriate Nuwa further. Her countenance darkened, her already frosty expression becoming even more displeasing. Nuwa raised her jade hand, slender fingers pointing to Maitreya's brow. In an instant, an indescribable force of sage power surged forth. At that moment, Maitreya let out a wretched scream, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and the fear and shock that had just begun to dissipate returned to his face. Nuwa's single gesture did not take Maitreya's life, but it obliterated his millennium of cultivation in an instant. Maitreya, originally a great Luo golden immortal on the verge of breaking through to semi-sage, found all hope shattered in the wake of Nuwa's finger. In disbelief, Mithraea stared at Nuwa, bewildered as he asked, "What offense have I committed against you, Nuwa sage?" Even at this moment, Mithraea clung to a glimmer of hope, reasoning that Nuwa had no reason to know of the events that transpired in the Nuwa temple. Nuwa, however, was acutely aware of Mithraea's thoughts. If not for Xuanzhen's words, she would have remained in the dark. But now, everything had changed. Nuwa scoffed coldly, "You know full well why I have cast you aside." As she spoke, Nuwa casually seized Mithraea and began her journey toward Mount Shumi. This matter would not simply conclude here. At Mount Shumi, Zhuanti gazed at Jane with a perplexed expression. "Senior brother, the task of filling the Fengshen list bestowed by our master is a significant accomplishment. Why did you delegate this matter to the Chan sect?" Hearing Zhuanti's inquiry, Jane shot him an exasperated glance. "How had he ended up with such a dim-witted junior brother?" Jane replied coldly. "Do you think it is merely a grand achievement to fill the Fengshen list? Laozi knows it too. Why has he not acted?" "Why?" Zhuanti retorted, genuinely curious. Jane was at a loss for words. Could his junior brother not engage his mind? With a sigh of resignation, Jane explained, "Do you think the Jie sect will sit idly by, allowing their disciples to ascend the list without resistance? I assure you, even if the Chan sect were to confront Shang, should they ultimately manage to place the Jie sect on the list, it would result in mutual destruction. The Jie sect claims to host all the immortals, while the Chan sect has hardly more than a dozen disciples beyond the 12 immortals of the Yushu. Even if the Chan sect, Western sect, and human sect were to unite, they would still incur tremendous losses to defeat the Jie sect. Junior brother, remember this. During the Fengshen calamity, our Western sect need only to put on a show. Let the three pure ones fight amongst themselves, and once the Fengshen concludes, it will be our Western sect that reaps the rewards." Upon hearing this, Zhuanti instantly understood I see, just like during the Wu Yao calamity. As Jianti finally grasped the situation, Jane wore an expression of helplessness. The teacher had bestowed upon them the list of deities, and if Yuan Shi could successfully complete it, it would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. However, Jie harbored ambitions for the Western teachings as well. The crux of the matter lay in the past battle between Hong Jun and the four entities of Yin and Yang against the demon Luo Ho, which had resulted in the destruction of Mount Shumi, causing significant damage to the fortunes of the Western teachings. Even now, they had yet to fully recover. The foundation of the Western teachings was alarmingly fragile. Otherwise, there would be no need for such intricate calculations. Calculating the time, Jie pondered whether Mi Lu had returned from the Nuwa temple. Suddenly, the thought of Mi Lu crossed his mind. After all, the Western teachings had provided a pretext for Chan teaching to combat Shang, ensuring that in the future, Yuan Shi could not claim that the Western teachings had not contributed. Just as Jie finished speaking, a shadow abruptly flew in from outside. With a thud, a figure crashed heavily before Jie and Zhuanti. Upon closer inspection, Jie Yin's eyes flared with rage. It was Mi Lu. Moreover, Mi Lu appeared utterly drained, clearly having been incapacitated by someone. Jie Yin gritted his teeth and demanded, "Who dares to harm my disciple of the Western teachings?" As his words fell, Nuwa appeared before the two saints of the West. What of it? Upon seeing Nuwa, the two saints of the West were momentarily stunned. Jie Yin was bewildered. How could it be that Nuwa had incapacitated Mi Lu? Had she discovered the matter of the Nuwa temple? That seemed implausible. Was Mi Lu truly so foolish? At that moment, the fallen Mi Lu hastily cried out, "Master, you must take responsibility for your disciple. I do not know what happened. The sage Nuwa struck down your disciple." While Mi Lu lamented, he was also conveying a crucial message to Jie Yin. Nuwa was not aware of the affairs concerning the Nuwa temple, at least. That was how Mi Lu perceived it. Upon hearing Mi Lu's words, Jie Yin's confidence surged. He turned to Nuwa, his expression icy as he inquired, "Nuwa, you have no justification for incapacitating my disciple of the Western teachings. Surely, you must provide an explanation." In response to Jie Yin's accusation, Nuwa merely curled her crimson lips, revealing a disdainful smile. Incapacitated? When did this sovereign ever declare the intent to incapacitate Mi Lu? This statement left both the two saints of the West and Mi Lu utterly confounded. Mi Lu had indeed been incapacitated, right before their eyes. Was Nuwa speaking nonsense? In the next moment, Jie Yin seemed to understand something. Nu did not intend to incapacitate, but rather to kill Mi Lu. Jie Yin swiftly shouted, Nu, how dare you? Yet Nu appeared to disregard his outburst entirely, her delicate hand gathering radiant, multicolored light. With a series of resonant blade chants, 7 divine blades of heavenly brilliance surged toward Mi Lu. Chapter 10. Nu's Fury. Mi Lu's soul ascends to the list of deities having already been incapacitated. Mi Lu stood no chance against the 7 divine blades of heavenly brilliance. As the blinding light intensified in his gaze, Mi Lu cried out in desperation, Master, save me! Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti sprang into action simultaneously, channeling their powers to rescue Mi Lu. However, just as they were about to intervene, they suddenly sensed a dazzling crimson light streaking toward them, accompanied by an indescribable sense of impending doom. Jie Yin focused his gaze and saw a red embroidered ball hurtling toward him. It was a supreme celestial treasure, the red embroidered ball. Even sages dared not approach this artifact lightly. In a moment of urgency, Jie Yin had no choice but to defend against the red embroidered ball, while Zhuan Ti was similarly obstructed by Nu, with both saints of the West hindered. The outcome for Mi Lu was all too predictable. The 7 divine blades of heavenly brilliance swept through, severing Mi Lu's head from his body. His severed head rolled on the ground, eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Perhaps even in his final moments, Mi Lu could hardly fathom that his life would end this way. Following this, a golden light surged forth from Mi Lu's corpse. Mi Lu's soul ascended to the list of deities. Perhaps no one could have anticipated that upon the opening of the list of deities, the first name inscribed would not belong to a disciple of Chan or Jie, but rather to Mi Lu. A disciple of the Western teachings, gazing at Mi Lu's lifeless body, Jie Yin's eyes instantly turned red, veins of bloodshot fury creeping forth. Since the dawn of the Dragon and Han calamity, he had devoted countless schemes to ensure the prosperity of the Western teachings. After enduring the calamity of the Wu and Yao, the Western teachings had finally regained some semblance of strength. He had hoped to seize further opportunities during this divine tribulation to bolster the Western teachings. Yet now, his disciple had been the first to be inscribed on the list, and it was Mi Lu no less. How could Jie Yin possibly come to terms with such a fate? Jie Yin's gaze shifted. Locking onto Nu with fierce intensity, he enunciated each word, Nu, you must provide me with an explanation. Yet Nu completely disregarded Jie Yin's furious demeanor. From the outset, Nu had intended to kill Mi Lu. The reason for initially incapacitating him without killing was merely to do so in front of the 2 saints of the West at Mount Shumi. Nu understood that with Mi Lu alone, even with tenfold courage, he would not dare to scheme against her. This was undoubtedly orchestrated by the 2 saints of the West. By slaying Mi Lu today, she would send a clear message to the 2 saints, ensuring they would remember this lesson. Yuhua coolly responded, what explanation? Mi Lu incited Xian to compose poems that defiled this sovereign at the Nu temple, a crime deserving of death 1,000 times over. This matter requires an explanation from you, the 2 saints of the West. Upon hearing Nu mention the Nu temple incident, Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti were left utterly stunned. Particularly Jie Yin, whose eyes reflected utter confusion. What had transpired? Hadn't Mi Lu claimed that Nu was unaware of the Nu temple affair? How could Nu know now? Despite this, Jie Yin understood all too well that he could not admit to anything. After all, Mi Lu was dead, and with no witnesses to contradict him. As long as he did not acknowledge it, Nu could not forcibly place the blame upon him. Jie Yin feigned shock. What? Mi Lu incited Xian to compose poems that defiled my honored friend at the Nu temple. How was I to know of this? One could not deny that Jie Yin's ability to control his expressions was remarkable. From his previous rage to his current astonishment, the transition bore no hint of incongruity. Yet Nu was entirely unimpressed by such theatrics. Unaware, are we? Let this sovereign assist you in recalling the events. With a flick of her hand, the 7 divine blades of heavenly brilliance and the red embroidered ball returned to her presence. Unaware, you say? Then allow me to help you remember. Yua's wrath could not be quelled by the mere death of Mi Lu. A dignified sage could not be so easily outmaneuvered. Yua summoned the 7 divine blades of heavenly brilliance, directing them toward Jie Yin. As Jie Yin witnessed Nu's relentless pursuit, his fury ignited once more. Indeed, It was true that the two saints of the West had plotted against Nuwa, however, the outcome had not yielded success. Furthermore, Milu was already dead. What more did Nuwa desire? Jane, consumed by indignation, declared, "Nuwa, you have gone too far." As he spoke, golden light erupted around Jia-in, revealing the 12-petaled golden lotus of merit. The golden radiance surged forth, enveloping Mount Shumi in a protective barrier. The sanctum of the Western teachings could not afford any further calamities. As the 12-petaled golden lotus obstructed Nuwa's 7 divine blades of heavenly brilliance, Jia-in swiftly moved outside of Mount Shumi. Nuwa, regardless of any prior transgressions Milu may have committed, he is now deceased. Should you continue to act unreasonably, do not blame me for being impolite, given that he would not acknowledge it. The matter of Milu inciting Dxian could not be pinned on him. The more Jia-in resisted, the more furious Nuwa became, a dignified sage. How dare one act without consequence? Nuwa snorted coldly, pursuing Jia-in beyond Mount Shumi. I wish to see whether your defiance holds, or if my 7 divine blades of heavenly brilliance prevail. In the following moments, Zhuan-Ti charged out from Mount Shumi as well. His divine presence radiating, the brilliance of Buddha illuminating the surroundings. Inuwa, you are crossing the line. Zhuan-Ti joined the fray. Yet Nuwa remained unflinching, merely sneering. Today, I shall see just how much power the two saints of the West truly possess. With that, Nuwa wielded the red embroidered ball in one hand and the 7 divine blades of heavenly brilliance in the other, launching her assault against Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti. The battle of the 3 sages erupted in an instant point. One must acknowledge that in confrontations among sages, an additional participant holds a decisive advantage. Yet, the two saints of the West were unique. Among the current 6 sages of the primordial chaos, the highest cultivation belonged to Taiching Laozi, while Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti had initially vowed to achieve enlightenment, a promise that remained unfulfilled to this day. Thus, the two saints of the West were the weakest among the 6 sages. Despite this, Nuwa, facing 2 adversaries, still held her ground for the time being. The clash of sages produced an incredible spectacle, instantly leveling several surrounding mountains. Had Jia-in not intentionally shielded Mount Shumi, it likely would have already collapsed once more. Continuing this way would lead to no resolution. Jia-in's expression darkened. It was imperative to resolve this matter swiftly, lest Mount Shumi fall prey to Nuwa's wrath. Just as Jia-in contemplated, an emotionless voice rang out from the heavens, "Cease at once." Chapter 11. The arrival of Hongjun and the grievous complaints of Jia-in. This sudden voice, though seemingly ordinary and devoid of any mystical fluctuations, had an immediate and profound impact. At that moment, whether it was Nuwa, Jia-in, or Zhuan-Ti, the sacred aura emanating from the 3 of them came to a sudden halt. They were acutely aware that the owner of this voice was none other than the Tao ancestor Hongjun, the most formidable being in the present primordial realm. The 3 of them retracted their divine might and stood still, awaiting his arrival. Moments later, a figure appeared before them. Hongjun had arrived. Upon witnessing his presence, Jane's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately donned a sorrowful facade, almost speaking with a tone of weeping. "Master, you must take a stand for our Western Church," he implored. "Nuwa has brazenly come to Mount Sumeru, slain my disciple Maitreya, and wreaked havoc upon our Western Church. Had I not fought with all my might to protect it, Mount Sumeru would have surely crumbled. Our Western Church has long suffered since the calamity of the Dragon Han era, and now we are subjected to such treatment by Nuwa. It is utterly tragic for us." Jane's words were indeed well-crafted. Regardless of Maitreya's deeds, he was determined to be the first to lodge a complaint. Furthermore, since Maitreya was already dead, the narrative painted the Western Church as the aggrieved party. Jane's repeated emphasis on Mount Sumeru served as a reminder to Hongjun, hinting that it was indeed due to him that Mount Sumeru had previously collapsed, and this time, he could not remain indifferent. Zhuan-Ti, observing his senior brother's grievance, immediately added his voice, "Master, Nuwa must pay a price." With the Western saints having spoken first, Nuwa merely let out a cold laugh, responding indifferently. "Maitreya's actions at the Nuwa temple, inciting Dxian to compose poems that defiled me, are crimes deserving of 1,000 deaths. There is no need for further discussion. My reasons for slaying Maitreya are clear. Nuwa firmly believed that Mithraya's actions were undoubtedly instigated by the two Western saints. After both the Western saints and Nuwa had expressed their grievances, Hongjun remained impassive, standing there in silence. After a brief moment, he spoke slowly. This matter ends here. The Fengshen calamity is fundamentally intended to weaken the power of the Jie sect and suppress humanity. It does not involve Nuwa or the Western Church. Moreover, as Nuwa, Jain, and Xuanti are all saints, a true battle to the death would not bode well for the primordial realm. A conflict among the saints would have far-reaching consequences. Hongjun sought to avoid any complications during this period of the Fengshen calamity. However, Hongjuan's stance left the two Western saints deeply dissatisfied. Mithraya was dead. Jain thought it only reasonable for Hongjun to side with the Western Church. With a look of unwillingness, Jain began, "But Master, my Western Church." Yet before he could finish, Hongjuan's gaze turned icy, a hint of chill emanating from his eyes as he coldly interjected. "What? Are you attempting to instruct me?" The frigid tone sent a shiver down Jain's spine. "Disciple does not dare," he replied hastily. Then, as if struck by a thought, Hongjun turned his gaze towards Nuwa, solemnly asking, "How did you come to know that Mithraya's actions were instigated by the two Western saints?" This question immediately captured Jain's attention, prompting him to inquire, "Indeed, Nuwa, you repeatedly claim that Mithraya acted at the Nuwa temple to incite Xian against you. But how do you know this? Do not be a pawn in someone else's game." Jain's righteous indignation was palpable, as if he genuinely believed Mithraya's actions were unknown to him. The simultaneous questioning from Hongjun and Jain prompted Nuwa to recall Xianqian. Had it not been for Xianqian, she might never have uncovered the truth. With a cold smile, Nuwa replied, "Naturally, someone informed this empress." Upon hearing this, Jain seemed to grasp something significant, exclaiming, "So you did not witness Mithraya's actions with your own eyes. Who was it? I suspect you have been manipulated." With Mithraya deceased, Jain's foremost concern was to uncover who had revealed the plans of the Western Church to Nuwa. "Humph, do you think all saints are as shameless as your Western saints? Who informed this empress is of no concern to you. You only need to know that this empress has not wronged Mithraya." Nuwa's declaration provided Jain with a crucial insight. It was indeed a saint who had informed Nuwa about Mithraya's actions. Was it Yuanshi or Laozi? Just as Jain was about to press further, Hongjun spoke dispassionately, "Enough. This matter ends here." With that, he turned to leave, showing little interest in wasting further time on Nuwa and the Western saints. As Hongjun departed, Nuwa fixed her gaze on Jain, her expression as frosty as ice. "Jain, this matter is not concluded. From this moment forth, I, Nuwa, am at odds with your Western Church. We shall see how this unfolds." Aware that Hongjuan's intervention made further conflict unwise, Nuwa nonetheless understood that this issue would not simply dissolve in the primordial realm. Provoking a saint, let alone a female saint, was unwise. Having spoken, Nuwa too turned to depart. In an instant, only Jain and Xuanti remained before Mount Sumeru. Xuanti could no longer contain himself, asking, "Senior brother." Nuwa mentioned that a saint informed her about Mithraya's actions. "Do you think it was Yuanshi or Laozi? After all, there are only a handful of saints in the primordial realm, and at that time in Yushu Palace, only Yuanshi and Laozi were present." However, Jain's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Even if Yuanshi and Laozi were aware of the Western Church's intentions towards the Shang dynasty, they would not know the specifics of the plan. After a moment of contemplation, Jain suddenly recognized the anomaly. Xuanti, taken aback, was filled with confusion. "What exactly is the matter with Mithraya? He died, but it cannot be so inexplicable." Jain glanced at Xuanti, replying helplessly, "You ask me, but who should I ask? In any case, from now on, let us be more cautious in all matters. This Fengshen calamity is not simple." As Jain spoke, he made his way back to Mount Sumeru. Meanwhile, at Zishao Palace, upon returning from Mount Sumeru, Hongjuan's countenance was grim. While he was indifferent to the quarrel between Nuwa and the Western Saints, he was deeply concerned about the Fengshen calamity. Since defeating Luoho and achieving the status of a heavenly Dao saint, Hongjuan's cultivation had been on a constant rise. Long ago, he had reached the 9th layer of heavenly Dao saint. At this juncture, to further enhance his power, he needed to deepen his alignment with the heavenly Dao. Once his alignment was perfected, he would become the very essence of the primordial realm. The Fengshen calamity was both a suppression of humanity and the final step towards unification with the Tao. Therefore, this calamity must not falter. However, the individual who had informed Niuhua about Maitreya clearly exceeded Hongjuan's expectations. Regardless, he needed to ascertain the identity of this person. Chapter 12. The unusual numbers of the Fengshen calamity and the actions of the Chan sect. Though the Fengshen calamity had arrived and the celestial mechanisms were obscured, rendering even saints unable to make predictions, this applied primarily to ordinary heavenly Tao saints. Hongjun, however, was not bound by such limitations. Given certain known conditions, he was still capable of making deductions. After all, there were only 6 saints in the primordial realm. He was determined to discover who had informed Niuhua about Maitreya. Subsequently, Hongjun conducted deductions regarding Yuanshi and Laozi in succession. Yet, neither yielded the expected results. This was somewhat beyond Hongjuan's anticipations. If it was neither Yuanshi nor Laozi, could it be Tong Tian? Although the likelihood of Tong Tian being aware of the Western Church's plans was slim, he had no choice but to investigate further. Hongjun undertook another deduction, but the outcome was also negative. Hongjuan's brows furrowed. The situation appeared increasingly perplexing. Tio erred on the side of caution. He even deduced Jane and Xuanti. Though the probability was minimal, he could not dismiss the possibility that the 2 Western saints were orchestrating this themselves. Yet, after this round of deductions, Hongjuan's frown deepened further. It was neither the Western saints nor the 3 purities. This left only 2 remaining possibilities. Either Niuhua was not telling the truth, and Maitreya's actions were not as she claimed, or a new saint had emerged within the primordial realm. For Hongjun, he naturally leaned towards the first possibility. How could a new saint arise in the primordial realm without him knowing? However, judging by Niuhua's demeanor and tone at the time, it did not seem as though she was lying. Furthermore, would Niuhua dare to deceive him? After a period of contemplation, Hongjun attempted another deduction. This time, the results indicated that indeed someone had revealed the truth of Maitreya's actions to Niuhua. Yet, who this person was remained elusive to Hongjun. It had appeared an anomaly within the Fengshen calamity. Such anomalies are absolutely intolerable to Hongjun. The calamity of the gods must proceed strictly according to his own design. It appears that from this day forth, I must closely monitor the trajectory of the primordial chaos. With a wave of his right hand, a mysterious violet radiance emanated forth, as long as a new saint emerges within the primordial realm. Hongjun shall be informed at the very first instance. This anomaly must be eradicated without delay. At the Yushu Palace, Yuanshi summoned the 12 immortals of Yushu, along with disciples of the Chan teaching, including Zhang Zia. As Guang Chengzi and the others gazed upon Yuanshi, a wave of confusion washed over them. What could possibly be the purpose of their master's summons at this juncture? After a brief moment, Yuanshi turned to face Guang Chengzi and the others, then spoke in a grave tone. The calamity of the gods is imminent, and my master has bestowed upon me the list of deified spirits. Those who perish during this calamity may have their souls inscribed upon the list, thereby assuming divine positions in the heavenly court. Upon hearing these words, Guang Chengzi and the others were visibly shaken. During a calamity, even a great Luo golden immortal or a quasi-saint may face the peril of demise. The once mighty Wu and Yao clans had met their end during the last calamity. Now, with the calamity of the gods approaching, it was only natural for them to feel a sense of dread. Though the list of deified spirits provides some assurance, as it allows the souls of the fallen to ascend and serve in the heavenly court, who would willingly embrace such a fate? After the downfall of the demon clan, what significance does the heavenly court even hold? To serve as a deity there, subject to the will of the heavenly sovereign. Fortunately, Yuanshi quickly reassured them, saying, "You need not worry, I have conferred with the Taiching saint and the 2 saints of the West. For this calamity, disciples of the Jie teaching will be appointed to the list of deified spirits." This statement served as a balm to the anxieties of Guang Chengzi and the others. After all, as long as it was not their own disciples being listed, there was a glimmer of hope. Subsequently, Yuanshi handed the list of deified spirits to Zhang Zia, providing him with a brief overview of the matters concerning the campaign against the Shang dynasty, and instructed him to prepare. After Zhang Zia departed, Yuanshi's gaze returned to the 12 immortals of Yushu, and he spoke slowly. "The calamity approaches. You may descend the mountain to gather disciples. This will not only assist Jiang Ziya in his campaign against the Shang, but also allow you to navigate your own tribulations. In this manner, the calamity of the gods, rather than being a misfortune for the Chan teaching, presented numerous advantages. The 12 immortals of Yushu departed the palace, their faces alight with joy as they set out to seek their own disciples. Meanwhile, a smile graced Yuan Shi's lips as long as events unfolded according to his expectations. Once the calamity ended, the Chan teaching would stand as the foremost sect in the primordial realm. The Jia teaching may recruit disciples. But what value do numerous disciples hold if they merely serve to fill the ranks on the list? Observing the Chan teaching, all disciples gathered would possess exceptional lineage and outstanding potential, each with the capability to challenge the quasi-saint realm in the future. The next step involved waiting for Jiang Ziya to initiate the campaign against the Shang. Time passed gradually, and soon a year had elapsed. Standing before the Yushu Palace, Jiang Ziya's expression was grim. For those who cultivate immortality, a year is but a fleeting moment, mere seconds in the grand scheme of eternity. Yet, since accepting the list of deified spirits, this year had been a torturous ordeal for Jiang Ziya. According to his master, all he needed to do was patiently await the opportunity to rise against the Shang. However, after a year, no such opportunity had manifested. Rather, the Shang had grown even more prosperous. Left with no options, Jiang Ziya resolved to seek guidance from his master. Yet, upon reaching the doorway, he hesitated, uncertain whether to enter. After only a year, would his master chastise him for his impatience? Just as Jiang Ziya grappled with his indecision, Yuan Shi's voice resounded from within, "Come in." With this command, Jiang Ziya felt compelled to step inside. Upon entering the palace, Yuan Shi immediately inquired, "What is it?" Jiang Ziya glanced at Yuan Shi, still wavering on whether to mention the campaign against the Shang. His hesitation ignited Yuan Shi's ire. "Speak plainly." Such indecision is unbecoming of a disciple of the Chan teaching. Faced with Yuan Shi's growing anger, Jiang Ziya could only reply, "Disciple wishes to inquire when he may commence the campaign against the Shang. At this." Yuan Shi recalled that the two saints of the West had mentioned the opportunity for the campaign would be provided by them. But after a year, there had been no developments. In the midst of a calamity, a year is ample time for significant events to unfold. Yuan Shi shot Jiang Ziya a glare. "If you had matters to discuss, why not mention them sooner? I shall personally visit Mount Equan. It is imperative that I apply some pressure on the two saints of the West. Otherwise, we may be left waiting indefinitely for the campaign against the Shang." With that, Yuan Shi promptly set off for Mount Shumi. Chapter 13. Yuan Shi's scheming. The yellow dragon emerges from Kunlun. A moment later, Yuan Shi arrived at Mount Shumi, seeking out Jane and Zhuanti. "Jane, last time you mentioned that the opportunity to rise against the Shang would be created by your Western sect, yet so much time has passed without any action. Do you truly believe this matter can be delayed for a millennium or more?" Yuan Shi's words were laced with reproach. The Chan teaching eagerly awaited the opportunity to send the Jia teaching disciples to the list of deified spirits. Jiang Ziya was prepared, and the 12 immortals of Yushu had each begun to gather their disciples. Everything on the Chan teaching's end was in place, yet the Western sect remained inactive. How could Yuan Shi accept this? As Yuan Shi confronted them, Zhuanti's expression darkened. Just as he was about to speak, he caught Jane's gaze from the corner of his eye. Though no words were exchanged, Zhuanti understood the silent message. "Be quiet." Zhuanti turned to face Jane, his eyes filled with questioning. "What does this mean, Master Brother? Why can't I speak?" However, Jane responded with a dismissive expression. "In the expanse of the primordial realm, none knew his junior brother better than he did." While the circumstances were indeed as described, the manner in which Zhuanti presented them would undoubtedly differ from his own. Today, he intended to ensure that Yuan Shi could not fault the Western sect. Jane and Zhuanti exchanged glances, neither speaking. Yet Yuan Shi was growing impatient, furrowing his brow as he demanded, "I am asking you a question." He had come to Mount Shumi, and yet Jane and Zhuanti were merely exchanging glances. Seeing Yuan Shi's anger, Jane finally spoke up. "Yuan Shi, you have misunderstood. Our Western sect has indeed taken action long ago. I had originally intended for Maitreya to intervene at the Enhua Temple, inciting Emperor Xian's wrath. which would in turn provoke Hua to disrupt the fortunes of the Shang, thereby creating an opportunity for the campaign against them. As soon as Jane finished speaking, Yuan Shi replied sternly, "If Mithraea has already acted, why is there still no progress? I observed prior to my arrival that the fortunes of the Shang are flourishing to an extreme. Under such circumstances, there is no possibility of a campaign against them." Jane waved his hand, continuing, "Allow me to finish. The original plan was indeed as such, but for reasons unknown, Hua learned of Mithraea's involvement. She struck down Mithraea and came to Mount Shumi, demanding an explanation from us. Were it not for our Master's intervention, Hua would not have left so easily. Therefore, this matter is not a case of inaction on the part of our Western sect. I hope you can understand." Upon hearing Jane's explanation, Yuan Shi's anger diminished somewhat. "You are unaware of who leaked this information?" Jane nodded. "Indeed. According to Hua, it was a saint who informed her of Mithraea's actions. However, only a select few present at Yushu Palace on that day were privy to our Western sect's plans." At this point, Yuan Shi's eyes widened in disbelief as he glared at Jane, exclaiming, "What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I informed Hua?" Jane's insinuation seemed to point towards the 4 saints present in Yushu Palace that day. Leaving only Yuan Shi and Laozi aside from the 2 saints of the West in stark contrast to Yuan Shi's agitation, Jane remained calm. "My friend, do not be hasty. I did not imply that. I merely recounted what Hua stated. In hindsight, it seems you are unaware of our Western sect's specific actions. It must be that Hua did not convey the truth. Nevertheless, it was clear that Mithraea had fallen." "Enough!" Yuan Shi interrupted Jane. "Do not waste time with these trivialities. I came solely to ascertain whether your Western sect has indeed acted. Since Mithraea is deceased and your Western sect lacks manpower, the task of rising against the Shang shall be handled by my Chan teaching from here on." Yuan Shi was very clear. The discourse of Jie was merely an emphasis on one matter. The Western sect had taken action. Albeit unsuccessfully, it was nearly impossible for them to strike again. Rather than entangle himself with the Western sect and risk being labeled a potential informant, it would be wiser for the matter to be handled by Chan Jiao itself. After all, he was now aware of the means to proceed. Ultimately, it was simply a matter of undermining the fortunes of the Shang dynasty and creating a pretext for their downfall. With that, Yuan Shi turned and departed. Witnessing Yuan Shi's exit, Zhuan Ti, who had been holding back his words, could no longer restrain himself. Yuan Shi truly leaving just like that? Brother, you are quite formidable. Originally, this situation was entirely the fault of the Western sect. They failed to uphold their promise to Yuan Shi. Yet, with a few words from Jie, Yuan Shi has chosen to forego pursuing the matter and has shifted the subsequent responsibilities onto Chan Jiao. Jie cast a glance at Zhuan Ti and replied nonchalantly, aware that no matter how much they spoke, the Western sect would not send anyone to act again. Thus, there was no need to waste time on this. Had Zhuan Ti spoken earlier, Yuan Shi might not have departed so easily. "What shall we do next?" Zhuan Ti inquired further. "We shall observe and act according to the circumstances," Jane stated, as he returned to his mat and sat down. Upon returning to Yushu Palace, Yuan Shi summoned Randang and recounted the events involving the Western sect. "I wish to send someone to Chaogu to seize the opportunity to eliminate several high-ranking ministers of the Shang, creating chaos in the Shang court and providing an excuse for Jiang Ziya's campaign against them. Who do you think would be suitable for this task?" The Western sect was no longer a reliable option. It would be more prudent for Chan Jiao to intervene directly. As the deputy leader of Chan Jiao, Randang had a deeper understanding of the disciples. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "Why not send Huang Long?" Upon hearing Randang mention Huang Long, Yuan Shi's expression turned cold. Unlike the broad recruitment of disciples by Jie Jiao, Chan Jiao placed great importance on foundational principles and innate talents. Each of the 12 immortals of Yushu was exceptional, with nearly all having attained the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal, the strongest among them, Guang Chengzi, even having reached the threshold of quasi-saint. The sole exception was Huang Long, whose cultivation remained stagnant at the level of Tai Yi Golden Immortal. Consequently, Yuan Shi had not conferred any treasures upon Huang Long. Noticing Yuan Shi's displeasure, Randang explained, "While Guang Chengzi and the others are busy recruiting disciples to navigate their tribulations, Huang Long is available. Furthermore, The mission to Chaogu is not particularly perilous. Huang Long's cultivation is sufficient to handle it. Yuan Shi nodded in agreement. Very well. Inform Huang Long and instruct him to make the journey to Chaogu. Randang accepted the command and departed. At that moment, Yuan Shi recalled Jie Yin's earlier words regarding the death of Mi Lu and the alleged betrayal of Nu Hua. Was it a fabrication by Jie Yin or a matter of truth? If it were true, who could be the culprit? Lao Zi, perhaps. After much contemplation, he found no definitive answers. Yuan Shi shook his head in resignation. It mattered little how Mi Lu met his end, as long as it did not impede Chen Zhao's campaign against the Shang. Chapter 14. Bai Xiao stealthily leaves Three Immortal Island. Su Chen breaks through to Golden Immortal on Three Immortal Island. Within the cave abode, three graceful figures sat gracefully upon their mats, emanating a powerful wave of magical energy, with all the spiritual essence of the island converging around them. Ever since the disciples of Tong Tianming of Jiejiao had closed the mountain gates and ceased to engage with worldly affairs, the three Xiao had remained on Three Immortal Island for cultivation. While 1 year may seem insignificant to cultivators, there was an exception, Bai Xiao. Among the three Xiao, Bai Xiao's temperament was far less stable than that of Yun Xiao and Qiong Xiao. During previous cultivation sessions, Bai Xiao struggled to maintain tranquility. This time was no different. In the past, upon concluding her seclusion, she would leave Three Immortal Island freely. However, this time, the end of her retreat was uncertain. Remaining on the island indefinitely was driving her to madness. Bai Xiao opened her eyes and cautiously glanced at her sisters, Yun Xiao and Qiong Xiao, upon realizing they were both immersed in their cultivation. She made her way outside the cave abode. Gazing at the clear sky in the distance, Bai Xiao's gaze fell. With her elder sisters in seclusion, the duration of their retreat was indeterminate, potentially lasting a century, a millennium, or even 10,000 years. Surely, if she slipped away for just a few days, they would not notice. As for the orders from her master, what could possibly go awry from a mere few days away? She was unaware of the dangers posed by the impending calamity, but Bai Xiao knew that remaining on Three Immortal Island would drive her to madness. After weighing her options, Bai Xiao resolved to sneak out for a mere 3 days. Undetected, she would return and resume her cultivation. She had already decided where to go. She had heard that Chaogu was the capital of the Shang dynasty, bustling with activity. She would enjoy a few days there before returning. With her mind made up, Bai Xiao cast one last glance at the cave abode before soaring away from Three Immortal Island. Shortly after Bai Xiao's departure, Yun Xiao slowly opened her eyes. Her usually serene gaze now brimmed with concern. What has come over me? It has only been a year, yet I cannot seem to find peace. Though she understood that her current cultivation level would not yield significant breakthroughs even in seclusion, she recognized that the root of her agitation lay with Su Chen. She wondered how Su Chen was faring. With the elixirs she had left behind, he should have achieved the status of heavenly immortal by now. Although the calamity was upon them, with the heavenly cloud jade she left, he should be safe. She regretted not bringing Su Chen to Three Immortal Island with her in the midst of her frustrations. Yun Zhao's peripheral vision caught something. Turning her head, she noticed Bai Xiao's spot was empty. Yun Zhao's expression hardened as her consciousness enveloped the entirety of Three Immortal Island. Upon realizing that Bai Xiao was absent from the island, her expression grew even colder. That Bai Xiao has undoubtedly run off. What should I do? Should I go look for Bai Xiao? If that is the case, could I seize the opportunity to see Su Chen? But would that not contradict my master's orders? Yun Xiao was conflicted. Perhaps I should wait for Bai Xiao to return and assess the situation. If she comes back unharmed, then I might take the opportunity to venture out myself. Resolving her thoughts, Yun Xiao closed her eyes once more. Meanwhile, on another side, within the first layer of the Hongming Creation Tower, a hazy mist enveloped the area, exuding an indescribable sense of profundity. Should a cultivator arrive here, they would be utterly astonished. In the primordial chaos, a suitable cultivation ground was indispensable for enhancing one's training speed. Locations like Kunlun Mountain, Golden Ao Island, and Shouyang Mountain were rich in spiritual essence, thus regarded as sacred grounds by the three teachings. However, these three places paled in comparison to the first layer of the Hongming Creation Tower. At the center of this first layer sat a figure clad in white. Su Chen resembled a vortex of spiritual energy, continuously drawing in the surrounding essence. After a moment, he opened his eyes, and two beams of golden light burst forth from his deep gaze, radiating an astonishing might. Breakthrough, Golden Immortal. From the moment Su Chen commenced his cultivation until now, it had only been a little over a year. Yet he had ascended from an ordinary mortal to the level of Golden Immortal. This speed was unparalleled in the entire primordial chaos. However, Su Chen's expression grew increasingly grim. On the surface, it appeared that he had spent a little over a year to reach the Golden Immortal stage. Yet, in reality, while a year had passed outside the tower, within it, a single day equated to 1,000 years. Thus, Su Chen had spent a staggering 36,500 days to progress from True Immortal to Golden Immortal. Although he was unaware of how long it took other cultivators to make this leap, he knew that his speed was far from rapid. Moreover, this period of cultivation had made Su Chen acutely aware of a pressing issue. While treasures and elixirs could be obtained through system rewards, his foundational status remained that of an ordinary mortal. Under such circumstances, his cultivation speed could not be swift. He needed to devise a method to enhance his foundational status, and wondered if there were rewards related to this within the system. Furthermore, as his cultivation level rose, mere seclusion would no longer suffice for breakthroughs. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen acknowledged that, regardless of the circumstances, the path must be traversed step by step, and cultivation should not be rushed. He pondered about the outside world. Having thwarted Mi Li's schemes against Nu Hua, what was the current progress of the Feng Shan? Su Chen departed from the Hongming Creation Tower, intending to make a journey to Chaoga to ascertain the current state of affairs. Chapter 15. The Yellow Dragon's Deceit, Turmoil in the Great Shang.as, the capital of the Great Shang. Chaoga's splendor is certainly unmatched by the likes of Qinglong Pass or Sisui Pass. However, in the past 2 days, Chaoga has been anything but peaceful. More precisely, it is the court of the Great Shang that is rife with unrest and trepidation. Within this brief span of time, 8 officials of the Shang dynasty have met their untimely demise. These individuals either perished within their homes or fell victim on their way back from the court. Initially, Emperor Xian paid little heed to these occurrences, dismissing them as mere attempts to undermine the ministers of the Great Shang. With lives lost, an investigation was warranted. Emperor Xian dispatched individuals to probe the matter, but the identity of the murderer eluded discovery. Instead, an alternative narrative emerged. Whispers circulated claiming that these officials had been executed by the emperor's decree. It is worth noting that while the deceased were not high-ranking ministers, they were nonetheless esteemed officials of the Great Shang. Within just 2 days, 8 lives had been lost, creating an atmosphere of palpable fear and paranoia within the court. At this juncture, the finger of suspicion pointed squarely at Emperor Xian. Consequently, the situation began to spiral out of control. Some perceived this as a deliberate attempt to frame Emperor Xian, questioning how he could possibly engage in such indiscriminate slaughter. Yet, there were those who chose to believe the rumors, for it is said that where there is smoke, there is fire. Such matters, if not definitively proven false, can easily be misconstrued as truth. Emperor Xian found himself in a state of helplessness regarding the situation. The perpetrator responsible for the killings must possess considerable skill, and regrettably, his trusted minister Wen Zhong was absent from Chaoga, having ventured to the North Sea to combat monsters. Had Wen Zhong been present, he would have apprehended the assailant within a day. For now, Emperor Xian could only bolster the patrols and protective measures within Chaoga. Yet, would such measures prove effective? Clearly not. Within half a day, another official had fallen. The air in Chaoga was thick with anxiety, and rumors of Emperor Xian's sacrilegious poetry at the Enhua Temple spread once more. Many citizens whispered of a stark change in Emperor Xian's temperament, branding him as cruel and tyrannical. The architect of this turmoil was none other than the Yellow Dragon, who strolled through the streets of Chaoga. Ever since receiving a task from the Primordial Master, the Yellow Dragon found himself in a state of mixed emotions, elation that his master had finally thought of him, and anger, for he knew all too well the reason behind this attention. While the other 12 immortals of the Yushu were preoccupied with taking disciples, he, the Yellow Dragon, remained the weakest among them, devoid of any apprentice. After a brief moment of resignation, the Yellow Dragon made his way to Chaoga. With the task bestowed upon him by his master, he resolved to execute it splendidly, hoping to earn his master's admiration. The objective of causing chaos within the Great Shang and creating an opportunity to strike was deceptively simple: instigate a crisis within the dynasty, leading the populace to believe that Emperor Xian was merciless. To this end, in a matter of days, the Yellow Dragon ruthlessly eliminated several officials of the Great Shang, those dispatched by Emperor Xian to investigate. Despite their capabilities, were unable to trace the Yellow Dragon's involvement in such a short time. In addition to his murderous spree against the officials, the Yellow Dragon also invoked Emperor Xian's name to summon Bo Yikao from Shiqi to Chaoga, where he planned to execute him as well. Once Bo Yikao was slain, the Yellow Dragon would return to Kunlun Mountain. Regardless of whether Emperor Xian acknowledged it or not, the Duke of Shibua, Ji Chong, would undoubtedly hold Emperor Xian accountable for this atrocity. With a mere word from Jiang Zia to Shiqi, the Duke of Shibua would be compelled to raise an army against the Shang. Upon devising this series of plans, the Yellow Dragon felt a surge of admiration for his own cunning. The scheme was nothing short of flawless. Next, he aimed to administer a decisive blow. The officials who had recently perished were of little consequence. Now, the Yellow Dragon sought to eliminate the final and most significant target, the Minister Baigan. Baigan and Wanzhong were the twin pillars of the Shang court. Should Baigan fall, the tensions of recent days would inevitably erupt. Following this, he would wait outside Chaoga for the approaching Bo Yikao, slay him, and then return to Kunlun Mountain. The mission would thus be accomplished. With this thought, the Yellow Dragon found himself standing at the threshold of Baigan's residence. As he stepped into the estate, the Yellow Dragon's appearance transformed to that of a Shang soldier. Upon entering, he addressed Baigan directly. "Minister, I bring a decree." Shortly after his voice echoed, Baigan emerged, his expression one of indifference as he regarded the Yellow Dragon. "I receive the decree." The Yellow Dragon then coldly intoned, "Having resided long in the court, your arrogance has warranted this decree of death." Upon the completion of this proclamation, the Yellow Dragon waved his hand, causing several attendants within the room to collapse unconscious. Baigan's gaze towards the Yellow Dragon intensified with a chilling realization: "So, it was you responsible for the recent spate of deaths among the Shang officials." Listening to Baigan's inquiry, the Yellow Dragon no longer concealed the truth, readily admitting, "And what can a dead man do? The so-called imperial edict is merely a fade. What does it matter if the truth is known?" With a flick of his right hand, a flash of golden light ensued, and Baigan's head was severed. His soul ascended to the divine list. Alas, while the Yellow Dragon's cultivation may not have matched that of Guang Chengzi and the others, he was still a Tai Golden Immortal. After dispatching Baigan, the Yellow Dragon turned and departed, heading towards the outskirts of Chaoga to prepare for the assassination of his final target, Bo Yikao. With the completion of this task, he would consider it a success. Shortly after the Yellow Dragon's departure, the attendants at Baigan's estate regained consciousness. Upon witnessing Baigan's tragic demise, their faces turned ashen, and in a panic, one of them recalled the imperial decree proclaimed by the Yellow Dragon. In their haste, the attendant rushed from the estate, and soon enough, rumors of Baigan's execution spread like wildfire through the streets of Chaoga. With Baigan's death, the atmosphere of panic in Chaoga intensified manifold. In no time, street vendors hastily packed up their stalls and returned home. On the streets, a woman clad in green stood in bewilderment, observing the sudden desolation around her. Just half an hour prior, the streets had been bustling with life, yet now, they lay eerily empty. This woman was Bi Xiao, who had stealthily escaped from the Three Immortals Island. Over the past few days in Chaoga, Bi Xiao had been filled with joy. The wonders of the mortal world captivated her curiosity. Initially, she had planned to enjoy one last day before returning to the island. But now, where had all the people gone? After stopping to inquire with someone, Bi Xiao learned of Baigan's death and the surrounding circumstances. This revelation ignited her fury. After all her efforts to sneak out for a brief escapade, she found herself embroiled in such calamity. The murderer clearly bore a grudge against her. No, she must confront Emperor Xian to seek answers. However, just as Bi Xiao resolved to head to the Great Shang Palace, a figure brushing past her caught her attention. This person, Chapter 16. Su Chen arrives in Chaoga, encounters the Yellow Dragon. Bi Xiao focused her gaze. The figure donned a Taoist robe and wielded a whisk. striding towards the outskirts of Chaoga. Though the individual's appearance seemed unremarkable, what truly drew Bixiao's attention was that this person was cloaked in invisibility. Perhaps it was an invisibility talisman or a simple spell. In any case, ordinary mortals could not perceive this individual. Yet, those with even a modicum of cultivation could see through this rudimentary concealment. Upon scrutinizing further, Bixiao's expression shifted to one of incredulity. A Tai Golden Immortal? At this moment, a Tai Golden Immortal had appeared in Chaoga. Moreover, it was evident that this individual was not a minister of the Great Shang, as they were heading towards the outskirts in such a manner. Had Bixiao not been a great Luo Golden Immortal, she would not have easily discerned this person's cultivation level. This person harbored ill intentions. In an instant, Bixiao connected this figure to the recent news of Baigon's death. Perhaps this individual was the culprit. Although she possessed no concrete evidence, her instincts told her otherwise. Don't question it. Just trust a woman's intuition. She decided to follow discreetly and observe further. Bixiao's figure melted into the shadows, stealthily tailing the individual. This person was none other than the Yellow Dragon, who had just exited Baigon's residence. Ironically, this is what one might call a case of joy turning to sorrow. After slaying Baigon, the Yellow Dragon could have directly made his way to the outskirts of Chaoga to await Bowie Cao's arrival. Yet, for reasons unknown, he chose to stroll leisurely, relishing the aftermath of his handiwork as he exited the city. Along the way, the panicked townsfolk filled the Yellow Dragon with a sense of satisfaction, causing him to remain blissfully unaware that he had become the target of a watchful pair of eyes. At the same time, on the other side of Chaoga, Su Chun, having left the Hongming Creation Tower, arrived in Chaoga to investigate the current situation and the progress of the impending calamity of the Divine Sealing. After all, having resolved the matter concerning the Enhua Temple, the three demons of Xuanyuan's tomb entering Chaoga and wreaking havoc upon the Great Shang was no longer a plausible occurrence. Thus, the justification for Shi Qi to wage war against the Shang had diminished. What then would become of the Divine Sealing? Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at Chaoga and acquiring a millennium of cultivation. The reward for checking in at Chaoga might be described as tasteless, yet regrettably precious. Better to have something than nothing at all. However, Su Chun was in no mood to ponder the reward from this check-in. For barely had he taken a few steps on the street when he began to hear news of the recent deaths of several ministers. Upon hearing reports of Emperor Xian's tyranny and his wanton persecution of officials, Su Chen's expression darkened considerably in his understanding. Such brutality and persecution by Emperor Xian were not events that occurred until after the three demons of Xianyuan entered Shang, were they? Now that the matter of the three demons of Xianyuan entering Shang should have been resolved. Why was this still happening? Could it be that Enhua had dispatched the three demons of Xianyuan to Shang once more? That seemed improbable. Yet Enhua was already aware of the truth regarding the Enhua Temple. Was it possible that someone was orchestrating these events? Su Chen furrowed his brow. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the matter of the investiture of the gods might not be as simple as he had imagined. Many things do not change merely because one intervenes. Regardless, since he had already arrived in Chaoga, it was imperative to investigate this matter. Logically speaking, there should be many disciples of the Jie sect present in the court of the Great Shang. How could such matters remain unclarified for so long? Perhaps it would be best to pay a visit to the Great Shang Palace. Having made up his mind, Su Chun prepared to set off for the Great Shang Palace. Yet, just as he was about to depart, an emotionless system notification sounded in his ear. Detection. Host has encountered Huang Long Zhenren. Would you like to check in, Su Chun? Huang Long Zhenren. Check in. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in with Huang Long Zhenren and acquiring 5,000 years of cultivation. Initially, when Su Chen emerged from the Hongming Creation Tower, his cultivation was approximately at the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. With the addition of the 5,000 years of cultivation from the check-in reward, he had roughly reached the late stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. However, what astonished Su Chen more than the reward was the identity of Huang Long Zhenren. If his memory served him correctly, Huang Long Zhenren was the weakest among the 12 immortals of Yushu, achieving no victories in the entirety of the investiture of the gods, losing to everyone he fought, and possessing no remarkable treasures or disciples. When considering the 12 immortals of Yushu, Huang Long Zhenren was undoubtedly the least prominent. Yet, the question remained, How could Huanglong Zhenren appear in Chaoga at this juncture? Was it possible that the recent rumors in Chaoga were instigated by Huanglong Zhenren? That possibility could not be dismissed. However, another confusion soon arose. The system's check-in determination indicated that as long as Su Chun encountered this individual, he could check in, yet upon looking up, he did not see Huanglong Zhenren. After a brief moment of confusion, Su Chun quickly recalled something. As he summoned his magical power, a glimmer of golden light appeared in his eyes. This technique allowed him to see through some simple magical arts. Once he activated his magical power, his gaze instantly fell upon a figure not far away. Found him, Huanglong Zhenren. The moment Su Chun spotted Huanglong Zhenren, a multitude of speculations flooded his mind. The events in Chaoga must be connected to Huanglong Zhenren. Su Chun swiftly calmed himself. Even though he had discovered Huanglong Zhenren, it would not be prudent to act hastily. On one hand, he was merely a golden immortal, while he had no idea about Huanglong Zhenren's cultivation level. Acting recklessly might not guarantee his success against Huanglong Zhenren. On the other hand, he wanted to observe what Huanglong Zhenren intended to do next. From the current situation, it appeared that matters related to the investiture of the gods had already undergone some changes. It would be wise to observe for a while longer. Su Chun utilized the Hongling seal to perfectly conceal his presence and simultaneously cast a spell to obscure his form, stealthily following Huanglong Zhenren. One could say that Huanglong Zhenren was indeed unfortunate. Although his cultivation was at the bottom among the 12 immortals of Yushu, he was still a Tai golden immortal. If pursued by an average cultivator, he would certainly have sensed it. However, by sheer coincidence, the two individuals following him were 1. Bai Xiao, a Daluo golden immortal, superior to Huanglong Zhenren, and 2. Su Chun, a golden immortal, whose cultivation was inferior to Huanglong Zhenren, yet possessed the innate treasure, the Hongling seal. The concealment of the Hongling seal was undetectable even by saints, let alone Huanglong Zhenren. Thus, Huanglong Zhenren, completely unaware, led Bai Xiao and Su Chun to the outskirts of Chaoga. Huanglong Zhenren awaited the arrival of Bo Yikao. Upon completing this task, he could return to Kunlun Mountain. Meanwhile, Su Chun, hidden in the shadows, was filled with questions. What was Huanglong Zhenren planning? Just as Su Chun was engulfed in confusion, a voice echoed in his ear. Chapter 17. Borrowing your life for a use. Detection. Host has encountered Bai Xiao. Would you like to check in? Su Chun was bewildered, scanning his surroundings but failing to spot Bai Xiao. A multitude of question marks surfaced in his mind. He was naturally aware of Bai Xiao's name. Calculating it now, she was indeed his sister-in-law. Su Chun's confusion lay in the fact that, at this juncture, hadn't Tong Tian already commanded the Jiesek disciples to close their mountain gates and refrain from meddling in worldly affairs? His wife had already returned to the Sanxian Island. How could Bai Xiao be present here? Moreover, according to his understanding of the investiture of the gods, he recalled no instance of Bai Xiao coming to Chaoga at this time. After a brief contemplation, Su Chun affirmed one thing: Bai Xiao was indeed here. After all, the system's detection should not be erroneous. His inability to locate Bai Xiao meant that her cultivation was likely higher than his. Yet, similarly, with the Hongling seal by his side, Bai Xiao should also be unable to detect his presence. However, another question soon arose. What was Bai Xiao doing in Chaoga? Moreover, Huanglong Zhenren had also arrived in Chaoga. Had his presence caused significant changes to many events within the investiture of the gods? Su Chun's brow furrowed. This was not a favorable development. Never mind, he would check in first. After fruitless contemplation, Su Chun decided to proceed with the check-in. System check-in. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in with Bai Xiao and acquiring 3 celestial talismans of the Slaying Immortal. Su Chun immediately examined the system's description of the Slaying Immortal talismans. Slaying Immortal talismans. A one-time consumable innate treasure capable of directly annihilating those below the Daluo level. After reading this, Su Chun felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. How should he put it? If he were to claim this reward was useless, it was still an innate treasure capable of directly obliterating cultivators below the Daluo Golden Immortal level, which held some utility for Su Chun, whose current cultivation was only at the Golden Immortal level. However, to say it was useful, it was only applicable in the present stage. Given the presence of the system, it should not take long for Su Chun to reach the Tai Golden Immortal or Daluo Golden Immortal levels. Ultimately, the rewards from these check-ins had left Su Chun somewhat disappointed. Ever since activating the system, although he had checked in multiple times and received several treasures, none of them possessed remarkable offensive capabilities. The few decent treasures he possessed, such as the Xinling Mirror, Hongling Seal, and Hongming Creation Tower, while commendable, were primarily functional treasures. Why couldn't he receive a formidable offensive treasure like the Kai Tian Divine Axe or the Bai Di Zao? Upon entertaining such thoughts, Su Chun found himself chuckling wryly and shaking his head. Was he expecting too much? How could treasures of that caliber be obtained so easily? Never mind, he would focus on the present. He still had no idea why Huanglong Zhenren had come here or whether the events in Chaoga were indeed instigated by Huanglong Zhenren. Moreover, what was Bai Zhao's purpose for being here? The uncertainties before him were indeed overwhelming. Fortunately, he had his own advantages. Being concealed in the shadows, Huanglong Zhenren remained oblivious to the fact that he was being followed. He would observe and adapt accordingly. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Bai Zhao shared similar thoughts. Coldly observing Huanglong Zhenren as a disciple of the Jie sect, Bai Zhao had always held a disdain for the disciples of the Chan sect. She was determined to see what Huanglong Zhenren was truly up to. Unbeknownst to Huanglong Zhenren, he was already under the scrutiny of two pairs of watchful eyes. He continued to await the arrival of Bo Yikao. Soon, a short while later, 3 figures appeared at the end of the road. Huanglong Zhenren stepped forward, his gaze landing on the handsome young man at the forefront, and spoke indifferently, "You are Bo Yikao?" Before taking action, he needed to confirm the identity of the other party. At the moment Huanglong Zhenren spoke these words, Su Chun, hidden in the shadows, suddenly comprehended the situation. Bo Yikao, coupled with the recent events in Chaoga, Su Chun finally pieced together the general sequence of events. Huanglong had entered Chaoga, wantonly slaughtering the ministers of the Great Shang, creating rumors of Emperor Xian's tyranny, by subsequently killing Bo Yikao. He would incite the wrath of the Western Qi in this manner. The Western Qi would have both the pretext and justification to rise against Shang. Su Chun's expression momentarily froze. Although he had thwarted Enhua from sending the 3 demons of Xinyuan to create chaos in the Great Shang, the Chan sect still possessed other means to initiate a campaign against Shang. It seemed that the matter of attacking Shang was inevitable. No, Bo Yikao was not dead. As long as he could save Bo Yikao, the Western Qi would not rise in arms. With his current strength and abilities, dealing with a Huanglong Zhenren should pose no issue. Meanwhile, as Su Chun was resolute in his decision, Bo Yizhao looked at Huanglong Zhenren with a puzzled expression. Is this person sent by Chaoga to fetch me? Are the people of Chaoga truly so benevolent, traveling such a distance to retrieve me? Bo Yizhao raised his hand in a gesture of respect and calmly inquired. I am Bo Yizhao, son of Ji Chong, the West Qi Marquis. Might I ask who you are, esteemed one? As soon as he spoke, an undercurrent of concealed malice surged in Huanglong Zhenren's otherwise indifferent gaze. I am Huanglong Zhenren, he replied with a smile. This revelation brought a flicker of confusion to Bo Yizhao's eyes. Huanglong Zhenren, the name suggests a cultivator, does it not? This man is not sent by Chaoga. What, then, is Huanglong Zhenren waiting for? Bo Yizhao slowly asked. Might I inquire why you are here? Seeing the perplexity on Bo Yizhao's face, Huanglong Zhenren could not help but smirk coldly. It is a simple matter. I wish to borrow something from you. The rarity of a celestial being seeking something from him piqued Bo Yizhao's interest. If he could cultivate a good relationship with Huanglong Zhenren, it might benefit West Qi in the future. Without hesitation, Bo Yizhao replied, Please, speak freely. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall not refuse. Upon hearing Bo Yizhao's words, Huanglong Zhenren ceased to conceal his intentions and stated plainly, I wish to borrow your life. As he spoke, a surge of mystical energy radiated from his body. Though only at the level of a Tai Golden Immortal, he had no trouble dealing with a few mere mortals like Bo Yizhao. Bo Yizhao's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Huanglong Zhenren's words, cold sweat breaking out on his brow. Didaozhang, you cannot be serious. He instinctively recoiled, attempting to flee. Yet, under the oppressive aura of Huanglong Zhenren, he found himself utterly immobilized. Do you truly believe I jest? Huanglong Zhenren retorted. The king has commanded that your head be used to intimidate West Qi. As he placed the blame on Dixian, he raised his hand and unleashed a streak of mystical energy towards Bo Yitzhao. Just as he was about to strike, a sharp voice rang out, "Hold on!" The sudden interruption startled Huanglong Zhenren, and he scanned the surroundings, only to find no one else nearby. He then focused his mystical energy once more. Probing the area, however, before he could thoroughly investigate, a figure clad in white appeared between him and Bo Yicao.it was Su Chen. Su Chen's sudden appearance took Huanglong Zhenren completely by surprise. Where had this person emerged from? What was his purpose? When had he begun tailing him? As Huanglong Zhenren grappled with these questions, Bai Xiao, hidden in the shadows, wore an expression of both shock and anger. Su Chen's arrival was not the issue. Rather, it was the fact that Huanglong Zhenren had nearly exposed Bai Xiao when he had begun probing the surroundings with his mystical energy. Though Bai Xiao's cultivation surpassed that of Huanglong Zhenren, he was not at a level where he could remain undetected if Huanglong Zhenren were to scrutinize the area closely. The earlier oversight was solely due to Huanglong Zhenren's ignorance. Had Su Chen arrived even a moment later, Bai Xiao would have been revealed. Bai Xiao scrutinized Su Chen, clad in white, with a tall and upright posture, and a face that bore a hint of handsomeness. But what was his purpose here? Was he opposing the Chan school? Intriguing indeed. When had Su Chen arrived? What was his cultivation level that she could not discern? Could it be that Su Chen was also a great Luo Golden Immortal? Regardless, she had yet to be discovered, so she decided to observe the situation further. As Bai Xiao pondered, Huanglong Zhenren regained his composure. Regardless of the circumstances, as one of the 12 immortals of Yushu, he possessed the requisite insight and courage. He gazed coldly at Su Chen, a glimmer of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. And no matter who Su Chen was, he must die. None of his actions today could be allowed to leak. "Who are you?" Huanglong Zhenren demanded. Su Chen did not respond immediately. Instead, he glanced back at Bo Yitzhao, who still appeared utterly bewildered. He had come to Chaoga on a mission, only to find himself facing Huanglong Zhenren, who sought his life. In this dire situation, Bo Yitzhao could only resign himself to fate. After a brief moment, Su Chen turned to Huanglong Zhenren and replied indifferently, "Who I am is of no importance. I will protect Bo Yicao.as." Soon as he finished speaking, a chill spread across Huanglong Zhenren's face. Although he was indeed the weakest among the 12 immortals of Yushu, he was still one of them. Did anyone dare to act so presumptuously in his presence? His master had entrusted him with a task, and with the hearts of the people in Chaoga already in turmoil, Bo Yitzhao was the last piece needed to complete his mission. What did it matter if Su Chen had unexpectedly appeared? With a disdainful look, Huanglong Zhenren sneered, "You wish to protect Bo Yitzhao. Can you truly do so?" As he spoke, he raised his hand, unleashing a streak of mystical energy toward Bo Yitzhao. Seeing Huanglong Zhenren's sudden action, Su Chen's heart raced. This was the first time he would engage in a confrontation with a cultivator. Fortunately, Huanglong Zhenren was merely a Tai Golden Immortal, and his cultivation level was not significantly higher than Su Chen's. Su Chen's mystical energy flowed around him, and a faint purple light flickered in the depths of his dark eyes. Although his cultivation was inferior to Huanglong Zhenren's, the time spent within the Hongming Creation Tower had not merely been for enhancing his abilities. The Chaos Demon Body, rewarded for his earlier system check-ins, had also reached a small degree of completion. This technique was a top-tier cultivation art, primarily focused on refining the physical body. With his golden immortal cultivation, he could easily withstand an attack from a Tai Golden Immortal. Raising his right hand, a glimmer of purple light blossomed in his palm. With a swift motion, he shattered Huanglong Zhenren's mystical energy strike. This action instantly rendered Huanglong Zhenren's expression more serious. To so easily withstand his attack suggested that Su Chen was also a Tai Golden Immortal. Huanglong Zhenren spoke up, "I am Huanglong Zhenren, a disciple of the Yuqing sage of the Chan school. Do you truly wish to oppose us?" He attempted to leverage the authority of the Chan school to intimidate Su Chen. However, Su Chen was entirely unfazed by such tactics. "What of the Chan school? Does it grant you the right to take lives at will?" Su Chen retorted coolly. Seeing that Su Chen was unyielding, a deeper coldness crept into Huanglong Zhenren's expression. "Do you truly believe you can stop me? Those whom the Chan school wishes to kill, you cannot protect. With a wave of his left hand, a stream of spiritual light surged toward Bo Yitzhao. Su Chun responded with the chaos demon body. Yet, just as Huanglong Zhenren's hand descended, a sound like shattering glass resonated. Su Chun focused his gaze and saw a jade vial contained within the stream of spiritual light. With a single strike from Su Chun, the vial shattered, releasing 2 droplets of golden liquid that fell upon Bo Yitzhao in an instant. As the 2 droplets of golden liquid touched Bo Yitzhao, there were no cries of agony, no struggles. He and his 2 companions were transformed into mere pools of blood. A streak of golden light shot forth, sealing Bo Yitzhao's soul to the divine list. Su Chun looked at the blood-soaked ground, his expression darkening significantly. The golden droplets that could instantaneously erode flesh and bone were, in his knowledge, only found in the sunlight divine water among the 3 light divine waters. Bo Yitzhao was indeed dead. Moreover, he had been killed by Huanglong Zhenren right before his eyes. Su Chun felt a surge of regret. He had been too careless, failing to anticipate that Huanglong Zhenren would carry the sunlight divine water. After a brief moment of self-reproach, a wave of fury surged within him. If he could not even protect Bo Yitzhao, how could he hope to safeguard Yunxiao in the future? Su Chen's gaze returned to Huanglong Zhenren, who wore a smug expression. The sunlight divine water had been given to him by his master before descending the mountain, and he had not anticipated it would be used so swiftly. As Huanglong Zhenren sensed Su Chen's stare, he turned to look at him, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. I told you, you cannot protect him. And you, do you dare to oppose the Chan school? Just as Huanglong Zhenren's words trailed off, he suddenly realized that Su Chen's gaze was oddly unsettling. That icy glare felt as though it were scrutinizing a corpse, and Huanglong Zhenren felt as if he were plunging into an abyss of ice. Su Chun spoke slowly, since Bo Yitzhao is dead, you shall accompany him in death. Chapter 19. Outside the city of Chaogu, Su Chen's fury destroys the yellow dragon. The cold voice, coupled with Su Chen's lifeless gaze, sent a shiver down the spine of the yellow dragon. Truum An indescribable killing intent surged forth, leaving him reeling. Throughout his cultivation journey, the yellow dragon True Man had never before experienced such a sensation. The man before him exuded a suffocating pressure that was almost palpable. However, the yellow dragon True Man quickly regained his composure, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could it be that he, the yellow dragon True Man, was actually frightened by Su Chen? Fortunately, no one else had witnessed the earlier scene. Otherwise, his illustrious reputation would be tarnished by Su Chen. Once he regained his calm, a hint of mockery crept into the yellow dragon True Man's gaze as he regarded Su Chen. If he had indeed been frightened moments ago, then the current Su Chen appeared nothing more than a jest in his eyes. Although he was the weakest among the 12 immortals of Yusu, he was still a Tai Golden Immortal. While he could not discern Su Chen's cultivation level, based on Su Chen's earlier display, he surmised that Su Chen was likely a Tai Golden Immortal as well, or perhaps even stronger, a Deluo Golden Immortal. But what of it? Even if Su Chen were a Deluo Golden Immortal, or even a quasi-saint, what did it matter? The Yellow Dragon True Man was a disciple of the Yuan Shi, a servant of the saint. The mere mention of the saint's name carried immense weight. He could stand before Su Chen and kill him without fear. Who among the vast wilderness would dare to claim they could slay a disciple of a saint and provoke the ire of such a figure? Let alone that of a disciple of the Chan teaching, which had so few members. With his composure restored, the Yellow Dragon True Man felt emboldened, even a bit irate. Who did this man think he was? Daring to act so brazenly before him? Did he truly believe the Yellow Dragon was easy prey? As anger began to simmer in his eyes, he looked at Su Chen and scoffed. Accompanying him in death? You certainly speak with unbridled audacity. Setting aside whether you could kill me, would you even dare to attempt it? The Yellow Dragon True Man felt no fear towards Su Chen. After all, Bo Yichao was already dead. No matter how one looked at it, Bo Yichao had perished outside the city of Chaogu, providing Shi Qi with a reason to wage war against the Shang dynasty. The mission assigned to him by his master had been successfully fulfilled. All that remained was for him to return to Yusu Palace and take credit for his accomplishment. Yet, as soon as the Yellow Dragon True Man finished speaking, the murderous intent in Su Chen's eyes intensified. The death of Bo Yichao had imparted a harsh lesson to Su Chen. Following the activation of the system, although he felt a sense of crisis, he remained largely confident. After all, he was well versed in several matters concerning the Fengshen and had the system at his side. Altering the course of the Fengshen and protecting his wife, Yun Xiao, should pose no insurmountable challenge. Just moments ago, Bo Yikao could have easily survived, had he been able to simulate the aura of the Hunyuan Deluo with the Hongling seal. He could have frightened the yellow dragon away. However, his moment of hesitation and lack of foresight had led to Bo Yikao's demise. With Bo Yikao's death, Su Chun felt an increased sense of urgency. If he could not protect Bo Yikao today, how could he hope to safeguard Yun Xiao in the future? If he was incapable of dealing with a mere yellow dragon true man, how could he face the 4 saints and 3 teachings? The yellow dragon true man must die. A golden light erupted from Su Chen's right hand, coalescing into a talisman inscribed with profound symbols, the slaying immortal talisman he had just acquired. At that moment, the murderous intent in Su Chen's eyes reached its zenith. With a wave of his hand, the slaying immortal talisman surged forth towards the yellow dragon true and as the talisman approached, golden flames danced upon its surface. Once it ignited completely, a golden blade shot forth towards the yellow dragon true man. Witnessing the impending attack, the yellow dragon true man was taken aback. He could hardly believe that Su Chen dared to strike at him. Had this man lost his mind? Did he not realize he was facing the yellow dragon true man of the Chan teaching? However, despite his shock, the yellow dragon true man was not so foolish as to stand idle and await his demise. He quickly formed a seal, channeling all his power as a Tai Golden Immortal. A golden barrier of magical energy materialized before him, ready to absorb the blow. Once he withstood this attack, he would settle the score with Su Chen. Yet, what transpired next caused the yellow dragon true man's pupils to contract in horror. In his astonished gaze, the barrier he had summoned with all his strength crumbled before the golden blade, offering no resistance whatsoever. The slaying immortal talisman was designed to be lethal to any foe below the Deluo golden immortal level, and it was no idle threat. In an instant, the yellow dragon true man's defenses were obliterated. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced his chest, and golden threads began to spread from the wound to his limbs, swiftly draining his vitality. The yellow dragon true man glanced down at the blade embedded in his heart, then looked up at Su Chen, his eyes wide with disbelief. You dare to kill me?" The yellow dragon true man stammered in disbelief. Was he not supposed to return to Yusu Palace to claim his reward? How could he possibly die here? Yet, in response to the yellow dragon true man's incredulity, Su Chun merely replied with an indifferent scoff. "Such a long-winded preamble. What of it if I kill you?" These words became the final utterance the yellow dragon true man would ever hear. In that moment, he was filled with regret. Who could have imagined that a task entrusted to him by Yuan Shi would ultimately cost him his life? With a thud, the yellow dragon true man's lifeless body fell backward, and from his corpse, a streak of golden light shot forth. Following the demise of Maitreya of the Western teachings, bygone of the Shang dynasty, and Bo Yikao of Shiqi, the yellow dragon true man of the Chan teaching became the 4th soul to depart from the Fengshen list. Yu Chan cast a glance at the lifeless form of the yellow dragon true man, his expression emotionless as he stepped forward. With a flick of his hand, his magical energy surged, reducing the yellow dragon true man's body to ashes. Then, Su Chun inquired inwardly, "System, can Yuan Shi deduce that I was responsible for the death of the yellow dragon true man?" It was in his best interest for his identity to remain concealed for as long as possible. Under the protection of the system, the host would not be subject to any deductions. Moreover, the system responded, "Currently, the wilderness is engulfed in the Fengshen tribulation. The heavenly secrets are obscured and cannot be deduced." Hearing the system's responses, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle wryly. How could he have forgotten about the Fengshen tribulation? In light of this, Yuan Shi would not learn of his involvement in the yellow dragon true man's death for the foreseeable future. However, there was still one other person present. Su Chen lifted his gaze and spoke with a calm demeanor. "Having observed for so long, do you not intend to reveal yourself?" Chapter 20. Do not recklessly forge connections. "Who are you, brother-in-law?" As these words echoed, the distant space rippled, and a graceful figure emerged before Su Chen. The woman, petite in stature and clad in a flowing green gown, regarded Su Chen with a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment in her expressive eyes. "Did you already know I was here?" Bai Xiao asked, her face a mask of intrigue. Initially, she had intended to follow the Yellow Dragon True Man to discern his true intentions, but she had not anticipated witnessing the entirety of Su Chen's confrontation with the Yellow Dragon True Man. This revelation left Bai Xiao utterly astonished. As a disciple of the Jie teaching, although she harbored disdain for the Yellow Dragon True Man, she would never have dared to kill him. The Chan teaching was far more formidable than her own. In the Jie teaching, with countless immortals in attendance, some disciples might even be forgotten by the likes of Tong Tian, and the occasional casualty might go unnoticed. However, the Chan teaching was different. Yuan Shi was meticulous in selecting his disciples based on their lineage and talents. Since the Chan teaching's inception, the prominent figures it could boast of were few, including the 12 immortals of Yusu. Even if the Yellow Dragon True Man was the weakest among them, he was still one of the 12 immortals. With his demise, Yuan Shi would undoubtedly seek retribution. Yet, Su Chen had brazenly slain him. Beyond Su Chen's audacity, his cultivation level was also a mystery to Bai Xiao. Based on the fluctuations of magical energy emanating from him, she estimated his level to be around that of a golden immortal. Yet, this golden immortal managed to effortlessly slay the Yellow Dragon True Man. A Tai-E golden immortal, while being aware of her presence. The figure before her piqued Bai Xiao's curiosity to an extraordinary degree. As she scrutinized Su Chen, he, too, was assessing her. The features unmistakably belonged to Bai Xiao. For a moment, Su Chen felt a wave of exasperation. He had merely intended to test the waters, uncertain if Bai Xiao had truly witnessed the entire event. After all, a considerable amount of time had passed since he activated the system. Yet, in his attempt to gauge her, he had inadvertently drawn her out into the open. This complicated matters. If the matter of the Yellow Dragon True Man's death were to be known, it would be best if no one else were aware. If someone had indeed witnessed it, the optimal course would be to eliminate any witnesses. After all, only the dead could keep secrets. Yet, therein lay the dilemma. This was Bai Xiao, his sister-in-law. Was it truly feasible to silence her? Certainly, that is out of the question. In such circumstances, one can only resort to a bit of verbal persuasion to ensure that Bi Xiao keeps my secrets. As Su Chen pondered his strategies, Bi Xiao found herself increasingly impatient. After summoning her, this person stood there in silence, leaving her to wonder what he meant by this behavior. Bi Xiao furrowed her delicate brows, her eyes reflecting a growing displeasure as she coldly inquired. "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Who are you, and how do you know I am here?" Bi Xiao's words finally jolted Su Chen from his deep contemplation. He looked at her, his brow knitting together. "Who am I? I am Su Chen. I am your brother-in-law." This latter declaration struck Bi Xiao's ears like a thunderclap. Brother-in-law? Yet, she quickly regained her composure, her charming face now laced with a hint of frost. "So it's you." "Su Chen, don't overstep your bounds. If you continue to speak recklessly, do not blame me for being impolite. With only two sisters, Zhong Xiao and Yun Xiao, where could this so-called brother-in-law possibly come from? Furthermore, she had not even registered for anything yet. How could Su Chen claim to know who she was? However, Su Chen had no time to waste in idle banter with Bi Xiao. With the death of Huang Long Zhenren, it was unwise to linger in this place. He spoke earnestly. "Bi Xiao, if you wish to know whether I am indeed your brother-in-law, just ask Yun Xiao when you return to Sanxian Island." Upon hearing Yun Xiao's name, Bi Xiao's expression turned incredulous. If it were Qiong Xiao, there might be a semblance of possibility, but how could the eldest sister possibly have a partner? Bi Xiao fixed her gaze on Su Chen, her anger palpable. "Stop spouting nonsense. My elder sister and second sister have always remained at Sanxian Island. If you truly are who you claim, then how?" Suddenly, her words faltered as a realization struck her. Was it not true that her elder sister had recently ventured out? Could it be that Su Chen was indeed her elder sister's partner? If not, how would he know her name? She had never encountered him before. The thought that her elder sister could find a partner during a brief excursion seemed absurd, especially since she had never mentioned it. Yet, Su Chen was not inclined to squander time on this topic. "I did not summon you to discuss this matter. You witnessed what transpired earlier, yes? This is something only you and I can know. We cannot let a third party find out. You understand? If Bi Xiao could keep this secret, he would be able to remain concealed for a while longer. Listening to Su Chun, Bi Xiao first nodded before shaking her head, leaving him bewildered. What did this signify? Bi Xiao pressed further. Are you truly my elder sister's partner? Su Chen was at a loss for words, his brow furrowing with frustration. Why was she still fixated on this issue? You could simply ask your elder sister, and you would know I am currently discussing Huanglong Zhenren's affairs with you. It seemed that Bi Xiao was either slow to react or intentionally provoking him. At last, she seemed to take him seriously. After all, this was a matter that could not be verified until she returned to Sanxian Island. Bi Xiao regarded Su Chen with earnestness. What you mean to say is that I should not disclose the matter of your slaying Huanglong Zhenren to anyone? Correct? Su Chen nodded, relieved that Bi Xiao had finally returned to the crux of the matter. However, after he nodded, Bi Xiao enunciated each word carefully. On what grounds? The 3 words ignited a fire of indignation within Su Chen. Were it not for the fact that she was his sister-in-law, he would, but before he could voice his thoughts, Bi Xiao continued. If you want me to keep this secret, you must tell me your cultivation level and your master. What kind of treasure did you use to slay Huanglong Zhenren? For Bi Xiao, there were far too many secrets surrounding Su Chen. With a triumphant smile, Bi Xiao raised her crimson lips, relishing the opportunity to leverage her position. Yet, to her surprise, Su Chen showed no sign of yielding, speaking calmly. If you refuse to help me keep this secret, it is of no consequence. If I recall correctly, the Qingqing Saint has decreed that the disciples of the must remain within the mountain gates and refrain from engaging in worldly matters. So why are you here in Chaoga? If I were to inform the Qingqing Saint or your elder sisters that you sneaked out, it would not bode well for you. Upon hearing this, Bi Xiao froze in place, her earlier smugness evaporating, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she pointed a trembling finger at Su Chen, stammering, You? Yet, she could not find the words to continue. In truth, even without Su Chen's intervention, Bi Xiao had never intended to broadcast the death of Huanglong Zhenren. After all, he was one of the 12 immortals of Yushu, and Bi Xiao was more than pleased to see him gone. Moreover, if she were to divulge this matter, it would expose her own indiscretion in sneaking out. However, Su Chen's sudden assertion had sparked an idea in Bi Xiao's mind, prompting her to use it as leverage to extract some information from him. After all, she was deeply curious about this person who dared to slay Huanglong Zhenren and claimed to be her brother-in-law. Furthermore, she had completely missed his presence until now. It dawned on her that Su Chen had likely accompanied Huanglong Zhenren to this place. And during this journey, he may have discovered her first, a thought that irked Bi Xiao immensely. She had initially believed that she could use the incident with Huanglong Zhenren to gain the upper hand over Su Chen, only to find herself outmaneuvered. Seeing the expression on Bi Xiao's face, Su Chen remarked, What is it? Did I say something incorrect? Or are you not concerned about your actions being discovered by your master and elder sisters? How ridiculous. Could he really be threatened by Bi Xiao? Observing Su Chen's demeanor, one of complete confidence, Bi Xiao felt a surge of anger bubbling inside her. Yet, the truth remained that she was indeed afraid of her actions being revealed to her master and others. This was a blatant violation of her master's orders. Noticing Bi Xiao's silence, Su Chen continued, Since I have not misspoken, let us leave it at that. I shall take my leave now. You should hurry back as well. Today, let us pretend that neither of us has ever been here, nor seen Huanglong Zhenren. Regardless of the circumstances, the longer the news of Huanglong Zhenren's death remained undisclosed, the better it would be. With that, Su Chen did not allow Bi Xiao time to respond and vanished into the space of the Xinling mirror. As Su Chen suddenly disappeared, Bi Xiao quickly regained her senses. She released her divine consciousness to probe the surroundings, but there was no trace of Su Chen to be found. This fellow is remarkably swift. Even without discussing Huanglong Zhenren, could they not converse about anything else? And what was this matter of him being her brother-in-law? Was he truly her sister's spouse? Bi Xiao stood in place, pondering for an extended period, yet nothing came to mind. This Su Chen, the mere thought of him made Bi Xiao's teeth clench in frustration. The next time they met, she would certainly have to settle the score with him. For now, it was best to return to Sanxian Island. Having snuck out this time, she ought to return before her elder sisters found out, or things would take a turn for the worse. With a swift motion, Bi Xiao soared towards Sanxian Island and the realm of the Xinling Mirror. Su Chan was reflecting on the recent events. Originally, he had come to Chaoga to observe the unfolding of the Fengshen event after revealing to Nuwa the plot of Mithraea to deceive Dijin. However, the occurrences in Chaoga had taken him by surprise. Though he had slain Huanglong Zhenren, he had failed to prevent the death of Bo Yikao. Huanglong Zhenren had already committed numerous acts of violence in Chaoga, instilling panic among the officials of the Shang dynasty. In such a scenario, even if some were aware that these deeds were not orchestrated by Dijin, as long as others believed otherwise, the blame would inevitably fall upon him. Furthermore, with Bo Yikao's death, the situation had escalated even further. Su Chan understood that even if he went to Shiqi to explain the truth of Bo Yikao's demise to the Shibo Marquis Ji Chong, he would likely not be believed. The rumors circulating in Chaoga, coupled with Bo Yikao's death, perfectly advanced the progression of the Fengshen calamity. Su Chan was certain that before long, Jiang Ziya would raise an army against the Shang dynasty under the banner of Shiqi. Since Jiang Ziya's rebellion against the Shang was now unavoidable, Su Chan would have to seek alternative approaches. He began to meticulously recall his understanding of the Fengshen event. In his perception, the reason Jiang Ziya could advance triumphantly toward Chaoga was due to several formidable generals under his command, alongside the support of Yuanshi, Laozi, and the two saints of the West. Currently, he could not engage with Yuanshi, Laozi, or the Western saints, so he would have to consider other options. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up in Su Chen's mind. He had formulated his next plan. During the conflict between Jiang Ziya and the Shang dynasty, the disciples of the 12 immortals of Yushu played a significant role. Figures such as Neza, Yang Jian, and Lei Zhenzi, along with Tu Xing Sun, were all formidable generals under Jiang Ziya's command. However, the assault on Shang has yet to commence, suggesting that the disciples of the 12 immortals of Yushu have not yet been fully recruited. If I were to preemptively gather disciples, might it not influence Jiang Ziya's quest for deification? Imagine, when Jiang Ziya mobilizes against Zhou, he discovers that those who should have served him have all joined the side of the Shang dynasty. The very thought of his expression is rather amusing, is it not? Moreover, the 12 immortals recruit their disciples in part to navigate their own impending calamities. If I could intercept this process, it could also affect the 12 immortals. Although such actions might seem unfair to the Chan teaching, there is little choice. As my wife is Yun Xiao, to safeguard both her and myself, Su Chan must resort to all means possible. Time is of the essence. After all, I am unaware of which disciples the 12 immortals have recruited by this moment. After a brief contemplation, Su Chan devised a plan. While I am uncertain whether the likes of Yuding Zhenren or Guang Chengzi have taken on disciples, I can be certain that Tai Zhenren has not yet begun his recruitment. It is known that Yin Shenyang carried Neza for 3 years and 6 months before giving birth. At this moment, Neza has not yet been born. Stepping out from the space of the Xinling mirror, Su Chan oriented himself and made his way directly to Chentang Pass. Apologies, Tai Zhenren, but it seems I must begin my disciple recruitment from infancy. Once I have managed the matter of disciples, I shall return to the Hongming Creation Tower for further seclusion, allowing me to break through to the status of Tai Yi Golden Immortal, while also evading the turmoil surrounding the death of Huanglong Zhenren. For millions of years, no one among the 12 immortals of Yushu has perished, yet with the onset of this deification calamity, Huanglong Zhenren has already met his fate. One can only wonder how the primordial one will react upon learning this. Chapter 22. A breath of fresh air on Sanxian Island. A streak of light darted from the distance. Bai Xiao returned to the island, stealthily making her way towards her cave dwelling. Having only snuck out for 3 days, her elder sisters should not have noticed her absence. Upon entering the cave, she was taken aback by the scene before her. She stood frozen, as if turned to stone. The futon where her elder sisters had sat in meditation was now empty. This spells trouble. When did her elder sisters awaken? What kind of luck is this? She had only been gone for 3 days, and yet she was discovered. Typically, her elder sisters would meditate for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. However, being a habitual offender, Bai Xiao quickly regained her composure. Until the very last moment, there remained hope. It was unclear when her elder sisters had awakened, but what if they had just done so? She could easily claim she had merely gone out for some fresh air. With this thought in mind, Bai Xiao feigned innocence and returned to her own futon. Just as she settled down, A cold voice pierced the air. Back already? Following the sound, Bai Xiao looked towards the entrance to see her second sister, Qiong Xiao, regarding her with a frosty demeanor. Bai Xiao managed a slight smile. Second sister, I was just taking a stroll around the island for some fresh air.as. Bai Xiao reveled in her clever excuse. Qiong Xiao retorted, Himph, is that so? A stroll around Sanxian Island for 3 days? Little sister, your fresh air break seems a bit prolonged. Bai Xiao's smile gradually faded. What do you mean 3 days? Clinging to her last shred of hope, she protested. Yet, Qiong Xiao's icy tone cut through. Still pretending? Let me tell you, the moment you stepped out, elder sister already noticed. As misfortune would have it, Bai Xiao's sneaky escapade coincided with her elder sister's unusual state of unrest caused by the deification calamity, preventing them from entering true meditation. Thus, it was no surprise that her absence was quickly uncovered. Feeling deflated, Bai Xiao stepped forward, grasping Qiong Xiao's arm, and pleaded, Second sister, I merely went out for a bit of fun. If you don't mention it, elder sister won't find out. As she spoke, a thought struck her, and she added, Second sister, do you know what I encountered during my outing? What? Qiong Xiao instinctively replied. Bai Xiao glanced around before leaning in close to whisper. Next moment, Qiong Xiao's pupils dilated in shock, and she exclaimed, What? Huanglong Zhenren has been killed. One of the 12 immortals of Yushu has been slain? Who dares to attack a saint's disciple in the wilderness? Immediately, Bai Xiao clasped Qiong Xiao's mouth, signaling for silence. Keep your voice down. This is not something to be shared lightly. Gradually, Qiong Xiao calmed down, her expression returning to normal. So this is the deification calamity, where even a saint's disciple can perish. It seems there is reason behind our master's directive for disciples to remain secluded and refrain from meddling in worldly affairs. At this realization, Qiong Xiao's expression turned icy once more as her gaze fixed on Bai Xiao. But how does Huanglong Zhenren's death relate to your sneaky escapade? If disciples of the Chan teaching can fall, how dare you wander off? Listening to Qiong Xiao's reprimand left Bai Xiao speechless. Why was her second sister not the least bit curious about Huanglong Zhenren's death? Second sister, do you not wish to know who killed Huanglong Zhenren? Not particularly. Stay out of the Chan teaching's affairs, Qiong Xiao replied flatly. Qiong Xiao's response made Bai Xiao feel as though she had struck a pillow with a punch. Refusing to be dissuaded, Bai Xiao boldly declared, This is no longer merely a matter of the Chan teaching. Do you know that the one who killed Huanglong Zhenren claims to be my brother-in-law? At that moment, Bai Xiao cast aside all prior promises of secrecy made to Su Chun. The calm demeanor of Qiong Xiao transformed upon hearing Bai Xiao's revelation, her expression shifting to one of agitation. With a mixture of anger and disbelief, Qiong Xiao seized Bai Xiao by the ear. Little sister, stop spreading rumors. I have remained on Sanxian Island. Where would a partner come from? Bai Xiao winced in pain, stepping back with a look of grievance. What are you thinking, second sister? I have more than one sister. Her words sparked a realization in Qiong Xiao, her eyes widening in shock. Yun Xiao? Qiong Xiao's reaction finally brought a hint of satisfaction to Bai Xiao. Don't spout nonsense. If elder sister had found a partner, would she not have told me? That reasoning seemed rather implausible. Bai Xiao nodded in agreement. I think so too. That person dared to tarnish elder sister's reputation. Next time, I will definitely. Where is elder sister? As Bai Xiao spoke, she realized that despite being back for some time, she had yet to see Yun Xiao. Qiong Xiao paused, her voice low. Elder sister mentioned she sensed a breakthrough approaching and has retreated to another cave for seclusion. With that, it became impossible to verify the truth of Su Chen's claims. Suddenly, Bai Xiao seemed to recall something and spoke in a hushed tone. Second sister, have you noticed that elder sister has been acting strangely since her return? In response, Qiong Xiao's expression turned cold. Why concern yourself with such matters? Hurry up and enter seclusion to cultivate. We will discuss everything once elder sister emerges. If you dare to sneak off again, you shall face the consequences. Although Bai Xiao wished to voice more, having finally shifted her second sister's focus, she had no choice but to comply for the time being. Meanwhile, Qiong Xiao contemplated the direction of Yun Xiao's seclusion. A bizarre thought creeping into her mind. Yun Xiao's return seemed rather unusual. Could it be that during her previous outing, Yun Xiao truly found a partner? While unspoken, Both Jiang Xiao and Bai Xiao felt a flicker of doubt arise within their hearts. Yet, the truth could only be confirmed once Yun Xiao emerged from her seclusion. On the other side, within the Yushu Palace, Yuan Shi slowly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion evident within them. Why was there an unsettling feeling gnawing at him? As a saint, such sensations must indicate that something unfortunate was about to transpire. Could it be that something was amiss within the Chan teaching? Huanglong Zhenren. Suddenly, Yuan Shi recalled Huanglong Zhenren. Logically, he had dispatched Huanglong Zhenren to Chaoga several days prior, and he should have returned by now. Why had he not shown any signs of life? Could something have happened to Huanglong Zhenren? Yet, as his disciple, accompanied by the sunlight divine water, surely he would not encounter any troubles. In this wilderness, who would dare lay a hand on a disciple of Yuan Shi? As Yuan Shi pondered, a voice rang out from outside the Yushu Palace. Disciple Jiang Ziya seeks an audience with the Master. Chapter 23. Master, Huanglong has made the list. Hearing the voice from outside, Yuan Shi did not hesitate and responded. Entered. A moment later, Jiang Ziya entered the Jade Void Palace and approached Yuan Shi, his face betraying an unmistakable gleam of joy. Observing Jiang Ziya's elation, Yuan Shi couldn't help but inquire in a solemn tone. Did I not instruct you to prepare for the campaign against the Shang? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ziya nodded affirmatively. After receiving the decree of the investiture of the gods, I dedicated myself to observing the fortunes of the Shang day and night, awaiting the opportune moment to act. Recently, I have discerned a decline in the Shang's fortunes. Through my investigations, I have uncovered the tyrannical and unprincipled nature of Dxin, who has cruelly executed loyal ministers and persecuted Bo Yikao. The son of Ji Chang of the West. I believe we can leverage this situation to incite the West to rebel against the Shang. What does my esteemed master think? The more Jiang Ziya spoke, the more his excitement grew. Once he successfully incited the West to rise against Shang, he could ensure that the disciples of the were duly recognized on the investiture list, marking a monumental achievement. Listening to Jiang Ziya, Yuan Shi realized that the task entrusted to the heavenly dragon had been successfully completed. Indeed, such matters required his own intervention. Waiting for the Western teachings would only prolong the process. Yuan Shi nodded gently and replied, Very well. In that case, you shall set forth for the West. Once Guangchengzi and the others have completed their discipleship, they will aid you in the campaign against the Shang. Additionally, you must keep a close watch on Shen Gongbao. Do not let him perceive any clues. It is imperative that he becomes dissatisfied and travels to Chaoga, opposing you. Merely Jiang Ziya's efforts against the Shang will not suffice, especially since the disciples of the have sealed their mountain gates, remaining within their own sanctuaries. At that time, a designated individual will need to frequently visit the disciples' sanctuaries to inform them of the situation regarding the Shang, prompting them to emerge. Naturally, that person must be Shen Gongbao. After Yuan Shi spoke, Jiang Ziya immediately nodded in agreement. Of course, esteemed master, you need not worry. This matter requires no further prompting from you. Shen Gongbao and I have always been at odds. Once I inform him of the investiture of the gods, he will undoubtedly feel discontented. Traveling to Chaoga will be quite straightforward. Very well, you may begin your preparations. Yuan Shi waved his hand, signaling Jiang Ziya to depart. Jiang Ziya turned and left the Jade Void Palace, unable to restrain his exuberance any longer, bursting into laughter. Once he accomplished the investiture, his status within the would rival that of the 12 immortals of the Jade Void. This was indeed an opportunity for his ascendance. In his contemplation, Jiang Ziya could not help but retrieve the investiture list. The names of the illustrious disciples among the second generation of the, such as Sanshao, Duobao, and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, flashed through his mind. What did it matter if their cultivation surpassed his? It would not be long before their souls were inscribed upon the investiture list. As he mused, Jiang Ziya instinctively unfurled the list, envisioning the blank spaces as a canvas for his future achievements. However, as he gazed upon it, his expression abruptly froze, and his pupils contracted in shock. His eyes were fixed upon the investiture list, which, as the calamity of the investiture had just commenced, bore few names. The first was Maitreya from the Western teachings, followed by Baigon of the Shang, and then Bo Yikao of the West. The inclusion of these three posed no concern for Jiang Ziya, but the fourth name sent him into a frenzy. It was the unmistakable inscription of Huanglong Zhenren. Why was Huanglong Zhenren also on the list? After a brief moment of shock, Jiang Ziya swiftly turned and raced back to the Jade Void Palace. This matter required immediate communication with his master. Bursting into the palace, he shouted, "Master, Master, something grave has occurred." Yet as he began to speak, he was met with Yuan Shi's icy gaze, rendering him momentarily speechless. Yuan Shi regarded Jiang Ziya with a hint of coldness in his eyes. He had been contemplating the matter of Huanglong Zhenren. Since the task he assigned to Huanglong Zhenren had been completed, why had the latter not returned? At this moment, Jiang Ziya's reckless intrusion only added to Yuan Shi's displeasure. He coldly remarked, "Since when has this Jade Void Palace become a place you can enter and exit at will?" Realizing the gravity of Yuan Shi's words, Jiang Ziya immediately retreated outside the palace. Bowing in respect and stating, "Disciple Jiang Ziya seeks an audience with my master." After a lengthy pause, Yuan Shi's voice finally resounded from within the palace, granting him permission to re-enter. Upon stepping back inside, Jiang Ziya noticed that Yuan Shi's expression remained grim. He dared not utter a word, keeping his head bowed in anticipation of his master's words. After a moment, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Jiang Ziya lifted his gaze and met Yuan Shi's penetrating stare. In that silent exchange, neither spoke. Jiang Ziya felt a surge of anxiety. He longed to broach the subject of Huanglong Zhenren, but hesitated to do so. After a spell, Yuan Shi's gaze turned increasingly frigid, and he ground his teeth in frustration. "Jiang Ziya, how long do you intend to linger here? Speak swiftly." Initially, Jiang Ziya had expressed a desire to speak, yet upon entering, he had said nothing. Were it not for his status as a disciple of the and the vital mission he bore, Yuan Shi would have certainly disciplined him. Only after Yuan Shi's admonition did Jiang Ziya react, exclaiming, "Master, Huanglong Zhenren is on the investiture list." Having taken a moment to compose himself, Jiang Ziya's initial shock had subsided significantly. However, upon hearing this news, Yuan Shi's pupils instantly contracted, and an overwhelming force radiated from him. Under this pressure, Jiang Ziya fell to his knees, his face contorted in agony. "What did you say?" Yuan Shi's voice escalated to a thunderous roar. Jiang Ziya, gritting his teeth against the pain, struggled to present the investiture list. Stammering, "Disciple does not know how this came to be. Huanglong Zhenren has already ascended the investiture list." Chapter 24. Such trivial matters warrant my attention. As soon as the words left his lips, Yuan Shi snatched the investiture list from Jiang Ziya's hands. Opening it, he immediately spotted Huanglong Zhenren's name. Following a brief moment of stillness, Yuan Shi's eyes widened in fury, and he bellowed, Who has slain my disciple of the..." Yuan Shi's gaze bore down on Huanglong Zhenren's name, his grip tightening around the investiture list until the veins in his hands bulged, his entire being on the brink of eruption. No wonder he had felt a sense of unease. The issue stemmed from Huanglong Zhenren's predicament. However, the notion of Huanglong Zhenren being inscribed upon the investiture list was utterly unacceptable to Yuan Shi. It was essential to understand that the calamity of the investiture had only just begun, and the implications of those inscribed went far beyond a mere listing. Should a disciple of the appear on the list, it would inevitably lead to a corresponding decline in their fortunes. Now that Huanglong Zhenren was on the list, it symbolized not merely the loss of a disciple but an indication that the fortunes of the had already begun to wane during this investiture calamity. In that moment, Yuan Shi felt like a fool. Here he was, scheming to elevate the disciples onto the list, yet now, before any of his disciples had even been recognized, Huanglong Zhenren of his had already made the list, and he remained oblivious to who had committed this act. Yuan Shi's right hand began to calculate, attempting to deduce the circumstances surrounding Huanglong Zhenren's fate. Whoever has slain my disciple will undoubtedly pay a price. Seeing Yuan Shi commence his calculations, Jiang Ziya remained silent, acutely aware that his master was in a state of rage. Any misstep could incite Yuan Shi's fury, so he resolved to remain quietly in place. Yet soon, Yuan Shi's expression grew increasingly grim, and he wore a self-deprecating smile. He had forgotten that under the current investiture calamity, the heavenly secrets were obscured, making any divination impossible. The more he contemplated, the more his anger intensified. who could have slain Huang Longzhenren. The task he had assigned Huang Longzhenren was to venture to the Shang. Although Huang Longzhenren ranked lowest among the 12 immortals of the Jade Void, he still possessed the stature of a Tai Golden Immortal. While he was the weakest among the 12, he was still a formidable figure in the vast wilderness. Moreover, who in the Shang could possibly have the strength to slay a Tai Golden Immortal? Even if such a person existed, they would need the audacity to confront Huang Longzhenren, who was well known as Yuan Shi's disciple. To slay Huang Longzhenren was to disregard Yuan Shi's saintly authority, a blatant provocation against his and his status as the sage of Jade purity. Such a person could not be allowed to live. If Yuan Shi could not uncover their identity, he would seek out a teacher. At this moment, Yuan Shi was also consumed by a fit of rage. He strode towards the entrance of Yusu Palace. Upon witnessing Yuan Shi's departure, Jiang Ziya could not help but inquire, "Master, what should I do? I cannot remain here indefinitely." After a considerable time, a golden light swept in from outside Yusu Palace. Jiang Ziya reached out to catch it. It was the Feng Shan Bang list of deities. Simultaneously, Yuan Shi's voice echoed across the horizon, "Prepare for your campaign against the Shang. Although the true man of the Yellow Dragon has perished, the campaign must proceed, lest we fail to send the disciples of Jie Jiao onto the list." After hearing Yuan Shi's words, Jiang Ziya put away the Feng Shan Bang and promptly set off for Shiqi.in the Zishao Palace. Hong Jun sat cross-legged on a mat, his eyes slightly closed, emanating an aura of profound mystery. Behind him seemed to linger the entirety of the heavenly Tao. Moments later, Hong Jun opened his eyes, and a glimmer of purple-golden light flickered within their depths. Once the Feng Shan calamity had passed, the heavenly Tao's suppression of the mortal realm would be fulfilled, and his own strength would further elevate. At that point, he might even strive toward becoming a saint of the great Tao. Just as Hong Jun indulged in this reverie, he sensed something amiss and turned his gaze toward the entrance of the Zishao Palace, his brow furrowing slightly. In the next instant, a figure stumbled in from outside the palace. "Master, master!" Yuan Shi rushed in, a look of desperation on his face. "Master, however, he could not finish his sentence, for he suddenly realized that Hong Jun's gaze upon him was chillingly cold. After locking eyes for several breaths, Yuan Shi seemed to recall something and comprehended the gravity of the situation. He instinctively took several steps back, retreating outside the Zishao Palace, and bowed respectfully before the front. "Disciple Yuan Shi seeks an audience with you." "Master," as he spoke, a bitter smile lingered on Yuan Shi's lips. In that moment, he finally understood Jiang Ziya's prior sentiments. Yet, there was nothing he could do. All he could do was wait, and wait he did. For an entire hour. Only after this span did a voice from within the Zishao Palace finally grant him permission. "Enter." Yuan Shi stepped into the palace, and Hong Jun regarded him with an impassive expression. Inquiring coolly, "What is it?" Yuan Shi took a deep breath and replied solemnly, "Master, the true man of the Yellow Dragon from my sect has fallen, his soul ascending to the Feng Shan Bang. I am unable to deduce the identity of the assailant and have come to seek your assistance." Yet, upon finishing his statement, he noticed Hong Jun's gaze growing even colder, a wave of panic washing over him. "What is happening?" he wondered. Then, he heard Hong Jun coldly respond, "I have already informed you that during the Feng Shan calamity, even the Deluo Jingxian and quasi-saints are at risk of demise. Life and death are dictated by personal karma and fate. If I were to intervene in every death of the beings of Hong Huang, would I not be overwhelmed with work?" This was already a rather mild way for Hong Jun to express himself. After all, he was the Tao ancestor. Why would he concern himself with the life and death of a second-generation disciple of the Chan sect? After stating this, Hong Jun added, "Should you come to the Zishao Palace for such matters again, you shall bear the consequences." The phrase "bear the consequences" made Hong Jun's stance abundantly clear, and Yuan Shi was thoroughly awakened to the reality of the situation. He had allowed himself to be blinded by the death of the true man of the Yellow Dragon. Reflecting on it now, he questioned what he had been thinking. How could he expect his master to concern himself with the affairs of the true man of the Yellow Dragon? It was I who was muddled. "I take my leave, master." With that, Yuan Shi turned and departed. Let the one who killed the true man of the Yellow Dragon roam free for a while longer. Once he discovered the identity of the assailant, he would surely exact his vengeance. Thus, the matter of the true man of the Yellow Dragon's death would remain unresolved for the time being. Meanwhile, Su Chun had arrived before Chun-Tang Pass. If his calculations were correct, at this moment, Madame Yin should have recently conceived Neza. Yet, standing before Chun-Tang Pass, Su Chun found himself in a quandary. His earlier idea of intercepting Tai Zhenren to take Neza as his disciple was indeed sound. However, the question remained, how would he go about taking Neza as his disciple? It was not something that could be accomplished with just a few words to Li Jing. As Su Chun pondered this dilemma, a notification sound from the system echoed in his ears, detected that the host has arrived at Chun-Tang Pass. Would you like to check in? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chun selected the option to check in. After training in the Hongming Creation Tower, he had come to a profound realization. Relying solely on time to accumulate and break through realms was ultimately too slow, to rapidly enhance his cultivation. He needed to leverage the rewards provided by the system's check-in feature. Thus, he could not afford to miss any opportunity to check in, as any given check-in might yield a reward to elevate his cultivation base. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in at Chun-Tang Pass. Reward: 1,000 years of cultivation. As the system's notification sounded, a pure essence of cultivation flowed into Su Chun's being. He felt a sense of exasperation. 1,000 years of cultivation was not particularly impressive. Could they not provide something like a magical artifact? But upon reflection, he thought it better to accept it. Even the smallest morsel was still sustenance. Moreover, coupled with the 5,000 years of cultivation he had gained from checking in with the true man of the Yellow Dragon. Once the matter with Neza was settled, returning to the Hongming Creation Tower for further training and breaking through to the Golden Immortal level to reach Tai Golden Immortal should not pose significant challenges. After completing the check-in at Chun-Tang Pass, Su Chun returned to his previous conundrum. How would he take Neza as his disciple? In his understanding, Tai Zhenren had long sought to take Neza as a disciple. When Neza was born, he was gifted 2 magical artifacts, the Hung Tianling and the Qian Kuan Circle, by Tai Zhenren. Currently, however, Su Chun possessed no noteworthy artifacts to present. Furthermore, Neza had yet to be born. As he contemplated this, a glimmer of inspiration sparked in Su Chun's mind. The fact that Neza had yet to be born might actually work to his advantage. Consequently, all he needed to do was win over Li Jing and his wife, persuading them to consent to Neza taking him as a master, thus resolving the matter. With this thought, Su Chun felt a surge of determination and proceeded towards the Li residence at Chun-Tang Pass. At this moment, within the Li household at Chun-Tang Pass, there was an atmosphere of joy permeating the premises. The reason was simple. Several days prior, Madame Yin had just conceived her 3rd child. This was undoubtedly a moment of great celebration for the Li family and the main hall. Li Jing looked on with concern at his wife. "My dear, you are with child. Let the servants handle these trivial matters." Despite being pregnant, Madame Yin carried on as usual. Observing her husband's worried demeanor, she replied dismissively, "What are you so flustered about? It's not as if I haven't been pregnant before. When I was expecting Jinjia and Mujia, there was nothing to worry about, was there? It's only 10 months. It will pass in the blink of an eye." Li Jing found himself momentarily speechless in response to his wife's reasoning. "You make a valid point, madam." Just as he was about to say something further, a servant entered the hall to report, "Sir, there is someone outside requesting an audience." Upon hearing this, Li Jing's expression faltered, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. Did the person mention their name? During Madame Yin's pregnancy, numerous individuals had come to present gifts, which had greatly displeased Li Jing. No, they only said they wished to see you. "Sir, refuse them." Upon hearing the servant's words, Li Jing instantly rejected the request. As the commander of Chun-Tang Pass, did he need to greet every visitor? That would overwhelm him with work. However, just as he finished speaking, a hearty laugh resonated from outside the hall. "General Li, Su, come uninvited. Hope for your understanding." As he spoke, Su Chun had already entered the hall. The servant, taken aback, hurriedly berated. "Who do you think you are? Did I grant you permission to enter?" Leave. No need for that. You may step aside," Li Jing suddenly interjected, dismissing the servant. His gaze then shifted to Su Chun. Clad in white, Su Chun appeared youthful yet exuded an aura of profound mystery. Though he had not done anything overtly impressive, he nonetheless instilled an inexplicable sense of pressure within Li Jing. This was a sensation Li Jing had never experienced before. Li Jing was no ordinary man. He had once been a disciple of the revered Dui Zhanren. Although his current cultivation was not particularly high, he possessed a discerning eye, recognizing Su Chen as a cultivator of considerable strength. Li Jing understood that he could not afford to be dismissive. Li Jing raised his hand in a respectful gesture, inquiring, "Might I ask where the immortal cultivator hails from, and what brings you to my humble abode?" Seeing Li Jing's respectful demeanor, Su Chen felt a sense of pride swelling within him. To ensure everything went smoothly, he had simulated his aura using the Hong Ling seal before entering, for he was uncertain whether his golden immortal cultivation would be enough to command respect from Li Jing. However, Su Chen did not answer Li Jing's question immediately. Instead, he opted to check in first. This time, he did not require a system prompt, as he had been anticipating it. "System, check in with Li Jing." Su Chen silently contemplated. Congratulations to the host for receiving a spirit transformation pill upon clocking in. He felt a wave of exasperation. If he recalled correctly, he had already obtained this spirit transformation pill during his initial clock-in. Its purpose was to elevate one from celestial immortal to profound immortal. This item was utterly useless to Su Chen at this moment, a mere token of insignificance. However, a sudden thought struck him. While he had no need for the pill himself, it could be of great benefit to Neza in the future, allowing him to swiftly advance in cultivation. It would be quite embarrassing if, at the time of accepting Neza as his disciple, he had no treasures, pills, or mystical techniques to present. For now, Su Chen could only take solace in this notion. Having received his reward, Su Chen did not respond to Li Jing's inquiry. Meanwhile, Li Jing's mind was swirling with confusion. What was the matter with this person? He came to the Li family and didn't he utter a single word. Even if his cultivation was formidable, such rudeness was unbecoming. Li Jing was no ordinary individual. After all, thus, he restrained his irritation and posed another question, "Taoist?" Upon hearing this, Su Chen finally stirred. He replied coolly, "My name is Su Chen, merely a wandering cultivator. I have come today regarding General Li's son." From the moment he stepped into the Li residence, Su Chen had already devised a plan on how to take Neza as his disciple. It was simple. Just 2 words. Deceive. He intended to persuade Li Jing and his wife to allow Neza to become his disciple. Su Chen's words immediately elicited a look of confusion from Li Jing. What could have happened to Jin Jia and Mu Jia? Both of his sons had already taken on masters. What could possibly be the issue? The next moment, Su Chen's expression turned grave as he glanced at Li Jing and pointed towards Yin Shenyang, enunciating each word. "I do not refer to Jin Jia or Mu Jia, but rather to the general's 3rd son. You may not yet be aware, but calamity is soon to befall the Li family." Chapter 26. Successful Deception. Apprentice reserved. Su Chen's statement caused both Li Jing and Yin Shenyang to change countenance dramatically, especially Yin Shenyang, whose gaze towards Su Chen was now tinged with displeasure. The implication of Su Chen's words was clear. The general's 3rd son would bring chaos to the Li family. Who could tolerate such an affront? Here they were, living peacefully at home, when suddenly an outsider proclaimed impending doom, particularly concerning an unborn child. Yin Shenyang's eyes were filled with cold disdain. She cared not whether Su Chen was a celestial being or not. Fortunately, Li Jing retained some rationality that he stepped forward, placing himself between Yin Shenyang and Su Chen, and spoke coldly. "What do you mean by this?" If Su Chen could not provide a satisfactory explanation, Li Jing would not hesitate to show him the door. Despite Su Chen's formidable presence, Li Jing would not be subjected to indignities. Li Jing and his wife's reactions were precisely what Su Chen had anticipated. He spoke leisurely. "I am but a wandering cultivator observing the heavens, and I see a solitary malevolent star descending upon the Li residence. I perceive that the general's 3rd son is the reincarnation of this solitary star, destined to be born at the hour of the dog, and will invoke a massacre of 1,700 souls. Should his birth go unchecked, it will undoubtedly lead to untold suffering." While Su Chen was well versed in the overarching narrative of the investiture of the gods, the specific details of the story had faded from his memory over time, especially since he had traversed into this world. Thus, he could only partially recite the original tale while inventing the rest. As long as he could deceive Li Jing, that was sufficient. In fact, the assertions he made were akin to those spoken by Tai Junren when he came to collect Neza. But for now, it was Su Chen's narrative. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, both Li Jing and Yin Shenyang's expressions darkened significantly, particularly Yin Shenyang, whose gaze could have pierced through steel. What mother could bear to hear such remarks about her child? Li Jing's demeanor turned icy as he declared, "Utter nonsense. The Li family does not welcome you. Please leave at once." Yet Su Chun remained unhurried, chuckling lightly. "Words alone hold no weight. I understand that these statements may not convince you. Allow me to add a few more details. The general's third son will not be born after the usual 10 months. Instead, Yin Madam will carry him for 3 years and 6 months before his birth." This proclamation left Li Jing and Yin Shenyang in a state of shock. A gestation period of 10 months was common knowledge. How could one possibly carry a child for 3 years and 6 months? Ignoring their astonishment, Su Chun continued, "Moreover, when the general's third son is born, he will be accompanied by a red silk ribbon and a golden hoop, which are instruments of destruction. Lastly, he will be able to walk, jump, and speak from the moment of his birth." These details were perfectly tailored to deceive Li Jing and his wife. Should the circumstances surrounding the birth of the general's third son differ in any way from what I have described 3.5 years hence, I will personally come to the general to offer my apologies and provide compensation. With that, Su Chen turned to leave. But Li Jing and his wife stood frozen in place, both wearing expressions of utter bewilderment. As Su Chen made to exit, Li Jing hesitated, then finally spoke, "Taoist, wait." The 3 assertions made by Su Chen, 3 years and 6 months of gestation, the accompanying red silk ribbon, and the ability to walk and speak at birth, sounded utterly ludicrous. Yet, what if there was even a sliver of truth to it? After all, Li Jing had been a disciple of Dui Zhenren and was somewhat familiar with the mysteries of the universe. Furthermore, why would a cultivator like Su Chen fabricate such absurdities? Although the likelihood of these events occurring was slim, what if they did? He needed to be prepared. Thus, Li Jing called out to Su Chen. This was precisely what Su Chen had anticipated. A faint smile crept onto his face as he turned away from Li Jing and his wife. He had wagered on Li Jing harboring a hint of doubt. To be honest, had Li Jing not called him back, Su Chen would have been at a loss for what to do next. "Taoist, do you have a solution?" Li Jing inquired as Su Chen feigned deep contemplation before slowly responding. "It is rather simple. If all 3 of my assertions come to pass, then I implore the general to dispose of anything his third son brings upon birth. The Chinquan circle and the Hunyuan silken ribbon must not be left for Neza. We must not give Tai Zhenren an opportunity. Moreover, the general already had Jin Jia and Mu Jia as sons. Since Jia represents the proper sound of heaven and earth, it would be prudent to name this third son Neza to quell any malevolence. Finally, I shall return to the Li residence after his birth to accept him as my disciple and guide him onto the righteous path." At last, Su Chen had articulated his true intention. If Li Jing agreed, Neza would indeed become his disciple. After all, the events surrounding Neza's birth were immutable. Having said his piece, Su Chen did not linger, departing without allowing Li Jing a chance to respond. Too many words can lead to misfortune, he thought. Let Li Jing ponder the implications of his words alone. Once outside the Li residence, Su Chen exhaled deeply, having felt immense tension within. After all, he had just successfully deceived Li Jing. Fortunately, he had navigated the situation without incident, and if all went according to plan, Neza would soon be his disciple. As for Tai Zhenren, he would have to seek another apprentice. With over 3 years until Neza's birth, he could not afford to waste time and resolved to enter the Hongming Creation Tower for cultivation. With the tower's temporal rules, he hoped to break through to the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal. Once he emerged from seclusion, he would take Neza as his disciple and then consider other clocking in opportunities. After all, Neza could likely be a source of rewards as well. With his mind made up, Su Chen entered the Hongming Creation Tower once more to resume his training. Meanwhile, in the Yushu Palace, Yuan Shi, having returned, found himself increasingly restless. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. The death of Huang Long Zhenren lay squarely at the feet of the 2 saints of the West. Chapter 27. Who was scheming against whom initially, the endeavor to vanquish the Shang was entrusted to the 2 saints of the West. It was only after the Western sects Maitreya, mishandled the situation that they reluctantly sent the true man of the Yellow Dragon to Chaoga. Now that the true man of the Yellow Dragon is deceased, this unfortunate outcome must undoubtedly be attributed to the two saints of the West. Since the perpetrator of the true man's murder remains elusive, it becomes imperative to reclaim some losses from the two saints of the West. After all, it would be unjust for the true man to have perished in vain. With the opportunity to attack the Shang now at hand, it is essential for Jiang Ziya to seek out some benefits for the Chan sect as soon as possible. After a moment of contemplation, the Primordial One made a firm decision, departing from the Jade Void Palace and heading towards Mount Shumi. Upon reaching Mount Shumi, a beam of spiritual light surged from outside the mountain and landed in the hands of Zhuanti, appearing to be a form of communication. After absorbing the information contained within the spiritual light, Zhuanti's expression shifted momentarily, then he turned to his companion, Jane, and spoke in a grave tone, "Brother, chaos has erupted in the mortal realm of the Shang." Yet Jane seemed oblivious to this, offering no response. Zhuanti continued, "It is said that the emperor of the Shang, Xin, has suddenly turned tyrannical, persecuting several ministers of the Shang and even executing the son of the Western Marquis, Ji Chong, known as Bo Yikao. The populace of the Shang is now seething with indignation, and unrest has already begun to manifest in certain regions. At this, Jane finally responded with a nonchalant remark, "What is there to be alarmed about? The Primordial One is after all a sage of the Jade Purity. He possesses sufficient means. It seems that soon, the Chan sect will take advantage of the situation to commence their assault on the Shang." This was precisely what Jane had anticipated. Though the Western sect had stumbled, the Chan sect would not easily relent. Zhuanti then added, "But the true man of the Yellow Dragon has been slain." Upon hearing this, Jane's eyes widened in shock, and he turned to Zhuanti, exclaiming, "What did you say?" "The true man of the Yellow Dragon is dead." Seeing Jane's intense reaction, Zhuanti nodded in bewilderment. "Indeed. However, we still do not know who is responsible for his death. Brother, who do you think could have killed the true man of the Yellow Dragon?" Jane shot Zhuanti a glare, coldly retorting, "Why do you concern yourself with such matters? The true man is dead, and we must leave Mount Shumi at once. If we delay, the Primordial One will arrive." These two statements left Zhuanti even more perplexed, his expression one of confusion. "Brother, why would the Primordial One come to Mount Shumi now that the true man is dead?" "The true man was not slain by our Western sect," Jane, feeling his temper rise, looked at his younger brother with irritation. "It is precisely because the true man was not killed by our Western sect that the Primordial One, unable to find the true murderer, will most likely attribute this misfortune to us. He will certainly seek to reclaim something from you if." As he spoke, Jane rose, preparing to depart. Observing his brother's impending exit, Zhuanti grew more bewildered. "Surely, this cannot be blamed on our Western sect, brother. Are you overthinking this?" Jane turned back, glaring at Zhuanti. "You have no idea how the Primordial One operates." Just as he was about to take a step, he halted, his expression darkening. "It seems he has arrived rather promptly." With that, Jane turned to Zhuanti, offering a few cautions. "Do not speak. I shall handle the conversation with the Primordial One. Who knows what trouble you might stir up?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a figure appeared before the two saints of the West, none other than the Primordial One himself. Upon seeing him, Zhuanti's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, ready to speak, but suddenly recalling his brother's earlier words, he fell silent. The Primordial One had indeed come. Jane regarded the Primordial One calmly, inquiring, "What brings you to Mount Shumi, my friend?" The Primordial One wasted no time with pleasantries. "The true man of the Yellow Dragon is dead." Upon hearing this declaration, Zhuanti feigned surprise, adopting a fade of shock. "Dear friend of Jade Purity, the trials of the divine ordination are inevitable. Do not take it too much to heart, Jane. I did not come here to listen to your idle chatter," the Primordial One interrupted, showing little patience for pleasantries. "The opportunity to attack the Shang has been seized by my Chan sect alone. Soon, Jiang Ziya will commence his campaign against the Shang. However, your Western sect must contribute something towards this divine ordination. Let us not forget that it was you and I who conspired together to confront the Jie sect." To which Jane, aware that it would be impossible to send the Primordial One away empty-handed, replied solemnly, "What do you have in mind?" The Primordial One had been waiting for this question. It is simple. Once the campaign against the Shang begins, my Chan sect will inevitably face the disciples of the Jie sect. Although the Jie sect has many disciples of varying abilities, there are still several formidable individuals among them, such as Duobao and the Golden Ling Mother, whose prowess is not to be underestimated. Therefore, before my Chan sect launches its assault on the Shang, could your Western sect devise a means to eliminate a few of these Jie sect disciples? Like Duobao and the Golden Ling Mother? The Primordial One had already formulated this plan on his journey here. If they did not eliminate figures like Duobao before the campaign began, even if the Chan sect emerged victorious, it could still be a narrow escape. Moreover, after the death of the true man of the Yellow Dragon, the Primordial One could not accept any further mishaps befalling the 12 immortals of the Jade Void. Thus, this challenging task would be left to the Western sect. Hearing this, Zhuan-Ti furrowed his brow, genuinely tempted to protest. But how? There are only a few strong disciples among the Jie sect. If your Western sect eliminates Duobao and the others, what will the Chan sect do? Zhuan-Ti turned to Jane, only to see a hint of hesitation on Jane's face, as if he were deep in thought. After a moment, Jane addressed the Primordial One. My Western sect can eliminate Duobao and a few others, but it will require a significant price. After these individuals are dealt with, the subsequent confrontations with the Jie sect will fall solely upon your Chan sect and the Ren sect. Would this arrangement suffice? Upon hearing this, the Primordial One nodded slightly. Once Duobao and the others are removed, the campaign against the Shang will pose little challenge, and thus the Western sect need not intervene. What strategy do you propose? The Primordial One inquired instinctively, as it would not be an easy task to act against Duobao and the other Jie sect disciples residing in their realm. Jane smiled lightly, responding, "It is quite simple. The Lingguang Immortal has a connection with my Western sect. I can persuade him to rebel against the Jie sect and assist in eliminating Duobao and the others." Chapter 28. The Defection of Lingguang. Su Chun emerges from seclusion, the Lingguang Immortal. After Jane's assertion, both the Primordial One and Zhuan-Ti gazed at him in astonishment. The Primordial One could not help but inquire, "You mean the long-eared Lingguang Immortal, one of the 7 servants of Tongtian?" "Indeed," Jane affirmed with a nod, confirming his reference to the long-eared Lingguang Immortal. "You believe you can convince the long-eared Lingguang Immortal to defect from the Jie sect?" The Primordial One looked at Jane, his eyes filled with doubt. After all, this was one of the 7 servants of Tongtian. Yet Jane feigned a mysterious chuckle. "In my earlier years, I had a fleeting encounter with the long-eared Lingguang Immortal. Even then, I sensed a connection between him and my Western sect. He merely lacked the right opportunity to join us. Now that the moment has arrived, it shall be a simple matter to persuade him to enter our fold." Although Jane provided this explanation, the Primordial One's gaze remained skeptical. What does this connection with the Western sect even mean? Yet his curiosity regarding how Jane planned to persuade the Lingguang Immortal to defect was overshadowed by his concern for Duobao and the others. The Primordial One spoke earnestly. "Even if you can convince the long-eared Lingguang Immortal to switch allegiances, he lacks the strength to match Duobao and the Golden Ling Mother. How then can he possibly eliminate them?" This was the crux of the Primordial One's concern. As he spoke, Zhuan-Ti also turned to Jane, equally curious about how his brother intended to leverage the Lingguang Immortal to vanquish the Jie sect disciples. After all, figures like Duobao and the Golden Ling Mother were no mere trifles. Under the scrutinizing gazes of Zhuan-Ti and the Primordial One, Jane calmly replied, "You may not be aware of this, but Tongtian possesses a treasure known as the Six Souls Banner." Upon hearing this, the Primordial One's eyelids twitched. He was well aware of the Six Souls Banner, a formidable artifact on par with his own heavenly sealing coffin. Could it be? The Primordial One felt he was beginning to grasp Jane's implication. Jane continued, "The Six Souls Banner possesses 6 tails. By inscribing the names of individuals on the banner's tails and paying homage to them with talismans morning and evening. Once the offerings are completed, one can shake the banner tails and, in an instant, cause the marked individuals to perish. The guardian of the Six Souls Banner is none other than the long-eared Lingguang Immortal." After Jane concluded his speech, his plan became utterly clear. All that was required was to induce the long-eared Lingguang Immortal to betray his faith and subsequently use the Soul Banner to eliminate the likes of Duobao and others. This scheme was indeed clever. However, as he pondered further, Yuanshi suddenly felt that something was amiss. It appeared he had fallen into Jane's elaborate trap. Initially, he believed that eliminating Duo Bao and his companions would require considerable effort and sacrifice from the Western sect. Yet now it seemed that the Western sect had not expended anything at all and could gain a long-eared Dingguang immortal for free. No wonder Jane had previously asked him if the Western sect would exclusively handle this matter while remaining uninvolved in everything else. It was all a ploy to ensnare him. Yuanshi scrutinized Jane, feeling as if he had been outmaneuvered. Yet, he found himself unable to argue, having already acquiesced to Jane's proposal. Very well, he thought, let it be for now. If he could dispose of Duo Bao and his ilk, the task of advancing the teachings of his own sect would become significantly easier. Coming to this conclusion, Yuanshi spoke directly. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you. My friend, Zhang Zia is likely to initiate the campaign against Shang within a few years. You must act swiftly. With that, Yuanshi made no further delay and turned to depart. Staying any longer might provoke him to act against Jane, who was truly a master of scheming. After watching Yuanshi leave, Jan turned back to Zhu Ti, a look of confusion crossing his features. He had been anticipating a few words of praise from his junior brother. Yet Zhu Ti remained utterly silent. Was the plan regarding the Dingguang immortal not commendable? Jane could not help but inquire, Junior brother, why do you not speak? Just as he finished his question, Zhu Ti shot him a glare. Were you not the one who forbade me from speaking earlier? Jane found himself at a loss for words. Brother, are we truly going to assist Yuanshi in eliminating Duo Bao and the others? If we do so, might not Tongtian go mad? Duo Bao and his companions are no ordinary disciples of the Jie sect. Yet Jian remained unfazed, responding coolly, and if Tongtian were to come knocking, what of it? Is there not Yuanshi and Laozi to contend with? As he spoke, a meaningful smile played at the corners of Jane's mouth. After devising his plan involving the long-eared Dingguang immortal, Jane found himself lacking an opportune moment to act. The Dingguang immortal resided on Golden Ao Island, and any rash approach would not escape Tongtian's perception. Thus, Jane was left to wait. Time swiftly passed, and over 2 years had elapsed. On this day, Jane finally discovered an opportunity. It seemed Tongtian was in seclusion. Seizing the moment, Jane immediately sent forth a fragment of his consciousness, making his way to Golden Ao Island. After evading Tongtian's awareness, Jane successfully arrived at the Dingguang immortal's cave abode. The Dingguang immortal seemed to sense something amiss, as his entire dwelling was enveloped in a layer of restrictions. Just as he prepared to call for assistance, a voice echoed in his ear. Long ear. As golden light burst forth, Jane's conscious projection appeared before the Dingguang immortal. The Dingguang immortal was taken aback and promptly bowed in greeting. I have seen the sage Jane. Jane wasted no time and got straight to the point, saying, Long ear, I once told you long ago that you have a connection with our Western sect. The time has come. If you join our Western sect, you may become the joyful Buddha of Dingguang. Given that this was Golden Ao Island, Jane dared not linger too long. The Dingguang immortal wore a puzzled expression. Joyful Buddha? Jane continued, Long ear. While serving the 7 immortals may sound appealing, in the end, you are merely a subordinate to Tongtian, far beneath the Jie sect disciples. But how are you any less than Duo Bao and the others? Now that the calamity of the Fengshen is upon us, and by heavenly decree, the Jie sect is on the brink of annihilation. I observe that you are fated to join our Western sect, hence I have come to assist you. If you wish to enter our Western sect, you must use the 6-soul banner to eliminate Duo Bao and his companions. Once you have succeeded, I shall personally welcome you into our Western sect. The opportunity is fleeting. Choose wisely between perishing alongside the Jie sect or joining our Western sect. After presenting his conditions, Jane vanished without allowing the Dingguang immortal a chance to respond. Jane understood that as long as the Dingguang immortal felt discontent with his current status, he would inevitably join the Western sect. After Jane's departure, the Dingguang immortal stood rooted in place for a long time, motionless. Gradually, a sense of resolve flickered within his bewildered gaze. Jane was right. How was he any less than Duo Bao and his ilk? Why should he merely be a subordinate, and even among the 7 immortals, hold a lower position than Wu Yun? In that moment, the Dingguang immortal made his choice. Drawing a deep breath, he waved his right hand. and the sixth soul banner appeared before him. Days passed in a certain location within the primordial wilderness. A formidable beam of spiritual energy shot skyward. Su Qian emerged from his seclusion. Chapter 29. Clocking in at Golden Ao Island. The nine-clawed golden dragon from within the beam of light. A figure slowly stepped forth. A powerful wave of spiritual energy surged outward. Moments later, the beam dissipated, and the spiritual fluctuations vanished. Su Qian gazed up at the sky, then glanced at himself, feeling a wave of emotion. Initially, he had intended to remain in the Hongming Creation Tower until Neza's birth, then recruit Neza as his disciple before contemplating his next steps. However, it seemed that there was still a bit of time before Neza's arrival. The reason for his early exit was simple. Su Qian had hit a bottleneck in his cultivation. Upon entering the Hongming Creation Tower and leveraging the cultivation gained from his previous encounters with Huang Long Zhenren and the checkpoint at Chenheng Pass, Su Qian had easily broken through the Golden Immortal bottleneck, reaching the Tai Golden Immortal level. However, he soon discovered that the previous issues regarding his foundation had resurfaced with even greater intensity. It is important to note that within the Hongming Creation Tower, time outside moves at a vastly different pace. One day outside equates to 1,000 years inside. During his nearly 3 years within the tower, that translated to almost 1,000,000 years of time. Yet, despite this extensive duration, Su Qian had not been able to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. He had remained stuck at the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal without any signs of advancement. This was a common predicament faced by practitioners in the primordial wilderness. When one's cultivation was low, certain realms could be surpassed simply through the accumulation of time and the growth of spiritual energy. However, as one's cultivation improved, time became the least useful factor. Breakthroughs in realms often required moments of enlightenment and related comprehension, and this was precisely what Su Qian lacked. Therefore, even if he were to remain in the Hongming Creation Tower longer, he would still be unable to achieve the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. Before Su Qian lay two potential paths to quickly attain the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. The first was to enhance his foundational support. The second was to directly rely on elixirs or magical treasures to elevate his cultivation. Both paths required the assistance of rewards from the system's checkpoints. Thus, Su Qian chose to exit his seclusion. However, with Neza's birth still some time away and having already visited Chenheng Pass, he could not afford to return there if he wished to obtain checkpoint rewards quickly and elevate his cultivation. So where to next? Should he visit the Three Immortals Island to see Yun Xiao? He wondered how she was faring. Yet, he quickly dismissed this option. He had previously vowed to surpass Yun Xiao in cultivation, and now he was merely a Tai Golden Immortal. It would be better to push for another breakthrough before considering a visit to the Three Immortals Island. After much contemplation, a glimmer of inspiration sparked within Su Qian's profound black eyes. Perhaps a trip to Golden Ao Island would be worthwhile? In the saga of Fengshan, there was an incident that had left a lasting impression on Su Qian. After several Jie sect disciples had fallen, Tong Tian, the leader of the Jie sect, could no longer tolerate the situation and decided to take action. He gathered the strength of the Jie sect disciples to set up the 10,000 Immortals formation. This formation was among the most formidable formations in the primordial wilderness. However, relying solely on this formation to defeat the four saints of Yuanshi would be quite challenging. Tong Tian's true trump card was the Six Soul Banner, a formidable treasure of heavenly calamity. Long before the battle of the 10,000 Immortals began, Tong Tian had begun to activate the Six Soul Banner, inscribing the names of Yuanshi, Laozi, Jane, Zhuan-Ti, Jiangxia, and Gfa upon its tail. At that time, once the Six Soul Banner was complete, it would surpass the four saints of Yuanshi. Yet this plan was thwarted due to the betrayal of the long-eared Dingguang Immortal. Among the many disciples of the Jie sect, the Dingguang Immortal was an unequivocal traitor. Although Jiang Zia had yet to initiate the campaign against Shang and the Dingguang Immortal had not yet rebelled, Su Qian could certainly make a trip to Golden Ao Island to inform Tong Tian of these developments, allowing him to prepare in advance and avert this calamity. Eliminating the Dingguang Immortal was secondary. Primarily, he sought to clock in at Golden Ao Island and meet Tong Tian for a checkpoint, both of which intrigued Su Qian. Should he encounter other Jie sect disciples, he might receive additional checkpoint rewards. This would undoubtedly aid in his cultivation enhancement. Furthermore, when he previously met Nuwa, the system's checkpoint had rewarded him with the Hongming Creation Tower. A supreme treasure of chaos, if the rewards from the system's checkpoints were indeed correlated with the strength of the participant, then the reward from Tong Tian, a sage of the Upper Pure, should be equally remarkable. Golden Ao Island was certainly a destination worth pursuing. Upon contemplating this, Su Chen no longer hesitated and set off directly towards Jinao Island. After a considerable time, he arrived at the outskirts of Jinao Island. Gazing at the island in the distance, Su Chen's eyes were filled with astonishment. This was the sacred ground of Jiejiao, Jinao Island. It was Su Chen's first visit to such a place of worship. 3 years prior, he was merely a mortal, yet now he stood before Jinao Island. System, check-in at Jinao Island. Let us complete the check-in first. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at Jinao Island and receiving the mount, the 9-clawed golden dragon, already stored in the Hongming Creation Tower. Upon hearing the reward for this check-in, Su Chen could not help but doubt his ears. A 9-clawed golden dragon mount? This was, after all, the primordial realm. Within the primordial realm, the Dragon Clan was an exceptionally formidable existence. During the initial calamity of the dragon and Han, the 3 clans of dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins dominated the primordial expanse. Alas, following that calamity, the 3 clans suffered devastating losses, nearly facing extinction, and temporarily withdrew from the stage of the primordial world. In Su Chen's understanding, wasn't the 5-clawed dragon the strongest in the primordial realm? What then of his 9-clawed golden dragon? Su Chen then perused the system's description of the 9-clawed golden dragon. 9-clawed golden dragon. P. Quasi-Saint. Strength can enhance with the host cultivation. Su Chen managed to suppress the excitement within him. He was merely a Tai golden immortal, yet the 9-clawed golden dragon was already at the peak of Quasi-Saint status. Thus, when he ascended to the great Luo golden immortal and reached Quasi-Saint status, wouldn't he, the 9-clawed golden dragon, become a being of saint level? With that, he would have gained an additional ally at the saint level. The rewards from this check-in at Jinao Island were unexpectedly splendid. His decision had indeed proven to be correct. Subsequently, Su Chen took a deep breath, his gaze once again settling upon Jinao Island. Next, he would meet with Tong Tian. This sage of Upper Clear, Su Chen produced the Hongling seal. Simulating the aura of the primordial great Luo.it was best to approach Tong Tian under the identity of Xian Chen. After all, a sage of Upper Clear was not someone a mere Tai golden immortal could easily meet. Moreover, even if he did meet Tong Tian, would Tong Tian readily believe the words of a Tai golden immortal? That Chang'er Dingguang was also one of the 7 sages. After all, the same words, if spoken by a primordial great Luo, would yield entirely different effects. After making the necessary preparations, Su Chen took a step forward, and a powerful aura surged towards Jinao Island in an instant. Chapter 30. Su Chen's warning, betrayers in Jiejiao at Jinao Island. Within the Bo Palace, Tong Tian sat upon his seat, his expression calm, yet a hint of worry shadowed his face. On that day, the 6 sages of Xixiao Palace convened to discuss the list of deifications. However, the 4 sages of Yuanshi directly targeted Jiejiao, demanding that his disciples fill the ranks of the list. The reasoning was that Jiejiao had a multitude of disciples, so what was a few more on the list? Naturally, Tong Tian would not accept such a ludicrous rationale. Yet, he soon realized a significant issue. His 4 swords of extermination could be deemed invincible, unbreakable save by the 4 sages. Yet, the 4 sages were precisely those 4 individuals. In this case, a direct confrontation was undoubtedly futile. Thus, Tong Tian had no choice but to instruct his disciples to return to the sect, seal the mountain gates, and refrain from meddling in worldly affairs. Unable to fight, could he not retreat? All disciples of Jiejiao could enter seclusion to weather this calamity of deification, and that would suffice. This indeed seemed a feasible approach. However, in recent times, Tong Tian felt increasingly restless. This sensation among sages could not arise without reason. Hence, Tong Tian chose to enter seclusion, seeking to deduce and uncover any potential clues. Yet, under the calamity of deification, the heavenly secrets were obscured, rendering any deductions fruitless. At that moment, Tong Tian seemed to sense something, his brow twitching. This aura, it was that of a sage. A sage had come to Jinao Island? Tong Tian lifted his gaze, as if piercing through the barriers of space. falling upon the figure of a person clad in white, standing above the heavens. It was not one of the 4 sages of Yuanshi? Tong Tian immediately rose, his figure moving, and the next instant he stood before Su Chen, outside of Jinao Island. Tong Tian looked at Su Chen, perplexity etched across his features. The figure before him, garbed in white, possessed a tall stature, exuding an aura of profound mystery. The oppressive presence was far beyond that of a quasi-saint. Yet, within the primordial realm, aside from the 6 sages, when had another sage emerged? What bewildered Tong Tian even more was that he could not discern Su Chen's visage. A significant portion of Su Chen's face was shrouded in a shadowy light. Why would a sage, cloaked in anonymity, visit Jinao Island? In truth, Su Chen had decided to conceal his true face after much deliberation. His previous encounter with Nuwa had been somewhat ill-considered. Reflecting now, how could Xianchun possibly resemble Su Chen? Until his strength truly reached the level of primordial Great Luo, he could not reveal his identity. At the moment Tong Tian appeared, Su Chen had already completed his check-in. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in with Tong Tian. Receiving a Creation Mysterious Pill. Su Chen promptly examined it. Creation Mysterious Pill. A pill crafted from the seeds of the Creation Green Lotus, it allows one to disregard boundary limitations below the saint level. After reviewing the system's description of the Creation Mysterious Pill, Su Chen was momentarily speechless. What was this? This item should be inferior to the Hongming Creation Tower, which meant that his previous speculations regarding the system's check-in rewards had been overturned. System, this is the reward for checking in with Tong Tian. Previously, checking in with Nuwa yielded a Chaos Supreme Treasure. Yet now checking in with Tong Tian only grants this. Su Chen's heart was filled with complaints. Yet, these complaints were swiftly met with a response from the system. System check-in rewards are randomized and were disclosed to the host upon system activation. Su Chen felt a wave of exasperation. It indeed seemed to be the case. Fine, I concede. To be fair, while this Creation Mysterious Pill might not compare to the Hongming Creation Tower, it was still not without merit. For a Great Luo Golden Immortal, consuming this pill would allow for an immediate breakthrough to Quasi-Saint. The dilemma now lay in whether to use the Creation Mysterious Pill to achieve Great Luo Golden Immortal status or to attain Quasi-Saint status. Could there not be a few more pills? Just as Su Chen was mulling over this, he suddenly felt a chill descend upon him. It was then he remembered that Tong Tian was still standing before him. At this moment, Tong Tian's gaze upon Su Chen had grown increasingly irritable. This individual had come to Jinao Island, actively releasing his aura, yet upon his emergence, he appeared as though he had not noticed Tong Tian at all, remaining there motionless and silent. What was the meaning of this? Nonetheless, given that the other party was also a sage, Tong Tian could only temporarily endure, asking in a deep voice, "Might I inquire who you are and what business you have at Jinao Island?" His tone carried a hint of coldness. Su Chen understood that he had achieved the desired effect. If he remained silent any longer, it might yield the opposite outcome. He replied nonchalantly, "I am Xianchun, merely a wandering cultivator. I have come today to remind you of a matter." Hearing Su Chen's words, Tong Tian's brow twitched slightly. Xianchun? This name was unfamiliar to him. Furthermore, why did this person dare not reveal his true face? A wandering cultivator at the sage level. When had such an individual appeared in the primordial realm? While Tong Tian was lost in thought, Su Chen continued, "Tong Tian, you believe that secluding all disciples of Jiejiao to weather the calamity of deification is feasible. But that is impossible. Moreover, when you initially took in disciples, you were indiscriminate, which indeed fostered the current influx of countless immortals to Jiejiao. Yet it also introduced internal risks." These 2 statements caused Tong Tian to tense up immediately. His eyes fixed intently on Su Chen. "What do you mean by that?" "It is quite simple. There is a traitor within Jiejiao, and it is someone you hold in high regard. You should investigate this matter for yourself." Su Chen replied indifferently. At this, Tong Tian's expression shifted dramatically, his brow furrowing deeply. A traitor within Jiejiao. Could it be that his recent unease was indeed due to this? "Why should I trust you? Why do you wish to help me?" Tong Tian posed 2 questions in quick succession. This Xianchun was a sage. If he could stand alongside Jiejiao, then the calamity of deification would not leave them in such a passive position. Yet, caution was still necessary, for he knew nothing of this Xianchuan. However, in response to Tongtian's inquiries, Su Chan remained as calm as he had been with Nuhua, merely casting a faint glance at Tongtian. Believe it or not, it is your choice. As for why I am helping you, perhaps it is simply because I find the 4 sages of Yuanshi disagreeable. With that, Su Chan turned to leave, his form vanishing from Tongtian's sight in an instant, providing no opportunity for further inquiry. Witnessing Su Chen's departure, Tongtian immediately summoned his divine senses, attempting to trace Su Chen's whereabouts to pursue him for further explanation. Yet, he was met with disappointment. Su Chan seemed to have vanished into thin air. How could you leave without clarifying? If there is a traitor in Jiejiao, then who is it? With so many within Jiejiao? Am I to search for them one by one? Chapter 31. The Great Luo Golden Immortal. Enhancing the footing as Su Chan stepped into the space of the Hongmeng Creation Tower, he exhaled deeply, feeling a slight relaxation wash over him. This marked his second encounter with a saint. Whether it was due to the elevation of his cultivation or the familiarity of the experience, the oppressive aura that accompanied Tongtian this time was far less intense than the overwhelming presence of Nuhua during their previous meeting. One might even say it was negligible. Nevertheless, a sense of trepidation lingered within Su Chan, for he was not a true mixed Yuan Great Luo. The aura simulated by the Hongling seal was ultimately a facade. His cultivation still required further enhancement. The reason for his entry into the Hongmeng Creation Tower was to maintain the guise of the formidable Xianchun. Should Tongtian pursue him and press for answers, how would he justify his presence? Moreover, it was not prudent for Su Chan to openly mention the name of the traitor, Ding Guangxian. After all, he was only aware that Ding Guangxian would betray the Jiejiao during the battle at the 10,000 Immortals Array. He had no knowledge of Ding Guangxian's current allegiance. Thus, this subtle reminder served him well. The subsequent matters could be left for Tongtian to address. Once he regained his composure, Su Chan eagerly ascended to the second layer of the Hongmeng Creation Tower. There awaited him the reward he had recently obtained from the Golden Ao Island, the 9-clawed golden dragon. Upon reaching the center of the second layer, he beheld a colossal creature, with features such as deer antlers, a camel's hump, a serpentine body, fish scales, and eagle claws. It exuded an indescribable aura of intimidation. This was indeed the 9-clawed golden dragon. Upon noticing Su Chen's arrival, the dragon lowered its head in a gesture of goodwill. Su Chan offered a faint smile, though his brow furrowed momentarily. While the 9-clawed golden dragon was impressive, he needed to exercise caution due to his current cultivation level. Should this dragon manifest in the wilderness, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous powerful beings. After all, he was not the only one who yearned to have the 9-clawed golden dragon as a mount at that juncture. Safeguarding the dragon with his present abilities would prove exceedingly difficult. Ultimately, it all boiled down to cultivation. Returning to the first layer of the Hongmeng Creation Tower, Su Chan retrieved the Creation Profound Pill he had just acquired in the long run. This pill was most effective for breaking through from the Great Luo Golden Immortal to the Quasi-Saint level, maximizing its potential. However, considering Su Chen's current circumstances, it would be more advantageous to consume it now to directly attain the status of a Great Luo Golden Immortal. After all, with the system in place, as long as he completed enough check-ins, acquiring another Creation Profound Pill in the future would not be an insurmountable task. Yet with the progression of the Fengshen calamity, he might soon find himself compelled to take action. The cultivation level of a Tai Golden Immortal was becoming somewhat inadequate. Thus, after careful contemplation, Su Chan resolved to consume the Creation Profound Pill at once. As he swallowed the pill, a surge of warmth radiated from his dantian, coursing through his limbs, accompanied by a powerful mana that surged forth. The long-standing bottleneck he had faced shattered in that instant. The mana surrounding Su Chan converged towards his chest, and in the next moment, 3 mysterious lotus flowers materialized above his head. As a Tai Golden Immortal, he condensed the 5 chi within his chest. As a Great Luo Golden Immortal, he manifested the 3 flowers atop his head. When a practitioner in the wilderness achieves the status of a Great Luo Golden Immortal, the appearance of the 3 flowers symbolizes their potential in this realm. In the blink of an eye, the 3 flowers atop Su Chen's head blossomed, unfurling 9 petals. 9 petals signified the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Had this breakthrough occurred outside the Hongmeng Creation Tower, it would have undoubtedly caused a stir in the wilderness. After a considerable time, the spiritual energy enveloping Su Chen gradually dissipated. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, a satisfied expression graced his face. From this moment forth, he was indeed a great Luo Golden Immortal. Though merely at the initial stage, he was already considered a formidable figure in the wilderness. Of course, he still could not compare to quasi-saints or saints, but for Su Chen, this was quite substantial. Although only 3 years had passed since leaving the clouds, Su Chen had cultivated within the Hongming Creation Tower for millions of years. Achieving the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal in such a brief period was not considered swift in the wilderness. However, it seemed that Su Chen had sensed a change. Upon further examination of his situation, a wave of elation surged within him. It appeared that his footing had been elevated. When he first embarked on his journey in cultivation, his footing was that of an ordinary mortal, resulting in a slow progression. Yet now, if his instincts were correct, his footing had ascended to that of a primordial demon god. Such a footing was undoubtedly among the elite in the entire wilderness. It was essential to understand that one's footing significantly influenced their cultivation potential. With a mortal's footing, achieving the Tai Golden Immortal stage would be arduous, and attaining the Great Luo Golden Immortal status would be virtually impossible. The realms of quasi-saints and saints would be akin to chasing phantoms. This distinction was a fundamental difference between the Chan and Jie sections. The Chan sect meticulously emphasized the quality of one's footing during recruitment, with each of the 12 immortals of Yushu possessing extraordinary footings. In contrast, the Jie sect accepted all who came, leading to a heterogeneous array of disciples. Previously, Su Chen had been troubled by the issue of his footing. But now, had that issue been resolved? Could it be due to the Creation Profound Pill? Su Chen once again examined the description of the Creation Profound Pill. Upon closer inspection, he realized that he had initially overlooked its properties. Aside from facilitating breakthroughs, it also had the capability to enhance one's footing. After all, this was a pill forged from the seeds of the Creation Green Lotus. With the issue of his footing resolved, Su Chen decided to continue his cultivation within the Hongming Creation Tower for a while longer. After all, Neza had yet to be born, and it would be prudent to solidify his cultivation. Perhaps he might even achieve further breakthroughs. Following the enhancement of his footing, Su Chen could distinctly feel his cultivation speed accelerating. Meanwhile, within the Baiyu Palace, Tong Tian returned, troubled by Su Chen's words. What on earth was happening with this Xian Chen? Could he not articulate his thoughts more clearly? Tong Tian was eager to seek out Xian Chen for clarification, yet he had never heard of Xian Chen before and thus was unaware of his whereabouts. However, the matters spoken by Xian Chen could not simply be dismissed. It was better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it outright. Yet, the identity of the traitor within the Jie sect remained an enigma. Chapter 32. Dingguang, do you acknowledge your crimes? On one hand, Xian Chen was not lacking in cultivation. As a saint, he had no apparent motive to deceive him on Golden Ao Island. After all, few would wish to offend him in the wilderness. In this regard, Tong Tian held a measure of confidence in his strength. Moreover, what could Xian Chen possibly gain by deceiving him? On the other hand, upon reflection, Tong Tian realized that Xian Chen's words held merit. After establishing the Jie sect, he had indiscriminately accepted disciples, resulting in a mixed bag of talents among his followers. This not only led to a disparity in the quality of disciples, but also resulted in an overwhelming number of followers, some of whom he had never even met. With the impending Fengshen calamity, it was entirely plausible that some of the less resolute among them might betray the Jie sect. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in the ambiguity of Xian Chen's statements. Who was this traitor? The only clue left behind was the phrase regarding a person of significance to him. Among the many disciples of the Jie sect, there were several whom he valued highly. Duo Bao, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, Yun Xiao, Zhao Gongming, and the 7 immortals who served him, among others. What harm would it have done for Xian Chen to elaborate a little further? Tong Tian was truly at a loss. Originally, if he had been unaware, it would have been one thing, but now that he was informed, it was imperative to devise a means to unearth this traitor. Otherwise, if, at a critical juncture, this traitor were to strike from the shadows, the consequences would be dire. The disciples of the Jie Jiao could perish, but they must not meet their end shrouded in mystery. Having commanded the disciples of Jie Jiao to return to their temple and secure the mountain gates, Many had indeed returned to their respective sanctuaries. Currently, the number of disciples on Geneo Island was quite limited. However, he could only commence his investigation with the disciples present on Geneo Island, though the likelihood of uncovering anything was slim. Such matters must be investigated thoroughly to ascertain the truth. Tong Tian's consciousness enveloped the entirety of Geneo Island as he began a preliminary inquiry, starting with the 7 celestial attendants. It is worth noting that while they were referred to as the 7 celestial attendants, their status within Jiejiao was far from that of mere attendants. His divine sense first arrived at the cave of Wu Yunxian, who was engrossed in cultivation, completely oblivious to the changes occurring around him. Witnessing this scene, Tong Tian felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Wu Yunxian was the foremost of the 7 celestial attendants and currently possessed the highest cultivation among them. Given time, he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable figure within Jiejiao. Subsequently, Tong Tian observed Qiuxian, Lingyaxian, Jingguangxian, and others in succession. However, after this round of investigation, he found himself at a loss. For within his scrutiny, none of these individuals exhibited any signs of abnormality. Was what Xianchun had said genuinely true? Or was he merely overthinking? Even if there were a traitor within Jiejiao, it should not manifest among the 7 celestial attendants. Most of the 7 celestial attendants were individuals clad in scales and armor. Individuals not accepted by the Chanjiao or the Renjiao. In a sense, Jiejiao had provided refuge for the 7 celestial attendants. Under such circumstances, how could the 7 celestial attendants possibly betray the sect? With this perplexity, Tong Tian's consciousness arrived at the cave of Dingguangxian. However, this time, he sensed something amiss. A layer of restriction enveloped Dingguangxian's cave, a cleverly crafted barrier capable of thwarting the probing of a great Luo golden immortal. Yet, this time, it was Tong Tian who had arrived. Within the cave, Dingguangxian retrieved the 6 soul banner and commenced today's summoning ritual. Shortly after the departure of Jane, Dingguangxian had made a resolute decision. His future would not merely be that of a celestial attendant of Jiejiao. He deserved more. In comparison to Jiejiao, joining the Western sect was evidently a more advantageous choice. After all, the Western sect had fewer disciples. Once he joined, his status would surely elevate compared to his current standing. Thus, Dingguangxian dutifully inscribed the names of Duobao, Yunxiao, Zhao Gongming, Jinling Shengmu, Wu Yunxian, and Wudong Shengmu upon the 6 soul banner. As instructed by Jiang. For days, Dingguangxian had been offering prayers to the 6 soul banner morning and evening. Soon, once the 6 soul banner was complete and the demise of Duobao and the others ensued, he would be able to ascend to the Western sect and become that joyous Buddha. Dingguangxian's hands formed intricate seals as he began to activate the 6 soul banner. Fulfilling today's ritual, however, unbeknownst to him, all his actions were being closely observed by another. Moments later, having completed today's ritual, Dingguangxian put away the 6 soul banner. Yet, at the very instant he did so, a chilling voice echoed in his ears, "Dingguang, come to Bo Palace and see me." This sudden voice sent a chill down Dingguangxian's spine. The voice of his master? Why would his master summon him to Bo Palace at this moment? Could it be that his deeds had been exposed? Impossible. His master had been in seclusion. Even if he weren't, he should have no way of knowing what Dingguangxian had done. Surely there must be some other matter at hand. Maintaining a facade of calm, Dingguangxian steadied himself and departed the cave, making his way to Bo Palace. Upon arriving at Bo Palace, Dingguangxian immediately spotted Wu Yunxian and others approaching from a distance. Seeing this, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Since he was not the sole individual summoned, there was likely nothing amiss. Perhaps Tong Tian had some announcement to make. With this thought, Dingguangxian approached Wu Yunxian. Smiling as he inquired, "Wu Yunxian, do you know why Master has suddenly summoned us to Bo Palace?" Wu Yunxian, equally perplexed, shook his head. "I do not know. There must be some matter at hand. We shall find out upon our arrival." With this exchange, Dingguangxian felt even more reassured. Shortly thereafter, he and Wu Yunxian joined the others in entering Bo Palace. Tong Tian stood with his back to the crowd, initially silent. Since many disciples of Jiejiao had returned to their own temples for seclusion and cultivation, the number of Jiejiao disciples on Geneo Island was rather limited. A multitude of perplexed faces turned towards the figure ahead. After a brief pause, Tong Tian turned, his gaze sweeping over the gathered disciples before he spoke in measured tones. The reason I have summoned you here today is to address a matter of utmost importance. Since the founding of Jiejiao, we have consistently accepted disciples without prejudice, never scrutinizing their backgrounds or cultivation levels. Listening to Tong Tian's words, the disciples present wore expressions of confusion. What could this mean? What was he trying to convey? Tong Tian continued, however, there is one thing I cannot tolerate, betrayal, before the crowd could react. Tong Tian's next words thundered through Bo Palace like a clap of thunder. Dingguang, do you acknowledge your crime? As this declaration resonated, a profound silence enveloped Bo Palace. Many disciples, taken aback, wore bewildered expressions. What was happening? Why was Master questioning Dingguang Xian? In contrast, Wu Yun Xian, Duo Bao, and others seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. At first glance, Master's sudden inquiry into Dingguang Xian appeared unfathomable, yet, when considering the preceding statement, the truth became glaringly apparent. Dingguang Xian had betrayed the sect. But how could this be? Shocked, Wu Yun Xian and the others gazed incredulously at Dingguang Xian. In truth, the emergence of a traitor within Jiejiao was not entirely unexpected, given the sheer number of disciples. Yet, how could it be that the traitor was Dingguang Xian? He was one of the 7 celestial attendants. What motive could he have to betray Jiejiao? Meanwhile, Duo Bao regarded Dingguang Xian with a glint of coldness in his eyes. While he found it difficult to believe that Dingguang Xian had betrayed them, he was naturally more inclined to trust his master's words. In that moment, as Tong Tian's pronouncement echoed throughout Bo Palace, the gaze of nearly half the assembly converged upon Dingguang Xian. Faced with such scrutiny, Dingguang Xian's expression shifted, struggling to maintain his composure. Remain calm, remain calm. Master's inquiry was whether he acknowledged his crime, not why he had betrayed the sect. Could it be possible that Master was unaware of his treachery? If that were the case, Master would not be questioning him here. He would have acted decisively against him. Furthermore, the entire affair with the Western sect was known solely to him and the Saint of Jian in recent days. He had also established restrictions around his cave while utilizing the Six Soul banner, making it improbable for Master to have knowledge of these dealings. Indeed, under normal circumstances, Tong Tian would have no means of knowing. Yet, Dingguang Xian was oblivious to the fact that within the realm of deification, a figure like Su Qian had emerged. With a flicker of hope still lingering, Dingguang Xian raised his gaze to meet Tong Tian's. Forcing a strained smile, "Disciple, I am unaware." Dingguang Xian's heart clung to that last glimmer of hope. Observing Dingguang Xian's demeanor, Tong Tian's expression turned frigid, his eyes fixed upon Dingguang Xian as though gazing upon a corpse. "Very well that I provided you with an opportunity to," as he spoke. Tong Tian raised his right hand towards Dingguang Xian. The moment his fingers converged, an indescribable aura of sanctity erupted forth. "Ah!" Dingguang Xian let out a piercing scream. Blood spattering forth as he staggered backward, his expression one of sheer terror, momentarily at a loss for words. Dingguang Xian had been rendered powerless, his millions of years of cultivation obliterated in a single strike. Tong Tian himself had taken action, incapacitating Dingguang Xian. The disciples present were left wide-eyed and aghast. What had Dingguang Xian done to warrant such a fate? Could it truly be as Master had claimed, that Dingguang Xian was a traitor? Dingguang Xian stepped forward, opening his mouth to plead for Dingguang Xian. However, before he could utter a word, Tong Tian spoke again. "Dingguang, why did you betray the sect?" If there had been any lingering doubts among the crowd, Tong Tian's declaration made everything clear. Dingguang Xian had betrayed the sect. But why? Xiu Xian stepped forward, glancing at Dingguang Xian. "Master, could there be some misunderstanding? How could Dingguang Xian possibly betray the sect?" The words of the dragon-headed immortal instantly instilled a glimmer of hope in the heart of the enlightened light immortal. Perhaps there was still a chance for redemption. The enlightened light immortal spat out a mouthful of blood, his face a mask of grief and indignation. "Master, I am wronged," he exclaimed. "How could I, the enlightened light immortal, commit such an act of treachery? Surely, someone has conspired against me." However, his fervent defense only intensified the chill in Tong Tian's gaze. A sneer curled at the corners of Tong Tian's mouth. "Someone conspired against you? Very well. Enlightened Light Immortal, produced the Six-Soul Banner, since the Enlightened Light Immortal refused to shed tears until he saw the coffin. Tong Tian would no longer extend any mercy. The act of betrayal was a sight he had just witnessed with his own eyes. As the words Six-Soul Banner left Tong Tian's lips, the Enlightened Light Immortal's gaze became vacant. His expression of grief and anger frozen in place. Master knows. The realization struck him. His betrayal had indeed come to his master's attention, but the dragon-headed immortal and the others were unaware. The Golden Light Immortal continued to urge him, quickly, Enlightened Light, bring forth the Six-Soul Banner. Yet, at such a moment, how could the Enlightened Light Immortal dare to comply? Observing his reluctance to act, Tong Tian reached out and grasped. A flash of light shot from the Enlightened Light Immortal, and when the brilliance dissipated, the Six-Soul Banner appeared before the assembly. In the next breath, the Six-Soul Banner unfurled. Tong Tian's voice rang coldly once more. Behold, what is inscribed upon the tail of the Six-Soul Banner? At his sharp command, the disciples of the Jie sect fixed their eyes intently. They beheld, to their astonishment, the names of Duobao, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, Yunxiao, and Wuyun Immortal, among others, prominently displayed on the banner. As disciples of the Jie sect, they could not possibly be ignorant of the implications of those names inscribed upon the Six-Soul Banner, which the Enlightened Light Immortal was charged with overseeing. This revelation solidified the reality of his treachery. The gazes of the Jie sect disciples towards the Enlightened Light Immortal now brimmed with an icy disdain. The other attendants of the Seven Immortals looked on in confusion. Suddenly, the Enlightened Light Immortal regained his composure, scrambling before Tong Tian, weeping, Master, Master, this is not my doing. It's all that Jane. Yes, it was Jane who coerced me into this. By shifting the blame onto Jane, perhaps he could still salvage his fate. After all, Jane was a sage. What could he do when threatened by a sage? Upon hearing the Enlightened Light Immortal's words, Tong Tian's expression shifted to one of realization. He had suspected that the Enlightened Light Immortal lacked the audacity to betray the sect. It was Jane pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Jane, you say? Tong Tian murmured. The Enlightened Light Immortal immediately asserted, Indeed, it is Jane, Master. How could I betray the sect? Yet in the next moment, Tong Tian's gaze turned even colder as he addressed the other Jie sect disciples, speaking with a detached calm. Now that the calamity of the Fengshen has arrived, should any of you feel that remaining in the Jie sect offers no prospects, you may leave freely. I shall not pursue you. However, should there be any traitors, execute. As the final word echoed, a resonant sword chant reverberated from Tong Tian's right hand. The Qingping sword swept through the air from left to right, aiming a lethal strike at the Enlightened Light Immortal. The brilliance of the sword expanded within the pupils of the Enlightened Light Immortal. Chapter 34. Tong Tian's warning, sword slashes Mount Sumerup. Even the Enlightened Light Immortal, with his cultivation, could not withstand Tong Tian's strike. Moreover, his powers had already been rendered ineffective. As the sword light flashed, the head of the Enlightened Light Immortal was severed from his body, rolling to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief and resentment. Why? Was I not destined to become the enlightened joyful Buddha in the Western sect, with endless prospects? How could I meet my demise here? The suddenness of Tong Tian's strike left him with no opportunity to plead for mercy. As the last flicker of life faded from his eyes, the traitor, long-eared Enlightened Light Immortal, perished, his soul departing for the Fengshen list. Tong Tian gazed at the lifeless form of the Enlightened Light Immortal, his expression betraying no sign of emotion. From the moment he had witnessed the Enlightened Light Immortal summon the Six-Soul Banner, in his heart, the Enlightened Light Immortal had already been a dead man. The purpose of summoning the Enlightened Light Immortal and the other Jie sect disciples to Bio Palace was to execute him in front of everyone. As the leader of the Jie sect, Tong Tian had to consider many factors. The Enlightened Light Immortal had to die, but the manner of his demise was also a concern. This act would serve to instill fear in the remaining members of the Jie sect. One traitor like the Enlightened Light Immortal was sufficient. This time, it was thanks to Xuanqin's timely warning that he had discovered the Enlightened Light Immortal's betrayal. However, what if Xinshin had not intervened? Had the Enlightened Light Immortal completed the ritual associated with the Six-Soul Banner, Duobao and the others would have perished. Tong Tian could hardly bear to contemplate such a scenario. Fortunately, he had caught wind of it in time. With the example of the enlightened light immortal set, it was hoped that no further traitors would arise within the Jie sect. "You may disperse," Tong Tian declared, as he stowed away the six-soul banner and turned to depart. Although the enlightened light immortal was dead, the matter was far from over. Only after Tong Tian's figure vanished did the Jie sect disciples regain their senses. They stared at the corpse of the enlightened light immortal, their hearts heavy with sorrow. From this day forth, only the 7 immortals remained. Mount Sumeru. Zhuanti gazed at Jane, his voice low and solemn. "Brother, it has been some time since you sought out the enlightened light immortal. Do you truly believe he would betray the sect?" Zhuanti was genuinely troubled. How could Jane be so certain that the enlightened light immortal would abandon the Jie sect to join the Western sect? Responding to Zhuanti's inquiry, Jane slowly opened his eyes, casting a disdainful glance at Zhuanti. "You, my junior brother, understand far too little about the Jie sect. As long as the enlightened light immortal harbors any discontent with his current position, he will undoubtedly betray the sect. Who could resist the allure presented by a sage? Will he remain a mere attendant among the myriad immortals of the Jie sect, or will he embrace the role of the enlightened joyful Buddha in the sparsely populated Western sect? The choice is not difficult. Thus, after seeking out the enlightened light immortal that day, Jane did not return to Jinao Island. On one hand, he feared detection by Tong Tian. On the other, he held absolute confidence in his judgment. The long-eared enlightened light immortal would certainly betray the sect in doing so. He could effortlessly fulfill his agreement with Yuan Shi and gain a disciple for the Western sect, 2 birds with 1 stone. A most fortuitous outcome. However, Zhuanti soon voiced his earlier concern once more. "But brother, what if Tong Tian discovers this? How shall he respond when he comes to Mount Sumeru? Though you previously assured me that with Laozi and Yuan Shi present, there was no need for concern, the issue remains that they are not here now. Distant waters cannot quench a nearby fire." Zhuanti's question left Jane momentarily speechless. The reason he had made such a statement was based on his belief that as long as the enlightened light immortal was not foolish, this matter would not come to Tong Tian's attention. Why, then, did Zhuanti insist on bringing it up now? Jane shot Zhuanti an exasperated glance. "That only holds true if Tong Tian is aware." Before Jane could finish, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from outside Mount Sumeru. "Jane, Zhuanti, come out." The unexpected voice rendered the 2 saints of the Western sect frozen in place. After a moment, Jane glanced towards the entrance of Mount Sumeru. Then at Zhuanti, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. "From now on, keep your mouth shut." Zhuanti wore an expression of grievance. "What does Tong Tian's arrival have to do with me? Besides, how do you know he has come for the enlightened light immortal?" This statement alerted Jane. Perhaps Tong Tian was here for other reasons? However, as the 2 pondered this, a resounding sword chant suddenly rang out from outside Mount Sumeru. Jane's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed in fury. "Tong Tian, how dare you?" As he spoke, Jane leaped to his feet and dashed towards the entrance of Mount Sumeru. Seeing this, Zhuanti hastily followed suit. Upon their arrival outside Mount Sumeru, they beheld Tong Tian standing atop the clouds, the Qingping sword in his hand glimmering with a frosty light. In the next instant, with a swift motion, the Qingping sword descended with lethal intent. Observing this, Jane rushed forward, summoning the 12-petaled golden lotus to deflect the blow. As golden light erupted, the Qingping sword was momentarily halted by the 12-petaled golden lotus. Jane let out a long breath. What could Tong Tian possibly want at Mount Sumeru? Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, another sword materialized behind Tong Tian. This sword exuded a far greater aura of malevolence compared to the Qingping sword. The malevolent energy it contained causing even sages to tremble. It was one of the 4 swords of slaying immortals, the slaying immortal sword. Before Jane could react, the slaying immortal sword descended once more. This time, Jane was caught off guard and unable to defend himself, compelling Zhuanti to step forward. However, Zhuanti's cultivation was inferior to Jane's, and in his haste, he managed to obstruct the sword strike, but not completely. With a thunderous crash, a portion of the peak of Mount Sumeru was cleaved away by the slaying immortal sword. Witnessing this scene, Jane's eyes turned bloodshot, his face contorted with madness. Having narrowly escaped the previous incident with Inhua, he could not evade Tongtian's wrath this time. Although it was merely a small section of the mountain, it was the very sanctum of the Western sect. Tongtian, have you lost your mind? In stark contrast to the furious inquiries posed by Jane, Tongtian's demeanor had transformed into one of remarkable calmness. The demise of the immortal Dingguang served merely as a warning to the Western sect this time. Should there be a next occasion where they dare to intrude upon my Jie sect, then it will not merely be Mount Shumi that falls beneath the blade of my sword of extermination. This proclamation left the two saints of the West momentarily stunned. The affair concerning the immortal Dingguang had indeed been uncovered by Tongtian. With that, Tongtian turned on his heel and departed, offering the Western saints no opportunity for rebuttal. In truth, there was little they could contest. The betrayal of the immortal Dingguang was an undeniable fact. Brother Zhuanti glanced at Jane, uncertain of how to proceed. Although Tongtian's actions were somewhat excessive, it was indisputable that it was the Western sect that had instigated the immortal Dingguang's defection. In this matter, the Western sect held no moral high ground. After a brief silence, Jane slowly voiced a lingering doubt. How did Tongtian come to know that our Western sect sought out the immortal Dingguang? Chapter 35. Disciples of Jie sect, who fears a battle. Tongtian had come to Mount Shumi to seek retribution, severing a corner of the mountain with his sword. This indeed ignited immense fury within Jane. However, considering that it was the Western sect that first seduced the immortal Dingguang, even if this matter were brought before their teacher, Tongtian would still hold the moral upper hand. Moreover, Tongtian did not linger after his strike, affording Jane no grounds for defense. Thus, there was no room for reconciliation in this affair. The Western sect could only endure this loss in silence. Yet, the question remained. How did Tongtian learn of the immortal Dingguang's betrayal? Upon Jane's inquiry, a look of confusion also crossed Zhuanti's face. Soon, Zhuanti seemed to recall something and spoke in a grave tone. Brother, do you not remember the last time we sent Maitreya to the Nuwa temple to sway Xian? At that time, Nuwa mentioned that someone had informed her about the affairs of the temple. The matter concerning Maitreya was known solely to you, me, and the Yuan Shi, Laozi, just the four of us. However, in this instance regarding the immortal Dingguang, only you, me, and Yuan Shi were privy to it. If we could previously explain the Maitreya incident by suggesting that Yuan Shi was unaware of the Western saint's specific actions. This time with the immortal Dingguang, there is no such explanation. Jane furrowed his brow, a frown creasing his forehead. Typically astute and meticulous, he found himself at a loss this time. If Yuan Shi had informed Tongtian, what could Yuan Shi possibly gain from it? There was nothing advantageous for the Chan sect in this. Could it be that the immortal Dingguang was truly so foolish as to be caught red-handed by Tongtian? Zhuanti proposed another hypothesis. Yet, could the immortal Dingguang, one of the 7 attendants, truly be so naive? Both possibilities concerning the immortal Dingguang and Yuan Shi sounded absurd. Perhaps it would be best to leave this matter be. After contemplating for an extended period without arriving at a satisfactory conclusion, Jane resigned himself to the situation. He turned and re-entered Mount Shumi. Nevertheless, the incidents involving Maitreya and the immortal Dingguang had deepened the rift of distrust between the two saints of the West and Yuan Shi. When this rift might yield further repercussions remained uncertain. On Golden Turtle Island, within the Bio Palace, Duobao arrived to find Tongtian engaged in addressing the names inscribed upon the Six Souls banner. Having met his master, Duobao respectfully inquired, "Might I ask the reason for your summons, master?" Perhaps in the original trajectory of the Fengshen, following the catastrophic defeat of the Jie sect, Duobao would have been coerced by Laozi into joining the Western sect as the Buddha of the Tathagata. However, at present, Duobao remained merely the eldest disciple of the Jie sect. Tongtian did not immediately answer Duobao's question but continued his task with the Six Souls banner. After a brief interlude, once he had completed his work, Tongtian turned to Duobao and solemnly asked, "Duobao, do you believe my handling of the immortal Dingguang affair was somewhat inappropriate?" After all, the immortal Dingguang was one of the 7 attendants. Though perhaps not as powerful as the Cloud Immortal, his status among the attendants was nonetheless considerable. Had he not been held in high regard by Tongtian, why would he have been entrusted with the oversight of the Six Souls banner? A treasured artifact, consequently, after the furious slaying of the immortal Dingguang, A twinge of discomfort settled in Tong Tian's heart. Perhaps the immortal Dingguang did not deserve death, yet Duobao promptly provided a resolute response. Disciple believes that your actions were entirely justifiable. The act of defection is deserving of the gravest punishment, especially when it concerns the immortal Dingguang. If you were to show leniency this time and spare him, it would be difficult for our Jie sect to prevent similar occurrences in the future. Such matters necessitate a harsh example. Should you find it inconvenient to act, I shall gladly take your place. In regard to the immortal Dingguang, Duobao's stance was unwavering. Disciples of the Jie sect may leave the sect, but they must never betray it, especially during this critical period of the Fengshen calamity. Duobao's words illuminated Tong Tian's perspective considerably. A self-deprecating chuckle escaped Tong Tian's lips. It is indeed somewhat laughable that a sage requires his disciple to offer counsel. Following this, Duobao added, moreover, I believe that before his demise, the immortal Dingguang claimed that this affair was orchestrated by the Saint Jane. Should we not investigate this matter further? This point required no prompting from Duobao, for Tong Tian had already taken action. He nodded in acknowledgement. I have already visited Mount Shumi. Duobao paused momentarily before continuing. Actually, there is one more thing I wish to convey, though I am uncertain if I should, upon uttering these words. Tong Tian was momentarily taken aback, then said with an air of impatience, enough of the preamble. Speak. Duobao, with a grave expression, stated, Master, the calamity of Fengshen has arrived, and the Tao ancestor has bestowed the Fengshen list. Those who perish shall have their souls ascend to the list, becoming deities of the heavenly court, as a means to navigate through this calamity. Yet, you have commanded the disciples of the Jie sect to close the mountain gates and remain uninvolved in worldly affairs. Does this not convey an impression that our Jie sect is fearful? Furthermore, your concessions have not deterred others. Rather, they have attempted to scheme against our Jie sect. Is this not somewhat inappropriate? I merely wish to express that I, Duobao, fear no battle, and I believe the other disciples of the Jie sect share this sentiment. Duobao's words were still unfinished when Tong Tian, having grown somewhat impatient, waved his hand dismissively. If you are to speak, then speak without ceasing. Leave now. I shall reconsider this matter myself. With that admonition, Duobao had no choice but to withdraw. After his departure, a complex expression settled in Tong Tian's gaze. His original intent was to command the Jie sect disciples to close the mountain gates, seeking to evade this calamity. Yet now, it appeared that evasion was impossible. Did Tong Tian fear Yuan Shi, Laozi, and the two saints of the West? Certainly not. Was his approach truly misguided? The death of the immortal Dingguang had not sparked any significant upheaval within the primordial realm. In fact, aside from the internal strife of the Jie sect and the Western sect, no one else was aware of the immortal Dingguang's betrayal and subsequent slaying by Tong Tian. Zhang Zia was busy preparing to wage war against the Shang dynasty at Shiqi, while Shan Gongbao had ventured to Chaoga, seeking to prove his superiority over Zhang Zia by taking a stance against him, hoping to persuade his master to bestow upon him the Fengshen list. Everything was progressing along the trajectory of warfare against the Shang. However, amidst all this, there existed an unforeseen variable, Su Chun. Days later, Su Chun emerged once more from the Hongming Creation Tower. This time, with his cultivation base having ascended, his pace of advancement had accelerated significantly. Upon his emergence, Su Chen's cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. By the calculations of time, it would soon be the moment of Nez's birth. To prevent Tai Zhanren from arriving at the Li residence before him, Su Chen resolved to step out directly from the Hongming Creation Tower, preparing to take on disciples. Chapter 36. Please, Taoist, accept the child as your disciple at Chunhang Pass. Within the Li residence, though it was the dead of night, the entire household was in a state of chaotic disarray, with servants bustling in and out of the rooms. Li Jing, the general of Chunhang Pass, displayed none of his usual composure, his face etched with anxiety, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Listening to the agonized cries of Yin Shenyang from within the room, Li Jing was beside himself with worry. Pacing restlessly at that moment, a maidservant emerged from the chamber. Li Jing immediately stepped forward to intercept her, urgently inquiring, "What is the situation? Has she given birth yet?" The servant shook his head repeatedly. Li Jing released the servant and leaned half against the wall. His eyes filled with a bewildered expression. It seemed as though the words spoken by Su Chun 3 years prior echoed in his ears, when Su Chun had visited the Li residence. He had made various assertions, claiming that Li Jing's third son was the reincarnation of a fateful star, destined to encounter 1,700 calamities. At that time, Li Jing had dismissed Su Chin's words entirely, even feeling a sense of aversion. After all, who among parents would wish to hear such disparagement of their child? The only reason he had refrained from reacting was out of courtesy, and because Su Chun was also a cultivator. Eventually, Su Chun departed, and the matter faded into obscurity. However, as months turned into years, and after Yin Shenyang had been pregnant for 10 months without any sign of labor, Li Jing began to feel a sense of unease. Time passed slowly, and now they found themselves in the present. Just as Su Chun had foretold, their third child had indeed been gestating for 3 years and 6 months. No normal child could possibly be born after such a prolonged period. Could it be that their third son was truly some fateful star, cursed to encounter calamity? A wave of panic washed over Li Jing at that moment. An exclamation echoed from within the room. It's born! It's born! Upon hearing this, Li Jing felt a rush of joy, only to be startled into silence as he looked up at the night sky. It was the hour of the pig. Just as Su Chun had predicted, born after 3 years and 6 months, at the hour of the pig, destined for calamity? While Li Jing was lost in thought, another cry rang out from the room. He was about to enter to check when a maid rushed out in a state of panic. "What's wrong?" Li Jing stopped her and inquired. The maid, still visibly shaken, stammered, "My lady has given birth to a demon." Hearing this, Li Jing felt a darkness cloud his vision, nearly fainting. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, drawing his sword and charging into the room. Inside, he was enveloped in a swirling red mist, accompanied by a peculiar fragrance. In the midst of this red fog lay a peculiar orb. This, indeed, was the birth of a demon. How could a demon possibly emerge from the Li family? Li Jing raised his sword and struck at the orb. As the blade descended, it penetrated the orb, producing a sound of metal clashing. Upon closer inspection, he realized his sword had shattered into 2 pieces. In the next moment, the orb split apart, and a child leaped out. This child wore a golden bracelet on his right hand and was adorned with a red cloth around his waist. The sword had broken precisely upon striking that golden bracelet. This sight, Li Jing felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. 3 years and 6 months of gestation, and upon birth, the child could walk and jump, accompanied by red ribbons and a golden circle. Every word Su Chun had spoken was true. His third son was indeed a fateful star. What should he do now? Husband. Yin Shenyang looked at Li Jing, her eyes filled with hope. Even if their child was a fateful star, he was still the son she had born after 3 years and 6 months, her and Li Jing's son. What should they do now? Suddenly, Li Jing remembered Su Chun. If he recalled correctly, Su Chun had once informed him of a solution. Besides naming their third son Neza, Su Chun had also mentioned discarding the calamity-inducing artifacts present at Neza's birth, and then simply waiting for his arrival. Having made up his mind, Li Jing immediately stepped forward, unceremoniously seizing the artifacts from Neza and preparing to dispose of them outside the residence. Just as he reached the entrance, a figure clad in white appeared before him. Upon recognizing the individual's face, Li Jing felt as though he had encountered a savior and rushed forward. "Daoist Su, you have finally arrived." Seeing Li Jing's demeanor, Su Chun understood that Neza had been born, though his expression revealed no trace of joy. Internally, Su Chun was overjoyed. Regardless of his modest cultivation, his extensive knowledge of the investiture of the gods allowed him to easily handle Li Jing. "You, Jiang Zia, wish to vanquish the Shang. I will simply take your vanguard general." He was curious to see how Jiang Zia would proceed with his campaign against Shang. With an air of calmness, Su Chun spoke, "General Li, do not be alarmed. Tell me, was what I said before a deception?" Li Jing nodded vigorously. No, it was I who lacked discernment and wrongly accused the Taoist. He continued, "Taoist, what should we do now regarding our child?" Li Jing did not want his son to stray onto a misguided path. Su Chun smiled gently. It is simple. I shall take Neza as my disciple and guide him onto the righteous path. Li Jing was overjoyed at this proposal. "Very well, I am deeply grateful to the Taoist." Soon after, Su Chen followed Li Jing into the Li residence and arrived at the main hall. Before long, Yin Shenyang, having composed herself, brought Neza into the hall. Although her complexion was still somewhat pale, her eyes were fixed on Su Chen. It was clear that he was the only one capable of guiding Neza onto the right path. Su Chen's gaze fell upon Neza, the very child who had caused the Shang to suffer defeat in the investiture of the gods. After accepting Neza as his disciple, he would take him into the Hongming Creation Tower for cultivation. Neza's progress in cultivation would surely not lag behind that of originally being taught by Tai Zhenren. When the campaign against Shang truly commenced, Neza would become a formidable warrior for the Shang side. It was unfortunate that Su Chen currently possessed no suitable artifacts to bestow upon Neza. The Hongling seal was already in use by him, and the transformation pill was meant for breakthroughs from celestial beings to profound immortals. Neza had no need for it at this stage. Although he had no gifts to present for the moment, he still intended to take on a disciple. This was a point of pride for Su Chen. "From today onward, Neza shall be my disciple. Do either of you have any objections?" Su Chen inquired, turning to Li Jing and his wife. Naturally, the couple had no objections. Li Jing immediately declared, "Everything shall be determined by the Taoist. Please accept our son as your disciple." With this statement, it was clear that Neza, originally a disciple of Tai Zhenren, had officially become Su Chen's disciple. Su Chen chuckled softly, then suddenly recalled something. I have yet to check in." Since Li Jing could check in, surely Neza could too. System, I wish to check in. Chapter 37. Truly a good disciple. Congratulations to the host for checking in with Neza and obtaining the artifact, the God-slaying spear, damaged version. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, his expression becoming somewhat peculiar as he looked at Neza. Was this the welcoming gift from his good disciple? Su Chen was no stranger to the God-slaying spear. After all, most of the precious artifacts from the primordial era had already found their owners, but the God-slaying spear was different. Originally, the spear had been formed from the chaotic blue lotus stem, absorbing the malevolent energies of the world. It was a treasure of great malevolence. During the initial tribulation of the Long Han era, the demon ancestor Luo Ho wielded this spear to battle Hong Jun alongside the four swords of extermination. Had it not been for Hong Jun having the assistance of Yang Mei, Yin Yang, and Qian Kuan, it would have been uncertain whether he could have triumphed over Luo Hou. It was during that battle that the God-slaying spear had sustained damage. Nevertheless, even in its damaged state, its power remained formidable. Earlier, Su Chen had felt the lack of a top-tier offensive artifact. Now, the God-slaying spear had arrived. However, in comparison, the transformation pill he had planned to give Neza seemed a bit insignificant. Never mind. As long as he didn't mention it, who would know that the God-slaying spear was a reward obtained through checking in with Neza? The more Su Chen looked at Neza, the more he found him pleasing to the eye, truly a good disciple. After completing the check-in, Su Chen turned his attention back to Li Jing and his wife, speaking in a solemn tone. "In that case, I shall take Neza to my cultivation grounds for training. Given some time, he will surely achieve success and return." Although Neza was still young, with the Hongming Creation Tower at his disposal, this was not an issue at all. Moreover, training a disciple must begin from a tender age. This way, Neza would be more inclined to heed his words in the future. Upon hearing that Su Chen intended to take Neza away immediately, Yin Shenyang felt a pang of reluctance, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at Neza. "Taoist, must you take my son away now?" Meanwhile, Li Jing remained pragmatic, saying with a serious tone, "Look at how you're crying. Taoist Su is merely taking Neza for training, not permanently parting ways." He then turned to Su Chen and performed a deep bow. "In the days to come, I shall trouble the Taoist with our son." After allowing Yin Shenyang and Neza to exchange a few words, Su Chen departed the Li residence with Neza. If they delayed any further, Tai Zhenren would soon arrive. After seeing Su Chen and Neza off, Li Jing and his wife returned home. They felt a sense of relief that Taoist Su had intervened. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Li Jing spoke with lingering apprehension. After all, the fate of a fateful star and the encounter with 1,700 calamities sounds quite intimidating. The Li family cannot afford to produce a calamity. Furthermore, Su Chen appeared to possess formidable cultivation. With Neza following Su Chen, he would undoubtedly achieve success and walk the righteous path. "You don't care about our son at all," Stay here if you wish. I am going back to rest. In Shenyang cast a fierce glance at Li Jing. Regardless of the circumstances, she felt a tinge of resentment as Su Chun had taken away Neza shortly after his birth. As a mother, this left her with lingering grievances. Li Jing, witnessing her expression, could only shake his head helplessly, feeling utterly powerless. However, just as In Shenyang reached the doorway, a servant entered from outside. Approaching Li Jing, the servant spoke in a solemn tone. I beg your pardon, master. There is a Taoist seeking an audience at the door. Upon hearing this, In Shenyang, who was about to leave, halted abruptly. The couple exchanged bewildered glances, both reflecting a mix of astonishment and confusion. Being a servant of the Li household, the individual certainly possessed some discernment. Since it was stated that a Taoist was present, he must be a practitioner of the Tao. Yet the question lingered. Having just departed, how could it be that another Taoist had arrived? Was it possible that Su Chun had returned? That seemed implausible. If he had come back, there would be no need for a servant to announce his arrival. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in her mind, out of courtesy, Li Jing resolved to investigate further. Please, let him in, he commanded. After speaking, the servant turned and went to summon the Taoist. Shortly thereafter, a figure clad in a Taoist robe appeared before the couple. The Taoist, with white hair and beard, held a whisk and exuded an air of celestial grace. Generally, this humble Taoist pays his respects. The arrival of this Taoist could only be that of the late Tai Zhenren. It was not that he was tardy, but rather that Su Chun had come far too early. Although Tai Zhenren's expression appeared calm and indifferent, inside he felt a surge of excitement. The time of calamity had arrived, and his 12 disciples of the Yuan Xiao needed to accept apprentices to navigate their own tribulations. Simultaneously, it would aid Jiang Ziya in his quest against the Shang dynasty, truly a dual benefit. Moreover, he had long chosen his own disciple, merely awaiting the day of Neza's birth to proceed with the initiation. Tai Zhenren was positively aflame with anticipation. Meanwhile, Li Jing and In Shenyang were left perplexed. What could this Taoist possibly want? Li Jing inquired with a serious tone. May I ask, esteemed Taoist, from which renowned mountain or cave do you hail, and what message do you bring to our humble abode? To this question, Tai Zhenren promptly replied. This humble Taoist, Tai Zhenren of the Golden Light Cave on Mount Xianyuan, has heard of the general's joy at the birth of a precious son and has come specifically to meet him, wishing to accept this child as my disciple. May I inquire as to the general's thoughts on this matter? Upon hearing these words, both Li Jing and In Shenyang widened their eyes in astonishment. What was happening? Just moments ago, Taoists who had taken Neza away, and now another Tai Zhenren had arrived, seemingly eager to accept him as a disciple. How were they to respond? Li Jing could only grit his teeth and reply solemnly, I appreciate the good intentions of the esteemed Zhenren. I shall convey it to my son. This response caused Tai Zhenren to furrow his brow in confusion. What did he mean by appreciating in heart? Was it not possible for him to accept the child as a disciple? Fortunately, Tai Zhenren had prepared his argument in advance and quickly interjected, General, please do not rush to conclusions. Allow me to explain. Your third son was born during the hour of the dog, and his fate is fraught with 1,700 killing tribulations. He requires guidance to set him on the right path. Yet, upon hearing Tai Zhenren's words, Li Jing's expression grew even darker. He was well aware of what it meant to be burdened with killing tribulations. Taoists who had mentioned it numerous times before, Li Jing could only respond, Zhenren, you have misunderstood. This is not merely a matter of killing tribulations. His meaning was clear. It was simply not possible to at this point. Tai Zhenren grew genuinely anxious and exclaimed, Generally, I am Tai Zhenren, a disciple of the Yuan Xiao. Under the esteemed Yu Qing, do you mean to say that I am unworthy to be your son's master? Observing Tai Zhenren's growing agitation, Li Jing felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Zhenren, you truly misinterpret my words. I recognize your esteemed status as a disciple of Yu Qing. My eldest son, Jin Jia, and my second son, Mu Jia, have both already become disciples of the Yuan Xiao. If that is the case, why then can my third son not also become your disciple? Tai Zhenren was incensed. Do you look down upon me, General? At this moment, In Shenyang could no longer contain herself and interjected. Zhenren, that is not our intention. It is simply that you have arrived too late. Our child has already taken another master. Chapter 38, Tai Zhenren. Where is my disciple? The moment Yin Shenyang spoke those words, an oppressive silence enveloped the grand hall. Li Jing shot Yin Shenyang a glance, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. How could she so bluntly reveal the truth, while it was indeed the case? Revealing that Tai Zhenren had come only to find that Neza had already taken another master would surely leave him with no face. Yin Shenyang, however, remained unyielding, glaring at Li Jing. She had spoken no falsehood. Besides, how else were they to respond to Tai Zhenren? Without a valid reason to deny Neza the opportunity to take Tai Zhenren as a master, it would be difficult to justify their refusal. The couple glared at one another, while Tai Zhenren stood frozen in place. The earlier excitement on his face had morphed into a look of disbelief, his mouth agape and eyes wide with astonishment. When Li Jing mentioned appreciating in heart, Tai Zhenren had envisioned countless potential reasons for Li Jing's reluctance to allow Neza to become his disciple. Yet he had never anticipated this. Neza had already taken another master? Had he misheard? Tai Zhenren's gaze bore into Li Jing, searching for a rebuttal to Yin Shenyang's claim. However, the couple's expressions conveyed everything. Neza had indeed taken another master. Someone had preempted him in claiming Neza as a disciple? Was this a direct affront to Tai Zhenren? Striving to regain his composure, Tai Zhenren suppressed his fury and forced a smile that was more painful than tears. Might I inquire who has taken your son as a disciple? He needed to ascertain who had dared to snatch away his apprentice. After all, if someone else could claim him, why could he not reclaim what was rightfully his? He was determined to discover who had the audacity to usurp his disciple. However, this question posed a dilemma for Li Jing. It was evident to anyone that Tai Zhenren was not a benevolent visitor. If he revealed Su Chen's name, would Tai Zhenren not seek revenge against him? Just as Li Jing hesitated, a voice echoed from outside. General Li, I had almost forgotten to bring some belongings for Neza. Both Li Jing and Tai Zhenren turned their heads simultaneously. There stood Su Chen. Returning with Neza and TOW'd, Li Jing's expression shifted, caught between amusement and exasperation. He was uncertain if Su Chen's return was a blessing or a curse. Meanwhile, Su Chen regarded Tai Zhenren with a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In reality, the pretext of fetching belongings for Neza was merely a ruse. Su Chen had returned specifically to confront Tai Zhenren. Initially, he had intended to avoid an encounter, but after reconsideration, he realized that something was amiss. He was no longer the same celestial being he once was. He was now a Deluo Jinxian. Furthermore, with the Hongming Creation Tower and the God-slaying spear in hand, he was certainly not a match for a saint. However, facing Tai Zhenren posed no threat at all. Besides, once Tai Zhenren arrived at the Li household, the truth of his apprenticeship to Neza could no longer be concealed. Since it was inevitable, why had he rushed to leave? Returning to meet Tai Zhenren also presented an opportunity to claim rewards. While Tai Zhenren had the backing of the Yuqing saint, Su Chen had his own mysterious ally, Xin Shen. Although Xin Shen was a construct of Su Chen's own making, in the eyes of Nuwa and Tongtian, he was regarded as a saint as long as Xin Shen did not reveal himself and engage in combat with a saint. Su Chen could continue to wield his influence. At this stage, the saints would not dare to act against him simply because of Tai Zhenren's disciple. Surely, the saints still held some regard for their reputation. Having pondered these matters, Su Chen naturally decided to return. Additionally, he was curious to see Tai Zhenren's expression and reaction upon discovering that his intended disciple had been snatched away. Soon after, Yin Shenyang nodded and promptly stated, I shall take Neza to prepare. With that, she swiftly led Neza out of the grand hall. Li Jing's expression darkened as he observed his wife hastening away. Take him with you? It was painfully obvious that the forthcoming events would not bode well. Yet, there was little he could do. Yin Shenyang had already left with Neza. He turned his attention to Tai Zhenren, who was visibly agitated, his mouth twitching. Neza! This was the disciple I had predetermined. To make matters worse, someone else had even given him a name. Tai Zhenren glared at Su Chen, his eyes filled with icy disdain. Who are you? His words dripped with barely concealed irritation. He was determined to uncover Su Chen's identity and understand the audacity that allowed him to steal his disciple. Although he could not discern Su Chen's cultivation level, It was clear that Su Chun must also be a Deluo Jingxian. Yet, what did that matter? Tai Zhenren was a disciple of the Yuqing saint. The status of a saint's disciple was something Su Chun could never hope to rival. As Tai Zhenren regarded Su Chun with a self-satisfied demeanor, Su Chun merely replied calmly, Su Chun. Upon hearing the name Su Chun, the displeasure in the eyes of Tai Zhenren intensified palpably. This name was completely unfamiliar to him. If he had never heard of it, then this individual could not possibly be a disciple of a sage. And if he was not a disciple of a sage, how dare he attempt to take my disciple? A smirk of derision curled at the corners of Tai Zhenren's mouth. So it is you, my fellow Taoist Su Chun. I am Tai Zhenren of the Chan sect. The implication was unmistakable. I, Tai Zhenren, am a disciple of a sage. You should promptly relinquish Neza to me. Li Jing, standing to the side, was at a loss for words, merely observing the exchange. Meanwhile, Su Chun listened to Tai Zhenren's words with an expression of indifference. Oh, Tai Zhenren, what brings you to the Li residence? He inquired. What of the disciple of Yuan Shi? Su Chun had indeed come with the intention of intercepting Neza. Tai Zhenren was nearly driven to fury by Su Chun's flippant demeanor. Clenching his teeth, he spoke in a chilling tone. I have come to the Li residence to take Neza as my disciple. Neza has fallen into a killing fate and requires guidance to return to the right path. Only by joining my Chan sect can Neza find his way. Su Chun, you should hand over Neza to me. Tai Zhenren no longer concealed his intentions, laying them bare. If Su Chun had not brought Neza back, it would have been one thing. Now that he had, reclaiming Neza should be straightforward. Although Tai Zhenren's words were framed as a proposal, the tone unmistakably resembled a command. Su Chun regarded Tai Zhenren with a cold smile, his lips moving to utter three words. On what grounds? Chapter 39. Priorities must be respected. As Su Chun articulated those three words, the atmosphere in the grand hall became stiflingly tense. Neither Li Jing, Tai Zhenren, nor Su Chun spoke further, as if only the echo of on what grounds reverberated throughout the hall. Li Jing glanced awkwardly between Tai Zhenren and Su Chun, unsure of how to intervene. What was up with this Su Daoist? Could he not express himself more tactfully? There were myriad ways to refuse, yet Su Chun opted for the most abrasive approach. Those three words offered no respect to Tai Zhenren whatsoever. After all, Tai Zhenren was a disciple of the Chan sect. In the vast wilderness, how many would dare to disregard the Chan sect's prestige? Tai Zhenren's expression darkened at a noticeable pace, and a flicker of murderous intent began to surface in his gaze towards Su Chun. Despite having invoked the name of the Chan sect, Su Chun continued to show him no deference. The corners of Tai Zhenren's eyes twitched slightly as he struggled to maintain composure. Remain calm. This is the Li residence, and I am a disciple of the Chan sect. It is not yet time to sever ties. Do you truly believe that Neza would be better off as your disciple than joining my Chan sect? Tai Zhenren bit out. Questioning him, this was tantamount to directly asserting that Neza would be better off as his disciple than as Su Chun's. Under normal circumstances, others would have acquiesced to Tai Zhenren's assertion without a word. However, this time he faced Su Chun. Su Chun glanced at Tai Zhenren, his demeanor unruffled. Oh, do you share that sentiment? If so, why are you attempting to wrest him from me? Seeing that Su Chun dismissed the Chan sect so lightly, Tai Zhenren scoffed. Since you hold the Chan sect in such contempt, may I inquire who your master is? Are you also a disciple of a sage? Su Chun shook his head lightly and replied, I am a disciple of Xin Chen Daozun, who is indeed not a sage. However, this does not preclude me from taking Neza as my disciple. Regardless of the circumstances, one must first establish a foundation for oneself. Upon hearing Su Chun's words, Tai Zhenren was momentarily taken aback. Xin Chen Daozun? I have never heard of such a figure in the wilderness. His voice turned icy once more. So, Neza, are you truly unwilling to part with him? As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Li Jing cleared his throat. Esteemed Taoists, allow me to offer a suggestion. I believe matters of apprenticeship should adhere to the principle of prior claims. Both Su Chun and Tai Zhenren were reluctant to provoke one another. However, reason must prevail. Since Su Chun had already taken Neza as his disciple, what right did Tai Zhenren have to demand that Su Chun relinquish him? As Li Jing spoke, Madame Yin returned with Neza in tow. Upon hearing Li Jing's words, Tai Yizhenren glanced at Neza and suddenly recalled something. What of the Qinkuan Circle and the Hunyuan Silk? You must understand that my intention to take Neza as my disciple has been in the works for quite some time. To that end, I had previously gifted him the Qinkuan Circle and the Hunyuan Silk. Logically, these treasures should be Neza's innate artifacts. Yet now, where is the evidence of the Qinkuan Circle and Hunyuan Silk on Neza? Tai Yizhenren promptly interjected, very well, since you wish to discuss priorities. Let us ascertain who claimed them first. 3 years ago, I foresaw Neza's birth and presented him with the Qinkuan Circle and the Hunyuan Silk. Su Chun has only just arrived today. Why should Neza choose him as his master? Tai Yizhenren relished Li Jing's mention of prior claims. Where are Neza's Qinkuan Circle and Hunyuan Silk? Tai Yizhenren pressed further. Li Jing's expression faltered, turning somewhat peculiar. The Qinkuan Circle and Hunyuan Silk? Are you referring to the 2 dreadful artifacts present at Neza's birth? I disposed of them. When Neza was born, Li Jing recalled Su Qin's words from 3 years prior and had thus discarded the Qinkuan Circle and Hunyuan Silk. Hearing this revelation, Tai Yizhenren was utterly taken aback. The Qinkuan Circle and Hunyuan Silk are dreadful artifacts? You threw them away. Those are treasures of the postnatal realm. He fumed. What nonsense. Who has labeled them as dreadful artifacts? Tai Yizhenren was incensed, his face flushed with fury. Meanwhile, Li Jing's gaze naturally fell upon Su Chun. Tai Yizhenren followed suit, demanding, Su Chun, you must provide me with an explanation. It is the first time I have heard of someone discarding treasures of the postnatal realm. One must understand that within the wilderness, treasures are classified into categories such as innate treasures, supreme innate spiritual treasures, and postnatal treasures. The number of innate and supreme innate spiritual treasures is scarce. For many cultivators, possessing a few postnatal treasures is indeed a rare achievement. At this moment, however, Su Chun had little time to entertain Tai Yizhenren's ire. Just then, a notification from the system chimed in his ear. Originally, he had returned to check in on Tai Yizhenren and had almost forgotten amidst the escalating tension. System, check-in. Congratulations, host, for checking in on Tai Yizhenren and receiving the innate treasure. Qi Yin Cloak. An innate treasure? Su Qin immediately glanced at the system's description. Qi Yin Cloak. An innate treasure that can summon Qi Yin for protection, integrating offense and defense, impervious beneath the level of Deluo Jingxian. Although this artifact seemed of little use to him, Su Qian began to formulate a plan. At that moment, Tai Yizhenren could no longer contain his agitation. He was engaged in conversation with Su Qian. Yet it seemed as though Su Qian were oblivious to his presence. Su Qian, are you deaf? You must provide me with an explanation. Tai Yizhenren's voice escalated dramatically. Finally, Su Qian snapped back to reality, glancing at Tai Yizhenren with a calm demeanor. What explanation do you seek? Neza's fate has fallen into a killing curse. Is there any issue with discarding the 2 accompanying dreadful artifacts? Furthermore, those 2 dreadful artifacts are merely postnatal treasures. Are you, Tai Yizhenren, not a disciple of the Jade Clear Sage? Surely you would not bestow upon your disciple 2 postnatal treasures. The series of statements left Tai Yizhenren momentarily speechless. How was he to respond? Upon initially meeting Li Jing, he had also spoken of Neza's fate. Admitting that he had given Neza 2 postnatal treasures was an untenable position. Tai Yizhenren struggled to articulate a response. How do you expect me to respond to that? After a prolonged silence, Tai Yizhenren's expression darkened. Su Chun, do you truly believe you can present Neza with innate treasures? Under Tai Yizhenren's scrutinizing gaze, Su Qin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, how did you know? I have indeed prepared innate treasures for Neza. Chapter 40. Tai, are you really going to make a move? As he spoke, Su Chun extended his hand to summon Neza. With a flick of his right hand, a crimson light erupted from his palm. In an instant, the entire hall was enveloped in a scarlet glow. When the radiance faded, a crimson cloak had appeared behind Neza. Although Neza was petite, this blazing cloak, being a congenital spiritual treasure, naturally adjusted itself to fit perfectly. The cloak appeared to flicker as if flames were scorching it, fluttering in the absence of wind. Creating a resonant sound, excitement sparkled in Neza's eyes, revealing his evident delight. In stark contrast, Tai Yizhenren and Li Jing stared in wide-eyed astonishment. They could undoubtedly discern that the aura emanating from the blazing cloak was unmistakably that of a congenital spiritual treasure. Tai Zhanren's eyes filled with disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Su Chen. Had Su Chen truly gifted Neza a congenital spiritual treasure? It was noteworthy that even Tai himself possessed very few of such treasures. Moments later, Su Chen chuckled lightly. The blazing cloak, a congenital spiritual treasure. What do you think of this artifact, Tai Zhanren? Tai Zhanren felt utterly at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? Observing Tai Zhanren's stunned expression, Su Chen felt a wave of secret delight. If Tai Zhanren were to discover that this blazing cloak was obtained by Su Chen from him, only to be given to Neza, would he not be driven to the brink of fury? Oh, by the way, I believe I heard you mention something about the order of precedence. You might not be aware, but I visited the Li residence the moment Madame Ying conceived Neza, Su Chen continued. Glancing at Li Jing, who nodded in affirmation, corroborating Su Chen's statement in terms of precedence, Su Chen was indeed first in terms of spiritual treasures. Su Chen's congenital treasure far surpassed any other. It was evident that Neza's apprenticeship under Su Chen was a foregone conclusion. However, Tai Zhanren was unwilling to concede. The 12 immortals of Yushu had established their apprentices long ago to assist Jiang Zia in his campaign against the Shang dynasty and to ensure their own survival through tribulations. This plan had been set in motion long before. Wang Qingzi and the others had also completed their apprenticeships well in advance. Did it really mean that Neza, upon arriving at Tai's doorstep, would be whisked away by Su Chen? Furthermore, Tai Zhanren had never heard of Su Chen, let alone the enigmatic Xian Chen. The murderous intent in Tai Zhanren's eyes began to intensify. Perhaps he had indeed arrived a moment too late. But so what? If he could subdue Su Chen, Neza would still be his disciple. A surge of magical power began to radiate from Tai Zhanren. Even if Su Chen was also a Deluo Jingxian, Tai was confident in his ability to overpower him. After all, he was a disciple of a saint. Sensing the pressure emanating from Tai Zhanren, Li Jing's expression darkened. Surely, Tai Zhanren would not resort to violence? Daoist Tai, let us resolve matters peacefully, Li Jing urged. Wishing to prevent a confrontation between Tai Zhanren and Su Chen, shot Li Jing a glare, reprimanding him. What are you saying? Generally, Tai Zhanren is a disciple of a saint. How could he possibly act out of rage over losing a disciple? Turning to Tai Zhanren, he added, Am I not correct, Tai Zhanren? This statement caused the magical power surrounding Tai Zhanren to dissipate. If he were to act upon his anger, would he not become the subject of ridicule? Moreover, his ultimate goal was still to take Neza as his apprentice. He could not afford to worsen relations with Li Jing and his wife. Tai Zhanren glared at Su Chen, and after a moment, coldly declared, I take my leave. Having lost his disciple, what purpose remained for him to linger? If he stayed any longer, he might truly be driven to madness by Su Chen. As Tai Zhanren departed, Li Jing breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared a confrontation between Su Chen and Tai Zhanren at Cheneng Pass. After Tai Zhanren's departure, Su Chen bid farewell to Li Jing and his wife. His purpose for visiting was fulfilled, and there was no need to linger further. Soon after, Su Chen took Neza and left Cheneng Pass. Shortly after departing, Su Chen entered the Hongming Creation Tower. Tio swiftly enhanced Neza's cultivation. It was imperative to enter the tower. However, unbeknownst to Su Chen, shortly after he entered the tower, a figure appeared at the spot he had just vacated. Tai Zhanren surveyed his surroundings, a hint of confusion clouding his eyes. He had intended to act only after Su Chen left Cheneng Pass. It was not easy to seize a disciple from Tai Zhanren. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Su Chen had vanished. What could this mean? Tai Zhanren stood frozen in place, releasing his spiritual consciousness in an attempt to locate Su Chen. However, if even Yuhua and Tongtian, two saints, could not trace the Hongming Creation Tower, what chance did Tai Zhanren have? Thus, in Tai Zhanren's understanding, Su Chen seemed to have vanished into thin air. After searching fruitlessly, Tai Zhanren's expression grew increasingly grim. Suddenly, he recalled certain details from earlier. How had Su Chen known that upon Neza's birth, he possessed the Qingkuan circle and the Hunyuan silk? Furthermore, the so-called Neza's fate is plagued by 1,700 murderous prohibitions was information only he had known. How could Su Chen possibly be aware of it? There were too many anomalies at play. No. He needed to return to Kunlun Mountain to seek his master. Tai Zhanren immediately turned and sped towards Kunlun Mountain. At Kunlun Mountain, Yushu Palace, Jiang Ziya stood respectfully at the foot of the steps. Speaking gravely, Master, the preparations at Shiqi are complete. I shall soon commence the campaign against the Shang. May I inquire if you have any further instructions? As he spoke, Jiang Ziya's face bore a hint of excitement. Since the chaos in Chaoga 3 years prior, he had made countless preparations in Shiqi, and now he was finally poised to begin the campaign against the Shang. Once the Fengshen list was filled, his standing within the Chan sect would elevate exponentially. Yuan Shi, however, had little to add.at present. He was only curious about one matter. With the campaign against the Shang on the verge of commencing, had the Western Saints fulfilled their promise to eliminate the disciples of the Jie sect? Surely, they must have accomplished it. Be cautious during the campaign. You must ensure the Jie sect disciples are sent to the list while safeguarding our own Chan sect disciples. Yuan Shi advised. Just then, Tai Zhanren rushed into Yushu Palace in a flurry. Master, Master, something terrible has happened, Tai Zhanren exclaimed, his face a mask of indignation. I went to Chuntang Pass to accept Neza as my disciple, but someone else got there first and took Neza away. Tai Zhanren's voice was filled with outrage, but as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Yuan Shi's gaze upon him was somewhat off. Chapter 41. Campaign against the Shang, Rectification and the Enshrinement of the Gods inside Yushu Palace. A profound silence enveloped the room. Yuan Shi regarded Tai Zhanren with an icy stare. Tai Zhanren was momentarily taken aback. Had he made a mistake? He turned to Jiang Ziya, seeking a hint of understanding from him. Yet Jiang Ziya's expression mirrored his own confusion. Don't ask me. I have no idea, he seemed to convey. In desperation, Tai Zhanren lowered his head, refraining from meeting Yuan Shi's eyes, and awaited his master's response. After a few moments, Yuan Shi finally spoke, his tone measured. Tai, although you are a disciple of the Chan sect, this Yushu Palace is not a place you can enter at will. I was listening to Jiang Ziya discuss the campaign against the Shang, and you burst in without uttering a word. Moreover, your so-called terrible news is merely that Neza was taken by someone else? Is that truly such a grave matter? Upon hearing Yuan Shi's reprimand, Tai Zhanren began to understand. He turned to leave Yushu Palace. Outside, Tai Zhanren's voice rang out, Disciple Tai seeks an audience with Master. Only then did Yuan Shi respond casually, Enter. Tai Zhanren stepped into Yuan Shi's presence, took a deep breath, and spoke earnestly, Master, following our prior arrangements, I went to Chuntang Pass to accept Neza as my disciple, but a man named Su Chen arrived first and took Neza away. Tai Zhanren recounted the events at Chuntang Pass succinctly. However, after he finished, Yuan Shi fell silent once more, his gaze fixed on Tai Zhanren with an air of indifference. Tai Zhanren's heart raced, anxiety mounting. What is happening? Master, please say something. Fortunately, Yuan Shi did not keep Tai Zhanren waiting long and inquired. What is Su Chen's cultivation level? Presumably, he is a Deluo Jingxian, Tai Zhanren replied after some contemplation. Although Su Chen had not revealed his cultivation, it was reasonable to assume he was at least at the Deluo Jingxian level. Yuan Shi then asked, his expression unchanged, Is Su Chen's master, Xian Shendaozuan, a saint? No, he is not. Tai Zhanren stuttered in response. Perhaps Su Chen's master possesses a modicum of Taoist prowess, but he could never be a saint. After all, since the Taoist ancestor delivered teachings in the Zixiao Palace, only 6 saints have emerged in the vast wilderness. If another saint were to appear, how could it go unnoticed in such a realm? Although the master was merely posing questions to himself and I was providing answers in kind, Tai Zhanren felt an unsettling disquiet. Just after he uttered the word not, Yuan Shi's brow furrowed deeply, and he exclaimed sharply, If he is not a saint, then Su Chen is merely a Deluo golden immortal. Why come to me with such trifles? Can't you resolve this on your own? My Chan teaching indeed has few disciples, but that does not mean you must involve me in every matter. Today, it is about the 3rd generation of disciples. Tomorrow, will you come to me because you were bested by a Tai golden immortal? At that moment, Yuan Shi finally comprehended the sentiment he must have evoked in Hong Jun when he sought him out after the death of Huanglong Zhenren. Did Tai Zhanren believe himself to be idle? Was he truly to be disturbed by such minor matters? Listening to the master's reprimand, Tai Zhanren felt a tremor in his heart. This matter was indeed the result of his own impatience. In his helplessness, Tai Zhenren glanced towards Jiang Ziya, hoping he might speak a few kind words on his behalf. However, Jiang Ziya frowned and replied, Tai Shixiang, this matter is indeed your fault. It is merely a Deluo golden immortal. Since Su Chun has taken your disciple, cannot you simply reclaim him? Your visit to the master, do you intend to have him take action against Su Chun? If this were to spread, what face would the master have left? Upon hearing Jiang Ziya's remarks, Tai Zhenren's lips twitched in frustration. Jiang Ziya, I truly thank you. Not only do you not speak a good word for me, but you also add insult to injury. Steeling himself, Tai Zhenren reorganized his thoughts. Su Chun is but a Deluo golden immortal. I have no fear of him. However, the matter of Neza being taken by Su Chun is somewhat peculiar, and I am concerned it may disrupt our Chan teaching's grand scheme, hence my visit to report this. With these two statements, Tai Zhenren deftly shifted the focus from himself to the greater scheme of the Chan teaching. He was not acting for the sake of a mere disciple, but for the overarching plans of the Chan teaching. Yet, as soon as Tai Zhenren finished speaking, Jiang Ziya interjected, Shixiang, you are overly worried. Su Chun is just a Deluo golden immortal. How could he possibly disrupt our grand scheme? Tai Zhenren shot him a glare, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity, but could only respond blandly. What you say is indeed correct. This matter was my indiscretion. He resolved to settle accounts with Jiang Ziya at a later date. For now, he needed to navigate this situation with the master. After Tai Zhenren spoke, he regarded his master with utmost caution. Yuanshi replied with an air of indifference, what Jiang Ziya says is accurate. A mere Deluo golden immortal poses no threat to our Chan teaching. You may resolve the issue regarding Neza on your own. Should similar matters arise again, it will not be as simple as this one. You may leave now. Upon hearing the final three words, Tai Zhenren felt a wave of relief wash over him, quickly nodding and saying, disciple takes his leave. With that, Tai Zhenren departed from the Yushu Palace, setting out to search for Su Chun. Meanwhile, shortly after Tai Zhenren's departure, Jiang Ziya descended the mountain once more, heading for Shiqi to prepare for the campaign against the Shang. Days passed swiftly. A significant event transpired in the mundane world of the vast wilderness. The Western Prince Jichong, citing King Zhou's debauchery and indiscriminate harm towards court officials, appointed Jiang Ziya as his minister and raised an army against the Shang. Initially, there was no concrete evidence regarding King Zhou's massacre of court officials. However, once rumors began to circulate, they became truth. Moreover, it was well known that Ji Cheng's intent to attack the Shang was fueled by personal grievances stemming from the death of Bo Yikao. Although Ji Cheng's justification for the campaign lacked substantial proof, and Bo Yikao's death had no connection to King Zhou, under such circumstances, how could the court in Chaoga explain themselves to Ji Cheng? What reason would a sovereign have to explain to his subjects? In the Shang, any rebellion from Shiqi would label them as treasonous subjects. In dealing with treasonous subjects, explanations are futile. Only retribution is warranted. Thus, after deliberation in the Chaoga court, when Zhong was appointed to lead the army to restore order. Hence, the campaign against the Shang amidst the calamity of the Fengshan officially commenced. Tio assists Shiqi in resisting when Zhong, several from the 12 immortals of the Chan teaching, descended to the mortal realm to lend their support. However, one exception was Tai Zhenren. Chapter 42. Duobao's Persuasion. Master, you are confused. Not far from Chuntang Pass, a figure soared through the high skies. This individual landed atop a towering mountain. It was none other than Tai Zhenren. However, his expression was one of great displeasure. Ever since being reprimanded by Yuanshi a few days prior, he had departed the Yushu Palace to search for Su Chen's whereabouts. Just as Jiang Ziya had said, Su Chun was merely a Deluo golden immortal. Since he had taken Tai Zhenren's disciple, it should be a simple matter to reclaim him. Yet the problem was, Tai Zhenren had been searching for several days, and it seemed as if Su Chun had vanished from the face of the earth. A Deluo golden immortal could simply disappear without a trace. Little did Tai Zhenren know, Su Chun was currently cultivating within the space of the Hongming Creation Tower along with Neza. Not even Yuanshi could locate them. Yet Tai Zhenren was filled with pent-up frustration, with no outlet for his ire. Su Chun. Once I find you, I shall ensure you ascend the Fengshan list. Tai Zhenren ground his teeth in anger. But after uttering those words, he felt deflated. It was necessary to find him first. The vast wilderness was immense. If Su Qian were truly resolute in hiding, it would be a formidable challenge to locate him. It was not a concern that Su Qian and Neza were hiding. The real issue was how Tai Zhenren would contend with his own calamity. The likes of Guang Qingzi and others had already sought their disciples to aid Jiang Ziya in the campaign against the Shang, thus successfully navigating their own calamities. Yet Tai Zhenren had no disciples at present. Was he to take on another disciple? But he could not bear to simply relinquish Neza to Su Qian. That was unacceptable. Tai Zhenren was exceedingly vexed. At that moment, a sudden surge of magical energy erupted from the distance. Tai Zhenren turned to look, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. This magical fluctuation suggested that someone was undergoing a breakthrough, and their cultivation level appeared to be inferior to his own. Tai Zhenren narrowed his eyes, seemingly recalling something. If his memory served him correctly, that direction was the location of the White Bone Cave on Skull Mountain. The cave belonged to the Jiejiao disciple, Shiji. A sinister smile crept across Tai Zhenren's face. Since he could not find Su Qian, he would seek out Shiji instead. After all, Jiang Ziya and his faction were also targeting Jiejiao disciples in their campaign against the Shang. Thus, his pursuit of Shiji would equally serve to eliminate a Jiejiao disciple. He would claim the title of the first Chan disciple to slay a Jiejiao disciple. Perhaps afterward, the master would even commend him. Shiji, you have only yourself to blame for Su Qian's cowardice. Yet, just as Tai Zhenren was about to set off, he seemed to remember something. If he went directly to Skull Mountain, and Shiji managed to escape, it would not bode well. He resolved to return to Qinyuan Mountain first to retrieve the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Cover. After all, Shiji was in her own domain and could not escape to another location. Once he returned with the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Cover, he would be assured of Shiji's defeat. Having made up his mind, Tai Zhenren turned back towards Qinyuan Mountain. At the same time, on Golden Ao Island, within the Bo Palace, Duobao stood before Tong Tian, his expression grave. Master, the Chan teachings Jiang Ziya has descended to assist Shiqi in the campaign against the Shang. From my perspective, the campaign is but a pretext. The true intent is to slay our Jiejiao disciples. Were this merely common news from the mundane world, Jiejiao would typically dismiss it. However, many of their disciples currently held positions within the Shang, and the campaign against the Shang had already implicated Jiejiao disciples. Such matters could not be ignored by Duobao. Yet Tong Tian merely furrowed his brow and remained silent. This prompted Duobao to grow anxious. Master, the Chan teaching will go to any lengths to eliminate our Jiejiao disciples. At this juncture, if we continue to keep our gates closed, it will only be our Jiejiao disciples who suffer. After Duobao's words, Tong Tian finally reacted. He lowered his gaze, falling upon Duobao, and spoke coolly. The campaign against the Shang is ultimately a mundane affair. If our Jiejiao disciples were to intervene hastily, it would only invite criticism. In Tong Tian's view, the situation surrounding the campaign against the Shang had not yet escalated to the point where Jiejiao disciples needed to emerge from seclusion. After all, there were Jiejiao disciples such as Wen Zhong within the Shang as well. Mundane affairs should be handled by the mundane. Upon hearing this, Duobao grew increasingly anxious. Master, this is merely your perspective. However, the Chan teaching has now dispatched Jiang Ziya. In the future, it is likely they will send the 12 immortals of Yushu. At that point, it will be our Jiejiao disciples who pay the price. The earlier rebellion of Ding Guangxian clearly demonstrates their unscrupulousness in pursuit of their Fengshen agenda. Though Tong Tian's countenance darkened, he coldly declared, that was the doing of the two saints of the West, as the Yuqing sage. Yuanshi would never engage in such shameless acts. This was indeed Tong Tian's shortcoming. At the onset of the Fengshen era, the four sages of Yuanshi had clearly defined their objective, to collaboratively elevate the disciples of the Jie sect to prominence. For this purpose, the Yuanshi sages could disregard their statuses and take action against the Jie sect disciples. Yet, Tong Tian failed to grasp the situation, hesitating and overly concerned with the so-called dignity of the saints and the bonds of the three pure ones. By the time Tong Tian truly awoke to the reality and laid down the myriad celestial formations, seeking a decisive battle with the Chan sect, it was already too late. Duobao, in a state of urgency, spoke up, Master, you are being foolish. Duobao was acutely aware of his master's thoughts. Tong Tian believed that engaging first would tarnish the Jie sect's reputation. However, little did he realize that only Zhang Zia was dispatched from the Chan sect. If the Chan sect were to strike first, it would indeed be too late for the Jie sect to respond. Duo Bao, you must be mindful of your words. Tong Tian's expression grew cold. Even though Duo Bao was the Jie sect's eldest disciple, he ought not to speak to him in such a manner. Realizing Tong Tian's displeasure, Duo Bao quickly conceded. I acknowledge my error, but I implore you to reconsider this matter. Master, I stand by my previous assertion. Our Jie sect disciples do not fear battle nor death, yet we cannot perish without cause. Should we fall victim to the Chan sect's oppression, losing our lives in vain, that would be truly infuriating. With that, Duo Bao turned to leave the Bo Palace. Tong Tian, watching Duo Bao's retreating figure, felt a surge of contemplation within his gaze. Could it be that Yuanshi and Laozi would stoop to such shamelessness as the two saints of the West? In the conflict between Shiqi and Shang, would the 12 immortals of Yushu truly take action against the 3 generations of disciples from his Jie sect? Had his earlier decision to restrict the Jie sect disciples to the mountain indeed been misguided? And who, exactly, was the traitor within the Jie sect that Xianchun had previously informed him about? Too many questions plagued Tongtian's mind. While Tongtian remained indecisive, Duo Bao, having left the Bo Palace, wore a frown of distress. He understood well that during this campaign against Shang, the Chan sect would undoubtedly take action against the Jie sect disciples. The earlier incident involving the Dingguang immortal was a forewarning. He had to persuade his master to alter his stance. If he could not succeed alone, he would seek the aid of others to join him in this endeavor. At Sanxian Island, Yun Xiao stood up within the cave and glanced at Qiong Xiao, who had her eyes closed, before stealthily making her way towards the cave's exit. Just as she was about to leave, a chilling voice resonated behind her. Stop! Hearing this, Yun Xiao halted and turned to face Qiong Xiao. Qiong Xiao slowly opened her eyes, filled with helplessness as she gazed at her younger sister. Little sister, where do you think you are going? I just wanted to get some fresh air. Qiong Xiao rose and walked before Yun Xiao, speaking coldly. Do you think your second sister is easily fooled? Instinctively, Yun Xiao nodded, only to vehemently shake her head. What nonsense are you spouting, second sister? Qiong Xiao shot her a glare. How is it that you have lost all patience? Tell me, since you snuck out last time and returned, have you even practiced? Every few days, you wish to run out again. How can a practitioner be so restless? Qiong Xiao was exasperated. Yun Xiao's lack of diligence and cultivation weighed heavily upon her, for she feared that a moment's inattention would allow Yun Xiao to escape once more. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao wore a wronged expression. What could she do? Ever since witnessing the spectacle at Chaoga, she found it impossible to focus on her cultivation. Second sister, with our eldest sister absent, why not let me take you to Chaoga? I assure you, the mortal world has its own charms. Yun Xiao attempted to entice Qiong Xiao into joining her scheme. Yet, Qiong Xiao would never acquiesce. You shall not go anywhere. You must remain here and concentrate on your cultivation. As soon as Qiong Xiao finished speaking, a clear voice rang from outside the cave. Is Yun Xiao present? Duo Bao has matters to discuss. Qiong Xiao was taken aback. Why had Duo Bao come to Sanxian Island? Upon regaining her composure, Yun Xiao had already rushed out to invite Duo Bao inside. Brother Duo Bao, what brings you here? She inquired. My eldest sister is currently in seclusion. Qiong Xiao added. Hearing that Yun Xiao was in seclusion, Duo Bao's expression darkened. Is this seclusion of great importance? If not, then please fetch Yun Xiao. Noticing Duo Bao's seriousness, Qiong Xiao couldn't help but ask, Brother Duo Bao, what exactly has transpired? Duo Bao recounted the betrayal of the Dingguang immortal, the conflict with Shiqi, and his purpose for coming. Qiong Xiao's face turned to one of shock. Dingguang immortal has betrayed us? Meanwhile, Yun Xiao burst forth from the cave. I must find our eldest sister. Having long grown weary of Sanxian Island, she would not let the opportunity to lift the ban slip away. However, as soon as she stepped outside, she collided with Yun Xiao, who was approaching. Where are you rushing off to in such haste? Yun Xiao scrutinized her sister coldly. Eldest sister, you've emerged from seclusion. I was just about to seek you out. Yun Xiao paused, feeling a sense of helplessness. What seclusion? I haven't cultivated properly during this time. She had believed that solitude would allow her to concentrate, yet her thoughts were perpetually occupied with Su Chun, leaving her unable to focus on her cultivation. Men truly disrupt one's path to enlightenment. With no other option, Yun Xiao exited to check on Qiong Xiao and Yun Xiao. Brother Duo Bao has come to see you, she informed Yun Xiao. As Duo Bao saw Yun Xiao, he reiterated his earlier points regarding the Dingguang Immortals' betrayal and the conflict with Shiqi. Yun Xiao, I hope you will accompany me to Bo Palace to persuade our master to lift the ban. Even if our Jie sect disciples do not engage directly, merely observing can ensure the safety of those from our sect holding positions in Shang. As soon as Duo Bao finished speaking, Qiong Xiao exclaimed, Eldest sister, you should accompany brother Duo Bao. I have always believed that our master's ban is unreasonable. She was eager to leave Sanxian Island. However, both Duo Bao and Qiong Xiao knew that it was essential for Yun Xiao to take the lead in this matter. Their gazes converged upon Yun Xiao. Under their scrutiny, Yun Xiao nodded slightly. I too believe that our master's ban is unwarranted. The ongoing conflict with Shiqi fundamentally aims to elevate our Jie sect disciples in Shang. In this calamity of sealing the gods, our Jie sect will not provoke others, yet our disciples must not be bullied. Naturally, this was but one of her reasons. Another reason was Su Chun. Once the ban was lifted, she could seek him out. She couldn't help but wonder how he was faring and what level of cultivation he had achieved. Yun Xiao's words brought joy to Duo Bao. Then we must act without delay. Let us proceed to Bo Palace together. With that, Duo Bao and Yun Xiao set forth. Observing this, Qiong Xiao intended to follow, but after taking a few steps, she was admonished by Yun Xiao. You stay here at Sanxian Island. Unless the ban is lifted, you are not permitted to leave. Qiong Xiao, watch over her, Yun Xiao commanded before departing with Duo Bao. Left behind, Qiong Xiao wore a frustrated expression. Eldest sister is truly unfair. She gets to accompany Duo Bao to Bo Palace while I am stuck here at Sanxian Island. Qiong Xiao patted her shoulder reassuringly. It's not that we don't want you to go. It's simply that we fear you might cause trouble. It won't be long. Just wait a bit longer to tea that moment. It seemed Qiong Xiao suddenly recalled something, her eyes lighting up. Oh, how could I forget to inquire about that so-called brother-in-law? As soon as Duo Bao arrived, she had completely forgotten. I still need to confirm Su Chin's situation with eldest sister. Upon hearing this, Qiong Xiao also began to reflect. That matter concerning Su Chen is most likely fabricated. How could our eldest sister choose a partner of such low cultivation? She advised. I suggest you refrain from mentioning this in front of her. Otherwise, she may bring up your previous escapade, and you will have to bear the consequences. Although Bai Xiao had her doubts when she first mentioned it, upon calming down and reflecting further, she concluded that it was most likely a fabrication. Bai Xiao paused momentarily. Indeed, her elder sister had not mentioned her previous escapade. It seemed she had forgotten. Moreover, in hindsight, what the second sister said was correct. If the elder sister were to seek a companion, how could she possibly choose a golden immortal? Yet, if that were the case, wasn't Su Chen merely deceiving her? Oh, that's Su Chen. When they meet again, she would surely hold him accountable. As Yun Xiao and Duo Bao hastened towards Bo Palace. Within the Hongming Creation Tower, Su Chen glanced at Neza, who was diligently cultivating beside him, and felt a surge of emotion. In recent days, his own cultivation had not seen significant advancement. After all, he was already a great Luo Golden Immortal. And progressing further through mere training was no easy feat even though his foundation had improved. Reaching the threshold of a quasi-saint was not something to be achieved in a short period. In contrast, Neza, with his exceptional innate talent and guided by Su Chen, benefited from the temporal laws of the Hongming Creation Tower and the transformative elixir. Over the past few days, Neza's cultivation had already reached the level of a golden immortal. A single day outside the tower equated to a millennium within, providing an immense advantage. Now that Neza's situation had stabilized, it was time for Su Chen to venture out and seek a place to check in for rewards. Exiting the Hongming Creation Tower, Su Chen surveyed his surroundings and determined his direction. He was not far from Chentang Pass, a place he had already visited. Looking in another direction, if his memory served him right, that way led to Skull Mountain, the abode of Shiji.in, the original investiture of the gods. Shiji could be considered the first disciple of the to make the list, having perished at the hands of Tai Yizhenren and Neza. However, the current circumstances were different. Since the distance was not great, he decided to visit Skull Mountain and check in for rewards. With a swift movement, Su Chen headed directly for Skull Mountain. Chapter 44. The Tribulations of Shiji. Tai Yi approaches the White Bones at Skull Mountain. Within the White Bone Cave, Shurji was engaged in her cultivation. Originally a piece of primordial stone, Shurji had spent millennia refining herself into human form and subsequently joined the. Ever since the ban was imposed across the world, she had remained in her White Bone Cave to cultivate. A few days prior, Shurji had experienced a breakthrough. However, despite this, her cultivation level remained modest. Biyun Kaiyun, Shurji called gently, summoning her two attendant boys. Moments later, Biyun and Kaiyun emerged from outside the cave. We pay our respects to the lady. May we inquire as to why you summoned us? Biyun asked respectfully. Shurji replied calmly, it is nothing of great importance. I merely wish to inquire if any significant events have transpired recently. Biyun shook his head. There have been no major occurrences in the wilderness. However, Kaiyun interjected, there is a notable event unfolding in the mortal realm. The Western Chi's Jichong, dissatisfied with the rule of King Zhou, has raised an army against the Shang. It is said that King Zhou has dispatched Wen Zhong to Western Qi to rectify matters. Upon hearing this, Shurji was momentarily taken aback. Wen Zhong, is he not the favored disciple of Sister Jin Ling? The struggles in the mortal realm are now intertwined with the fate of the disciples. Are there any cultivators from Western Qi involved? Shurji instinctively inquired. Kaiyun pondered for a moment before responding. It is rumored that Jiang Zia from the Chan religion has descended to assist Ji Chong against the Shang, along with several disciples from the 12 immortals of Yushu. Upon hearing this, Shurji's expression darkened considerably. Jiang Zia and the 12 immortals of Yushu. Could Wen Zhong be in danger? As a fellow disciple, Shurji felt a pang of concern. Should I not go and take a look? However, this thought was swiftly dismissed. Her cultivation was still lacking, and her presence would only complicate matters. Furthermore, their master had commanded the disciples to remain within the mountain. As she was not a minister of the Shang, acting recklessly would be tantamount to defying her master's orders. Besides, Wen Zhong was Jin Ling's disciple, and his cultivation was formidable. He should be safe. I shall remain here in the White Bone Cave to cultivate, Shurji decided, waving her hand. You two may leave for now. I will call for you if needed. Biyun and Kaiyun turned and exited the cave. Yet, just as Shurji prepared to continue her cultivation, a sudden surge of powerful magical energy erupted from outside, followed by a piercing scream. Shurji sprang to her feet and rushed outside, only to see a figure hurtling towards her. Instinctively, she sidestepped to avoid it. With a thud, the figure crashed to the ground. It was none other than Kaiyun, whose eyes now lacked any trace of life. A wave of fury surged through Shurji. How dare they come to my White Bone Cave and slay my attendant? With a swift motion, she stepped outside the cave, just in time to witness a figure slaying Biyun. Enough is enough, Shurji cried out in anger. With her two attendants slain, her indignation knew no bounds. As magical energy surged around her, she raised her right hand, causing countless shards of stone to converge. These fragments soon coalesced into a massive boulder, which she hurled at the assailant. However, the figure merely waved a hand, effortlessly shattering the boulder. Seeing this, Shurji's composure began to return. She scrutinized the magical fluctuations emanating from the assailant, and her expression shifted slightly. A great Luo Golden Immortal. But what of it? Could a great Luo Golden Immortal slaughter her attendants with impunity? Who are you, and why have you killed my disciples? Shurji demanded sternly. The figure across from her sneered. This humble Taoist is Tai Yi Zhenren of the Golden Light Cave on Qinyuan Mountain. To kill your disciples. I have come to eliminate you. As Tai Yi's magical energy surged, he advanced towards Shurji. The debt owed by Su Chun shall be collected from you first. Blame only your misfortune. Shurji's expression turned grave upon hearing Tai Yi's words. A member of the Chan religion, a disciple of the 12 immortals of Yushu, had come to her White Bone Cave to kill her? As she dodged Tai Yi's attacks, she shouted, Tai Yi Zhenren, are you not afraid of inciting conflict between thee and the Chan religion? To which Tai Yi responded with a mocking laugh, killing you, Shurji, would incite conflict? You overestimate your significance. Even if a rift were to arise between thee and the Chan religion, what of it? The investiture of the gods is meant to elevate the disciples. Be why slaying you. I would only be doing my master a favor. As Tai Yi spoke, his techniques grew increasingly powerful. Shurji, despite her efforts, soon found herself injured. While evading Tai Yi's onslaught, She quickly contemplated her options. Given the current situation, if she did not flee soon, she would not only be unable to avenge Biyun and Kaiyun, but would also lose her own life here. Tai Yi Zhenren, even if your cultivation surpasses mine, it does not guarantee my demise. I shall report this matter to my master. With that, Shiji melded into the nearby rock wall, her last means of escape. However, Tai Yi merely scoffed. He had no intention of allowing her to flee. Raising his left hand, he summoned the Nine Dragons' divine fire shield. Shiji, let us see just how far you can run. Chapter 45. The White Bone Cave. Su Chen encounters Tai Yi again with the Nine Dragons' divine fire shield manifesting. Tai Yi directly activated its power. In an instant, flames erupted from the shield, and the roar of dragons filled the air as 9 fiery dragons materialized. These dragons encircled the area, engulfing the entire White Bone Cave. Under the searing heat of the fire dragons, the surrounding rock walls began to show signs of melting. From the molten walls, a figure emerged in a state of disarray. It was Shiji. Initially, she had intended to use the rocky debris to escape, but the expanse of the Nine Dragons' divine fire shield was too vast. She had not managed to escape before being forced out by the flames. Shiji glared at Tai Yi with fury, channeling her magical energy to create a barrier around herself. Yet, beneath the intensity of the Nine Dragons' divine fire shield, her barrier rapidly melted away. As Shiji's protective barrier diminished, a triumphant smile spread across Tai Yi's face. His decision to seek out Shiji at Skull Mountain was not a rash one. Given that her original form was a stubborn stone, his Nine Dragons' divine fire shield was perfectly suited to counter her. This time, Shiji was doomed. Under the relentless heat of the Nine Dragons' divine fire shield, Shiji's barrier was completely obliterated, causing her to collapse backward, unconscious. Tai Yi, observing the scene before him, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. At this rate, within half an hour, Shiji would perish beneath the Nine Dragons' divine fire shield. On the other side, Su Chen, having emerged from the Tower of Hongming, arrived at Skull Mountain. Standing on one side of Skull Mountain, he immediately checked in. Congratulations to the host for checking in at Skull Mountain and obtaining 3,000 years of cultivation. Upon hearing this voice, Su Chen's heart, once brimming with anticipation, plummeted in an instant. Sometimes, indeed, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. In his previous 2 check-ins, he had received a god-slaying spear and a crimson flame cloak. Even the least valuable crimson flame cloak was still a congenital spiritual treasure. He had hoped that this time checking in at Skull Mountain would yield some commendable rewards. Instead, he received merely 3,000 years of cultivation. Had he still been at the beginning of his training, 3,000 years of cultivation would have delighted him immensely. But now, having reached the level of Deluo Golden Immortal, the significance of 3,000 years of cultivation was exceedingly trivial. Oh well, 3,000 years of cultivation it is. After all, he still had more opportunities to check in. After completing his check-in at Skull Mountain, Su Chen intended to visit Bone Cave. Since he was already there, he might as well check in at Shiji as well. However, just as Su Chen took a step forward, his figure came to a halt. He heard a dragon's roar from the other side of Skull Mountain, followed by a surge of flames shooting into the sky. Within that fiery blaze, several fire dragons could be faintly discerned. Roaring fiercely, Su Chen's brows knitted tightly. Was someone attacking Shiji? Fire dragons? Could it be the Nine-Dragon divine fire cover of Tai Yi Zhenren? In truth, there were other treasures related to fire dragons in the primordial era, but when it came to Shiji, Su Chen's first thought naturally turned to Tai Yi Zhenren. After a brief moment of astonishment, Su Chen moved swiftly, instantly arriving on the other side of Skull Mountain. What lay before him was a sea of flames, and in the heart of that inferno lay a person on the brink of death. As Su Chen's gaze shifted, he quickly spotted Tai Yi Zhenren on the other side. At that very moment, Tai Yi Zhenren also caught sight of Su Chen. In that instant of mutual gaze, neither spoke a word. Su Chen pondered what he should do. Should he save Shiji and take her away from Skull Mountain first? Meanwhile, Tai Yi Zhenren's mind was a blank, his eyes firmly fixed on Su Chen. And then he ground his teeth, uttering each word with venom. Su Chen, how dare you appear before me? He had searched for Su Chen for so long without success, yet now Su Chen had voluntarily revealed himself. Su Chen scoffed, dismissively replying, "What a joke. Why should I fear appearing before you? Yet here you are, intruding upon the dojo of a disciple of the, and you do not fear retribution from Tongtian?" Su Chen's words caused Tai Zhenren's gaze to sharpen. Indeed, it was somewhat excessive for him to come to Shiji's dojo to kill her. However, with his master behind him, what did he have to fear from Tongtian? With a wave of his left hand, the fire dragons atop the nine-dragon divine fire cover immediately shifted their target, encircling Su Chen. After all, Shiji was already a dying woman. Whether she died now or later mattered little. But Su Chen was different. Although Tai Zhenren was uncertain of Su Chen's exact cultivation, he was certain that Su Chen must also be a Deluo Golden Immortal. Tio slay Su Chen. This Deluo Golden Immortal, he would naturally need to exert all his strength. As Su Chen watched the fire dragons roar around him, his expression remained remarkably calm, his gaze slowly settling on Tai Zhenren. Saying coolly, "Tai, I give you an opportunity. It is not too late to leave now." Yet Tai Zhenren laughed heartily, as if he had heard the most amusing joke. "Su Chen, have you lost your mind in the flames? Leave? Today? You shall undoubtedly perish. Dare to steal from my disciple of Tai Zhenren. Who do you think you are?" Tai Zhenren's expression turned vicious. If it weren't for Su Chen, how could he have been reprimanded by his master and become a laughingstock in front of Jiang Xia? Today, with Su Chen's appearance, it was his chance to eliminate him. However, after speaking, Tai Zhenren noticed something amiss. Under the scorching flames of the nine-dragon divine fire cover, Su Chen appeared unaffected, not even employing any magical power. He was resisting the flames of the nine-dragon divine fire cover solely with his physical body. Just what was Su Chen's origin? After uttering those words, Su Chen let out a resigned sigh. Truth be told, he had not intended to do anything to Tai Zhenren. But since he insisted on coming forward, he could not blame him afterward. As he spoke, a glimmer of cold light suddenly erupted from Su Chen's dark eyes. Tai Zhenren, however, wore a look of disdain, dismissively saying, "Su Chen, we are both Deluo Golden Immortals. Now that you are trapped by the nine-dragon divine fire cover, do you still dare to?" Before he could finish his sentence, a look of horror spread across his face. Within the nine-dragon divine fire cover, an overwhelming pressure emanated from Su Chen, a force that no Deluo Golden Immortal could possess. Chapter 46, The God-Slaying Spear Destroys Tai. Under this terrifying pressure, Tai Zhenren felt his mind go blank. The words that had been caught in his throat could not be uttered. His eyes were filled with astonishment as he gazed at Su Chen. Yet soon, this astonishment transformed into profound confusion. Although he was not a saint, the pressure radiating from Su Chen was something he had only ever felt from one person before, his master, Yuan Shi. Tai Zhenren pointed a trembling finger at Su Chen, struggling to articulate his thoughts. You are not a Deluo Golden Immortal. You are a saint." The pressure exuded by Su Chen surpassed even that of his master. Tai Zhenren could hardly fathom that the Su Chen who had previously snatched his disciple at Qintang Pass had suddenly transformed into a saint. Had he truly been seeking to settle scores with a saint? Had he lost his mind? After a momentary shock and confusion, Tai Zhenren quickly regained his composure, hastily retracting his nine-dragon divine fire cover, speaking with utmost trepidation. "I was blind before. I hope the saint will forgive me." The moment Su Chen displayed that terrifying pressure, Tai Zhenren realized he was no match for him. How could a mere Deluo Golden Immortal contend with a saint? For him, the best course of action was to admit his mistake and leave. He hoped that Su Chen would spare him out of respect for his master. After all, the Yuqing saint should still have some dignity. However, after Tai Zhenren spoke, Su Chen did not utter a word, simply watching him in silence. For Tai Zhenren, Su Chen's silence was more terrifying than words. He broke out in a cold sweat. No, he could not remain here any longer. "Why, my master is also a saint. Once I return, I will have my master come to apologize to you." As he spoke, Tai Zhenren turned to leave. Yet at that very moment, a low, resonant sound of a gun echoed behind him. Tai Zhenren's hair stood on end, a sense of indescribable danger flooding over him. Instinctively, he turned around, and in his gaze, a long spear was hurtling through the air. the dark red shaft emanated an incomprehensible aura of malevolence. Tai Yizhanren never expected that Su Chun, without uttering a word, would launch an attack against him. In that moment, he had no choice but to summon several treasures and unleash his divine abilities to defend himself. Yet, what use were his treasures and divine abilities against the God-slaying spear? Under the might of the God-slaying spear, all was in vain. Accompanied by the shattering of treasures and the final collapse of a magical barrier, the God-slaying spear pierced through Tai Yizhanren's heart, the malevolent aura within it instantly severing his life force. Tai Yizhanren coughed up a mouthful of blood, his expression one of bewilderment. He had come to kill Shiji, yet he had lost his life on this skull mountain. Su Chun was clearly a saint, who had previously contested with him over Neza at Chentang Pass. In the next moment, Tai Yizhanren's gaze suddenly fell upon the wrist of Su Chun, which gripped the God-slaying spear. The burn scar on Su Chun's wrist caught Tai Yizhanren's eye. That was the injury from the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire cover? Though the wound was not severe, it was indeed inflicted by the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire cover. The bewilderment on Tai Yizhanren's face gradually faded, replaced by a piercing gaze fixed upon Su Chun also sensed Tai Yizhanren's scrutiny and glanced at the scar on his wrist. It seemed that his cultivation as a Deluo Golden Immortal was still not very strong. The defense of his Chaos Demon body had its limits. Had Tai Yizhanren delayed retracting the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire cover, his injuries would likely have been far worse. With this thought, a playful smile tugged at the corners of Su Chun's mouth as he dissipated the aura simulated by the Hongling seal, revealing the magical fluctuations befitting a Deluo Golden Immortal. In that instant, Tai Yizhanren's eyes widened in disbelief, his face reflecting a fury born of betrayal. You are not a saint. You are merely a Deluo Golden Immortal. Tai Yizhanren finally understood. If Su Chun had truly been a saint, how could he have tolerated Tai Yizhanren's provocations at Chentang Pass? If Su Chun were truly a sage, why would he need to employ a magical artifact to take his own life? If Su Chun was indeed a sage, how could he possibly be injured by the Nine Dragons' Divine Fire cover? The aura of authority he previously exhibited was merely a tactic. Su Chun, much like myself, is a great Luo Golden Immortal. In stark contrast to the madness displayed by Tai Yizhanren, Su Chun's demeanor appeared remarkably calm, merely curling the corners of his lips into a faint smile. Sheathing his god-slaying spear and nonchalantly stating, "When have I ever claimed to be a sage?" Truthfully, had it not been for the aura simulated by the Hongling seal that intimidated Tai Yi, followed by a decisive strike with the god-slaying spear, the outcome would have been different. In a fair contest of abilities, Su Chun could win, but it would not have been so effortless. His words struck Tai Yizhanren like a dagger to the heart. Tai Yizhanren spat out another mouthful of blood, his gaze fixed on Su Chun with a look that seemed to wish to devour his very existence, if not for being deceived by Su Chun. In a true battle, as a fellow great Luo Golden Immortal, why would he have any fear? Even if Su Chun's artifact were superior, he would merely be outmatched. Not facing death, I refuse to accept this. Tai Yizhanren roared, his body crashing heavily to the ground, the last glimmer of life fading from his eyes. Golden light surged as the god-slaying list sealed Tai Yizhanren's soul. Su Chun glanced at Tai Yizhanren's corpse, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. To be honest, his visit to Skeleton Mountain was merely to check in. He had no intention of killing Tai Yizhanren. However, since Tai Yizhanren had approached him, there was little he could do. After dealing with Tai Yizhanren, Su Chun turned to look at the unconscious Shiji on the ground. It appeared that Shiji had sustained severe injuries, but her life was not in jeopardy. Just then, the faint groan of pain escaped Shiji's lips, her eyelids fluttering as if she were on the verge of awakening. Witnessing this, Su Chun immediately devised a plan. Channeling the Hongling seal, he simulated an aura of sage-level power, while his entire being was enveloped in a shadowy glow. The next moment, the unconscious Shiji slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 47, Bayou Palace, Shiji's Lament. Am I still alive? Shiji opened her eyes, only to find that the perilous Nine Dragons' Divine Fire cover had vanished. Tai Yizhanren actually spared me? She rose to her feet, scanning her surroundings. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a figure not far away. Shiji's eyes narrowed. It was Tai Yi Zhenren. The lifeless form of Tai Yi Zhenren lay on the ground. Who has slain Tai Yi Zhenren? Confusion filled Shi Ji's eyes. Only moments ago, it had been her life at stake. How could it be that upon awakening, she found Tai Yi Zhenren dead? At that moment, a cold voice echoed in her ears, Shi Ji. Instinctively, Shi Ji turned towards the source of the voice. There stood a figure in white, shrouded in a halo of light, rendering their features indistinct. Yet the oppressive aura emanating from them made Shi Ji's heart tremble. This was not the pressure of a great Luo golden immortal or a quasi-saint, a sage. In that instant, Shi Ji finally comprehended. It must be this person who has slain Tai Yi and saved her life. She immediately bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. Shi Ji thanks the senior for saving my life. Su Chan, however, replied indifferently, no need for thanks. I had no intention of saving you. It was Tai Yi Zhenren who sought his own demise. Go back and inform Tong Tian that if he does not awaken to the truth, then this calamity of the gods will be beyond salvation for Jie Jiao. With that, Su Chan turned and departed, vanishing into the space of the Hong Ming Creation Tower. As Su Chan vanished, Shi Ji regained her senses in an instant. Her master had commanded the disciples of Jie Jiao to seal the mountain gates to weather the calamity of the gods. Yet Tai Yi Zhenren had sought her out directly at the Bone Cave. Today, she had been fortunate to be saved by this senior. But what of the others in Jie Jiao? This matter must be reported to her master. Shi Ji's form flickered as she sped toward Jinao Island. However, shortly after Shi Ji's departure, the space in front of the Bone Cave twisted. Su Chan emerged once more from the Hong Ming Creation Tower. Gazing at the empty Bone Cave, Su Chan couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. In his preoccupation with Jie Jiao's matters, he had forgotten to check in. What a loss! Why did Shi Ji leave so quickly? Sighed. Su Chan felt utterly speechless. Well, he could always encounter Shi Ji again in the future for the check-in. Besides, perhaps checking in with Shi Ji wouldn't yield any substantial rewards anyway. For now, he could only console himself with such thoughts. Hopefully, this incident would awaken Tong Tian and prompt some change. For Su Chan, he could only remind Jie Jiao in this manner at present. As long as Tong Tian could comprehend the situation clearly, it would not be too late to attain that point. He and Yuan Shao could better navigate this calamity of the gods. Next, he would retreat into the Hong Ming Creation Tower for a period of cultivation, emerging only when he reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. After all, only a few days would pass outside the tower. Subsequently, Su Chan once again vanished into the space of the Hong Ming Creation Tower. On Jinao Island, in Bayou Palace, Tong Tian sat cross-legged on a mat. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the palace. Disciple Duo Bao requests an audience with Master. Tong Tian slowly opened his eyes and responded coolly. Moments later, Duo Bao and Yuan Shao appeared before Tong Tian. Tong Tian cast a glance at Yuan Shao and asked indifferently, Yuan Shao, why are you here at Jinao Island instead of Sanxian Island? Yuan Shao exchanged a glance with Duo Bao before speaking. Master, the disciple has heard that the Chan teachings Jiangxia has descended the mountain to assist Shi Qi in vanquishing the Shang. The disciple believes that this matter cannot be ignored by our Jie Jiao. As soon as he finished speaking, Tong Tian's gaze fell upon Duo Bao. So, you couldn't persuade him, so you brought Yuan Shao along? In response to Tong Tian's gaze, Duo Bao averted his eyes, believing that as long as he did not meet his master's eyes, it could be treated as if nothing had happened. In the face of Jie Jiao's disciple's peril, what did it matter if he, Duo Bao, faced punishment from his master? Seeing that Tong Tian remained silent, Yuan Shao pondered for a moment before continuing. Disciple understands what master is thinking. What I wish to convey is that the lifting of the ban does not necessitate that Jie Jiao's disciples must intervene in the conflict between Shi Qi and Deshang. Our existence serves as a constraint on the Chan teaching. With our Jie Jiao disciples present, the 12 immortals of Yusu will not dare to act recklessly. Even if the 12 immortals of Yusu intervene, using their might to oppress our Jie Jiao disciples, we can retaliate. However, if our Jie Jiao disciples are absent, the moment the 12 immortals of Yusu intervene, it would be a devastating blow to those from Jie Jiao serving in the Shang. By then, it would be too late for our Jie Jiao to lift the ban and take action. If the Chan teaching were to follow the rules, with troops against troops, generals against generals, golden immortals against golden immortals, and Tai Yi against Tai Yi, there would be no issue. But once the Chan teaching breaks the rules, with a great Luo Golden Immortal acting against a Golden Immortal, it would be an injustice to Jiejiao. Surely, Tong Tian can understand the pros and cons of this situation. Once Yun Xiao finished speaking, Tong Tian fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, Yun Xiao was not wrong. Yet, if the Chan teaching had no intention of sending the so-called 12 immortals of Yu Su to intervene, would he not be judging their intentions with a narrow perspective? Noticing Tong Tian's continued silence, Duo Bao quickly added, Master, the ability to act or not act is two different matters. Tio ensure the safety of our Jiejiao disciples and allow many of them to survive this calamity of the gods. Please lift the ban. Yun Xiao also spoke solemnly, Please, Master, lift the ban. Seeing both of his valued disciples in such agreement, Tong Tian's resolve began to waver. Yet lifting the ban would imply that his previous decision had been a mistake. Just as Tong Tian was caught in a dilemma, another voice echoed from outside Baiyu Palace. Disciple Shiji requests an audience with Master. The voice carried a sense of urgency. Duo Bao and the others were taken aback. Even Shiji had come to Jinao Island? Enter. As soon as Tong Tian's words fell, Shiji rushed into Baiyu Palace. At that moment, the gazes of Yun Xiao and Duo Bao fell upon Shiji. Shiji's complexion was pale, her body marked with numerous charred wounds. Although Su Chun had saved Shiji's life, the injuries inflicted by the Nine Dragons' divine fire cover were not something that could heal in a short time. Upon seeing Shiji's injuries, both Duo Bao and Yun Xiao's expressions darkened. Shiji, who has harmed you? Duo Bao inquired with a frown. Shiji had clearly survived by a hair's breadth. Shiji glanced at Duo Bao, then at Tong Tian, and immediately began to lament, Master, senior brother, the Tai genre of the Chan teaching has gone too far. Following the master's orders, I was cultivating in the Bone Cave, but unexpectedly, that Tai genre came to seek me out, killing my disciple and injuring me with the Nine Dragons' divine fire cover. Had it not been for the rescue of a senior, I would have already perished. Once Shiji finished her words, an eerie silence enveloped the entire Baiyu Palace. Chapter 48. Master, Tai Zhenran has also made the list in the tranquil atmosphere of the palace. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Yun Xiao furrowed her delicate brows, her jade-like hands clenched into fists. The wave of uncontrollable magical energy radiated from Duo Bao's body. Yet, neither of them spoke first. Their gazes fixed upon Tong Tian. As for Tong Tian, there was a flicker of coldness in his indifferent eyes, a hint of holy might barely concealed. After a moment, Duo Bao could no longer contain himself. Exclaiming in anger, Master, the Chan sect has gone too far. I request to leave the island to seek justice for junior sister Shiji from Tai Zhenren. Shiji was perfectly fine in the White Bone Cave. Yet Tai Zhenren could locate her to strike. The people of the Chan sect truly underestimated the Jie sect. Observing this, Yun Xiao chimed in, Senior brother Duo Bao, I shall accompany you. As the two of them spoke, they turned to leave Baiyu Palace. However, before Tong Tian could utter a word, Shiji interjected, Senior brother, senior sister, there is no need for you to go. Tai Zhenran is already dead. This statement caused Duo Bao and Yun Xiao's eyes to widen in disbelief as they stared at Shiji. Duo Bao, perplexed, asked, Shiji, you were able to slay Tai Zhenran. Although he harbored disdain for the Chan sect, he had to acknowledge that the 12 immortals of Yu Su were formidable, and Shiji was certainly not a match for Tai Zhenran. Especially since the treasure, the Nine Dragons' divine fire shield, wielded by Tai Zhenran had just recently countered Shiji. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao seemed to recall something, her voice low. Could it be that the senior who rescued you killed Tai Zhenran? Who is that senior? To slay Tai Zhenran is no trivial matter. He is, after all, a disciple of Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi would never let this matter rest. A hint of regret flickered across Shiji's face as she sighed. I do not know the name of that senior, but I am certain he is a sage. At this, a look of surprise appeared in Tong Tian's eyes, naturally turning his gaze towards Shiji. Duo Bao, still puzzled, inquired, a sage? Could it be the sage Nuwa? Junior sister Shiji, are you certain the other party is a sage? Shiji shook her head. I have indeed met Sage Nuwa once, but I have never encountered this senior before. I can assure you, he is undoubtedly a sage, and the pressure emanating from him is even stronger than that of our master. Stronger than our master? Duo Bao and Yuan Shao instinctively glanced at Tong Tian. They noticed Tong Tian seemed to recall something, raising his hand, a glimmer of spiritual light emanating from his palm, depicting the figure of Xian Chun from earlier. Is this the one who saved you? Although the face was indistinct, upon seeing the silhouette, Shiji immediately nodded. Indeed. It is he, master. Do you recognize this senior? Duo Bao and Yuan Shao also turned their gaze towards the apparition. In Yuan Zhao's beautiful eyes, confusion lingered, as she felt a strange familiarity with the figure. But when had she ever encountered such a sage? Tong Tian, however, fell into silence. It was once again this Xian Chen. Why did he repeatedly assist the Jie sect? Moreover, he had slain Tai Zhenren. Did he say anything to you? Tong Tian continued to question Shiji. She recalled the earlier events and spoke solemnly. That senior instructed me to convey a message to master. He said that if master does not awaken to the truth, then during this Feng Shun calamity, no one will be able to save the Jie sect. A simple statement that caused both Duo Bao and Yuan Shao to narrow their eyes, their gazes shifting towards Tong Tian. Unlike the two of them, this was the word of a sage. Surely, master must now lift the restrictions. Under their watchful gaze, Tong Tian stood still for a moment before turning to walk towards the exterior of Baiyu Palace. Master? Duo Bao inquired instinctively. Stay here in Baiyu Palace. I shall go to Kunlun Mountain to seek justice for Shiji. With that, Tong Tian's figure vanished from the sight of the three. As Tong Tian departed, Duo Bao and Yuan Shao turned their attention back to Shiji. Duo Bao asked again, Shiji, what exactly happened with Tai Zhenren? How was he killed? Shiji had no choice but to recount the events that transpired in the White Bone Cave from beginning to end. Meanwhile, in Yusu Palace, Yuan Shi suddenly felt a sense of unease, his eyes filled with suspicion. Logically speaking, Jiang Zia should have already assisted the Western Qi in declaring war against the Shang. And Shun Gongbao had entered Chaoga. Next, it would be Shun Gongbao's task to continuously invite the disciples of the Jie sect from their sanctuaries, one by one, to ascend the Feng Shun list. Everything was proceeding according to the previous plan, except for the demise of Huang Longzhenren. The matter concerning Tai Zhenren's disciple should not affect anything. Yet, if that were the case, why did he feel such an unsettling sensation? No, he needed to pay more attention to this war against Shang. The 12 immortals of Yusu could not suffer further losses. Just then, a voice echoed from outside Yusu Palace. Disciple Jiang Zia requests an audience with Master. Yuan Shi paused momentarily, wondering why Jiang Zia had returned to Kunlun Mountain. Had they encountered difficulties at the onset of the war against Shang? Subsequently, Yuan Shi commanded Jiang Zia to enter. Standing before Yuan Shi, Jiang Zia appeared visibly uneasy, stammering, Master, Tai Shixiang has encountered trouble. Yuan Shi's brows furrowed, instantly recalling the previous visit from Tai Zhenren regarding Neza. Was he too afraid to come himself, thus sending Jiang Zia in his stead? Yuan Shi snorted coldly, tell Tai Zhenren not to bother me with every little issue. He should resolve them himself. However, Jiang Zia showed no intention of leaving. Instead, his expression grew increasingly grim as he opened his mouth but could not find the words. Yuan Shi, irate, demanded, speak clearly. Why are you stammering? Under Yuan Shi's reprimand, Jiang Zia gritted his teeth and blurted out, Master, Tai Shixiang has ascended the Feng Shun list. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yuan Shi's expression changed dramatically, his gaze locking onto Jiang Zia as he roared. What did you say? Tai Shixiang's soul has ascended the Feng Shun list. Jiang Zia's eyes were filled with trepidation. He had recently chanced upon the Feng Shun list and discovered that Tai Zhenren had indeed made the list. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi unleashed a powerful strike, sending Jiang Zia crashing into the stone wall of Yusu Palace with terrifying force. Why didn't you say this sooner? Embedded in the wall. Jiang Zia wore a pained expression. He too wished he had spoken earlier, but the last time he reported on Huang Longzhenren, he had barged into Yusu Palace out of urgency and received a scolding from his master. This time, he had thought to approach more cautiously, yet it had still provoked his master's displeasure. Truly, he found it difficult. Yuan Shi, however, had no time to concern himself with Jiang Zia and immediately began to calculate, attempting to discern who had slain Tai Zhenren. Yet, moments later, Yuan Shi waved his sleeve, a terrifying holy might emanating from him, causing the ground beneath him to crack and shatter, just like the previous incident with Huanglong Zhenren. During the Feng Shun calamity, the heavenly secrets were obscured, rendering any calculations impossible. Could it be that Tai Zhenren died in vain? With so few individuals from the Jie sect making the list. The 12 immortals of Yu Su had lost 2 directly. How could Yuan Shi accept this? The next moment, an astonishing aura swept over Yu Su Palace. Yuan Shi, come out. Chapter 49. Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones in conflict. This sudden voice startled both Jiang Ziya and Yuan Shi. After a brief moment of astonishment, a fierce expression surfaced on Yuan Shi's face. With Tai Zhenren's death, he was already in a foul mood. At this moment, someone dared to cause trouble at Kunlun Mountain. He was determined to find out who had the audacity to act so recklessly. Seeking death, Yuan Shi growled, waving his right hand as a beam of white light surged forth. The 3 treasures Jade Rui, imbued with Yuan Shi's holy might, shot towards the entrance of Yu Su Palace. Yet, moments later, the Rui came hurtling back, its brilliance dimmed. Yuan Shi was taken aback and stepped out of Yu Su Palace. Upon reaching the skies above Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi immediately spotted Tong Tian across from him. Furrowing his brows, Yuan Shi coldly addressed, Tong Tian, what madness brings you to Kunlun Mountain? I am not in the mood. You best vanish quickly. Yuan Shi's words instantly added a touch of chill to Tong Tian's expression. With a sneer, Tong Tian brandished the Qing Ping sword, its song resonating throughout the surroundings. You're not in the mood? I am in an even worse mood. Yuan Shi, your disciple Tai Zhenren inexplicably ventured to the White Bone Cave to attack my disciple Shi Ji, leaving her severely injured. You must give me an explanation for this. Yuan Shi's pupils constricted as he instinctively shouted, Tai Zhenren was killed by you? In a state of deep concern over the identity of Tai Zhenren's killer, I was taken aback when Tong Tian unexpectedly arrived at my doorstep. It all made sense. In the vast expanse of Honghuang, ordinary individuals would scarcely dare to slay Tai Zhenren. What was most unbearable for Yuan Shi was the fact that while Tai Zhenren had perished, Shi Ji remained unharmed. What kind of absurdity was this? Tai Zhenren, that inept fool, could not even eliminate a mere Shi Ji, and yet he paid with his own life. Tong Tian, with a tone of disdain, remarked, you are mistaken. I did not kill Tai Zhenren. Regardless of whether I was involved or not, the outcome remains unchanged. Yuan Shi, I, the disciples of the Jie sect, have tightly sealed the mountain gates, yet you, of the Chan sect, dare to intrude as your Chan sect not being excessively audacious. Yuan Shi, momentarily taken aback, felt a flicker of doubt. It wasn't Tong Tian who killed him? Tong Tian, deliver unto me the one who took Tai Zhenren's life. Previously, the identity of Huanglong Zhenren's murderer had eluded him, but he was resolute in uncovering Tai Zhenren's killer. Otherwise, would it not embolden anyone in Honghuang to slay his Chan sect disciples? The Qingping sword in Tong Tian's hand pointed menacingly at Yuan Shi as he coldly declared, Yuan Shi, do you fail to comprehend my words? I have come to demand an explanation from your Chan sect regarding Shiji.as for who killed Tai Zhenren. That is for you to ascertain. Yuan Shi's hand, gripping the Sanbao Yuru, was now visibly strained, an aura of sanctity emanating from him. Tai Zhenren's venture to the White Bone Cave to confront Shiji indeed placed the Chan sect in a position of blame. Yet, Tai Zhenren was dead, was he not? Tong Tian, regardless of the circumstances surrounding this matter, Tai Zhenren has vanished, and yet Shiji thrives. What further explanation do you seek from my Chan sect? Upon hearing Yuan Shi's words, Tong Tian erupted into laughter. It was truly laughable to hear such words from your lips. Yuan Shi, is it to be assumed that now that Tai Zhenren is dead, your Chan sect is the victim? Tai Zhenren's intrusion into the White Bone Cave to confront Shiji was a blatant disregard for my Jie sect. He deserved to die. As Shiji's master, I shall demand an explanation today with that. Tong Tian's Qingping sword was swiftly aimed at Yuan Shi. Since words proved futile, then let us resort to action. As Tong Tian's Qingping sword swung towards him, Yuan Shi's anger surged. Regardless of whether this matter was Tai Zhenren's fault, he was dead. What more did Tong Tian desire? Did he truly believe Kunlun Mountain was a place to act with impunity? The sacred aura surged, and the brilliance of the Sanbao Yuru burst forth, meeting the Qingping sword head-on. The clash between these two saints was nothing short of monumental. In an instant, the entirety of Kunlun Mountain was enveloped in a terrifying holy might. Both Yuanshi and Tong Tian, consumed by rage, showed no intent for a cautious approach. However, given their comparable cultivation levels, neither could claim a decisive victory in the short term. The next moment, a figure appeared in the distance, a flash of black and white swiftly covering the entire sky. "Cease your conflict for the time being," a voice commanded, as a figure materialized between Yuanshi and Tong Tian, forcibly pushing them apart. The one capable of intervening in the battle between Yuanshi and Tong Tian was, of course, a saint. The newcomer was none other than Laozi. Laozi cast a glance at both Yuanshi and Tong Tian, speaking in a measured tone. "The battle of saints is no trifling matter. What compels you both to resort to violence?" Upon seeing Laozi's arrival, Yuanshi hastily recounted the events surrounding Tai Zhenren's demise, while Tong Tian offered a brief overview of the situation regarding Shiji. After listening to their accounts, a flicker of astonishment crossed Laozi's gaze. He turned to Tong Tian, asking gravely, "Did you truly not kill Tai Zhenren?" Tong Tian chuckled coldly, "And if I did, or did not? I reiterate, Tai Zhenren deserved to die." This statement further displeased Yuanshi. Yet, Laozi interjected, "Tong Tian, the matter concerning Shiji indeed falls upon Tai Zhenren's shoulders. However, considering that Tai Zhenren is deceased, grant me some dignity and let this matter rest, shall we?" Laozi assumed the role of mediator. But Laozi's approach left both Yuanshi and Tong Tian deeply dissatisfied. Yuanshi stepped forward, insisting, "Tong Tian must reveal to me who killed Tai Zhenren." Tong Tian remained unyielding. "Do not presume that even if you discover the identity of Tai Zhenren's killer, you will have any means to act against them. The one who struck down Tai Zhenren is not someone you can simply command. The situation with Shiji demands that your Chan sect pays a price." As they spoke, a tremendous holy might erupted from both of them once more. Laozi's expression darkened as a flicker of displeasure crossed his face. Behind him, black and white lights flickered, the sanctity enveloping the area. "If all saints acted as recklessly as the two of you, this Hong Huang would descend into chaos. If you wish to fight, you must first pass through me." Laozi's voice rang out with authority. At this, Tong Tian's demeanor turned icy. On the surface, it appeared that Laozi was remaining neutral, seeking a peaceful resolution to in reality, however, Laozi was still aligned with Yuanshi. After all, if he were to employ the Zhuxian sword array, Yuanshi would stand no chance against him. Moreover, this was Kunlun Mountain. A battle here would undoubtedly affect the Chan sect. A self-mocking smile crept across Tong Tian's lips. It was a realization he should have come to long ago. From the moment the four saints of Zixiao Palace directed their hostility towards his Jie sect, he should have understood. Despite the distinctions of red flowers, white lotus, and green lotus leaves, the three teachings were originally one. Yuanshi and Laozi were aligned, while he alone clung to the absurd title of Sanqing. Tong Tian regarded Laozi and Yuanshi, sweeping the Qingping sword before him, creating a spatial rift with its brilliance. Henceforth, the name Sanqing shall no longer hold sway in Hong Huang. I, Tong Tian, sever all ties with you both. Chapter 50. Lifting the ban. My Jie sect disciples cannot be oppressed. Though this sword did not strike Yuanshi or Laozi directly, it severed the bond among the Sanqing. Both Yuanshi and Laozi were momentarily taken aback, astonished by Tong Tian's actions. Then Tong Tian coldly declared, "Since the master has decreed, those who perish during this Fengshen calamity shall have their souls sealed upon the Fengshen list, assuming divine roles in the heavenly court. Henceforth, let each rely on their own abilities. From this day forward, the ban on my Jie sect disciples is lifted. Should anyone dare to harm my Jie sect disciples, they must be prepared to face the consequences. My Jie sect disciples shall not be subjected to your Chan sect's tyranny." Following these events, Tong Tian had finally come to a complete understanding. This Fengshen calamity was unavoidable. Initially, there was the rebellion of the Western sect led by Jiejin Mingchong and Er Dingguang, followed by Tai Zhenren's near assassination of Shiji at her dojo. Furthermore, Jiang Ziya was plotting under the guise of attacking the Shang dynasty, intending to target the Jie sect disciples still in service. Yuanshi and his allies had truly overstepped their bounds. While it could be argued that lifting the ban now contradicted his previous decisions, This minor loss of face paled in comparison to the lives of his Jie sect disciples. Xianxin had spoken wisely. If he continued to cling to the dignity of the saints and the ludicrous title of Sanqing, it would only lead to devastating losses for his Jie sect disciples. Moreover, he remained uncertain of Xuanqin's true intentions. To survive this Fengshen calamity, it was imperative to rely on his own Jie sect strength. With that, Tong Tian turned without allowing Yuanshi and Laozi a moment to respond. Making his way back to Jinao Island, as Tong Tian departed, the expressions of Laozi and Yuanshi grew increasingly grim. Yuanshi expressed his concern, surely Tong Tian would not personally strike against my Chan sect disciples? Hearing Yuanshi's words, Laozi could not help but snort derisively. Tong Tian's actions pose little threat. After all, you and I still have the two Western saints to intervene and stop him. However, now that Tong Tian has lifted the ban, Jie sect disciples can freely leave their dojo and involve themselves in worldly matters. This development introduces many more uncertainties regarding Jiang Ziya's campaign against the Shang dynasty. Previously, with the Jie sect's ban in place, it was feasible to draw out Jie sect disciples one by one and eliminate them. Now, however, the situation has changed significantly. Laozi's words served as a reminder to Yuanshi. The true challenge lay not with Tong Tian, but rather with the multitude of Jie sect disciples. Although the 12 immortals of the Yushu Temple were formidable, Yuanshi had to concede that among the Jie sect's disciples, there were indeed powerful figures such as Duo Bao, Yun Xiao, Jinling Xingmu, and Zhao Gongming. Should these individuals join the fray in the worldly conflict, the outcome remained uncertain. Yet, Yuanshi's thoughts turned to the prior agreement made with the two Western saints. According to their previous arrangement, Duo Bao and the others were to be dealt with by the Western saints, which would significantly reduce the threat. Yuanshi's primary concern, however, remained the death of Tai Zhenren. He turned to Laozi, asking somberly, "What do you believe regarding Tong Tian's claim that he did not kill Tai Zhenren? And what of his assertion that even if I discover the identity of Tai Zhenren's killer, I would be powerless to act against them? Who, in this vast Hongwang, stands with the Jie sect?" Yet Laozi dismissed these concerns, stating, "Why ponder so deeply? Does it truly matter whether or not Tong Tian was the one responsible for the killing? As long as it is not a saint or a Hunyuan Daluo, the current situation will not be significantly affected. You would do better to focus on matters concerning Jiang Ziya. I am returning to Bairing Palace." As he spoke, Laozi turned and departed. Yuanshi remained stationary, enveloped in silence for a considerable duration. Laozi's words rang true. The crux of the matter lay in Jiang Ziya's campaign against the Shang dynasty. It was imperative to ensure the safety of the disciples of the Chan sect. Although Taba and others were being handled by the two saints of the West, given the previous incident involving Maitreya, Yuanshi harbored reservations about their reliability. This matter required his own ingenuity. He needed to seek assistance for the Chan sect. Moments later, an idea struck Yuanshi. He would seek out Lu Ya. With Lu Ya's support, the odds of the Chan sect's victory would significantly increase. Meanwhile, on Jinao Island, the atmosphere was abuzz with activity, a stark contrast to previous times. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of Wudong, accompanied by the seven immortals, Bai Shao, Qiong Shao, and numerous disciples of the, had gathered here. Their gazes were fixed on Tong Tian, who stood at a distance. Their expressions tinged with curiosity. Not long ago, Tong Tian had unexpectedly summoned a multitude of disciples to Jinao Island. Yet, their master had previously issued a decree forbidding such gatherings. What could possibly necessitate their presence now? Concern flickered in the eyes of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. Her disciple, Wen Zhong, had faced obstacles in seeking redress and had come to Jinao Island for assistance. 10 Heavenly Lords had accompanied Wen Zhong. Had their master learned of this and intended to impose punishment? Yun Xiao, along with Duo Bao and Shiji, knew that Tong Tian had just returned from Kunlun Mountain. A glimmer of hope danced in their eyes. Could it be? Under the watchful gaze of those present, Tong Tian leapt into the air above Jinao Island, radiating an aura of sacred majesty. With a wave of his right hand, the spiritual energy from all directions converged upon Jinao Island. Subsequently, the forms of his hands shifted in a mesmerizing sequence. The onlookers were puzzled, utterly bewildered by their master's actions. Approximately an hour later, Tong Tian concluded his gestures, revealing a luminous portal emanating a resplendent white light above Jinao Island, from which an indescribably pure spiritual energy emanated. After accomplishing this, Tong Tian turned his gaze toward the gathered disciples of and spoke slowly. I have gathered all the spiritual energy of Jinao Island into this space. All disciples of the may enter this space for cultivation. Upon hearing these words, the disciples' eyes were drawn to the portal. It was evident that cultivating within this space would yield far greater results. Yet, what was the intent behind their master's actions? In the midst of their puzzled expressions, Tong Tian continued, initially, I commanded you to close the mountain gates and seclude yourselves in cultivation, intending to evade the impending calamity of the Fengshen. However, I have come to realize that evasion is futile. From this day forth, the prohibition on thee is lifted. You may act freely. The moment they heard Tong Tian utter those words, the disciples of were instantly filled with immense joy. Especially Yun Xiao, who, with the lifting of the ban, could finally seek out Su Chan. Yet, Tong Tian's expression soon turned grave. Despite the lifting of the ban, which no longer restricted your actions, this moment of tribulation brings forth threats from the Chan sect, the Ren sect, and the Western sect, all seeking to conscript the disciples of to fulfill the Fengshen list. Therefore, those lacking confidence in their cultivation may remain on Jinao Island and enter this space for training. But once they achieve a breakthrough, they must return to their seclusion. As he spoke, Tong Tian gestured toward the luminous portal overhead. Those with confidence in their cultivation may act freely. Currently, Jiang Zia of the Chan sect is aiding the West Qi in their campaign against the Shang, intending to target our disciples in Deshang. You may go and lend your strength to Wenzhong and the others. In any case, remember this. Our disciples shall not be underestimated. This was the strategy Tong Tian devised during his return to Jinao Island. On one hand, he lifted the prohibitions on the other, he opened a space to facilitate the rapid enhancement of the disciples' cultivation. Tong Tian was acutely aware that he would undoubtedly be watched by Yuanshi, Laozi, and the two saints of the West. Thus, the ongoing struggles within the Fengshen were largely contests among the disciples themselves. The 12 immortals of the Chan sect, including Guang Chengzi, as well as Randang, the Southern Polar Immortal, and others from the Ren sect, were no ordinary opponents. To triumph in this grand conflict, the strength of the disciples needed to be bolstered. Tong Tian's declaration ignited a wave of excitement among the disciples. Bai Xiao, beaming with joy, turned to Qiong Xiao and exclaimed, Sister, this time you won't be able to dictate where I go. With the ban lifted, she could finally indulge in some leisure time in Chaoga. Qiong Xiao, looking somewhat exasperated, replied, You think it's that simple? Though the ban is lifted, the threat of the Fengshen calamity still looms. Wherever you go, you must obtain the elder sister's consent. She then turned her attention to Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao merely smiled. Qiong Xiao, you need only keep an eye on Bai Xiao. I have matters to attend to. With the prohibition lifted, her first priority was to seek out Su Chun. Qiong Xiao was taken aback but refrained from pressing further. Tong Tian's voice resounded once more. Duobao, Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, Yun Xiao, you three shall enter this space for cultivation first. Should any questions arise during your training, do not hesitate to approach me. The individuals from the Chan sect, such as Randang and the Southern Polar Immortal, are rather formidable. Thus, the strength of Duobao and the others must be enhanced. With that, Tong Tian turned and made his way toward the Bo Palace. After his words, Duobao appeared unfazed, while Yun Xiao and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit wore expressions of shock. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit quickly approached Zhao Gongming and spoke earnestly, Junior Brother Zhao, my disciple Wenzhong is currently serving in the Shang dynasty and is now at West Qi seeking redress. Although Sun Liang, Bai Li, and others have gone to assist him, I still harbor concerns. I implore you to keep an eye on him until I emerge from seclusion. Initially, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit had intended to go herself, but Tong Tian's words compelled her to request Zhao Gongming's assistance instead. Zhao Gongming let out a hearty laugh. Fear not, even without your request, I intended to make a trip myself. With that, he departed for West Qi. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao, after a brief moment of contemplation, turned to Duobao. Elder brother, please inform our master that I have some matters to attend to and will return to cultivate once I am done. Having finally obtained the opportunity to seek out Su Chan, Yun Xiao was eager to leave without delay. Duobao, though puzzled, simply nodded in agreement. Thus, Duobao and several disciples of the entered the space for cultivation, while Zhao Gongming set off for West Qi, and Qiong Shao followed by Xiao Wei from Jinao Island. The remaining disciples of dispersed as well. Upon leaving Jinao Island, Yun Xiao hurried back to the small dwelling she had previously shared with Su Chun. However, there was no trace of him to be found. Stunned, she let out a bitter laugh. What was she thinking? After her departure, Su Chun must have begun his cultivation. Why would he remain here? Yet, it mattered little when she left. She had bestowed upon Su Chun the Tianyun Jade for his protection, which bore her imprint. By attuning to the mark on the Tianyun Jade, she could locate Su Chin's whereabouts. Yun Xiao began to sense the imprint on the Tianyun Jade. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Her brows furrowed slightly, confusion creeping into her gaze. After a moment, her expression shifted dramatically, her face a mask of astonishment. She could not perceive the imprint of the Tianyun Jade at all. Could it be that something unfortunate had befallen Su Chen? However, Tianyun Jade has never been activated. Moreover, even if Su Chen encountered any mishap, he should still be able to sense the location of Tianyun Jade. Little did Yun Xiao know that after Su Chen activated the system, he was under its protection, rendering any form of probing or deduction futile against him. Even figures like Yuan Shi and Hong Jun could not ascertain Su Chen's whereabouts. Naturally, the mark of Tianyun Jade was also obscured by the system. Furthermore, Su Chun was currently cultivating within the Hongming Creation Tower, making it impossible for Yun Xiao to locate him. After searching the surroundings for a considerable time without any sign of Su Chun, Yun Xiao, feeling pressed for time, concluded that he must return to Jinao Island swiftly. In his helplessness, he reassured himself that since Tianyun Jade had not been used, it indicated that Su Chun was unharmed. Perhaps, Su Chun was trapped in some peculiar realm, which prevented him from sensing the jade. For now, he could only return to Jinao Island and resume his search for Su Chun after his cultivation concluded. On the other side, not far from Shiqi City, the atmosphere in the camp of the Great Shang was exceedingly bleak. Within the command tent, Wen Zhong sat in a position of authority, his expression dark and foreboding. Flanking him were several Taoists, the 10 heavenly lords he had summoned from Jinao Island. Wen Zhong lifted his gaze to regard the remaining heavenly lords, his countenance growing even more grim as he realized that only 9 of the 10 had survived. Following Ji Cheng's declaration of war against the Shang, the latter had swiftly begun to rectify its reputation. Initially, Wen Zhong had dismissed Jiang Ziya as a mere nuisance, confident in his ability to easily conquer Shiqi. However, after suffering several defeats, he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The rebel forces in Shiqi were not solely composed of Jiang Ziya's disciples. Alongside Yang Jian and Lei Zhunzi, the third-generation disciples of the Chan sect, there were also the likes of Yuding Zhenren and the 12 immortals of Yushu offering their assistance. Faced with such formidable opposition, Wen Zhong was no longer a match for them. After enduring multiple losses, he resolved to seek help from the Jie sect, summoning the 10 heavenly lords from Jinao Island. The 10 absolute formation had indeed allowed the Shang to eliminate numerous traitors from Shiqi. However, in the recently concluded battle, Warnshu Guangfa Tianzuan had shattered the formation, leading to the death of its commander, Qin Wan. Although both sides had exchanged victories and defeats, with disciples from both the Jie and Chan sects making their mark, Wen Zhong could not shake off his unease, for the power of the 12 immortals of Yushu was ultimately far superior. At that moment, Shun Gongbao spoke up, suggesting that they should invite higher-ranking figures like the Saint Mother of Golden Spirit for assistance to decisively conquer Shiqi. Upon hearing this, the 10 heavenly lords shot him disapproving glances, while Wen Zhong shook his head. It was not that he was unwilling to request aid, but rather that there was a prohibition within the Jie sect against summoning their master to the battlefield, as it would endanger her. Otherwise, he would have done so long ago. Just then, a resounding tiger's roar echoed from outside the tent. Wen Zhong and the others turned to investigate. A robust figure strode in, none other than Zhao Gongming. Wen Zhong, taken aback, thought to himself that he had yet to summon Zhao Gongming. How had he arrived on his own? Zhao Gongming smiled and said, "The master has commanded, the prohibition of the Jie sect is lifted. I come at the behest of the Saint Mother of Golden Spirit to assist you." Overjoyed, Wen Zhong took Zhao Gongming to the command seat, exclaiming, "Excellent timing. Let me explain the current situation to you." Days later, near the White Bone Cave, the space warped as Su Qian emerged from the realm of the Hongming Creation Tower. Through this cultivation, he had successfully reached the pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. While Nez's cultivation continued to grow steadily, the reason for Su Qian's emergence was, of course, to clock in and claim rewards. Calculating the time, he anticipated that Shi Qi would soon declare war, and Wen Zhong of the Shang would have begun to rectify his position. This battle involved numerous disciples from the Jie sect and the 12 immortals of Yushu, all of whom represented potential rewards for Su Qian. His heart brimmed with expectation. Target: Shi Qi. Chapter 52. Su Qian arrives at Shi Qi. Eagerly clocks in before Shi Qi City, the two armies stood poised for confrontation. On the side of the Shang, Wen Zhong remained flanked by Sun Liang, Wang Bian, and the other 10 heavenly lords. Although Zhao Gongming had arrived, Wen Zhong did not intend to deploy him in this battle. With the two sides in a standoff, while Zhao Gongming's strength was formidable, he alone could not breach Shi Qi's defenses. At present, only one of the 10 absolute formations had been breached. Hence Wen Zhong preferred to keep Zhao Gongming as a trump card. Not far in front of Wen Zhong lay the 9 remaining formations, excluding the one that had been shattered on the opposing side. Jiang Zia led his forces, flanked by Yang Jian, Lei Jinzi, and other third-generation disciples of the Chan sect, as well as Wan Shu Guangfa Tianzuan, Zhu Lu Sun, Sihong Daoren, and the 12 immortals of Yushu. Jiang Zia's gaze fixed on Wen Zhong, his expression laced with contempt. Wen Zhong, you have already lost Qin Wan in the last battle. If I were you, I would disperse the remaining 9 formations and retreat to Chaoga. The tyranny of King Zhou necessitates the downfall of the Shang. Why do you persist in aiding his cruelty? Although the previous 10 absolute formation had indeed posed considerable trouble for Jiang Zia, he had since devised several countermeasures. Observing Jiang Zia's audacity, Wen Zhong's expression hardened as he pointed the dual whips in his hand at Jiang Zia, coldly retorting, "The rebellion of Shi Qi makes you a traitor. I, Wen Zhong, have been commanded to rectify this. Retreat is not an option. You celebrate the destruction of but one formation too prematurely." As he spoke, the 10 heavenly lords stepped into their respective formations. Jiang Zia exchanged glances with Zhu Lu Sun, who understood that they were to proceed according to their prior strategy. Zhu Lu Sun soared into the air, directly entering the Earth-Fire formation. Instantly, the Earth-Fire formation erupted with thunderous roars. Wen Zhong's gaze fixated on the formation, his heart filled with trepidation. As a member of the 12 immortals of Yushu, Zhu Lu Sun was no weakling. Could the Earth-Fire formation withstand him? Just as if to affirm Wen Zhong's anxiety, the sounds from within the Earth-Fire formation diminished considerably after a moment, and a figure shot forth. Zhu Lu Sun himself. Trailing behind him was a captured Zhao Jiang, ensnared by the binding immortal rope. Before Wen Zhong could utter a word, Jiang Zia stepped forward, bringing down the god-slaying whip upon Zhao Jiang's head. With a pain scream, Zhao Jiang perished, his soul departing to the investiture of the gods. Jiang Zia then turned his gaze toward Wen Zhong. Next, which formation shall we target? How about the Wind Howl formation? As the words left his lips, Sihong Daoren stepped forward, producing a greenish-blue orb. Witnessing this scene, Wen Zhong's expression darkened considerably. The wind-stabilizing pearl? It seems Jiang Zia has indeed come prepared. He realized that it was unwise to continue the battle today and promptly ordered a retreat to the camp to strategize with Zhao Gongming. Seeing this, Jiang Zia's side had no choice but to withdraw temporarily. However, neither side noticed that this clash had been observed by a pair of hidden eyes, in the shadows of the battlefield. A figure clad in white slowly emerged. It was Su Qian. Su Qian arrived just as Zhu Lu Sun charged into the Earth-Fire formation. Although he understood that Zhao Jiang would be captured and subsequently killed, he made no move to intervene. From the outset, Su Qian had recognized that he could not ensure the safety of all Jie sect disciples. The investiture of the god's calamity would inevitably claim lives. Even if he had saved Zhao Jiang at that moment, what difference would it make? Given his current capabilities, completely altering the course of this battle was still a formidable challenge. Moreover, what connection did Zhao Jiang and the others have with him? Su Qian was not a villain, but neither was he a paragon of virtue. His actions were solely aimed at ensuring his own survival and that of Yunxiao during this investiture of the gods. As for the other disciples of the Jie sect, they merely benefited from Yunxiao's influence. He would save them if he could, but would not force it if he could not. Crucially, Su Chan had no time to rescue Zhao Jiang. His purpose for coming here was to clock in. From the very beginning, the system's notification had not ceased. Congratulations, host, for successfully clocking in at Shiqi, earning 3,000 years of cultivation. Congratulations, host, for successfully clocking in with Wenzhong, earning the magical artifact Wind Stabilizing Pearl. Congratulations, host, for successfully clocking in with the Saint Mother of Golden Spirit, earning the Divine Ability Flame Fire Technique. Congratulations, host, for successfully clocking in with Jiang Zia, earning one of the 12 capital heavenly flags. Congratulations, host, for successfully clocking in with Yang Jian, earning the magical artifact Ancestral Dragon Pearl. An unending series of system notifications left Su Chan momentarily overwhelmed. In the recent battle before Shiqi City, nearly 30 individuals from both the Jia and Chan sects had been eligible for clocking in. Since activating the system, Su Chan had never accumulated so many rewards in a single instance. However, after reviewing the rewards from this clock-in, Su Chan couldn't help but frown, instinctively exclaiming, "System, this is a bit too much of a rip-off. Isn't it?" Indeed, the frequency of my check-ins has been considerable, and the rewards I have accrued are not insignificant. However, the issue lies in the fact that the truly beneficial and commendable rewards are rather scarce. Take the Ancestral Dragon Pearl and the Phoenix Staff, for instance. As innate spiritual treasures, they at least possess some utility. Yet, those millennia of cultivation and worthless divine abilities are utterly devoid of merit. I had initially entertained the hope of acquiring another innate supreme treasure, perhaps something of chaotic origin. It now appears that I was merely indulging in fanciful thoughts. A high frequency of check-ins does not necessarily equate to superior rewards. Just as Su Chan was lamenting this predicament, the familiar sound of a system notification echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host, for completing a cumulative total of 50 check-ins, triggering an additional reward. Mastery of the entire array of primordial formations. In the next instant, it felt as though Su Chan's mind was about to burst, as a torrent of obscure yet profoundly esoteric information flooded in. After a considerable period, he gradually regained his composure. His gaze once again fell upon the nearby formations, and in an instant, his mind was brimming with various enhancement and array-breaking techniques. Mastery of formations was indeed a commendable acquisition. Little did he expect that the system would offer cumulative check-in rewards. However, it would have been preferable if such rewards could be announced in advance. Su Chan couldn't help but feel a twinge of exasperation. After a brief moment of respite, his attention shifted toward the camp of the Deshang. Although he had accumulated a significant number of check-ins, Su Chan was acutely aware that as long as he remained here, disciples from both the Jiejiao and the Chanjiao would continue to arrive, enabling him to check in and receive rewards. Furthermore, if his memory served him correctly, after the 10 absolute formation was breached, the next to assist Wenzhong would be Zhao Gongming. The affairs of Zhao Jiang were of no concern to him. Whether he saved him or not was inconsequential. Zhao Gongming, however, was his brother-in-law, and that was something he could not ignore. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Su Chan made his way toward the Deshang camp. Chapter 53, The 12th Grade Annihilation Black Lotus. Su Chan joins the fray. At this moment, within the Deshang's command tent, an air of profound silence enveloped the space. Wang Biantianjin, wearing a face of discontent, exclaimed, "Why retreat? Jiang Zia has merely breached the earth fire array. Should he dare enter my red water array, I shall ensure he cannot escape." Wenzhong replied solemnly, "Today, Zhu Lushun has broken the earth fire array, and Cihong Dao Ren possesses the wind howl array's restraining Dingfeng Pearl, indicating that Jiang Zia has devised a countermeasure against the 10 absolute array. Acting recklessly will only lead to the demise of us all. Hence I have chosen to return for a discussion. Tomorrow, I intend to summon my uncle Gongming to temper Jiang Zia's audacity." Just as he finished speaking, a soldier strode into the tent, reporting to the Grand Master, "There is a person outside seeking an audience, claiming to be able to assist in resolving the current crisis." And no sooner had he spoken than a figure entered the tent. Su Chan surveyed the surroundings before fixing his gaze upon Wenzhong. Offering a light chuckled, "I am Su Chan, here to lend my assistance to Master W.E. and A.T. That moment, all eyes in the tent turned towards Su Chan. The primary reason for their astonishment lay in Su Qin's youthful appearance, coupled with the absence of any discernible aura of magical power. Wen Zhong regarded Su Qin with a hint of wariness. "Might I inquire as to your master and the reason for your assistance? You claim to be here to help, but what if you are an undercover agent sent by Jiang Zia?" This degree of caution was warranted. Wen Zhong's reaction was anticipated by Su Qin, who replied nonchalantly, "I am the consort of Yun Xiao from Jiejiao. Does that suffice as a reason? Were it not for the fact that he had been waiting here to check in and save Zhao Gongming, he would hardly have bothered to come." As soon as Su Qin finished speaking, both Wen Zhong and the 10 heavenly lords stared wide-eyed. The name of Yun Xiao was one they were all too familiar with, yet they had never heard of her having a partner. Just then, Zhao Gongming entered from outside. "Wen Zhong, with Zhao Zhang's demise today, allow me to take action tomorrow." Wen Zhong pointed at Su Qin and remarked, "Uncle, your timing is impeccable. This individual claims to be the partner of Master Yun Xiao. Do you recognize him?" At this, Zhao Gongming and Su Qin exchanged glances, both momentarily taken aback. Su Qin was astonished because, within his understanding of the Fengshen narrative, Zhao Gongming should not have arrived to aid Wen Zhong at this juncture. However, he brushed it aside, resolving to check in now that Zhao Gongming was present. Su Qin's mind initiated the check-in process, for such rewards were not to be missed. "Congratulations, host, for checking in with Zhao Gongming, receiving the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus." Upon hearing this system notification, Su Qin felt a surge of joy. His brother-in-law had indeed come through. This 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus was the finest reward he had obtained thus far. Meanwhile, as Su Qin completed his check-in, Zhao Gongming's gaze toward him grew colder. "You claim to be Yun Xiao's partner. Why have I never heard her mention you?" After Zhao Gongming spoke, Wen Zhong and the others fixed their gaze on Su Qin, prepared to act at any moment. If Su Qin's identity was indeed false, then he was certainly a harbinger of ill intent. Yet, Su Qin remained unperturbed, responding calmly, "Shortly after my marriage to Yun Xiao, Jiejiao issued a prohibition, and she returned to Sanxian Island. It is only natural that my brother-in-law remains unaware." Observing Su Qin's confidence, Zhao Gongming's mind began to waver as he scrutinized Su Qin. Could it be that Yun Xiao truly found a partner and did not inform him? Given that the prohibition from Jiejiao had been lifted, it would not be long before Yun Xiao arrived here to ascertain the truth. However, another question arose in his mind. "By what right do you claim to be Yun Xiao's partner?" As he spoke, a surge of magical power emanated from Zhao Gongming, a wave of pressure directed towards Su Qin. Even if Su Qin's identity was genuine, it still required his validation. Yet, in the face of Zhao Gongming's oppressive aura, Su Qin maintained an air of composure, seemingly unaffected. With a faint smile, he released the pinnacle power of a great Luo Golden Immortal, enveloping the entire command tent. Simultaneously, he produced the Tianyun Jade, presenting it before Zhao Gongming. "This was left for me by Yun Xiao after her departure. Might it serve as proof of my identity?" With the prohibition from Jiejiao now lifted, it appeared that his earlier words to Shi Ji had indeed borne fruit. Given this, he would simply await Yun Xiao's arrival here. Upon sensing the power Su Qin exuded, Wen Zhong and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. This Su Qin possessed such formidable cultivation. As for Zhao Gongming, his attention was drawn to the Tianyun Jade. He recognized it as belonging to Yun Xiao. It seemed that Su Qin's identity could no longer be dismissed as false. Zhao Gongming retracted his pressure and spoke solemnly. "For now, this can be regarded as proof. But all matters are to be discussed once Yun Xiao arrives. What brings you here?" Noticing that Zhao Gongming had returned to the matter at hand, Su Qin adopted a serious demeanor. "I believe tomorrow is not the time for you to take action. The Changjiao still has Guangchengzi, Randang, and others who have yet to intervene. We must also reserve our strength." Zhao Gongming furrowed his brows. "You do present a valid point, yet with Zhao Zhang's death today, should we await the arrival of other Jiejiao disciples before taking action? As for Guangchengzi and the others, I can face them all." Zhao Gongming's declaration left Su Qin momentarily speechless. Indeed, Zhao Gongming's strength was formidable. He had previously defeated numerous Changjiao disciples with the 24 Dinghai Pearls. However, the Changjiao had subsequently dispatched Luya to deal with Zhao Gongming, with Luya yet to make an appearance. It was prudent to exercise caution. Su Qin glanced at the 10 heavenly lords on one side and declared, "Tomorrow, I shall take command of the 10 Absolute Array, ensuring that the Changjiao's forces face inevitable defeat. Previously, Su Chen had lacked the confidence to make such a statement, but after acquiring mastery over formations, the power of the 10 Absolute Array under his control would significantly amplify, making it feasible to vanquish several members of the Changjiao. One of the 10 Heavenly Lords, Dong Quan, wore a solemn expression and questioned, "Have you studied the 10 Absolute Array? We have all dedicated considerable time to mastering it before achieving our current accomplishments." In response to Dong Quan's skepticism, Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "The efficacy will be revealed tomorrow. If I fail, you may take over." After a brief silence, Wen Zhong nodded slightly. "Then it shall be as you say." Presently, there were no better alternatives available. As Su Chen stated, certain strategies should indeed be employed at a later stage. The following day, before Shiqi City, both sides once again faced off. Jiang Zia exchanged a glance with Zihong Daoran, who immediately soared toward the Wind Howl Array. On Wen Zhong's side, Su Chen moved swiftly, taking the place of Dong Quan and entering the Wind Howl Array. Upon seeing Su Chen, Jiang Zia's expression shifted with surprise. "Isn't the master of the Wind Howl Array Dong Quan? Who is this newcomer I have never encountered? Has Wen Zhong sent someone else to their doom today?" Wen Zhong chuckled coldly. "Who meets their demise remains to be seen. Just wait for Zihong Daoran to collect your remains." Chapter 54. My Wind Howling Array. Prohibited Law. Jiang Zia fell silent, his face betraying no visible emotions, yet within, he harbored a growing sense of unease. There is a saying that the unknown is the most terrifying. He cast a glance at Dong Quan, who stood beside Wen Zhong, finding it difficult to comprehend why it was not Dong Quan who entered the Wind Howling Array today. In his understanding, the 10 Absolute Arrays were painstakingly devised by the 10 Heavenly Lords, with each individual corresponding to a specific array. Yet, the one stepping into the Wind Howling Array was someone else entirely. Wouldn't this diminish the array's power? Turning to the side, Jiang Zia inquired of the venerable Manjushri, "Brother, do you recognize the individual who has entered the Wind Howling Array?" Manjushri's eyes mirrored a hint of confusion. "I have never encountered this person before. However, there is no need for concern. The compassionate navigator wields the Calming Wind Pearl. With the Calming Wind Pearl in hand, it matters not who attempts to control the Wind Howling Array. Their efforts will be in vain." This assurance from Manjushri brought Jiang Zia a measure of solace. Indeed, the Calming Wind Pearl was the nemesis of the Wind Howling Array, while Jiang Zia felt somewhat reassured. Wen Zhong remained deeply troubled. The crux of the matter was that Wen Zhong knew nothing of Su Chen. Even if Su Chen possessed some hidden cards, why would he choose the Wind Howling Array? The Calming Wind Pearl counters the Wind Howling Array. Could it be that Su Chen was unaware? Before the battle commenced, he had informed Su Chen that the compassionate navigator held the Calming Wind Pearl. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Chen was here to assist, and moreover, he was the Dao companion of Uncle Yunxiao. If anything were to befall Su Chen, not only would it severely diminish their morale, but it would also leave Wen Zhong in a precarious position with Uncle Yunxiao. Wen Zhong could only fix his gaze intently on the Wind Howling Array while urging Dong Quan, "If the situation turns dire, you must enter the array at the earliest opportunity to offer support." Dong Quan nodded, yet his eyes reflected a trace of disdain. Primarily, he deemed Su Chen too arrogant. Could Su Chen possibly match his understanding of the 10 Absolute Arrays? Let him endure some hardship. After all, it was his own folly. Meanwhile, within the Wind Howling Array, fierce winds whipped and flames raged. The wind fueling the fire's ferocity, escalating the chaos to alarming levels. The compassionate navigator stood at the edge of the array, her protective magical barrier waning under the onslaught of wind and fire. Were it not for the Calming Wind Pearl in her possession, she would not dare to recklessly enter the array. Her gaze shifted to Su Chen, who stood not far away, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. Although she did not understand why he had taken Dong Quan's place within the array, since he had entered, he would pay with his life. With a sinister smile, the compassionate navigator summoned her power and surged towards Su Chen, simultaneously activating the Calming Wind Pearl. The instant the Calming Wind Pearl was invoked, a brilliant green radiance erupted from it. Wherever the green light passed, the raging winds began to abate. The Wind Howling Array thrived on the forces of wind and fire. With the Calming Wind Pearl now in play, its potency was immediately reduced by half. The compassionate navigator even dispelled her protective barrier and advanced directly towards Su Chen. However, there was no hint of panic on Su Chen's face. He merely stood there, quietly observing the compassionate navigator. Indeed, the calming wind pearl countered the wind-howling array. Had it been Dong Quan within this array today, he would undoubtedly have met a grim fate. Alas, this time, your opponent is me. As he spoke, Su Chen's hands began to weave intricate seals. Seeing the mystical seals being cast into the array, a flicker of vigilance crossed the compassionate navigator's eyes. She paused, cautiously surveying her surroundings. Yet, after a moment had passed, the wind-howling array remained unchanged. This development incited the compassionate navigator's ire. Pretending to be mysterious, are we? Just watch how I deal with you. She grew weary of wasting words with Su Chen. Regardless of his tricks, the wind-howling array was thwarted by the calming wind pearl, as long as the calming wind pearl was present. The array could do nothing against her. With her magical power flaring to life, she thrust her hand towards Su Chen. That moment, the final seal in Su Chen's hands was completed. This last seal was integrated. The winds, previously subdued by the calming wind pearl, surged once more. The wind and fire transformed into blades, unleashing terrifying assaults directed at the compassionate navigator. Yet, she remained unfazed, reactivating the calming wind pearl. But the next moment, a hint of panic crept into her demeanor. Despite her activation of the calming wind pearl, it showed no signs of response. What was happening? As the onslaught from the wind-howling array loomed, the compassionate navigator was forced to conjure a protective barrier to shield herself. However, the strength of one individual could never match that of an array. Desperately, she urged the calming wind pearl, her previously calm expression now completely frayed. Without the calming wind pearl, who would dare to recklessly enter this wind-howling array? Was she seeking death? No matter how she activated the calming wind pearl, it remained unresponsive. Damn it, why has the calming wind pearl suddenly failed? She cursed in frustration. The pearl had been borrowed expressly to counter the wind-howling array. How could it be rendered useless now? Hearing the compassionate navigator's exclamations, Su Chen merely shook his head and smiled lightly. You are mistaken. There is nothing wrong with the calming wind pearl in your possession. The issue lies with the wind-howling array. Had the array's master remained Dong Quan, you could indeed have triumphed with the calming wind pearl. But I regret to inform you, my wind-howling array employs a prohibited law. The so-called prohibited law renders magical treasures ineffective. Within the wind-howling array, treasures are powerless. In truth, Su Chen had merely enhanced the wind-howling array with an additional layer of prohibitive magic. For him, who comprehended the entirety of the primordial arrays, this was hardly a challenge. Given Su Chen's current capabilities, the level of prohibited treasures was not overly high, and innate spiritual treasures were exempt from this prohibition. Regrettably, the calming wind pearl was merely a postnatal spiritual treasure, lacking offensive capabilities and serving solely to calm and halt the winds. Upon hearing Su Chen's declaration, the compassionate navigator scrutinized the calming wind pearl in her hand, and then a decisive glint crossed her eyes as she cast it to the ground. What if the calming wind pearl was ineffective? As long as I eliminate you before my protective barrier completely disintegrates, I shall be free. With no reservations left, the compassionate navigator unleashed her full magical might, charging directly towards Su Chen. Witnessing her approach, a disdainful smile curled upon Su Chen's lips. You, compassionate navigator, think you can take me down? Have you forgotten? You are within the wind-howling array. As he spoke, Su Chen pointed his right hand at the void before him. Chapter 55. Slaying the Compassionate Navigator, Luya arrives. Chapter 56. Su Chen battles Luya. Chapter 57. Su Chen's clever scheme to trap the lamp of fire. Chapter 58. You and Luya are worlds apart. Chapter 59. Luya's scheme. The Seven Arrow Book. Chapter 60. Master, I wish to go. Chapter 61. Each to their aid. Storm clouds gather. Chapter 62. Breaking through the quasi-sage, the golden dragon transforms. Chapter 63. The lamp of fire escapes. Jiang Zia calls for battle. Chapter 64. The Great War resumes. 1 against 2. Chapter 65. Confronting Guangchengzi, Yunxiao finally arrives. Chapter 66. Touch my husband. Chapter 67. The fallen saint seal destroys the lamp of fire. Chapter 68. The situation reverses. Yuan Shi appears. Chapter 69. Confronting Yuan Shi. The Chaos Bell. Chapter 70. Yuan Shi seeks individuals. The three pure ones gather. Chapter 71. The three pure ones engage in battle. Su Quan demands treasures. Chapter 72. Hong Jun intervenes. Fragments of the Law. Chapter 73. The fallen saint appears within the Purple Cloud Palace. Chapter 74. Do you have a say in this? Chapter 75. The scheme of Jane. Tongtian's response. Chapter 76. Jiang Zia encumbered at Golden Rooster Ridge. Chapter 77. Kong Xian. Great calamity approaches. Chapter 78. Farewell, Nu Hua. Chapter 79. You have a fate with our Western teachings. Chapter 80. The Sealing Saint Map. Kong Xian assaults Zhu Ti. Chapter 81. Loss of troops. Jiang Zia's retreat. Chapter 82. All must be had. Chapter 83. Luck abounds. Rewards are endless. Chapter 84. I have already joined another's sect. Chapter 85. The name of Xian Chun. Chapter 86. Anomalies resurface. Magical treasures upgrade. Chapter 87. The blood of the ancestor phoenix. A breakthrough opportunity. Chapter 88. Jiang Zia returns to Kunlun Mountain. Neza emerges. Chapter 89. Shouldn't your human sect produce some individuals? Chapter 90. Allow Neza to hone his skills. Chapter 91. Slaying Manjushri. Su Qin's strategy. Chapter 92. Xiandu leaves Shouyang. Chapter 93. Is this all? Chapter 94. Yang Jian, grant me an explanation. Chapter 95. To fabricate a crime. What need is there for a pretext? Chapter 96. Do not be so alarmed. Chapter 97. The Battle of Sui Shui Pass. Chapter 98. I shall merely observe. Chapter 99. The Battle of Xiandu. Chapter 100. Three spears shatter the pagoda. Chapter 101. The truth behind the 12 immortals of Yu Su taking disciples. Chapter 102. The materials for the 9 transformations of mysterious Dao Pill. Chapter 103. The scheme of Laozi. Chapter 104. The fire spirit emerges from the island. Chapter 105. What is meant by surprise? Chapter 106. The might of the Chaos Bell. Chapter 107. The initial encounter at the Hall of Equanimity with the Earth Mother. Chapter 108. Guangchengzi's scheme to the Golden Turtle Island. Chapter 109. The Golden Spirit emerges from the island. Chapter 110. Su Chen breaks through the chaos. Chapter 111. The Golden Spirit battles Guangcheng. Chapter 112. It seems there is a dog barking. Chapter 113. You are not worthy yet. Chapter 114. The Golden Dragon annihilates Guangcheng. Chapter 115. The Wrath of Yuan Shi. Chapter 116. Tong Tian Yuan Shi faces off again. Chapter 117. The Injustice of Hong Jun. Chapter 118. I, Tong Tian, shall today renounce my sacred position. Chapter 119. The Plans of Tong Tian. Chapter 120. Su Quan sets his scheme towards the North Sea. Murderous intent arises within the Yu Su Palace. Chapter 121. The 4 saints plan to slay Su Quan. Chapter 122. Above the North Sea. Xian Lei tempering the body. Chapter 123. Above the North Sea. Toying with Kuanpeng. Chapter 124. How does one consume it? Chapter 125. Fearful of Lu Sun's fear of battle. Jiang Zia returns to the boundary pass. Chapter 126. Come forth to meet your demise. Chapter 127. Jie Yin. What of that enormous dragon? Chapter 128. Su Chen enters the cave heaven. Chapter 129. Cannot escape. Chapter 130. The South Poles fall. All treasures collected to is it not laughable? With your strength at the first level of sainthood. Do you even dare to compare with me? Su Chen's face bore a hint of scorn, his eyes brimming with disdain. If one were truly at the first level of sainthood, they would possess the capability to contend with the first level of the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet, what was the South Pole Immortal worth at this moment? Were it not for the presence of the Heavenly Celebration Cloud and the Eastern Green Lotus Precious Flag, Su Quan could have easily slain the South Pole Immortal without any preparation. In mere moments, the Heavenly Celebration Cloud, after all, is an unparalleled treasure of the Heavenly Tao, complemented by the supreme innate spiritual treasure of the Eastern Green Lotus Precious Flag. To completely pierce through the defenses of these 2 treasures would indeed require some effort. Under such circumstances, the South Pole Immortal could only summon the Heavenly Celebration Cloud and the Eastern Green Lotus Precious Flag for defense. The God-slaying spear was something he dared not even touch. In the next moment, the God-slaying spear first collided with the Heavenly Celebration Cloud. The previously gathered malevolent energy erupted violently, and the black malevolence clashed against the five-colored brilliance of the Heavenly Celebration Cloud, creating a terrifying force that sent shockwaves throughout the space of the cave Heaven Seal. As the black malevolence gradually suppressed the five-colored brilliance, the South Pole Immortal could not help but feel some trepidation. Surely, the Heavenly Celebration Cloud would not fail to hold. It could not be. The Heavenly Celebration Cloud had previously been the protective treasure of the Tao ancestor. In terms of defensive power, it could rival innate treasures. Even if Su Qin's God-slaying spear were formidable, it could not possibly completely pierce the defenses of the Heavenly Celebration Cloud. Yet, as the South Pole Immortal entertained such thoughts, the malevolence upon the God-slaying spear grew even more formidable. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Suddenly, the five-colored brilliance of the Heavenly Celebration Cloud shattered. The God-slaying spear pierced through the defenses of the Heavenly Celebration Cloud, advancing directly towards the Eastern Green Lotus Precious Flag. Were it the God-slaying spear in the hands of Luo Hu, it would naturally lack such power. However, the God-slaying spear in Su Qin's possession had been upgraded, surpassing the level of the Heavenly Celebration Cloud. In the past, when Su Qin was not intimately familiar with the God-slaying spear, he could still shatter the defenses of the Heavenly Huang Linglong Pagoda with 3 strikes. Not to mention that Su Qin was now exceedingly well acquainted with the God-slaying spear. Moreover, the user of the Heavenly Celebration Cloud, the South Pole Immortal, was not on par with Su Qin in terms of cultivation. With both the treasure and cultivation lacking, it was only natural that the Heavenly Celebration Cloud would falter. If the Heavenly Celebration Cloud could not withstand the attack, it was even less likely that the Eastern Green Lotus Precious Flag could. This time, the Eastern Green Lotus Precious Flag could be said to have not held for even a moment. Instantly pierced through. With both the Heavenly Celebration Cloud and the Eastern Green Lotus Precious Flag unable to withstand the might of the God-slaying spear, any subsequent actions of the South Pole Immortal would be in vain. With a single thrust, the spear directly pierced through the South Pole Immortal. The rampant malevolence instantly obliterated the South Pole Immortal's vitality. Su Qin waved his left hand, collecting the Heavenly Celebration Cloud, the Eastern Green Lotus Precious Flag, and the 3 treasures Jade Rui into his possession. Even the God-slaying spear could not completely destroy these treasures. After some time, the Heavenly Celebration Cloud and the Eastern Green Lotus Precious Flag would undoubtedly recover. When that time comes, they would indeed be quite remarkable treasures. After stowing away the treasures, Su Qin leisurely turned his gaze to the South Pole Immortal, smiling as he said, "I appreciate your effort in delivering these 3 treasures to me." The South Pole Immortal's eyes widened in disbelief, and he spat out another mouthful of blood, his vitality extinguished. The Boundary Pass. Su Qin and the South Pole Immortal had been within the cave Heaven Seal for a brief period. During this time, Qing Su Daojinjuan and Pu Xianzhenren were utterly no match for the attacks of Zhao Gongming and the Golden Spirit Saint Mother. The two had successively utilized the life-saving talismans bestowed by Yuan Shi. Were it not for that, today at the Boundary Pass, the 12 Immortals of Yusu would have lost 2 more members. The concealed Yuan Shi's expression grew increasingly grim. He had not anticipated that Qing Su Daojinjuan and Pu Xianzhenren would prove so vulnerable. In the past, when he accepted disciples into the Chan sect, he emphasized their backgrounds and talents. The Jie sect, on the other hand, accepted all who came. How had it come to this, that his disciples from the Chan sect were now no match for those of the Jie sect? This situation greatly infuriated Yuan Shi. Given the current circumstances, if the South Pole Immortal did not resolve the situation with Su Qin soon, before Su Qin's demise, Qing Su Daojinjuan and Pu Xianzhenren might very well perish first. What to do? As a saint, it was not appropriate for him to intervene in the duel between Qing Su Daojinjuan and Zhao Gongming. Yuan Shi could only look to Laozi and inquire, "Is there a way to ascertain the situation within the cave Heaven Seal? One must at least see what progress was being made within." Laozi shook his head slightly. "If we had a way to know. Would not Tong Tian and the others have a way as well? In that case, would not the master hold us accountable? Do not worry. With my elixirs, the South Pole Immortal will undoubtedly be able to subdue Su Chun. It is merely a matter of time. Once the time arrives, the seal I set upon the Cave Heaven seal will dissipate. By then, Su Chun will be dead, and the South Pole Immortal will also perish due to the side effects of the elixir. Laozi's words caused Yuan Shi to furrow his brows tightly. A matter of time. If we wait any longer, Qing Su Dao Jinjuan and Puxian Zhenren will soon lose their lives. What then? Even if we slay Su Chun, what good will it do if the 12 immortals of Yu Su lose a significant portion? Just as Yuan Shi finished speaking, Jiayin suddenly noticed something and spoke up. It seems something is about to emerge. Laozi dismissed it, saying it should not be so soon. The seal I set should still have some time left. However, the nearby Zhuan Ti interjected, it truly seems something is emerging. Only then did Laozi raise his head to observe, noticing the Cave Heaven seal beginning to tremble violently, the surrounding space warping. How is this possible? The time I set should still have some duration. Laozi had not anticipated that the Cave Heaven seal, being a premier innate treasure, could not indefinitely contain a saint and a mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal in battle. As Su Chun no longer concealed his cultivation. The seal set by Laozi had shattered prematurely. Upon sensing the changes emanating from the Cave Heaven seal, Zhao Gongming and the others turned their gazes. Su Chun is dead. Zhao Gongming, you shall be next. Jiang Zia proclaimed with unbridled delight. Yet, when Su Chun emerged from the Cave Heaven seal, Jiang Zia's expression shifted in shock. How is it that Su Chun still lives? Chapter 131. Sent to accompany Randang. Chapter 132. Is there a possibility? Chapter 133. A fortuitous misfire, sowing discord between the two saints. Chapter 134. Where lies Xian Chun? Chapter 135. Jiayin speculation. Chapter 136. Yuan Shi. Where are my treasures? Chapter 137. Kuanping arrives at Yu Su. Chapter 138. Mount Wan Shou. Chapter 139. The possibility of the second 9 transformations of mysterious Dao Pill. Chapter 140. Let us start with 100. Chapter 141. My friend, do not take offense. Chapter 142. The lessons learned by Qing Su and Pu Xian. Chapter 143. Why seek to harm me? Chapter 144. Junior brother Zia. Chapter 145. A dead comrade is preferable to a living Taoist. Chapter 146. Pu Xian makes the list. Chapter 147. Past causes, present effects. Chapter 148. Wait for me here. Chapter 149. I have come to offer you guidance. Chapter 150. All of you, descend the mountain. Chapter 151. Return my treasures. Chapter 152. Yuan Shi's lament in the Purple Cloud Palace. Chapter 153. Open deception. Chapter 154. 3 questions. Chapter 155. How dare you mock the ancestor? Chapter 156. The misfortunes of the old ancestor of the underworld river. Chapter 157. A storm approaches, Xian Du returns. Chapter 158. Kong Xian takes the field, Su Chen's scheme. Chapter 159. Kong Xian. Is this all? Chapter 160. A visit to remember. Chapter 161. Just the beginning. Chapter 162. The defeat of Xuandu. Kunlun's message. Chapter 163. The pitiful fate of Zhu Lushun. Chapter 164. Another loss for the Chan teaching. Chapter 165. A clean escape. Chapter 166. The opportunity for Yuanxiao's breakthrough. Chapter 167. The strategy of Hongjun. Chapter 168. Su Chun returns to Golden Ao Island. Chapter 169. Yuanxiao breaks through the primordial chaos. Chapter 170. The storm approaches. The 4 saints re-emerge. Chapter 171. The 4 saints pressurize Golden Ao Island. Chapter 172. The laws of Tongtian. Chapter 173. All means deployed. The saints return. Chapter 174. I am also a primal chaos de Luo. Chapter 175. Kong Xian arrives at Kunlun. Chapter 176. Qi Jingzi's ranking. Chapter 177. The battle against Jiayin. Chapter 178. The overwhelming force. The Golden Lotus damaged. Chapter 179. Defeating Jiayin. Another scheme laid. Chapter 180. Bad news from Kunlun. Yuan Shi withdraws. Chapter 181. 3 supreme innate spiritual treasures. Chapter 182. An outstanding debt. Chapter 183. The 3 immortals of Yushu. The East Window Incident. Chapter 184. Hongjuan summons. Su Chun moves again. Chapter 185. Su Chen cuts down Shouyang Mountain, Chapter 186. Laozi. I disagree, Chapter 187. Hongjuan's resolution. Accelerating the deification, Chapter 188. I will assist you in capturing the boundary marker, Chapter 189. Laozi's scheme to seek the underworld river, Chapter 190. Su Chen's response. Yuanshao enters Hongming, Chapter 191. The Hongming Creation Tower, 3 Dan and 4 Methods, Chapter 192. Taiching enters the Underworld, Chapter 193. The Scheme of the Ancestor of the Underworld River, Chapter 194. The Underworld River at the Boundary Marker, Chapter 195. Battle against the Underworld River, Chapter 196. System. You have no heart, Chapter 197. The Crisis of the Underworld River, Chapter 198. Are you not going to show yourself? Chapter 199. Su Chen emerges, Chapter 200. The Overwhelming Power of the Semi-Saints, Chapter 201. Jiang Ziya's Revenge, Chapter 202. The Spiritual Treasure Soul Shatters at the Boundary Marker. Yuding breaks the Semi-Saint, Chapter 203. The Fury of Taiching, Chapter 204. Is it not unfair to use numbers to bully the few? Chapter 205. The Division of Spoils begins, Chapter 206. Laozi's Plan. Xuandu emerges, Chapter 207. Above the Heavenly Court, Laozi demands treasures, Chapter 208. Su Chan receives the Xinling pill again. Yuding and the 3 approach the boundary marker, Chapter 209. The 3 are blocked at the boundary marker, Chapter 210. The Cloud-Piercing Pass. The battle begins, Chapter 211. This seems a bit unfair, Chapter 212. The Might of the Blood Summoning, Chapter 213. Kong Xian reappears, Chapter 214. Su Chun. Your time is up, Chapter 215. Battle against the Dual Saints, Chapter 216. It is simply a matter of more magical treasures, Chapter 217. The 99 Scattering Soul obliterates the ancestor of the Underworld River. I am currently aiding the Taiching Saint. Should you kill me, you would be opposing the Taiching Saint. The ancestor of the Underworld River has once again brought up Laozi. Ancestor of the Underworld River. Do you not find it ridiculous to say such things now? As Zhen Yuanzi spoke, his offensive showed no signs of abating. What Taiching Saint? At this moment, Zhen Yuanzi harbored but one thought in his mind: to avenge the ancestor of Hongyun. If Laozi were truly standing before the ancestor of the Underworld River, then there would indeed be no way forward, for Zhen Yuanzi was not Laozi's match. However, now that Laozi was entangled by Su Chan, this was not the Underworld Blood Sea. This could be said to be a prime opportunity to slay the ancestor of the Underworld River. Should this chance be missed, and the ancestor of the Underworld River return to the Underworld Blood Sea, it is likely that there would be no further opportunity to slay him. Zhen Yuanzi's assault continued. The injuries on the ancestor of the Underworld River also began to intensify at this moment. The ancestor of the Underworld River was cursing internally. How did he end up provoking a madman like Zhen Yuanzi? Had he known it would come to this, he would not have laid a hand on the ancestor of Hongyun in the first place. He had only acquired a 99 Scattering Soul Gourd, and now that very item had been snatched back by Zhen Yuanzi. Originally, he had hoped that Laozi and Xuandu could assist him in dealing with Zhen Yuanzi. But now it seemed uncertain whether Laozi could even deal with Su Chun. Before Laozi could resolve Su Chun, he might very well be slain by Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi, I was wrong before. I am willing to offer this Northern Xin Yuan water-controlling banner as an apology. The ancestor of the Underworld River began to soften his stance. Although he had no treasures left in hand, what could he do? Compared to his life, the Northern Xin Yuan water-controlling banner was nothing. Moreover, as long as he could buy some time, once Laozi and the others dealt with Su Chen, he could return to resolving Zhen Yuanzi. By then, whether it be the Northern Xin Yuan water-controlling banner, the 12-petal Infernal Red Lotus, or the 99 Scattering Soul Gourd, they would all return to his possession. Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi's offensive hesitated for a moment. Glancing at the ancestor of the Underworld River, he spoke solemnly. Yuan too. I also want the Abyssal Dual Swords. You? The ancestor of the Underworld River's face twisted with anger. This Zhen Yuanzi is being rather greedy. He had only these 2 supreme innate spiritual treasures. After the ancestor of the Underworld River finished speaking, Zhen Yuanzi's 12-petal Infernal Red Lotus erupted with overwhelming infernal flames once more. Wait. You can have it. The ancestor of the Underworld River became somewhat anxious. Yuan too, the Abyssal Dual Swords, let it be the Abyssal Dual Swords then. After all, later on, he could have Laozi retrieve them for him. At that point, He was determined to eliminate Jin Yuanzi as well. This time, Jin Yuanzi remained silent, merely staring at the ancestor of the underworld river. Upon sensing Jin Yuanzi's gaze, the ancestor of the underworld river had no choice but to helplessly toss the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner along with the Yuan 2 and abyssal dual swords to Jin Yuanzi. Seeing Jin Yuanzi accept his treasures, the ancestor of the underworld river felt a pang of regret. Jin Yuanzi, since you have taken the treasures, let us put the matter of the ancestor of Hongyun aside. Speaking thus, the ancestor of the underworld river glanced at Laozi and Su Qian. Next, he would wait for Laozi to deal with Su Qian before seeking assistance against Jin Yuanzi. But immediately, Jin Yuanzi's response caused the ancestor of the underworld river's expression to change dramatically. After Jin Yuanzi accepted the ancestor of the underworld river's treasures, a cold smile appeared on his face. When did I say that accepting your treasures would let the matter of the ancestor of Hongyun be put to rest? At this, the ancestor of the underworld river's eyes widened in shock. I clearly stated earlier that I would make amends with treasures. Making amends does not mean completely letting it go. You think the life of Hongyun can be offset by a few supreme innate spiritual treasures? The killing intent in Jin Yuanzi's eyes intensified. At this moment, the ancestor of the underworld river finally realized something was amiss. He pointed at Jin Yuanzi and shouted angrily, "You are untrustworthy, deceiving the ancestor." This Jin Yuanzi had never intended to let the matter go. He merely sought to trick him out of his treasures. The smile on Jin Yuanzi's face became increasingly mocking. "Speak whatever you wish to those deserving. As I have stated, today you shall undoubtedly die." Jin Yuanzi once again launched an assault against the ancestor of the underworld river. Without the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner and the Yuan 2 abyssal dual swords, the ancestor of the underworld river was left with no means to retaliate. The Yuan 2 sword directly severed the left arm of the ancestor of the underworld river. At this point, the previous actions of the ancestor of the underworld river appeared utterly absurd. He had been completely deceived by Jin Yuanzi. Primarily, the ancestor of the underworld river had never anticipated that someone like Jin Yuanzi would go back on his word. Now, it seemed he had no options left. Jin Yuanzi renewed his offensive, and the 12-petal infernal red lotus erupted with infernal flames, transforming into a sea of fire that enveloped the ancestor of the underworld river. Under the scorching of this infernal blaze, the body of the ancestor of the underworld river began to burn away bit by bit. The ancestor of the underworld river gazed at Jin Yuanzi with a face of grief and indignation. He wished to say something but ultimately uttered not a single word. Moments later, the body of the ancestor of the underworld river was completely reduced to ashes by the 12-petal infernal red lotus. Did the ancestor of the underworld river perish just like that? Jin Yuanzi turned to look towards Su Qian. As Jin Yuanzi turned, a blood shadow materialized where the 12-petal infernal red lotus had burned. Just as this blood shadow prepared to escape, Jin Yuanzi suddenly turned back, sneering, "Ancestor of the underworld river, I anticipated you would have such tricks up your sleeve." The blood shadow froze, revealing the visage of the ancestor of the underworld river. This was the ancestor's final gambit. As long as he could return to the underworld blood sea, he would make a comeback. "Jin Yuanzi, when I return, you shall pay the price." At this moment, the ancestor of the underworld river did not forget to issue a threat. But Jin Yuanzi was already urging the 99 scattering soul gourd, mocking him. "Ancestor of the underworld river, do you think you can return to the underworld blood sea?" With a surge of magical power, the 99 scattering soul gourd emitted a tremendous pulling force, directly drawing the soul of the ancestor of the underworld river into the gourd. Accompanied by a piercing scream, in that instant, the ancestor of the underworld river met his demise. Jin Yuanzi retrieved the 99 scattering soul gourd, a look of relief on his face. After such a lengthy period, he had finally avenged the ancestor of Hongyun. The death of the ancestor of the underworld river also left Laozi and the others in a state of shock. The ancestor of the underworld river truly perished just like that? The demise of the elder of the underworld is of little consequence. The pressing issue lies in the fact that Jin Yuanzi has now freed himself. The situation has increasingly tilted in favor of the Jin Yuanzi first glanced at Su Qian's circumstances, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Previously, he had harbored some concerns about Su Qian, but it now seemed that his worries were unfounded. Su Chen was engaging in a fierce contest with Laozi. Subsequently, Jin Yuanzi turned his gaze towards Kong Xian. Chapter 218. The Peril of Xuandu. Chapter 219. The soul of Xuandu escapes the god list. Chapter 220. Brother, you are so slow. Chapter 221. Jiang Ziya's further deception of Yuding. Chapter 222. The dual saints arrive at the Zixiao Palace. Chapter 223. Borrowing treasures to obtain Su Chan. Chapter 224. Fragments of the Law. Chapter 225. Continuous rewards. Chapter 226. War erupts. Chapter 227. Return to Golden Ao Island. Chapter 228. Su Chen's methods. Chapter 229. A gesture to subdue Yuan Shi. Chapter 230. The power of the law. Chapter 231. Merely a fragment. Chapter 232. Defeating Laozi. Chapter 233. The frantic Yuan Shi. Chapter 234. Annihilating Yuan Shi. Chapter 235. The miserable fate of the two saints of the West. Chapter 236. The true function of the second layer. Chapter 237. Hongjuan's backup plan. Chapter 238. Arrangements. Chapter 239. The Great War resumes. Chapter 240. The emergence of the three clans. Chapter 241. Just leave everything to me. Chapter 242. I aim to fight 6. Chapter 243. Qing Xiu on the list. Chapter 244. Huan Yuan's temptation. The transformation of two clans. Chapter 245. Su Chen's intentions. The Kirin's retreat. Chapter 246. Within the Zixiao Palace, Qitian expresses grievances. Chapter 247. The dire news for the Chan teaching. Chapter 248. The scheme of the Zixiao Palace. Chapter 249. The conditions of the introduction. Chapter 250. The strategy of the god list. Chapter 251. Yun Xiao's task. Chapter 252. Redeeming Zhu and Ti. Chapter 253. The plot of the introduction. Chapter 254. The trials of the Kirin. Chapter 255. Annihilating the clan. Chapter 256. I am deeply disappointed. Chapter 257. Battling the dual saints again. Chapter 258. Recutting Yuan Shi. Laozi's predicament. Chapter 259. Is there any difference? Chapter 260. Is it just you? Chapter 261. Slaying Taiqing. Ascending to Zixiao. Chapter 262. Waiting outside the Zixiao Palace. Chapter 263. Xianchun the Venerable. Yun Xiao and Tong Tian both anxiously observed the formation before them, eagerly awaiting its complete dissolution to rush inside. They were uncertain of Su Chen's fate. Hong Jun maintained an impassive expression, revealing no hint of emotional fluctuation. Logically, given that Su Chen had been trapped within the formation for such an extended period, Yuan Shi and Laozi, leveraging the advantages of the formation, should have been able to eliminate him. Soon, as the final glimmer of light from the formation faded, the barrier enveloping the Zixiao Palace finally vanished. Yun Xiao and Tong Tian rushed inside, with Hong Jun closely following. As for Nuwa, upon witnessing Yun Xiao and the others enter the Zixiao Palace, a flicker of curiosity crossed her beautiful eyes. She had always felt that this matter was inextricably linked to her master, and Yuan Shi would never dare to falsely convey her intentions. As the Dao ancestor, was her master truly resorting to such means to deal with Su Chen? What level of cultivation did Su Chen possess? Alas, why ponder so much? In any case, this matter of the god list held little significance for her. She would see for herself upon entering. After a moment of contemplation, Nuwa stepped towards the Zixiao Palace. Su Chen, Yun Xiao, with a face full of anxiety, entered the Zixiao Palace. Upon seeing the figure in white standing before her, her expression froze, and much of her anxiety dissipated. Su Chen was still here. Are you all right? Yun Xiao approached Su Chen, inspecting him for any injuries. Su Chen chuckled lightly. Fear not, since I have arrived, I possess my own assurance. Your matters are settled, I presume? Yun Xiao nodded gravely. Su Chen exhaled deeply. With this, the calamity of the god list was on the verge of conclusion, and the peril of could be averted. Then, Su Chen noticed Tong Tian standing behind Yun Xiao. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the second level of Hunyuan Daluo. Su Chen immediately sensed the change in Tong Tian's aura. Tong Tian stood frozen, his gaze vacant as he stared at the two corpses on the ground, those of Laozi and Yuan Shi. Had Su Chen truly slain both Laozi and Yuan Shi in this battle at the Zixiao Palace? Although he had previously slain Yuan Shi during the confrontation at Golden Ao Island, revealing his cultivation level, this time, Laozi was also present. Laozi and Yuan Shi were not to be underestimated. Among the three pure ones, Laozi not only possessed the highest cultivation but also harbored unfathomable depths. The fact that Laozi had been slain by Su Chen was utterly astonishing. Upon hearing Su Chen's voice, Tong Tian struggled to turn his gaze towards him. A hint of color returning to his previously dazed eyes, reluctantly regaining his composure, it seemed he had worried for nothing. Su Chen was in no danger whatsoever. Wait. Tong Tian's pupils suddenly constricted, and he exclaimed, "What is your level of cultivation?" Previously, during the battle at Golden Ao Island, Su Chen's cultivation was at the 4th level of Hunyuan Daluo, capable of reaching the 5th level through secret methods. But now, though he could not discern the specifics of Su Chen's cultivation, he was certain that it was no longer at the 4th level of Hunyuan Daluo. In stark contrast to Tong Tian's astonishment, a look of regret appeared on Su Chen's face. It was merely a fortunate breakthrough. Upon arriving at the Zixiao Palace, he had indeed been at the 4th level of cultivation. Absorbing Zhuan Ti's power had allowed him to reach the 5th level. Using the Hunyuan transformation technique to ascend to the 6th level, and after consuming the Hongming Zixuan pill, his cultivation had temporarily risen to the 7th level. After slaying Laozi, the effect of the Hunyuan transformation technique had expired, causing his cultivation to revert to the 6th level of Hunyuan Daluo. While the 6th level of Hunyuan Daluo was formidable, it depended on whom one was compared against. Laozi and Yuan Shi were simply no match for Su Chen. However, he had compelled Yun Xiao to annihilate the Kirin clan, forcibly filling the god list, going against Hongjuan's original wishes. This would surely instill resentment in Hongjun, though Hongjun would not act against him at present. Once the calamity of the god list concluded, following the calamity of the journey to the west, with the West flourishing and Hongjun resolving the past grievances with the Western teachings, his alignment with the heavenly Tao would reach perfection. At that time, Hongjun would undoubtedly take action against him. He must achieve the status of a great sage before the calamity of the journey to the West concluded to truly surpass Hongjun. Yet, that was a matter for another day. There was still some time left. Observing the peculiar expression on Su Chen's face, Tong Tian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, comparisons between individuals can be infuriating. Achieving the 2nd level of Hunyuan Daluo was already a swift accomplishment for him, yet Su Chen had once again broken through. Moreover, it seemed Su Chen was still unsatisfied. If only Tong Tian had intentionally gauged Yun Xiao's cultivation, he would be astounded to discover that she too had reached the 2nd level of Hunyuan Daluo. Forget it, one cannot compare oneself to Su Chen. This fellow defies all common reasoning. Regardless, it was a relief that Su Chen was unharmed. Since Tong Tian and Yun Xiao entered and confirmed Su Chen's safety, only a few words had been exchanged at that moment. Hongjun followed closely behind Tong Tian and Yun Xiao into the Zixiao Palace. Initially expressionless, upon entering the Zixiao Palace and seeing Su Chen unscathed, Hongjun visibly froze for a moment. A hint of bewilderment flickered in his otherwise tranquil gaze. In the next breath, Hongjun noticed the corpses of Yuan Shi and Laozi on the ground, causing his facial muscles to twitch uncontrollably. Hongjun could hardly fathom how events had unraveled in such a manner. He had set up the formation to provide ample opportunity for Laozi and Yuan Shi. He had believed that Su Chen would be slain by the two. Yet the situation had completely reversed. Was Su Chen truly that difficult to deal with, or were Yuan Shi and Laozi simply incompetent? As Hongjun pondered, Su Chen's gaze shifted towards him, a smile gracing his face. "Thank you, Tao Ancestor." This expression of gratitude left both Hongjun and Tong Tian utterly confounded. What did he mean by thanking Hongjun? This time, Laozi and Yuan Shi had feigned the Tao Ancestor's intentions to deceive him into entering the Zixiao Palace. Had it not been for the formation outside the Zixiao Palace trapping Laozi and Yuan Shi, they would have fled long ago. What is the meaning of killing the heart? This was it. Had Laozi and Yuan Shi heard Su Chen's words, their coffins would have been unable to contain them. Su Chen's words ignited a furious blaze within Hongjun, who felt the urge to slap him dead on the spot. However, with Tong Tian and Yun Xiao present, he could not openly confess that he had summoned Su Chen to the Zixiao Palace, allowing Laozi and Yuan Shi to eliminate him. Hongjun wore an awkward expression, uncertain of how to respond. Laozi and Yuan Shi were simply too inept. While Hongjun grappled with his next course of action, the sound of footsteps approached. The last to arrive, Nuhua, also entered the Zhixiao Palace. Su Qin immediately spotted Nuwa, his expression stiffening. "Oh no. Why is Nuwa here?" Nuwa momentarily froze before exclaiming in surprise, "Xinchun the Venerable." Chapter 264. Nuwa, you have mistaken the person. Chapter 265. Hongjuan's Punishment. Chapter 266. After the canonization, the West flourishes. Chapter 267. Yuan Shi's retreat from Mount Shumi. Chapter 268. The day of canonization. Chapter 269. Canonization at Mount Qishan. Chapter 270. Jiang Ziya's last words. Chapter 271. Yuan Shi's choice. Chapter 272. Randang and others enter the West. The canonization calamity comes to an end. Chapter 273. The grand plan to the West. Chapter 274. Su Qian emerges from seclusion. The spirit monkey appears. Chapter 275. Taking disciples, disrupting the journey to the West. Chapter 276. Bodhi. Why hasn't he come to pay his respects? Chapter 277. Who collects disciples is not important. Chapter 278. Returning to the underworld, checking in with Yin Wang. Chapter 279. Borrowing the Book of Life and Death. Chapter 280. The situation seems off. Chapter 281. Haoyan. This play is quite difficult. Chapter 282. Finally here to disturb the heavenly palace. Chapter 283. Qiyan. Mission accomplished. Chapter 284. Haoyan. Capture the demon monkey for me. Chapter 285. It's targeted. Chapter 286. Old Jade Emperor. Chapter 287. This really can't be captured. Chapter 288. Randang finally arrives. Chapter 289. Battle with Randang. Chapter 290. Even if your master is here. Chapter 291. Clearly see how to use it. Chapter 292. Haoyan. What should I do? Chapter 293. This matter cannot just end like this. Chapter 294. An alternative plan. A substitute. Chapter 295. The Six-Eared Macaque. Chapter 296. Defection. Chapter 297. Lingxiao Treasure Hall. The Grand Scheme of Reception. Chapter 298. The Fifth Layer. Chapter 299. Yun Xiao. I was too simplistic in my thoughts. Chapter 300. I did not come to fight. Chapter 301. A warning. Chapter 302. Su Qin enters seclusion. Chang'e invites Tianpong. Chapter 303. I, Tianpong, have revolted. Chapter 304. An additional crime. Chapter 305. Is there anyone capable of fighting? Chapter 306. I am willing. Chapter 307. Neza's strength. Chapter 308. Tianping's resolution. Chapter 309. Flooding Lingxiao. Chapter 310. I, Tianpong, am done. Chapter 311. Tianpong comes to the mortal realm. Haoyan is infuriated. Chapter 312. Shameless Haoyan. Chapter 313. Yunxiao arrives at the heavenly court. Chapter 314. Qitian falls again. Haoyan goes mad. Chapter 315. Chang'e descends. Reception persuades Haoyan again. Chapter 316. Yunxiao's plans. Chapter 317. Persuasion at Yaoqi. Plotting with a roll of the curtain. Chapter 318. Kong Xian appears, accusing Haoyan. Chapter 319. No improvement at all. Chapter 320. Revealing the truth. Turmoil in the heavenly court. Chapter 321. Reception comes again. Who is willing to go to the West? Chapter 322. The last person, Ao Lai. Su Qin breaks through. Chapter 323. Su Qin emerges from seclusion. Plotting against Ao Lai. Chapter 324. Do you think my dragon clan is defenseless? Chapter 325. The terrifying nine-clawed golden dragon. Chapter 326. Painful reception. Chapter 327. Arranging against Ao Lai. Chapter 328. Accelerating the journey to the West. Returning to the underworld. Chapter 329. Deceiving Hutu. Chapter 330. Neza breaks through the primordial chaos. Dragon Soul disturbs the Tang King. Chapter 331. Sihong. Watch me in the night, with the moon hanging high in the sky. Amidst the clouds and mist, a silhouette stood quietly. Yu Chun gazed down at the royal palace below, an expression of calmness on his face, while his profound eyes flickered with hints of unusual colors. He had now grasped the general happenings during his years of seclusion. It must be said, the Western sect indeed seemed quite anxious. The timeline for the Tang monks' journey to the West had considerably advanced. The course of the journey was unfolding as Su Qian had anticipated. Although some alterations had occurred along the way, the outcome remained unchanged. The Western sect would always employ various means to achieve its objectives. Take, for instance, the matter of the Dragon King of the Jing River. Originally, the Dragon King had fallen into a bet with Yuan Shouqing. leading to his violation of the heavenly laws and subsequent demise. Even though the current Tang King was not the original one from the journey to the west, and Yuan Shouqing was absent, the Dragon King of Jing River still met a tragic end. While the reasons behind this were unclear, it was evident that the machinations of the Western sect were involved. Regardless, Neza had already broken through to the primordial Deluo, Yunxiao was in seclusion, and Su Chun himself had reached the pinnacle of the 7th layer of primordial Deluo. He would wait a little longer to consume the last piece of the primordial creation pill. He intended to remain in Chang'an for a few days to observe what tricks the Western sect was up to. With a mere thought, the movements of the entire city of Chang'an lay within Su Chen's control. In the royal palace, the Tang King lay on his bed, unable to find slumber. Although Su Chun had appeared during the day, leaving behind a streak of golden light upon him, he remained uncertain whether this golden light could truly ward off the vengeful spirit of the Dragon King of Jing River. Until he could ascertain this, the Tang King was genuinely unable to sleep in such a state of unease. Time passed with excruciating slowness. Suddenly, a tempest arose outside the sleeping quarters, accompanied by piercing howls that echoed in the Tang King's ears. He sprang from his bed, eyes wide with terror. It was here. The vengeful spirit of the Dragon King of Jing River had come. Creak. A low sound pierced the Tang King's tense nerves, the door swung open, and a figure slowly entered. Clad in white, adorned with 2 horns atop its head, yet a gruesome scar marred its neck. It was none other than the vengeful spirit of the Dragon King of Jing River. Tang King, return my life. The Dragon King advanced directly towards the Tang King, who paled in fright, leaning against the wall. Your death has nothing to do with me. I have already done my utmost. The Tang King shouted. The Dragon King paid him no heed. You promised me you would spare my life. Why have you broken your word? The Dragon King reached out a hand toward the Tang King. Just as he was about to make contact, a brilliant golden light erupted from the Tang King. This golden light instantly sent the Dragon King of Jing River flying backwards. The fallen Dragon King's body became increasingly ethereal, and his eyes were filled with terror as he looked at the Tang King. In the next moment, the Dragon King said nothing, turned, and fled. Watching the Dragon King depart, the Tang King glanced at the golden light enveloping himself and breathed a long sigh of relief. At last, he could enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. As for the vengeful spirit of the Dragon King of Jing River, after leaving the royal palace, he fled westward in a panic, the terror in his eyes lingering. That golden light was simply too terrifying, yet the Dragon King was completely unaware that every movement of his was being watched by a pair of eyes. Above the clouds and mist, Su Chun observed the fleeing Dragon King with a hint of mockery in his gaze. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in with the Dragon King of Jing River, earning 3,000 years of cultivation. Su Chun had grown weary of such trivial check-in rewards. What he truly desired was to uncover who stood behind the Dragon King. It is worth noting that the current underworld was not the same as it had been after the canonization ended. With Hutu presiding over it, the underworld possessed considerable power. For a mere Dragon King of Jing River to evade the underworld's grasp after death and continually disturb the Tang King was absolutely impossible. The Dragon King of Jing River fled to a grove outside Chang'an. Do not run. Why are you so flustered? A cold voice suddenly rang out. The Dragon King halted. Turning to look back, he saw that someone had appeared behind him, enveloped in a faint golden light, obscuring their features, yet the aura emanating from them instilled profound fear within the Dragon King. Why, Lord, that Tang King suddenly has a golden light surrounding him. I truly cannot approach him, the Dragon King exclaimed hastily. The figure scoffed. What golden light can prevent you from approaching? Are you attempting to deceive me? The Dragon King immediately shook his head. Little dragon does not dare. The Dragon King was genuinely terrified of the person before him. On the day he was slain at the immortal slaughtering platform, the black and white impermanence of the underworld had come to collect his soul. He had been utterly defenseless when this person suddenly appeared, repelling the black and white impermanence with a single blow, saving him. This person's demand had been for him to continually disturb the Tang King. In truth, this person was Zihong from the Great Lane Temple. After the calamity of the canonization, Zihong, along with Randang and others, had joined the Western sect. During his time in the Western sect, Sihong's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, soon reaching the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Propelling the journey to the west was the task assigned to him by Jian. If he successfully completed this task, he would undoubtedly receive rewards from Jian, making the achievement of quasi-saint status a mere formality. Thus, Sihong arrived in Chang'an, initiating plans to persuade the Tang king to embrace Buddhism and promote the journey for scriptures, which led to the subsequent rescue of the Dragon King of Jing River. Sihong scrutinized the Dragon King, his eyes filled with disdain. "It's just a flicker of golden light. Follow me and watch how I dispel it." In Sihong's view, even if the Tang king had discovered some means to counter the vengeful spirit of the Dragon King, it was of no concern. With his cultivation at the pinnacle of the Great Luo, it was utterly insignificant. Just as Sihong was about to leave, the Dragon King remained rooted in place. "Why, Lord, please forgive this little dragon for speaking candidly. That golden light on the Tang King is by no means simple." Sihong let out a cold laugh. A wave of pressure from the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal descended upon the Dragon King. In an instant, the Dragon King trembled uncontrollably. "Not simple. Is it stronger than me?" retracted his oppressive aura and inquired. The lips of the Dragon King of the Jinghe River quivered slightly. "Go be candid." The golden radiance surrounding the Tang King far surpassed the pressure emanating from the individual before him by an immeasurable degree. However, the Dragon King dared not voice such thoughts. "Let us not squander time," remarked impatiently, for his time was indeed precious. The Dragon King, too, had no choice but to accompany back to the royal palace. Upon arriving at the Tang King's chamber, they found him in deep slumber, cast a glance at the Tang King, then turned to the Dragon King, speaking coolly, "Pay attention. Once I dispel the golden light, you may proceed to demand the Tang King's life." Chapter 332. Return and inform the Queen Mother of the West. This is the Western Sect. Chapter 333. Defeat and retreat to Mount Ling. Chapter 334. What matters are beyond the jurisdiction of our underworld. Chapter 335. The Overbearing Queen Mother of the West. Chapter 336. The Heavenly Tao's Fury. Hongjun emerges from seclusion. Chapter 337. The Method of Guidance. Chapter 338. Hongjuan's Warning. Chapter 339. The Scheme for the Western Journey. The Quest for Scriptures begins. Chapter 340. The First Challenge of the Quest for Scriptures, sending you to the Western Paradise. Chapter 341. The Seeker of Scriptures has disappeared. Chapter 342. I shall personally investigate Mount Ling. The Great Thunder Sound Temple. The hall resonated with the deep, rhythmic chants of Scripture. Randall sat serenely upon a golden lotus, his eyes gently closed, a faint smile gracing his face. Regardless of the circumstances, the Western journey for Scriptures had finally embarked on the right track. What remained was the arrival of the Seeker at the Great Thunder Sound Temple to acquire the sacred texts, thus bringing about the prosperity of the West. At that moment, Randall would petition the Tao ancestor for merit. If he could obtain a trace of primordial purple energy, he would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a saint within the heavenly Tao. After countless eons of cultivation, Randall finally glimpsed the hope of success. By this point, even Randall had forgotten that previously, the guidance had not assured him that the realization of the Western prosperity would guarantee a trace of primordial purple energy. Unbeknownst to him, the same promise had once been made to Haotian by the guide. Just as Randall indulged in his grand visions, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Swiftly entered, exclaiming, "This is grave news." The surrounding Buddhas and Arhats gazed at in astonishment. Randall, without even opening his eyes, replied with indifference, "What is the cause of such alarm?" "Speak slowly, Tio Randall." It seemed improbable that had encountered anything truly alarming. After all, he had witnessed far more daunting events, including a visit from the Queen Mother of the West to the Great Thunder Sound Temple. "The Seeker of Scriptures has vanished," responded urgently. Upon hearing this, Randall's eyes flew open, and he demanded sharply, "What did you say?" At this moment, Randall feared nothing but the misfortune of the Seeker of Scriptures. "The Seeker of Scriptures has indeed disappeared," reiterated. Randall moved swiftly, standing before in an instant. Did he not set forth from Chang'an? How could he possibly go missing? "I know not," replied, his expression one of confusion. "After meeting with Tianpong and the White Dragon, I returned to check on the seeker, only to discover he was gone. You ought to search for him. What purpose do you serve by returning empty-handed? Randall chastised, his anger flaring. How could the seeker of scriptures possibly be here at the Great Thunder Sound Temple? Shook his head. I have scoured the route from Chang'an, yet I still find no trace of the seeker. I shall wait here. I will investigate, Randall declared, unable to remain seated, and departed the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Over half an hour later, Randall returned, his countenance darkened. The seeker of scriptures is indeed missing. Noticing Randall's expression, understood that no progress had been made and inquired, "What shall we do next?" Randall inhaled deeply, striving for composure. Logically, the disappearance of the seeker should be reported to the two saints of the West. Yet, if he did so, the guide would surely reprimand him. Thus, Randall spoke gravely. What can we do? We must select another seeker of scriptures. From Chang'an, you shall continue to incite the souls of the deceased to disturb the Tang king, fabricate the circumstances, and send forth a new seeker. This is the only course of action we have left. But who shall be the new seeker? Question prompted the Buddhas and Arhats within the Great Thunder Sound Temple to turn their gaze away from Randall. The idea of relinquishing their cultivation and reincarnating to embark on the quest for scriptures was daunting. The possibility of perishing along the way was a fate none wished to embrace. Randall scoffed. In the interest of fairness, let us employ a mundane method to select the seeker, a lottery. Each individual shall draw lots. The one drawing the short straw shall reincarnate and become the seeker of scriptures from the eastern lands of the Tang. Under Randall's directive, a new seeker was swiftly chosen. Before the individual could utter a word, Randall struck him down with a single blow, sending him to the underworld for reincarnation. Meanwhile, continued to head towards Chang'an, exterminating mortals and inciting the vengeful souls to harass the Tang king, ultimately employing Buddhist teachings to convert him to Buddhism. Thus, this segment of the seeker's journey was retraced. After a time, the new seeker of scriptures set forth once more from Chang'an. However, this method harbored a critical flaw. The multitude in the Great Thunder Sound Temple remained oblivious to how the first seeker had vanished, nor were they aware of the presence of Zhuanglian. Consequently, the second seeker, much like the first, met his demise at the hands of Zhuanglian before he could locate the six-eared macaque. The second seeker of scriptures met his end. When discovered that the seeker had once again disappeared, he was on the brink of madness. How could such a living being simply vanish? In despair, returned to the Great Thunder Sound Temple to inform Randall. Upon learning of the situation, Randall erupted in fury, lambasting before selecting yet another seeker. He commanded to vigilantly monitor the seeker this time, ensuring that not a single error occurred. Thus, the process for the seeker of scriptures began anew. When the third seeker set forth from Chang'an, remained vigilant throughout the journey. Should Zhuanglian make a move, he would undoubtedly be detected by. The issue lay in the fact that Zhuanglian was not foolish. While was in the light, Zhuanglian remained concealed, and had no knowledge of Zhuanglian's appearance. Moreover, Zhuanglian skillfully masked his magical fluctuations, rendering it challenging for, with his current cultivation of a Tai Golden Immortal, to perceive him. Upon sensing's presence, Zhuanglian refrained from action. Consequently, kept a watchful eye on the seeker for 4 days. By the 5th day, fatigue began to set in. The previous two seekers had vanished within 3 days of departing from Chang'an. Yet the third had already lingered for 5. Surely, nothing untoward had occurred, right? Furthermore, just half a day's journey ahead lay the six-eared macaque. Feeling a sense of complacency, set off in search of Zhuanglian. Little did he know that the moment he departed, Zhuanglian would reveal himself and eliminate the seeker of scriptures. The ensuing outcome was all too predictable. Upon returning, found the seeker had vanished once more. When arrived back at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Buddhas and Arhats regarded him with trepidation in their eyes. It was a certainty that his return heralded misfortune. Randall's expression remained icy. You mustn't tell me that the seeker has vanished again. With a hesitant nod, confirmed. In the next moment, Randall raised his hand, sending crashing into the wall behind him. Once is an occurrence, twice is a coincidence, but thrice. This marks the third seeker, 3. Not to mention the time wasted on these 3 seekers. The fact that they had all disappeared under your very nose is infuriating. Randall was truly on the verge of an explosion. Let us proceed. This time, I shall disguise myself as the seeker of scriptures and depart from Chang'an. I intend to uncover what entity has been opposing our Western sect." Randing rose to his feet and strode outside. Unless this matter is thoroughly investigated, sending another seeker will be utterly futile. Randing departed from the Great Thunder Sound Temple alongside Si Hang. Chapter 343. The Golden Cicada finally reincarnates. Su Chen breaks through the 8th layer. Chapter 344. The layout of the Golden Cicada. Chapter 345. Journey to Lingshan. Unveiling the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Chapter 346. The layout of the 99 Trials. Chapter 347. Su Chen's plans. Chapter 348. Each with their own thoughts. Chapter 349. Si Hang. Where is your horse? Chapter 350. Golden Cicada. Creating difficulties. Chapter 351. A bite of Tang Seng's flesh equals 10,000 years of hardship. Chapter 352. The Golden Cicada is to be eaten. Chapter 353. The first battle with the six-eared macaque. Su Chen arrives at Black Wind. Chapter 354. This is merely the beginning. Chapter 355. Who stole my ginseng fruit? Chapter 356. The Western sect comes to repay. Chapter 357. What are you even worth? Chapter 358. The frustrated Randang. Chapter 359. Compensated at fair value. The plan succeeds. Chapter 360. The vigilance of Jie Yin upon seeing Su Chen and Yuan Shao arrive. Zhang Yuanzi hastily stepped forward to greet them. Noticing Zhen Yuanzi's reaction, Yuan Shao shot a fierce glare at Su Chen. The two had clearly emerged from the Hongming Creation Tower for a leisurely excursion. However, Su Chen had secretly arranged countless matters behind her back. She needed to find an opportunity to interrogate him thoroughly. Su Chen turned to Zhen Yuanzi and smiled faintly. What compensation does one need? Is it not merely a few ginseng fruits? Zhen Yuanzi's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean by just a few ginseng fruits? Have you seen if there are any left on my ginseng fruit tree? Just because you do not consider ginseng fruits treasures does not mean others do not regard them as precious. Su Chen chuckled once more. While that may be the case, have you not already received compensation from Jie Yin? Although the person may not be at Wanshou Mountain, the events occurring there could not escape Su Chen's notice. Otherwise, he would not have arrived shortly after Jie Yin and the others departed. With a grand gesture, Zhang Yuanzi summoned those peaches to appear before Su Chen. These peaches are all yours. In return, you shall compensate me for my ginseng fruits. Zhang Yuanzi was not foolish. While the peaches were indeed precious, they held little utility for him in comparison. What Su Chen offered was far more beneficial. It is well known that in the primordial realm, seeking to swiftly attain the status of Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian, turning to Su Chen is undoubtedly a wise choice. Gazing at the peaches before him, Su Chen decided against further jesting. He reined in his smile and said calmly, "Very well, let us set those aside for now. Simply hand me the Holy Spirit flower." Zhen Yuanzi promptly presented the Holy Spirit flower to Su Chen. With the acquisition of the Holy Spirit flower, the design of Wuzhuang Temple was deemed satisfactorily concluded. Coupled with the Holy Spirit flower previously obtained from the Tsang Wolf Spirit, he now possessed 2 of these precious flowers. This equates to 2 primordial creation pills. The elevation of the clone's cultivation through the infusion of spiritual blood should pose no significant challenge. Following this, Su Chen waved his hand, causing golden light to surge as he transmitted a superior cultivation method he had previously selected within the Hongming Creation Tower to Zhen Yuanzi. This method is particularly suited for you. As for whether you can achieve Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian, that ultimately depends on your own fortune. Su Chen spoke with nonchalance. After all, this method could only be considered superior within the Hongming Creation Tower, lacking comparison to those top-tier techniques. Yet, upon perceiving the essence of the technique, Zhen Yuanzi's countenance transformed, brimming with excitement. The technique Su Chen provided was exceedingly fitting for him. With its cultivation, he would undoubtedly take the step towards becoming a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. Overwhelmed with enthusiasm, Zhen Yuanzi turned to Su Chen and inquired earnestly, "Su Chen, may I relocate Wuzhuang Temple a bit closer towards Lingshan? I believe I could still retain the 6-eared macaque and a few others." Upon hearing this, even Yuan Shao could not restrain a chuckle. Who would have anticipated that Zhen Yuanzi could conceive such an idea? Su Chen shot Zhen Yuanzi a disapproving glare. "Do you truly believe the Western saints are fools? Blocking the westward journey once is one matter. If it were to happen again, Jie Yin would hardly be able to tolerate it. Furthermore, Jie Yin would certainly notice. And if the matter escalated, it would become quite troublesome. Zhen Yuanzi merely wore a look of regret. Should such a situation arise again, do remember to seek my counsel. Enough of this idle chatter. It took great effort for Yun and me to come to your Wuzhuang temple. Shall we not procure some ginseng fruits? Su Chan made his way into the main hall, with the urgent matters settled. It was only natural to take a moment's respite. The ginseng fruits had already been consumed by the six-eared macaque and his companions. Just after Zhan Yuanzi finished speaking, he heard Su Qin's playful admonishment. Who do you think you are fooling? Bring out the ginseng fruits you had previously hidden away. Neither Yun nor I have had the pleasure of tasting them. For quite some time, Su Chuan had yearned to discover the flavor of ginseng fruits. Reluctantly, Zhen Yuanzi had no choice but to comply. After a considerable amount of time had passed, once Su Chen and Yun Xiao departed from Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi gazed at the table strewn with ginseng fruit cores. His lips twitching in exasperation, Su Chen and Yun Xiao had an insatiable appetite. There were truly none left, however, upon reflection. Exchanging these ginseng fruits for several peaches and a cultivation method was not a poor trade at all. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze shifted, and he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Where are the peaches? Initially, he had believed Su Chen would not want those peaches. To his surprise, Su Chen had taken them all. Speechless, he resigned himself to the idea of returning to his cultivation. Ultimately, if he could achieve Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian, it would all be worth it. Not far outside Wanshou Mountain, Su Chen strolled along the path with Yun Xiao. As they walked, Su Chen produced 2 peaches, taking a bite of one and offering the other to Yun Xiao. Yun, these peaches are quite delectable. Do give them a try. Yun Xiao looked at the peach in Su Chen's hand, astonished. When did you acquire these? These peaches are of no use to you, are they? Su Chen, while savoring the peach, turned his gaze towards Yun Xiao. How could you say they are of no use? They quench thirst and are exceedingly sweet. Yun Xiao was left speechless, as Su Chen was genuinely treating the peaches as if they were mere fruits. Where shall we go next? Yun Xiao inquired as she accepted the peach. Su Chen replied casually, quite simply, we shall continue to enjoy the mountains and rivers, following in the wake of the six-eared macaque and the others. After all, the clone infused with spiritual blood is diligently cultivating within the Hongming Creation Tower. So time is not wasted. Once the clone's current realm breaks through, I will commence the refinement of the primordial creation pills. Meanwhile, Jane, Randang, and C.I. Hang returned to the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Jie Yin sought out Randang privately. What is your perspective on the affairs of Wuzhuang Temple? Jie Yin inquired. Mentioning this matter ignited a fire within Randang. How dare Zhen Yuanzi openly oppose our Western sect? Why was he not apprehended? Jie Yin shook his head. A single Zhen Yuanzi is inconsequential, but have you considered why Zhen Yuanzi would dare to oppose our Western sect? Randang quickly retorted. Is it not due to those wretched ginseng fruits? Yet Jie Yin scoffed. Do you truly believe that with Zhen Yuanzi's cultivation, if it were not by his consent, could the six-eared macaque and the others consume all the ginseng fruits from Wuzhuang Temple? Randang paused, a flicker of realization crossing his face. Zhen Yuanzi did this intentionally. Why then did he seek compensation for the ginseng fruits? Why not simply apprehend him? Jie Yin sighed. Why must I recruit such fools into the Western sect? Think carefully. Does Zhen Yuanzi truly have the audacity to oppose us? Randang furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling something. Su Chen. And also Jie Jiao. Jie nodded slightly. Randang is not entirely beyond redemption. The Dao Ancestor has stated that Su Chen must not interfere with the westward journey. We must seek out the Dao Ancestor. Jie shook his head. Do you possess any evidence of Su Chen's interference? This is merely conjecture on our part. Ultimately, concerning today's events, whether Zhen Yuanzi is indeed backed by Su Chen remains unproven. We can only choose to temporarily settle with compensation. Randang wished to voice further objections, but Jie Yin interjected. Enough. This matter concludes here. We must remain vigilant regarding the westward journey in the future. Furthermore, did you take note of the cultivation of that seeker today? Randang's expression faltered. A contemplative look dawning in his eyes as he murmured, the seeker, the cultivation of the golden cicada? Jie Yin confirmed, indeed. What is the issue with the golden cicada's cultivation? Randang inquired. Previously, all his attention had been focused on Zhen Yuanzi. and he had not given much thought to the golden cicada and his companions. Listening to Randang's inquiry, Jia Yin felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Originally, he had believed there was hope for Randang, but it appeared he had overestimated him. Jia Yin expressed his frustration. I have already informed you that everything within the Western sect is primarily focused on realizing the grand revival of the West. The westward journey is of utmost importance, and you must remain vigilant. Why does the Seeker possess the cultivation of a pinnacle golden immortal? During the time at Wanshou Mountain, Jejin was certainly not idle. Aside from Su Qin's cultivation surpassing that of Jejin, Jejin was unable to perceive the presence of Su Qin and Yun Xiao. Everything surrounding Wanshou Mountain was also under Jejin's control. The cultivation levels of Jin Shanzi and the others naturally did not escape Jejin's notice. Lu Ermiho, Tian Peng, and Wan Lian's abilities were quite ordinary. However, Jin Shanzi was somewhat unusual. What? Jin Shanzi actually possesses the cultivation of a pinnacle golden immortal. Randang also realized the issue at hand. Although for these individuals, whether it be a golden immortal or even a Tai golden immortal or a Deluo golden immortal, it was not a significant matter. Jin Shanzi's situation was indeed perplexing. Jin Shanzi, having reincarnated and departed from the Eastern Tang dynasty, should have been an ordinary mortal. How could he possess the cultivation of a pinnacle golden immortal? Immediately, Randang thought of a possible explanation. Could it be due to having consumed the ginseng fruit? Jejin cast a glance at Randang. The ginseng fruit is indeed a rare innate spiritual root, but do you truly believe that a single ginseng fruit could elevate a mortal to the pinnacle of a golden immortal? Yet Randang quickly added, Jin Shanzi and the others did not consume merely one ginseng fruit. This statement momentarily left Jejin at a loss for words. It is indeed impressive that Randang could think of that. Even if they consumed numerous ginseng fruits, it would be implausible for Jin Shanzi to ascend from a mortal to a pinnacle golden immortal in just a few days. Jin Shanzi and the others had only spent a few days at Wuzhuang Temple. There is only one possibility. Jin Shanzi must have possessed some cultivation before arriving at Wuzhuang Temple. However, Jin Shanzi, having reincarnated, retained no memories of his previous life. How could he have cultivated, or rather, who taught Jin Shanzi? Jejin's mind was filled with questions, yet he did not intend to inquire further with Randang. Asking would be futile. It was better to ponder it alone, in any case. Matters concerning the journey to the west must be closely monitored. If any unsolvable issues arise, come to Shumi Mountain to find me immediately. Having spoken, Jejin turned and departed. Continuing the conversation with Randang could very well lead to his frustration. Once Jejin left, Randang made his way directly back to the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Now he could settle accounts with Cihong. If it weren't for Cihong's lack of clarity, would he have suffered such humiliation at Wuzhuang Temple? Moreover, how dared Cihong directly bypass him to seek out Jejin? What does that make of him, Randang? Today, he must make Cihong understand who holds authority within the Great Thunder Sound Temple. However, upon returning to the Great Thunder Sound Temple, he found no trace of Cihong. Where is Cihong? Randang surveyed his surroundings. Someone replied that Cihong suddenly remembered there were still matters to prepare for the journey to the west and had already left. The corner of Randang's eye twitched. It seems Cihong has made a swift escape. Having sustained some injuries in the previous battle with Zhen Yuanzi, he should first recuperate. As for Cihong, he would settle scores with him upon his return next time. On the road to the Western Pilgrimage, after departing from Wuzhuang Temple, Jin Shanzi and his companions finally set off once more. However, it was evident that they were somewhat reluctant. Despite being trapped at Wuzhuang Temple for a few days, their cultivations had significantly improved, especially Jin Shanzi, who, aided by the 9 turns golden body technique and several ginseng fruits, was rapidly approaching the pinnacle of golden immortality. Had it not been for the Western teachings compensating Zhen Yuanzi for his losses, Jin Shanzi would have preferred to linger at Wuzhuang Temple for a few more days. What do you suppose Randang used to compensate Zhen Yuanzi's losses? Tian Peng suddenly inquired. Those ginseng fruits cannot simply be compensated with ordinary items. Who knows? Yet I can't shake the feeling that something about the events at Wuzhuang Temple is rather suspicious, remarked Lu Ermiho, his eyes filled with contemplation. Jin Shanzi and the others turned to Lu Ermiho. Lu Ermiho continued, shortly after entering Wuzhuang Temple, I distinctly heard Zhen Yuanzi instruct those 2 attendants to deliver ginseng fruits to us. Lu Ermiho's perception cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Thus Shen Yuanzi was unaware that Lu Ermiho had overheard his instructions to the attendants. Upon hearing this, Tian Peng and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. What? So it was indeed Shen Yuanzi being unreasonable? Wan Lian exclaimed. Shen Yuanzi is considered a prominent figure in the primordial world. Why would he act in such a manner? Tian Peng echoed in confusion. It was clear that Shen Yuanzi had sent the ginseng fruits. Yet he denied it himself. What kind of nonsense is this? If you heard it, why didn't you speak up at the time? Tian Peng looked at Lu Ermiho. Lu Ermiho shrugged. What difference would it have made if I had spoken? Do you believe that Shen Yuanzi would have acknowledged it under those circumstances? His words rendered Tian Peng and the others completely silent. Indeed, would it have been useful to speak up? But why did Shen Yuanzi act in such a way? After some deep thought, Jin Shanzi seemed to grasp something. Perhaps this matter is related to Su Chan. Ultimately, the events at Wuzhuang Temple have elevated the cultivations of several individuals while delaying their journey to the west. Well, since we have already left Wuzhuang Temple, and we haven't suffered any losses, it is best not to dwell on these matters further. Jin Shanzi's words brought silence to the group. Subsequently, they resumed their journey. However, up to this point, there remained one issue. Although their goals were the same, they had never openly communicated with one another. In other words, Jin Shanzi was still unaware of Lu Ermiho and the others' true intentions for heading to Ling Mountain. In this situation, a few days later, Jin Shanzi and the others arrived at Baihu Ridge. Chapter 362. Tian Peng strikes the Bone Demon. Although they had arrived at Baihu Ridge, the conflicts among Jin Shanzi and his companions began to gradually surface. Initially, it was only Jin Shanzi who wished to delay their arrival at Ling Mountain as much as possible, using this time on the road to enhance his cultivation in order to gain sufficient strength for a confrontation upon reaching Ling Mountain. However, after witnessing the duel between Randang and Shen Yuanzi, both pinnacle quasi-saints at Wuzhuang Temple, Lu Ermiho began to harbor significant doubts about his own cultivation. The Deluo Golden Immortal is indeed formidable. Yet, within the Great Thunder Sound Temple at Ling Mountain, are there not plenty of Deluo Golden Immortals, not to mention quasi-saints? Lu Ermiho understood well that even if Su Chan intervened, it would merely be to block the two saints of the West. If he wished to create chaos at Ling Mountain and overturn the Great Thunder Sound Temple to seek justice for his grievances, he would have to rely on himself. Thus, after leaving Wuzhuang Temple, Lu Ermiho aligned his thoughts with Jin Shanzi, aiming to slow their pace and arrive at Ling Mountain later. Wan Lian and Xiao Bailong were less concerned. However, Tian Peng was anxious. He still did not know the fate of Chang'e in the hands of the Western teachings. Hence, Tian Peng was eager to reach Ling Mountain and rescue Chang'e. Throughout the journey, Tian Peng was quite dissatisfied with Jin Shanzi and Lu Ermiho's repeated attempts to delay their progress towards the west. Nevertheless, Tian Peng did not express much, merely urging the others to quicken their pace. Upon arriving at Baihu Ridge, they found the surroundings desolate and devoid of human presence. Jin Shanzi surveyed the scene before him and remarked, "I can't shake this feeling of unease. Lu Er, you go ahead and investigate if there are any monsters lurking nearby." In truth, Jin Shanzi merely sought a reason to buy some time. Naturally, Lu Ermiho was more than willing. "I shall return shortly," Lu Ermiho replied, then swiftly moved ahead. Jin Shanzi dismounted from the white dragon horse. Noticing that Jin Shanzi seemed reluctant to proceed, Tian Peng furrowed his brow. "Brother, sending someone to scout should not hinder our journey. There are no places to rest in this desolate wilderness. If we do not leave soon, we may have to endure the elements tonight." Jin Shanzi glanced at Tian Peng. "Tian Peng, you do not comprehend. I am currently being watched by countless monsters. It is better to exercise caution." As he spoke, Jin Shanzi found a spot to sit down. Tian Peng, seeing this, furrowed his brow even more tightly. "What is there to fear from monsters? We can protect you. If we continue to cower like this, when will we arrive at Ling Mountain? Chang'e is still in the hands of the Western teachings. Arriving at Ling Mountain too early may not necessarily be a good thing." With that, Jin Shanzi closed his eyes. Tian Peng felt helpless. How did the Western teachings choose their seeker? It seems to him that Tang Song has no desire to embark on this pilgrimage at all with no other choice. Tian Peng could only wait for Lu Ermiho to return before continuing their journey. After Lu Ermiho left Jin Shanzi and the others, he found a large rock nearby and lay down. Investigate. What a farce this investigation is. Where could there possibly be a monster? After returning home, I must continue my journey. It would be wiser to find a place to rest and cultivate for a while. The effects of the ginseng fruit I consumed at Wuzhuangwan have yet to fully manifest. I shall wait until the night falls in 3 or 4 hours before making my way back. Once I return, I can speak of the supposed monsters in the vicinity and take precautions. Today has passed without incident. The careless six-eared macaque failed to thoroughly investigate whether any creatures lurked nearby. Time flew by, and 2 hours had slipped away. As six-eared macaque still had not returned, Tianpeng began to feel anxious. It was merely a matter of checking the surroundings. Why had six-eared macaque taken so long? He turned to Jin Shanzi. Why has my elder brother not returned yet? Jin Shanzi replied nonchalantly, he shall return shortly. Perhaps he encountered some monster. Tianpeng, exasperated, thought that waiting any longer would mean the onset of night. Just as he prepared to search for his companion, a figure approached. It was a stunning young woman, her figure exquisite, carrying a small basket in her left hand as she walked towards them. Her appearance immediately heightened Tianpeng's vigilance. Soon, the woman stood before Jin Shanzi, her gaze fixed intently on him, accompanied by a soft laugh. As a devout follower of Buddha since childhood, I kindly request the esteemed master to rest at my humble abode for the night. As the day has grown late, this woman, of course, was the white-boned demon in disguise. The notion that consuming a piece of Tang Seng's flesh could confer immortality had spread among the monsters. The white-boned demon had been aware of Jin Shanzi and his companions since they arrived at White Tiger Ridge, yet she had refrained from acting hastily. Despite her considerable cultivation, the white-boned demon sensed the formidable strength of Tianpeng and his companions, 2 Tai Golden Immortals and 2 Great Luo Golden Immortals. Referring to the six-eared macaque and the others, excluding Jin Shanzi.as for Jin Shanzi, his cultivation of the 9 turns golden body technique was exceptionally secretive. Only a sage like Jane could discern his true power. The white-boned demon herself had only reached the peak of Tai Golden Immortal. Defeating Tianpeng and the others to capture Jin Shanzi was utterly impossible. Thus, the white-boned demon devised a plan. Using her magic to animate a skeleton into the form of a young woman and implanting a divine thought to approach Jin Shanzi. Jin Shanzi regarded the woman with a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. Stay at her house for the night. Before he could respond, Tianpeng stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Jin Shanzi, brandishing his treasured golden rake towards the white-boned demon. What manner of demon are you? Reveal your true form. The white-boned demon's illusion was indeed skillful. Tianpeng, lacking expertise in such matters, could not pierce through her disguise. However, reasoning led him to question how a woman could appear in this desolate wilderness devoid of any signs of civilization. The white-boned demon faltered, glancing around with a look of confusion. What demon? Where is there a demon? Stop pretending. You are the demon. Tianpeng was not fooled by the white-boned demon's act. He was certain that the woman before him was suspicious. The white-boned demon feigned a look of deep grievance. How could a mere girl like me be a demon? Tianpeng wasted no more words. He lifted his golden rake and struck at the white-boned demon. With a shriek, she collapsed, lifeless. Tianpeng stared at the woman's corpse, furrowing his brow. Was she truly dead? Surely not. Could he have been mistaken, and she was not a monster after all? Tianpeng, how could you commit such an act of senseless slaughter? Jin Shanzi admonished, rising to confront him. Regardless of whether the woman was a demon, Tianpeng's actions had been too hasty. Jin Shanzi had intended to use the woman as a means to delay their progress. Chapter 363. The monsters have finally arrived. Originally, Jin Shanzi had hoped to delay their journey with this excuse. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, Tianpeng would kill the woman? Hearing Jin Shanzi's reprimand ignited Tianpeng's temper. I did this to ensure your safety. Moreover, given what I have learned of you these past few days, it is clear you wish to stay at this woman's home for the night, only to have that opportunity vanish. How long would it take to reach the great Thunderclap Monastery at this rate? In such a desolate area, how could a woman like this appear without raising suspicion? Have you ever seen a demon killed by your rake? Jin Shanzi pointed to the corpse. Tianpeng found himself at a loss for words. Had he truly been too suspicious? Better to err on the side of caution. After all, the sky was darkening. It would be wise for them to leave swiftly. Tianpeng did not wish to dwell on this matter further, but Six-Eared Macaque had yet to return. Jinshanzi scanned the distance. Finding no sign of his companion, why elder brother possesses senses beyond the ordinary. When he returns to find us missing, he will undoubtedly seek us out. We should proceed without delay. Upon hearing this, Jinshanzi understood they could not afford to linger any longer, and they set off. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after their departure, the woman's corpse began to rot at a visible pace, transforming into a pile of bones within a few breaths. In a certain part of White Tiger Ridge, the Six-Eared Macaque, reclining on a large rock, suddenly sneezed and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Who called me? Had he actually fallen asleep? He glanced at the sky, deciding not to rush and to rest a little longer until it grew darker. This way, he could delay their journey for the day. As Jinshanzi and the others continued onward, they were met not by Six-Eared Macaque, but by an old man with white hair. When this old man entered their line of sight, their expressions shifted in surprise. Tianpeng's demeanor turned wary. Although he could not decipher the white bone demon's magic, the old man felt eerily similar to the woman they had encountered. The old man approached them, trembling. I beg your pardon. Have any of you seen my granddaughter? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Jinshanzi and his companions changed once more. Using the same trick twice? How tiresome! Tianpeng raised his golden rake, striking down with a resounding thud. A scream pierced the air, and the old man fell lifeless to the ground. Tianpeng stared at the old man's corpse. His brow furrowed deeply. This demon's magic was more profound than he had anticipated. Tianpeng, how could you kill again? Jinshanzi scolded him once more. By this point, he had realized the connection between the old man and the woman. They were likely both transformed demons. But so what? Jinshanzi remained unflustered. The arrival of demons was fortuitous. He was in desperate need of a delay to slow their progress in obtaining scriptures. He could simply entertain the demons for a while, knowing that Six-Eared Macaque was still around to manage any unforeseen circumstances. However, Jinshanzi had not anticipated that Tianpeng would act so swiftly again, killing the old man without a second thought. Can you not see that something is amiss? In such a place, where could an old man have come from? Tianpeng glared at Jinshanzi. His frustration had already been brewing since the incident with the woman. How can you simply kill without hesitation? Jinshanzi retorted. This time, Tianpeng could no longer contain his fury. The anger he had been holding in for days erupted. You can take the scriptures yourself? At the rate you're going, how long will it take to reach the Spirit Mountain? He pointed at Jinshanzi, incredulous at the pace they were making. Tianpeng resolved to find a place to cultivate, absorb the effects of the ginseng fruit, and strive for quasi-sainthood. Once he achieved that, he would venture to Spirit Mountain to rescue Chang'e. With that, Tianpeng turned and left. As Tianpeng prepared to depart, Zhuanglian could hardly bear to watch any longer. Just as she was about to speak up to persuade him to stay, Jinshanzi coldly commanded, "Let him go," hastening to Lingshan Bear's little advantage. Jinshanzi yearns for solitude, free to depart and pause as he pleases. Once he achieves the cultivation of a quasi-saint, he intends to confront Randang at Lingshan. In the span of Jinshanzi's words, Tianpeng had already vanished without a trace. Left with no choice, Jinshanzi and the others set forth once more. After traversing a short distance, they encountered an old crone approaching them. At this point, Jinshanzi's suspicions were confirmed. This old woman, along with the previous old man and the woman, were undoubtedly demons. Yet, in order to delay their journey westward, Jinshanzi refrained from directly exposing them. He was eager to observe what methods this demon might employ. Thus, after a brief conversation with the old crone, Jinshanzi accompanied her to her abode, which, in truth, was merely an illusion conjured from the White Bone Cave. Upon entering the cave, the true form of the White Bone spirit was finally revealed. Originally, Jinshanzi, Wan Yin, and the little white dragon could have easily contended with a single White Bone spirit. However, Jinshanzi chose to hold back, intentionally allowing himself to be captured by the White Bone spirit. Wan Yin and the little white dragon, constrained by Jinshanzi's influence and amidst the White Bone spirit's domain, soon found themselves overwhelmed and subdued by her. Yet, even in captivity, Jinshanzi remained unperturbed, for the Six-Eared Macaque was still present. As the white-bone spirit prepared to boil them, a commotion erupted outside. "Demon, return my master at once." The six-eared macaque had arrived. Reluctantly, the white-bone spirit had to confront the six-eared macaque. In terms of cultivation, the six-eared macaque was a Deluo Golden Immortal, while the white-bone spirit stood at the pinnacle of the Tai-E Golden Immortal realm. The white-bone spirit was no match for the six-eared macaque. However, the six-eared macaque also chose to hold back. If he were to rescue Jinshanzi and the others too swiftly, they could immediately resume their journey. Hence, the six-eared macaque decided to play with the white-bone spirit. Under his deliberate restraint, the white-bone spirit quickly repelled the six-eared macaque. Yet, upon returning to her lair to resume cooking Jinshanzi, the cacophony of the six-eared macaque's taunts echoed once more. The white-bone spirit was compelled to confront him again. Thus, the white-bone spirit repeatedly fended off the six-eared macaque, who always returned at crucial moments, preventing her from devouring Tang Song. The six-eared macaque possessed the ability to control the situation within the cave, ensuring that he could disrupt the white-bone spirit before she could act against Jinshanzi. This scenario persisted throughout the night, driving the white-bone spirit to the brink of madness. Without subduing the six-eared macaque, she could not feast upon Tang Seng's flesh. Yet, each time, the six-eared macaque managed to evade capture. This situation took a turn the following day, as Zihong arrived. Chapter 364. The dramatic six-eared macaque and the unfortunate Zihong. Following the events at Wuzhuang Temple, Zihong found himself reluctantly returning to the Great Thunder Sound Temple with Jane and Randang. As they conversed, Zihong seized the opportunity to slip away. He was not foolish. Once Jane departed, Randang would undoubtedly seek to settle the score with him. In the past, the members of the Chan teaching had collectively turned to the Western teaching. But Wanshu Guangfa Tianzuan and Zhu Lushun had perished at the hands of Hutu, leaving him severely injured and his cultivation diminished to the Tai-E Golden Immortal level. Meanwhile, the remaining Puxian Zhenren still retained the cultivation of a Deluo Golden Immortal. This led to Zihong becoming the most unfortunate among those who had defected to the Western teaching. Reflecting on his circumstances, Zihong came to understand that to regain his standing, he needed to arrange the journey westward meticulously. Upon achieving success in the westward quest, he would undoubtedly be rewarded. This was his opportunity to return to the Deluo Golden Immortal realm and even strive for the quasi-saint level. Thus, after leaving the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Zihong continued to orchestrate the myriad trials along the path to the west. Soon, Zihong detected a troubling issue. The pace of Jinshanzi and his companions seemed to have slowed. Logically, they should have reached the anticipated location by now, yet 2 days had passed without any sign of them. In a state of urgency, Zihong made his way to Baihu Ridge, where he chanced upon the six-eared macaque slumped against a boulder. His complexion pale, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his tattered clothing suggesting a state of disarray, as if he had suffered grievous injuries. Zihong felt a sense of foreboding. Where had Jinshanzi gone? Could he have truly fallen prey to a demon? Rushing to the six-eared macaque, he inquired anxiously, "What has happened?" The six-eared macaque glanced at Zihong and immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. "My master has been captured by a powerful demon. I am no match for her. Cough, cough." This scene was, of course, an act devised by the six-eared macaque. His cultivation far surpassed that of the current Zihong, and with his heightened senses, he had long sensed Zihong's arrival, thus feigning his injuries. He could not allow Zihong to discover that he had been deliberately holding back. Witnessing the six-eared macaque's woeful condition, Zihong's heart sank. Was the white-bone spirit truly that formidable? Zihong found it perplexing. Was not the white-bone spirit merely a Tai-E Golden Immortal? How could 2 Deluo Golden Immortals be unable to defeat a single Tai-E Golden Immortal? Allowing her to capture Jinshanzi? Originally, the notion of Tang Seng's flesh had been employed to create difficulties, deliberately put forth. If Jinshanzi had genuinely been devoured by the white-bone spirit, how could they possibly continue their journey westward? It was unthinkable to seek another disciple at this juncture. Listening to Zihong's inquiries, the six-eared macaque had already devised his response. In terms of cultivation, the white-bone spirit is certainly no match for me. However, she is exceedingly treacherous and evil. I fell victim to her ambush. As for Tianpeng, I know not where he is gone. As he spoke, The six-eared macaque coughed up yet another mouthful of blood. His performance impeccable. The six-eared macaque's words stirred a sense of urgency in Sihong. If he delayed any longer, Jinchanzi might truly be consumed. Sihong turned on his heel and charged toward the lair of the white-boned spirit. Within the lair of the white-boned spirit, after a night of harassment from the six-eared macaque, Jinchanzi, Wan Yin, and the little white dragon had surrendered to fatigue, lying flat in resignation. After all, the white-boned spirit would not be able to consume them anytime soon. Jinchanzi had even closed his eyes, secretly practicing the 9 transformations golden body technique, unwilling to waste time. Meanwhile, the white-boned spirit glared at Jinchanzi, her teeth gnashing in frustration. The six-eared macaque was like an unyielding leech, returning time and again after being repelled. What to do? A glint of coldness began to manifest in the white-boned spirit's eyes. Perhaps it would be best to abandon the cooking and resort to consuming them raw. After all, she had done so before. Just as the white-boned spirit prepared to act, the entire lair suddenly shook violently. Bold demon, release my master at once. The white-boned spirit's fingers trembled, her patience wearing thin. Not again. This time, she was determined to capture the six-eared macaque. The white-boned spirit soared outward, her fury palpable. Do you truly believe you can escape my grasp? With a fierce roar, she emerged from the cave, only to find herself frozen in place. For, in addition to the six-eared macaque, another figure had appeared. Have you sought assistance? You think that by bringing in a companion, you can best me? This time, neither of you shall escape. The white-boned spirit was on the verge of losing her composure. Why was it so arduous to devour a morsel of Tang Song? Do you truly think I cannot handle anyone? Sihong declared, his voice cold, as his magical energy surged forth, aimed directly at the white-boned spirit. The white-boned spirit regarded him with disdain. Foolishness, there is no one within Baihu Ridge that I cannot subdue. As she spoke, she unleashed her spells against Sihong. However, upon engaging, Sihong realized a troubling truth. In the past, as a Deluo Golden Immortal, defeating the white-boned spirit, a mere Tai Golden Immortal, would have been a trivial matter. Yet now, his own cultivation had also regressed to that of a Tai Golden Immortal. Moreover, in this domain, his capabilities paled in comparison to those of the white-boned spirit. Consequently, he found himself at a disadvantage. Unable to subdue the white-boned spirit or rescue Jinchanzi in his moment of peril, Sihong cast aside his pride and shouted to the six-eared macaque, "What are you waiting for? Come and assist me." The six-eared macaque rushed forward. The white-boned spirit waved her right hand, unleashing a torrent of dry bones that struck the six-eared macaque, sending him hurtling away. Sihong's eyes widened in astonishment as he fixated on the direction from which the six-eared macaque was flung. What was happening? Was the six-eared macaque truly so weak? He had hoped for assistance from him, yet one blow had rendered him ineffectual. Was the white-boned spirit truly that powerful? In regard to this matter, Sihong is destined to have no time for contemplation. With both hands forming seals, Baekgyujing summoned an uncountable number of desiccated bones that erupted from the earth, surrounding Sihong completely. At this point, Sihong was no match for her and was swiftly captured by Baekgyujing. The latter brought Sihong back to her lair and carelessly tossed him to the ground. Jinchanzi and the others looked on in astonishment at Sihong's plight. One had anticipated that Sihong would also be captured. The unfortunate Sihong was covered in blood, a sight too ghastly to behold. While the injuries of the six-eared macaque were feigned, Sihong's wounds were all too real. Sihong was truly on the brink of despair. Reflecting on how he had fallen into the hands of a Tai Golden Immortal demon, in the next moment, Sihong's eyes widened in alarm, for Baekgyujing was preparing to harm Jinchanzi. Sihong shouted urgently, "Baekgyujing, do you know what you are doing? This person is the designated pilgrim of the Western teachings. If you dare to touch him, the Western teachings will not let you go unpunished." In his desperation, Sihong had no choice but to invoke the name of the Western teachings. At this shout, Baekgyujing did indeed halt her movements. Sihong let out a sigh of relief, feeling that he had managed to intimidate her. However, before he could savor this moment of triumph, Baekgyujing turned her gaze toward him, her eyes filled with scorn. Chapter 365, Baekgyujing. I intend to consume you. The flesh of Tang Sang not only grants immortality but also counteracts countless years of arduous cultivation. As Beigujing spoke, she licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with avarice. The Western teachings were indeed formidable, certainly not something an ordinary demon could provoke. However, the prospect of consuming a piece of Tang Seng's flesh, which could potentially augment her cultivation by millennia, was too tempting. Beigujing was certain that by consuming Tang Seng's flesh, she would ascend to the realm of Deluo Jinxian. At that point, she could find a secluded place to hide. The vastness of the primordial chaos was not entirely under the control of the Western teachings. The benefits of consuming Tang Seng's flesh were enough to embolden her to offend the Western teachings. Witnessing Beigujing's reckless ambition, Sihong felt a wave of despair. The notion that Tang Seng's flesh held the key to immortality was utterly unfounded. How could such a minor demon dare to so blatantly disregard the authority of the Western teachings? One day, when the Buddhas of the Western teachings descend, they would surely scatter her soul to the winds. Before Sihong could finish his thoughts, Beigujing stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to his face. The sharp sound echoed through the cave. Sihong was left in a daze, unable to comprehend how he had fallen to such depths. Once he escaped, he vowed to rend Beigujing into 1,000 pieces. Meanwhile, Jin Shanzi and the others watched Sihong's miserable state with a mix of sympathy and pity. Though they too had been captured, they had not endured such physical torment. Unlike Sihong, Jin Shanzi felt no sympathy for him. Believing this was the consequence of the Western teachings' own making. Just then, Jin Shanzi noticed Beigujing approaching him, her demeanor starkly different from before. "What are you planning to do?" he asked instinctively. Beigujing drew closer, her hands adorned with sharp bone spikes. "Nothing much, just a simple meal," she replied. To this, the nearby Bai Long and Wan Lian widened their eyes in shock, while Jin Shanzi stammered, "But you haven't even boiled water. How can you eat?" As he observed Beigujing's actions, a horrifying thought crept into Jin Shanzi's mind. Could it be that Beigujing intended to consume him raw? His only desire was to delay their journey westward. He never expected to become the meal himself. Raw consumption will suffice. To avoid unnecessary complications, Beigujing stated nonchalantly, her patience wearing thin. Just as Beigujing was about to take a bite, Sihong suddenly shouted, "Stop! Do you think Tang Seng's flesh is so delectable? Let me tell you the truth. Consuming it raw has no such effects. To attain immortality and enhance one's cultivation, it must be cooked." Seeing that Jin Shanzi was on the verge of being devoured, Sihong set aside his reservations and began to fabricate an earnest argument in a desperate attempt to thwart Beigujing. Beigujing glanced at Sihong, skepticism evident in her eyes. "Do you think I would believe you?" Sihong replied solemnly, "Believe it or not, I advise you to release us immediately. The wrath of the Western teachings is not something you can endure." Beigujing then turned her attention back to Jin Shanzi. Contemplating whether Sihong's words held any truth, Beigujing hesitated. Jin Shanzi exhaled deeply, hoping to buy more time, as he believed the six-eared macaque would return again. However, before he could revel in this small victory, Beigujing approached once more. "Did you not say that consuming it this way would not grant immortality?" Jin Shanzi panicked. Beigujing scoffed, "Whether it is true or false, I shall know with a single taste. After all, Jin Shanzi is quite large. I shall simply take a bite." Jin Shanzi's hair stood on end at the thought. Who had spread the rumor that Tang Seng's flesh could grant immortality? When he found out, he would ensure that person paid dearly. But now, was he truly about to be consumed alive? Just then, familiar vibrations and a shout echoed through the air. "Demon, release my master." The six-eared macaque had returned. Beigujing was clearly beside herself with frustration. She had captured Sihong, only to have the six-eared macaque reappear. What was the nature of this six-eared macaque? Each time she had injured it, it retreated, only to return at the most critical moments. It seemed she would not be able to enjoy her meal until she dealt with the six-eared macaque. If she could subdue Sihong, she was confident she could handle just one six-eared macaque. Filled with rage, Beigujing charged toward the exit. With her departure, Jin Shanzi finally felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Sihong raised his right hand, revealing a talisman. Though severely injured by Beigujing, he still possessed some means of defense. This talisman could summon aid from the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Under normal circumstances, Zihong would prefer not to use it, but now he had no choice. He could not allow himself to perish at the hands of Beigujing after narrowly escaping the clutches of Hutu. With determination, Zihong channeled his energy into the talisman, igniting it and sending a plea for help to the Great Thunder Sound Temple. The Great Thunder Sound Temple. Randang suddenly sensed something. With a flick of his wrist, a talisman appeared in his palm, burning rapidly. Was this a plea for help from Zihong? A cold smile crept onto Randang's face. Now he chose to seek assistance from Lingshan. When he had been so eager to leave before, let Zihong endure some hardship. However, he quickly reconsidered, pondering whether it could be related to Jin Shanzi's situation. The journey westward could not afford any mistakes. Randang addressed the crowd below, stating, "Puxian, take a trip to White Tiger Ridge and investigate what has happened to Zihong. Bring him back." Puxian Junren departed to fulfill his mission. On another front, Tian Peng had departed from the group, contemplating where he might find a secluded spot to cultivate in peace, achieving the status of a quasi-saint before returning to the Great Thunder Sound Temple to rescue Chang'e. However, he was soon confronted by a man and a woman who appeared before him. Tian Peng halted, momentarily stunned, then quickly bowed in respect. "I have the honor of meeting you, seniors." It was none other than Su Chen and Yuan Shao. Chapter 366. What has happened to the people of the Western teachings? Su Chen was mildly surprised to see Tian Peng. Logically, Tian Peng should have been with Jin Shanzi and the others at White Tiger Ridge, which was quite a distance from their current location. Su Chen had deliberately slowed his pace, intending to wait for Jin Shanzi and the others to pass White Tiger Ridge before he continued on his way. Why was Tian Peng alone here? Had Jin Shanzi and the others turned back? Su Chen focused his senses, but did not detect the presence of Jin Shanzi and the others nearby. "Why are you here alone?" Su Chen asked, waving his hand to conjure a barrier around them. With no reservations, Tian Peng replied, "That Tang Sang is utterly ungrateful. Earlier, I saw a demon. I killed it to protect him, yet he..." Tian Peng recounted the incident involving the girl and the old woman he had slain. After hearing this, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. The journey to the west would undoubtedly be altered due to his intervention. However, Su Chen had not anticipated that the original encounter with Beigujing would now fall to Tian Peng. Should those well-versed in the journey to the west learn of this, their reactions would be unimaginable. Noticing Su Chen's silence, Tian Peng continued, "I believe that Tang Song has no desire to journey westward at all. Throughout the journey, he continuously seeks excuses to delay our progress, and at this rate, who knows when we will reach Lingshan. If I want to rescue Chang'e, I might as well find a place to cultivate in seclusion. Perhaps I could even attain the status of a quasi-saint. As he spoke, Tian Peng was reminded of the words once uttered by Su Chen. "Senior, you previously informed me at Gao Laozhuang that on this journey to Lingshan, I would not be alone. But where are the others? I wish to journey to Lingshan alongside them." Upon hearing this inquiry, Su Chen's expression momentarily shifted to one of peculiarity. Before he could respond, Yuan Shao, who was beside them, exclaimed in astonishment, "Isn't Jin Shanzi, along with the six-eared macaque and others, also heading to Lingshan to settle scores with the Western sect?" While Yuan Shao might not possess complete knowledge regarding the events of the journey to the west, he was certainly aware of certain aspects of Su Chen's plans. For instance, it appeared that Jin Shanzi was acting under the command of Lingshan, having been promised significant rewards by Zihong to retrieve scriptures from the Great Thunder Monastery. In truth, however, each of them harbored grievances against Lingshan. The quest for scriptures was merely a facade. Settling accounts was their true intent. Yuan Shao's words left Tian Peng momentarily speechless. The six-eared macaque and the others were indeed going to Lingshan to settle scores? Yet, they had no desire to truly go there. Tian Peng's confusion was palpable. Throughout their journey, it could be said that Tang Song was doing all he could to delay their progress. Su Chen let out a long sigh and, with a solemn expression, turned to Tian Peng, stating, "You are correct in your intent to confront the Western sect at Lingshan. But have you considered that with your current cultivation, even if you were to arrive at Lingshan tomorrow, what could you possibly achieve?" Su Chen's words left Tian Peng momentarily at a loss. Arriving at Lingshan by tomorrow with his Deluo Jin Xian cultivation would not be sufficient to rescue Chang'e. "It seems you have forgotten my earlier words. The duration of scripture retrieval is your legitimate opportunity to enhance your cultivation. Without the pretense of seeking scriptures, how could the Western sect afford you the time to cultivate? At this, Tianpeng suddenly understood. Tang Seng's continuous delays were to secure ample time for cultivation, ensuring that when they arrived at the Great Thunder Monastery, they would possess sufficient strength to seek justice. Indeed, Su Chen remarked. Tianpeng stood still, realizing he had misjudged Tang Seng and the others. Yet, with the passage of time, what would become of Chang'e? He still harbored concerns for her. Yuanshao spoke again. Since the Western sect is using Chang'e to coerce your participation in scripture retrieval, rest assured that until you complete the task, she will remain unharmed. Tianping's pupils constricted. Such a simple truth had eluded him. In truth, his worry stemmed from a place of care. Thank you for your guidance. Senior, I shall return at once. Having come to this realization, he knew he must head back. With Jin Chanzi and the others currently captured by the White-Bone Spirit, he should know what to do upon his return. Su Chun had already discerned the situation atop White Tiger Ridge. Tianpeng paused briefly before responding. Understood. I shall delay as much as possible while ensuring safety. With that, he turned to depart. Wait! Su Chun called out suddenly, halting Tianpeng in his tracks. Is there anything else, Senior? Tianpeng turned back to inquire. A cold smirk crept across Su Chen's lips. How about seeking some retribution from the Western sect first? Tianpeng looked puzzled. Please, Senior, be more explicit. Su Chen raised his right hand, golden light flickering as he gathered his power, using his finger as a pin to inscribe a talisman in the air. This talisman can subdue a Deluo Jin Xian. The likes of Puxian Zhenren have already arrived at Lingshan. Do you comprehend my intent? Tianpeng accepted the talisman and nodded knowingly. He understood. He then turned and departed. After Tianpeng left, Yuanshao looked at Su Chen. With such intent to eliminate Puxian Zhenren, do you not fear the Western sect will come after you? Su Chen scoffed. We are not at White Tiger Ridge. Their affairs have no bearing on us. Tianpeng will handle it. As he spoke, a glint of amusement flickered in Su Chen's eyes. The Western sect is thriving. I wonder how many Buddhas and Arhats will remain when Jin Chanzi and his companions arrive at Lingshan. Meanwhile, the White-Bone Spirit, seething with rage, returned to her lair, trembling with fury. Approaching Jin Chanzi and the others, she smashed a nearby skeleton with a punch, shouting furiously. Originally, she had planned to capture the six-eared macaque. But to her dismay, it had escaped once again. It was utterly vexing. Despite the severity of its injuries, why did the six-eared macaque always manage to flee? Little did the White-Bone Spirit know that most of the injuries on the six-eared macaque were intentional, far from being as dire as they appeared. Were it not for the macaque deliberately holding back, how could this Tai Jin Xian repeatedly be repelled by a Deluo Jin Xian? The White-Bone Spirit was on the verge of madness. Why was it so difficult to consume Tang Seng's flesh? Just as she prepared to feast upon Tang Seng again, the entire cave trembled violently. A beam of golden light illuminating the space from outside. Monster, release the scripture seekers and the people of my Western sect at once. A deep voice echoed from outside. The White-Bone Spirit's heart skipped a beat. This time, it was not the six-eared macaque. White-Bone Spirit, people from my Western sect have arrived. You should release me at once, Sihong cried out. The White-Bone Spirit waved her hand, slamming Sihong against the cave wall. Coldly retorting, what of the Western sect? You are no different from the others I have captured. I shall see who dares to hinder my feast upon Tang Song. Chapter 367. Why won't you listen? The White-Bone Spirit cursed angrily as she strode towards the cave entrance. The monster was infuriated. Having nearly captured Tang Song, she was still unable to enjoy a meal in peace. One moment, it was the six-eared macaque. The next it was Sihong, and now another had arrived. Did they truly believe that she could come and go as she pleased in this White-Bone cave? A determined glint crossed the White-Bone Spirit's eyes. This time, no matter the cost, she must capture her target. No one shall obstruct me from consuming Tang Seng's flesh. After the White-Bone Spirit departed, Sihong, bloodied and battered, propped himself up and gazed towards the cave entrance. A cold smirk appearing on his face. Humph, with the Western sect arriving, this monster is as good as dead. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, he would not have resorted to using that talisman for assistance. No, he could not allow this monster to perish so easily. He must seek revenge. Struggling to his feet, Sihong attempted to venture outside. Jin Shanzi glanced at Sihong and cautioned, "I advise against stepping outside." Sihong shot Jin Shanzi a glare, unreservedly. "With the Western sect here, the White Bone spirit will surely be captured. She won't return anytime soon." As he spoke, Sihong moved toward the exit. He was no longer concerned about the possibility of encountering the returning White Bone spirit midway. However, just as Sihong had taken a couple of steps, the surrounding skeletons began to stir, one after another. Soon, dozens of skeletons surrounded Sihong. A hint of terror flashed in Sihong's eyes as he attempted to retreat. But it was too late. Though he possessed the cultivation of a Tai I Jin Xian, he had already sustained severe injuries from his previous battle with the White Bone spirit. After being captured in the White Bone Cave, his incessant chatter had earned him special treatment from the White Bone spirit. Given Sihong's current condition, he was no match for these skeletons. A series of anguished cries echoed as Sihong was completely engulfed by the skeletons. When the skeletons finally dispersed, Sihong lay unconscious on the ground. Jin Shanzi surveyed Sihong and sighed helplessly, "Why won't you listen?" Meanwhile, the White Bone spirit burst forth from the cave, confronting Puxian Zhenren directly. Unleashing her fury, "Is there no one else? If there are, come forth together. Don't waste time one by one." At her scolding, Puxian Zhenren was taken aback for a moment, then rage ignited in his eyes. How dare this mere monster insult him? Just a small Tai I Jin Xian, yet she dares to be so presumptuous before me. Let me deal with you. In that instant, Puxian Zhenren revealed his full power. The peak pressure of a Deluo Jian Xian bearing down upon the White Bone spirit. In that moment, the White Bone spirit's expression turned grave. Astonishment etched across her face. A peak Deluo Jian Xian. The cultivator sent by the Western sect possesses such formidable strength. Had she known, she would have remained hidden within the cave. But now that she had emerged, she would have to fight. After all, the six-eared macaque was also a Deluo Jian Xian, yet she had managed to drive it away. Perhaps this individual before her was another who relied solely on cultivation with no real strength. "Let us engage in battle." The White Bone spirit pointed her right hand at Puxian Zhenren, causing the ground beneath him to shatter, countless skeletons erupting from the earth to seize him. A mere trick. "And you dare to be audacious before me?" With a sharp exclamation, the venerable Puxian unleashed a surge of magical energy. In an instant, the skeletal remains shattered completely, and he reached out a hand towards the Bone Demon. The Bone Demon promptly activated her arcane arts, and a fierce battle erupted. Not far from this scene, the six-eared macaque stood atop a massive rock, casting a contemplative gaze towards the direction of the Bone Cave. His brow furrowed. How could the Western sect have arrived so swiftly, accompanied by a peak Deluo Jian Xian? Was it truly necessary to deal with a mere Tai I Jin Xian level monster in such a manner? The six-eared macaque wore an expression of discontent. His strategy of stalling was beginning to falter. The Bone Demon could not possibly capture Tang Song now that the Western sect had intervened. Even if he were to assist Puxian discreetly, it would prove futile given the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. It seemed that the White Tiger Ridge could not hold out much longer. He resolved to wait until the Bone Demon faltered before making his move, especially since he was already injured. Meanwhile, in the clash between Puxian and the Bone Demon, mere moments had passed before her expression darkened considerably. A peak Deluo Jian Xian was far too capable of subduing a Tai I Jin Xian with ease. The Bone Demon had exhausted all her tricks, yet she was unable to shake Puxian. Conversely, Puxian merely needed to make a slight gesture to inflict serious injury upon her. She had anticipated some extraordinary ability, but it appeared that the Bone Demon was simply too inept. "I have no time to indulge you any longer," Puxian declared, but before he could finish, he felt a presence approaching from a distance. A figure streaked towards him. A celestial being known as Tianpeng. Upon arriving beside Puxian, Tianpeng fixed his gaze upon the Bone Demon and brandished his prized golden rake, pointing it menacingly at her. "Release my master at once." A torrent of magical energy erupted forth, and the overwhelming pressure of a Deluo Jian Xian engulfed the scene. The Bone Demon's countenance grew even more grim. Hadn't Tianpeng already departed? Why had he returned? Faced with a Pique de Luo Jin Xian whom she could not contend with, was it truly her fate to perish here today, deprived of the Tang Sang flesh she so desired? Enough of this delay. Seize her now. Pu Xian's patience had worn thin. He stepped forward, a subtle golden figure manifesting behind him. Under the immense pressure, he struck down upon the Bone Demon. In that moment, her flesh and blood disintegrated. Revealing her stark white bones as her true form emerged, a bloodied skeleton fled towards the cave, but Pu Xian would not allow her to escape so easily. Another spell was unleashed, and the bones crumbled into dust. After dispatching the Bone Demon, Pu Xian instructed, "Go into the cave and rescue your master." However, after a brief pause, he received no response from Tianpeng. Turning to face him, Pu Xian inquired coldly, "What are you dawdling for?" Tianpeng's face broke into a faint smile. "That I wish to send you to the Western Paradise." Chapter 368. The Death of Pu Xian, Resolution of Conflict. Pu Xian was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the implication behind Tianpeng's words. "When did I become subject to your authority regarding my return to Lingshan?" His tone was icily detached. The Bone Demon had indeed been dealt with, but he still needed to retrieve Zihong. Previously, Zihong had taken every opportunity to flaunt his role in the grand mission to the west, and now, with the chance to mock him for being captured by a Bone Demon, Pu Xian could not let it slip away. As he turned to enter the cave, Tianpeng swiftly obstructed his path, a sudden chill in Pu Xian's demeanor as he expressed his displeasure. "What more do you want?" Tianpeng's previously gentle smile morphed into something sinister. "You may not fully grasp the intent behind my previous statement. Allow me to clarify. I wish for you to perish." In an instant, the glint of cold fury ignited in Pu Xian's eyes as the pressure of a Pique de Luo Jin Xian surged towards Tianpeng. "Who are you, foul creature?" Pu Xian was incredulous that Tianpeng, one of the guardians escorting the scriptures to the west, would utter such words. The only explanation that came to mind was that Tianpeng was a monster in disguise. However, the pressure that had some effect on the Bone Demon would be of little consequence to Tianpeng. "Are all those from Lingshan so foolish?" Tianpeng mused. "But that is irrelevant now. I shall collect some interest from you regarding Chang Yi." As he spoke, Tianpeng retracted his golden rake. In the past, he might have been wary of the presence of other Western sect members observing the situation, but circumstances had shifted. Zihong was within the bone cave, and Pu Xian stood before him. Surely, the Western sect would not mobilize multiple individuals for a mere Bone Demon. Moreover, this scene was likely being monitored by the esteemed Su Chun. Now was the opportune moment to strike against Pu Xian. Upon hearing Tianpeng mention Chang Yi, Pu Xian's prior doubts dissipated. He had heard Rendeng mention Chang Yi in passing. There was no mistaking that Tianpeng was indeed who he claimed to be. Pu Xian scoffed, "Tianpeng, have you been rendered senseless by the Bone Demon? You need only escort the scriptures to Lingshan to meet Chang Yi, yet you dare to threaten me? Though I would prefer not to kill you. I shall impart a lesson you will never forget." The golden figure behind Pu Xian materialized once more. Given his cultivation level, subduing Tianpeng would be a trivial matter. As Pu Xian began to cast his spell, Tianpeng remained unperturbed. He knew that on his own, he could not hope to defeat Pu Xian. However, he possessed talismans bestowed by Su Chun. Tianpeng summoned a talisman, channeling his magical energy through it, causing it to erupt with dazzling golden light. The moment the talisman appeared, Pu Xian's smile began to fade, replaced by a growing sense of foreboding. This talisman was not of Tianpeng's creation. It was beyond the means of a de Luo Jin Xian to wield. Pu Xian rapidly formed seals with his hands, and the golden figure behind him solidified further. In an instant, a golden body took shape. Just as Pu Xian's golden form was completed, a golden arrow shot forth from the talisman. Piercing through Pu Xian's golden body. In mere moments, the arrow shattered, and the talisman burned to cinders. Tianpeng's eyes glimmered with confusion as he observed Pu Xian still standing. The talisman was not meant to allow Pu Xian to leave alive. He promptly brandished his golden rake once more, aiming it at Pu Xian. Before the golden rake could descend, Pu Xian's golden body erupted in a blinding explosion of light. Amidst the scattering golden shards, Pu Xian collapsed to the ground. His eyes wide with disbelief, as if they might burst from their sockets. His lifeless gaze retained a flicker of shock and confusion. He had never anticipated meeting his demise at Tianping's hands. Pu Xian's life ended at White Tiger Ridge, with Su Chen's current cultivation at the 8th level of the primordial Deluo. Inscribing a talisman capable of erasing a Deluo Jin Xian was child's play. This talisman was a guaranteed kill against a Deluo Jin Xian. With Pu Xian's death, Tianping finally relaxed, releasing a long-held breath. Had Pu Xian escaped, it would have posed significant complications. With the venerable Pu Xian eliminated, the next task was to venture into the cave to find Jin Chanzi and the others. Just as Tianping prepared to enter the cave, he sensed an approaching presence, prompting him to become exceedingly vigilant. As he turned, he spotted the six-eared macaque approaching from an unknown direction. In that moment, both Tianping and the six-eared macaque locked eyes, and though no words were exchanged, they shared a knowing smile. The six-eared macaque glanced at Pu Xian's corpse and waved his hand. A surge of magical energy erupted, causing Pu Xian's remains to dissolve rapidly. In mere moments, they transformed into stark white bones. Though Pu Xian's cultivation surpassed that of the bone demon, her cunning had ultimately led to their mutual demise. Upon hearing the mention of the six-eared macaque, Tianping was momentarily taken aback, before raising his precious golden rake and striking himself in such a brutal battle. Even the revered Pu Xian Zhenren had perished. It would indeed be inconceivable for Tianping to emerge unscathed. After inflicting some wounds upon himself, Tianping entered the cave alongside the six-eared macaque. Jin Chanzi and his companions were momentarily stunned to see Tianping and the six-eared macaque, wondering why it was not the followers of the Western teachings who had arrived. Tianping glanced at the unconscious Zihong beside him, and with a flicker of thought, he cast a protective barrier around the group to ensure that Zihong would not overhear their conversation. He then turned his gaze towards Jin Chanzi. I admit my previous faults. I have encountered Senior Su Chun. Since we share a common goal, let us be forthright this time. The group seeking the scriptures finally laid bare their intentions, resolving their internal conflicts and disputes. Zihong struggled to open her eyes, a wave of excruciating pain coursing through her. Upon seeing the azure sky above, she realized she was no longer in the White Bone Cave. Damn the White Bone Spirit! Where is she? Zihong cursed as she rose from the ground, yet the White Bone Spirit was nowhere to be seen. She turned to Jin Chanzi and the others, inquiring, where is the White Bone Spirit? Who from the Western teachings has arrived? Tianping replied solemnly, it was Pu Xian Zhenren. Zihong's expression darkened. Why was it Pu Xian? Does this not make a mockery of him? Where is Pu Xian? Zihong asked again if Pu Xian would return to Lingshan without waiting for her to awaken. Jin Chanzi pointed towards a location nearby, and Zihong turned to see two skeletal remains not far from the cave. One was relatively intact and still bore a humanoid shape, while the other was shattered beyond recognition. I am referring to Pu Xian, not the White Bone Spirit. Zihong frowned, perplexed as to why she was being shown these bones instead of being directed to Pu Xian Zhenren. The six-eared macaque stepped forward, standing before the relatively intact skeleton, and spoke gravely, this is Pu Xian Zhenren. He perished alongside the White Bone Spirit. Zihong's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? Pu Xian is dead? Her expression was one of sheer disbelief as she fixated on the bones. How could Pu Xian, a being of such stature, be defeated by a mere White Bone Spirit? Zihong struggled to comprehend it. While her own defeat by the White Bone Spirit could be understood, after all, she had been gravely injured by Hutu and was fortunate to have survived. How could Pu Xian Zhenren, a pinnacle figure among the Deluo Jinxian, have fallen? The six-eared macaque coldly interjected. It was due to Pu Xian's own arrogance. He underestimated the White Bone Spirit. Ultimately, he was outmaneuvered by the dying spirit, which led to his demise. Tianping stepped forward in agreement. Though the White Bone Spirit only possessed the cultivation of Tai Jinxian, she was cunning and treacherous, making her a difficult adversary. The narrative regarding Pu Xian Zhenren had been prearranged among the six-eared macaque, Tianping, the White Bone Spirit, and Pu Xian himself, with only Su Chun privy to the truth. As long as these individuals remained silent, Zihong would never uncover the reality. After hearing the explanations from the six-eared macaque and Tianping, Zihong's initial shock gradually faded, replaced by a growing confusion. Six-eared, Tianping, You too, de Luo Jingxian, could not subdue a mere white bone spirit? Jin Chanzi quickly added. We had some prior conflicts, and Tianpeng had just returned. Although Jin Chanzi's explanation sounded somewhat tenuous, Si Hong had come to terms with it. Puxian Junren was dead, but she had survived. With a wave of her right hand, Si Hong gathered Puxian's bones and turned to Jin Chanzi, declaring, the journey to the west is long. You must not grow complacent. Only by hastening our pace can we reach Ling Shan sooner and obtain the true scriptures. With that, Si Hong set off. Jin Chanzi and the others solemnly vowed. We shall take the time to recuperate and will undoubtedly accelerate our journey. The emphasis on accelerate was palpable. The six-eared macaque and Tianpeng exchanged glances, a glimmer of amusement in their eyes. They had already reached a consensus during their earlier discussions in the White Bone Cave, and it was assured they would hasten their westward progress. After a brief period of rest, Jin Chanzi and his companions continued their journey, for lingering at the White Tiger Ridge was unwise. Shortly after their departure, the scattered fragments of bones on the ground began to stir. Just as the multitude of bone shards were about to reassemble, they suddenly halted. The next moment, a man and a woman approached from afar. Su Chun surveyed the White Bone Cave before him, his heart stirring, and promptly completed his check-in. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in at White Tiger Ridge, earning 30,000 years of cultivation. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in at the White Bone Spirit, earning 60,000 years of cultivation. The anticipated rewards for checking in were as expected, and Su Chun had not anticipated any remarkable bonuses. All the cultivation rewards would be allocated to his avatar guided by Ling Xue. However, the six-eared macaque and his companions had indeed underestimated the situation. Fortunately, everything remained under Su Chin's control. His gaze fell upon the pile of bone fragments as he remarked, the people of the Western teachings have departed. Will you not reveal yourself? After his voice echoed, silence ensued. Su Chun smirked, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. In an instant, the already shattered bones disintegrated once more into fine powder. Why patience is limited. Such tricks may fool the Western teachings followers, but do not attempt to flaunt them before me. Once again, a voice resonated, and the cave filled with the sound of bones flying, forming a skeletal figure. It was the White Bone Spirit. Having cultivated to the peak of Tai Jingxian, the White Bone Spirit certainly possessed means of survival. After realizing she could not contend with Puxian Junren, she feigned death to deceive him in her state of pretense. She had witnessed Tianpeng slay Puxian Junren. She had intended to recover before seeking out Tang Sang and leveraging her threat against Tianpeng to compel him to surrender Tang Sang in her eyes. Jin Chanzi and his party, apart from Tianpeng, were not to be feared. However, the White Bone Spirit was taken aback by the arrival of these two individuals. Not only could they see through her ruse, but the pressure they exuded left her breathless. Even Puxian Junren paled in comparison to the man before her. As the White Bone Spirit pondered, Su Chun spoke slowly. There is no need for further speculation. You merely wish to find Tang Sang and threaten him with the matter of Puxian Junren. A tremor ran through the White Bone Spirit's heart as Su Chun continued. You desire to consume Tang Sang's flesh for immortality and enhanced power. But have you considered the veracity of the claims regarding Tang Sang's flesh? With that single statement, the White Bone Spirit was rendered speechless. Is Tang Sang's flesh a myth? Meanwhile, Yun Shao began to elucidate the machinations of the Western teachings. After hearing this, the White Bone Spirit trembled in fury, her entire skeletal frame shaking. If you seek to settle accounts with the Western teachings in the future, go cultivate in this place, Su Chun advised, indicating the cave where the Dragon Clan resided. The White Bone Spirit's choice aligned perfectly with Su Chin's expectations. No one relished being manipulated by others. Even monsters felt the same. Thus, following the Songlong Spirit and the Wash Spirit, the White Bone Spirit joined the ranks of those seeking vengeance. Meanwhile, within the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the atmosphere was tense. Zihong, why have you returned alone? Where is Puxian? Upon seeing only Zihong return, Ruan Deng could not help but inquire. The surrounding Buddhas and Arhats regarded Zihong with a curious gaze. Just a single White Bone Spirit, and Zihong had come to the Great Thunder Sound Temple seeking assistance. She had become the subject of ridicule within the temple. The weight of their scrutinizing glances irked Chihange-I in her previous days as a pinnacle de Luo Jingxian, who would have dared to treat her with such disdain, now that she had fallen from grace. Their true colors emerged, reveling in her misfortune. Once her journey to the West concluded successfully, her status within the Western teachings would undoubtedly rise. At that time, surpassing Ruandeng would not be an impossibility. As Sihong remained silent for a moment, Ruandeng's irritation grew. Sihong, where is Puxian? Ruandeng pressed again. Finally, Sihong waved her hand and produced Puxian's bones. Witnessing Sihong's evasive response and the display of the bones, Ruandeng's anger flared. Sihong, I asked for Puxian. This is Puxian. He was ambushed by the white bone spirit and has perished. Sihong meticulously articulated each word. Initially, upon learning of Puxian's demise, Sihong was indeed taken aback. However, during the journey back to the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Sihong came to a realization. The death of the true person Puxian is, in fact, a blessing. With the passing of both Wanshu Guangfa Tianzuan and Zhu Lushan, should Puxian also perish, only he and Randing would remain among the few who had once facilitated the teachings into the Western Church. Randing has already reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood in the future. It is certain that the cultivation resources of the Western Church will be inclined towards him. Upon hearing Puxian's words, Randing and the surrounding Buddhas exhibited a look of astonishment. What did you say? With a thunderous shout, Randing confronted Sihong, grasping his collar firmly and glaring intently. Puxian died at the hands of the white bone spirit, Sihong reiterated. Impossible, Randing roared, unable to accept Sihong's assertion. Puxian's cultivation far exceeds that of the white bone spirit. How could he possibly fall to her? It was evident that Randing was in a state of rage, struggling to comprehend Sihong's claims. One must understand that the current Western Church is indeed second only to the Jiejiao. Even though the Tao ancestor has promised a great flourishing for the West, it has yet to materialize. A cultivator at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal is formidable wherever they may be. Even now, in Ling Mountain, there are scarcely a few. Following the tragic deaths of Wanshu Guangfa Tianzuan and Zhu Lushan at the hands of the Earth Mother, Sihong's cultivation had diminished. Now, with the death of Puxian, it could be said that the great Luo Golden Immortals of Ling Mountain have suffered a significant loss in a remarkably short period. Moreover, how could Puxian possibly perish at the hands of the white bone spirit? It defies logic. Observing Randing's unhinged demeanor, Sihong remained unperturbed. Indeed, Puxian's cultivation was above that of the white bone spirit. Yet, he had grown overly complacent, completely underestimating her, and combined with the white bone spirit's treachery, he ultimately fell into her trap. Sihong offered a simple explanation. However, this reasoning might suffice to placate the likes of Lu Ermi-ho, but it would not easily satisfy Randing. Randing fixed his gaze upon Sihong. His voice icy, were you not present as well, along with Lu Ermi-ho and the others? With so many of you, how could you not subdue a mere white bone spirit, allowing Puxian to fall at the White Tiger Ridge? Such an account, regardless of whom it is told to, is preposterous. A handful of great Luo Golden Immortals and Tai Golden Immortals banding together to confront a Tai Golden Immortal, only to lose one at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. It's utterly ridiculous. Listening to Randing's reprimands, Sihong became aware of the underlying issue. Previously, he had not given the matter much thought. Now, he could only muster the courage to explain. Although the white bone spirit possesses only Tai-level cultivation, she is exceedingly cunning. Jin Shanzi and the others were led astray by her, and then taken down one by one. In my carelessness, I too fell victim to her schemes and was captured. When Puxian confronted the white bone spirit, I was in a state of unconsciousness. Thus, I am not entirely clear on the specifics of his death. Sihong could only say this much at that time. He truly had lost consciousness. How could one speak of what they did not know? Yet, this explanation, of course, would not suffice. Even if they were taken down one by one, Puxian should not have met his end at the hands of the white bone spirit. What use are you? Randing declared. This matter, I must investigate thoroughly. With that, Randing proceeded to leave. The circumstances surrounding Puxian's death were indeed too peculiar. After departing from the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Randing first made his way to the White Tiger Ridge. Upon reaching the White Bone Cave and seeking to uncover something, he found that Su Chun had already eradicated all questionable aspects. The white bone spirit was also absent, leaving Randang with nothing. He then sought out Jin Chanzi and the others for inquiries. Their accounts, naturally, mirrored Sihong's precisely. From the statements of Jin Chanzi and Sihong, it appeared that Puxian, due to his negligence, had fallen at the hands of the white bone spirit. Yet, Randang remained unwilling to accept such a notion. Could it be that a great Luo golden immortal at the pinnacle could perish so foolishly? After some contemplation, Randang resolved to visit the underworld. Since he could not find the answers he sought from Sihong and the others, he would seek out Puxian's spirit in the underworld. Surely, a mere white bone spirit could not cause Puxian's soul to shatter. Given that only a short time had elapsed since Puxian's death, he should be able to locate Puxian's spirit in the underworld. He was eager to discover how Puxian had truly met his end. Randang arrived in the underworld and made a beeline for the Hall of Yama. Upon finding King Yanluo, he demanded to be taken to seek out Puxian's spirit. However, this was not in accordance with the rules of the underworld. And King Yanluo was naturally unwilling to comply. In a fit of rage, Randang acted. Yet, this was the underworld, not merely a domain governed by King Yanluo alone. Randang's actions summoned all 10 Yama kings to his presence. The times had changed. With the elevation of the Earth Mother's cultivation, the power of the underworld was also reviving. Each of the 10 Yama kings had achieved steady progress in their cultivation, each possessing the prowess of a great Luo golden immortal, with several at the pinnacle of that level. While Randang was indeed at the peak of quasi-sainthood, to overpower all 10 Yama kings single-handedly within the underworld was no trivial feat. Ultimately, the ensuing clash of powers attracted the attention of King Dizong. During the early days of the journey to the west, when Su Chun had come to the underworld to borrow the Book of Life and Death, he had severely injured King Dizong. By now, King Dizong's injuries had healed significantly. Being a member of the Western Church, he naturally sided with Randang. He arrived at the Hall of Yama, commanding everyone to cease hostilities and preparing to lead Randang to find Puxian's spirit. Dizong, your actions violate the rules of the underworld. King Yanluo interjected immediately. However, King Dizong paid no heed to King Yanluo, casting him a glance and asserting, "What? Does my Dizong not even possess this minimal authority?" King Dizong's cultivation was also at the peak of quasi-sainthood, and with his support, the 10 Yama kings were naturally unable to impede Randang. King Yanluo stood before King Dizong, speaking in a grave tone. "Dizong, your actions will surely incite the wrath of the saints." King Dizong dismissed him with disdain. "You think to use the saints to intimidate me? Then let them come and have their say." King Dizong was utterly unfazed by King Yanluo's threats. Following this, King Dizong moved to lead Randang in search of Puxian's spirit. Yet, in the next moment, a chilling voice suddenly echoed in the ears of all present. "Is that so? Then I have arrived. What will you do?" Chapter 371. Once here, do not leave the instant the voice sounded. The 10 Yama kings and others were momentarily taken aback, before all displaying expressions of reverence. Bowing deeply and simultaneously declaring, "We have seen the saint." If the 10 Yama kings and the denizens of the underworld were filled with awe upon hearing that voice, then Randang and King Dizong stood frozen in place, paralyzed with fear, especially King Dizong. Despite the voice carrying no trace of sanctified authority, it made him feel as though he had plunged into the depths of an icy abyss. Internally, King Dizong lamented. He had merely spoken offhandedly. Who could have anticipated that the Earth Mother would truly arrive? As a saint of the underworld, she seemingly had nothing better to do than to monitor the Hall of Yama. Randang's expression was equally grim. In the next instant, a figure materialized before them. It was, indeed, the Earth Mother. This unfortunate turn of events for Randang and King Dizong was compounded by the fact that the Earth Mother had been deeply engrossed in cultivating the 9 witch god art. However, following her visit to Ling Mountain, where she witnessed the power of the heavenly Tao, she recognized that a considerable gap still existed between the underworld and the heavenly Tao. Thus, upon her return from Ling Mountain, she found herself unable to concentrate on her cultivation, preoccupied instead with devising ways to obstruct the perfect union of Hongjun and the heavenly Tao. Previously, when Su Chun visited the underworld, he had informed the Earth Mother that the flourishing of the Western Church was the final step towards Hongjun's perfect harmony with the Tao. The Earth Mother had been contemplating how to create difficulties for this Western flourishing when Randang fortuitously presented himself. The Earth Mother turned her gaze to Randang, her icy stare rendering him incapable of even a slight movement. It was King Dizong who first spoke up. Randang has come to the underworld with urgent business. If King Yinluo and the others refuse to assist, they are at least obstructing him. Do you have the right to speak? The Earth Mother did not even glance at King Dizong, her words instantly transforming his face into one resembling that of a person who had just tasted vinegar, as a member of the Western Church. King Dizong had considered himself a prominent figure in the underworld. Although the Earth Mother was a saint, in the underworld, it was King Dizong who represented the Western Church. The fact that the Earth Mother offered him no courtesy whatsoever infuriated King Dizong. After rebuking King Dizong, the Earth Mother turned her attention to King Yinluo. King Yinluo hastily interjected, "Previously, the true person Puxian of the Western Church perished, his soul descending to the 9 springs, and he is currently undergoing the various procedures prior to reincarnation. Randang has come to the underworld to seek an audience with Puxian's soul. This does not conform to the regulations of the underworld. I merely spoke a word, and he immediately resorted to violence." Upon hearing King Yinluo's statement, Randang quickly began to explain. "The true person Puxian of our Western Church has fallen victim to treachery, and I must see his soul. If I can ascertain who killed Puxian, I will depart immediately. I implore the saint to show leniency." The Lady of the Earth spoke coldly. "If every soul were to visit the underworld after death, how would the cycle of reincarnation in my domain continue?" The meaning of her words was abundantly clear. This cannot be permitted. Randang grew increasingly anxious. "This matter is of utmost significance to my Western teachings. I implore the sage to make an exception." "We would be eternally grateful." Randang harbored a foreboding sense that the demise of the venerable Puxian was far from ordinary. The Lady of the Earth raised her right hand and pointed into the air. As her finger descended, a luminous veil emerged in the void. Within this veil was the venerable Puxian, being restrained by the ghostly emissaries, destined for reincarnation. Randang's heart soared with joy. However, before Puxian could utter another word, he noticed the slightest movement of the lady's finger. An indescribable pressure descended, and before Puxian's soul could even react, it was utterly obliterated. Randang stood frozen in place, his expression one of shock. The venerable Puxian was now irrevocably lost. Even if the 2 saints of the West were to come to the underworld, they would not dare act recklessly before me. And what are you? But a mere quasi-saint. Do you think my underworld is akin to your Ling Mountain? Though he did not know the circumstances surrounding Puxian's death, the more Randang sought to encounter Puxian's spirit, the more the Lady of the Earth denied him. That a glimmer of frost appeared on her face. Randang's countenance darkened. "I have overstepped my bounds. I shall take my leave." With Puxian's spirit now extinguished, he saw no reason to linger in the underworld. As he turned to depart, a terrifying pressure bore down upon him. Randang let out a muffled groan and coughed up blood. What is the meaning of this? "Sage." With great difficulty, he turned to face the Lady of the Earth. She scoffed, "Do you think my underworld is a place you can enter and exit at will? Dare to act presumptuously here, and you shall remain." As she spoke, her intent shifted, and a formidable divine aura surged toward Randang. His quasi-saint peak cultivation seemed trivial before the Lady of the Earth, and he instantly cried out in agony. "I shall confine you to the 18th layer of hell. If you wish to leave, await the arrival of the 2 saints of the West." With a flick of her right hand, she cast Randang into the depths of the 18th hell. The King of Hell's expression shifted dramatically. If Randang could not return, the ramifications would be dire. "Sage, such actions will," he began, but the Lady of the Earth turned her gaze upon him. "My affairs do not require your counsel," she continued. "Did you not proclaim that you would not attain Buddhahood until hell is empty? Then go accompany Randang." With that, she cast the King of Hell into the 18th layer as well. While unaware of the current developments in the West, confining Randang in the underworld should certainly impact their progress significantly. After subduing Randang and the King of Hell, the Lady of the Earth finally departed from the Hall of Yama. The other deities also dispersed, and the underworld returned to its tranquil state. The multitude of Buddhas from Ling Mountain and the 2 saints of the West remained oblivious to Randang's plight in the underworld. Days later, in the primordial realm, the travelers of the West, including Jin Shanzi, were filled with trepidation. In recent days, they had endeavored to slow their pace as much as possible. However, Si Hong frequently urged them onward. Leaving little room for delay. It would be best if a monster were to create some obstacles. Under such circumstances, they arrived at the kingdom of Baoxiang. Upon reaching the kingdom, they first indulged in the local markets. After all, the journey for scriptures was not urgent. Having finally come upon a place to stall for time, they intended to linger a few more days. Master, I fear we cannot stay in the kingdom of Baoxiang for long. The six-eared macaque suddenly inquired. Jin Shanzi cast a glance at him, understanding the implication. After departing from Baihu Ridge, although they had unified their stance to delay their arrival at Ling Mountain, allowing ample time for cultivation, they had not truly slowed their pace. In fact, under Si Hong's persistent encouragement, their speed had even increased. This was hardly a favorable situation. Though Si Hong was currently absent, should they linger too long in the kingdom of Baoxiang, she would inevitably return to hasten them. A solution must be devised to prolong their stay. Jin Shanzi furrowed his brow. It was said that the journey to the west required enduring 81 tribulations. And the simplest way to achieve this was to seek out a monster. Let us consult the king of Baoxiang and inquire about any nearby monsters. They proceeded to the royal palace and presented their credentials to the king. After doing so, Jin Shanzi inquired, might there be any monsters in the vicinity? The king of Baoxiang momentarily paused. Then his expression transformed into one of indignation. Indeed, the mere utterance of this word caused Jin Shanzi and the six-eared macaque's eyes to light up. Finally, a monster. The king of Baoxiang appeared astonished by their reaction. What is the matter with you? Why such excitement at the mention of a monster? Which monster is it? Please, elaborate, Jin Shanzi pressed. The king then recounted the tale of the monster. It turned out that the king had a daughter who had recently eloped with a monster, which incensed him greatly. I do not know what sorcery that monster employed to ensnare my daughter's heart. If you could devise a means to rid us of this monster, I would be immensely grateful. The king of Baoxiang seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Jin Shanzi exchanged glances with the six-eared macaque and then addressed the king solemnly. Rest assured, we shall do our utmost. To eliminate the monster? Such a jest. They were counting on the monster to impede their progress and allow them to linger here longer. Subsequently, they departed the royal palace. Following the king's directions, the six-eared macaque easily located the monster's lair. As they approached the cave, Tian Peng hesitated, glancing at Jin Shanzi and tentatively asking, are we really going to do this? Jin Shanzi replied without hesitation. Is there another way to delay our time? Tian Peng fell silent. The six-eared macaque added, fear not. With me here, nothing will go awry. With that, the six-eared macaque and the others departed, leaving only Jin Shanzi behind. Jin Shanzi stepped toward the cave. Upon entering, he had not taken 2 steps before a voice rang out, who dares trespass in my lair? Upon hearing this, Jin Shanzi's heart leapt with joy, and he quickly replied, I am but a humble monk from the Eastern Tang, journeying to. This classic line was unmistakably a declaration of his identity as Tang Sang. This was the plan concocted by Jin Shanzi and his companions. The situation regarding the king of Baoxiang's daughter would not necessarily prolong their stay for long. The most straightforward method to delay time was for Jin Shanzi to be captured by the monster. After all, with the six-eared macaque around, nothing in the cave could escape his perception. As long as he was not consumed, they could maximize their delay. What? You are Tang Song, the voice from within the cave exclaimed. Jin Shanzi affirmed, indeed. However, contrary to his expectations, upon learning of Jin Shanzi's identity, the monster uttered, hurry and leave, stay away from me. Jin Shanzi was left dumbfounded. Why was this monster not following the expected script? Shouldn't it capture him upon hearing his identity and attempt to eat Tang Song? Why was it letting him go? What was the meaning of this? Jin Shanzi reiterated, I am here from the Eastern Tang to get lost. Get lost? The monster, now growing impatient, bellowed, and a gust of wind surged from the cave, sending Jin Shanzi flying out. Dazed, Jin Shanzi found himself outside the cave. What was going on with this monster? The six-eared macaque and the others, hidden in the shadows, were equally astonished. What happened to Master? Tian Peng queried. a look of confusion on his face. The six-eared macaque shot him a glance. "You ask me, and I ask whom?" "Just watched," as the two conversed. Jin Chanzi rose to his feet and gazed toward the cave. The monster's refusal to capture him was unacceptable. He needed to devise a way to provoke the creature. "Monster, release the daughter of the king of Baoxiang," Jin Chanzi shouted vehemently. This outburst finally had an effect. A figure burst forth from the cave. The monster glared at Jin Chanzi, thinking, "Is this Tang Song out of his mind, wandering into my lair? Tang Song, cease meddling in my affairs and leave at once, lest you provoke my wrath." Jin Chanzi's heart soared. He had been waiting for the monster to act against him. Yet before he could respond, a startled exclamation came from the shadows. "Kue Mu Lang." The speaker is none other than Tianpong. Remarkably, he recognizes this monster. The Quimawang is one of the 28 constellations of heaven. During his time in the heavenly court, Tianpong had some interactions with Quimawang. Yet, how did Quimawang become a monster? It is important to note that this Quimawang is not the same as the one from the heavenly court. If the changes in the Fengshen calamity have not occurred, then the position of Quimawang in heaven would be held by the disciple of the Li Shong. However, due to Su Chen's intervention, the Fengshen calamity has undergone changes, resulting in a shift in the divine positions of the heavenly court. The Quimawang before Jin Chanzi and the others, like Tianpong, has achieved his heavenly rank through personal cultivation after the Fengshen event. It is precisely for this reason that Tianpong is astonished by Quimawang's appearance. Why would a celestial being forsake their status in the heavenly court to descend and become a monster? Upon seeing Tianpong and the others, Quimawang is momentarily taken aback. "Tianpong, Zhuanglian." He recognizes his former colleagues from the heavenly court. "Quimawang, how did you end up here?" Tianpong inquires. Quimawang glances at Jin Chanzi and the others, then sighs deeply. "It's a long story. Let's discuss it in my cave." Subsequently, the group enters the cave together. Quimawang briefly explains the situation. It turns out that Haoyan, in collaboration with the Western teachings, set up the 81 trials along the journey to obtain the scriptures, sending a portion of the heavenly deities to the mortal realm to obstruct the journey to the west. He promised that once the task was accomplished, these deities would be restored to their former ranks. Quimawang is one of them. However, due to the events involving Tianpong and Zhuanglian, many deities in heaven have developed grievances against Haoyan. Quimawang, in particular, has little faith in Haoyan's words. Rather than being demoted by Haoyan, it would be more accurate to say that Quimawang chose to descend voluntarily. After coming to the mortal realm, Quimawang fell in love with the daughter of the king of the Baoxiang kingdom. Unfortunately, the king disapproved, and Quimawang had no choice but to bring the princess to this cave. Despite his dissent, Quimawang does not intend to fulfill Haoyan's wishes. If Haoyan desires him to obstruct Tang Sang, he will do the opposite. Thus, when he hears Jin Chanzi introduce himself, he reacts accordingly. Haoyan must be out of his mind. What benefits could the Western teachings possibly offer him to earn such support? After listening to Quimawang's tale, both Tianpong and Zhuanglian wear expressions of anger. "And what about you?" Quimawang looks at Tianpong and Jin Chanzi. Jin Chanzi and the others fall silent for a moment. Then, the six-eared macaque, with a thought, uses his power to create a barrier encompassing the entire cave. Subsequently, Jin Chanzi and the others reveal their intentions and plans to Quimawang. Quimawang is taken aback. "Oh, that's how it is. In that case, I can cooperate with you. I can pretend to capture Tang Sang to buy you some time. However, this can only delay for so long. If the Western teachings or heaven sends someone, it will become troublesome. As soon as Quimawang finishes speaking, the six-eared macaque's eyes brighten. "I have an idea. Do you remember what happened at Baihu Ridge?" Chapter 373. The six-eared plan to entice and kill. Tianpong, Zhuanglian, and Jin Chanzi all turn their gazes toward the six-eared macaque, their eyes filled with curiosity. "Are you referring to Puxian?" After a moment, Tianpong seems to realize something. The six-eared macaque nods. "Exactly, it's Puxian." With this revelation, Jin Chanzi and Zhuanglian also understand. Previously, at Baihu Ridge, Puxian Zhenren met his demise at Tianping's hands. Now, the six-eared macaque intends to use Quimawang to lure the people from the Western teachings, then combine their forces to slay them. After all, when they reach Lingshan, they will inevitably cause a commotion. By eliminating one more person from Lingshan now, they will face less pressure later. This can be considered Jin Shanzi and his companions' resistance against the Western teachings. But can you all manage it? Jin Shanzi suddenly expresses concern. The reason they could slay Puxian Zhenren was due to the talismans given by Su Chun. Given their current cultivation levels, they would not be able to defeat a peak de Luo Jingxian. If something goes wrong, their purpose in going to Lingshan would surely be exposed, and their efforts would be in vain. Don't worry. We can first gauge the strength of the incoming foes. If we can handle it, we will act. If we cannot, we will still try to buy as much time as possible. The six-eared macaque has already thought this through. He does not believe that the Western teachings would send a peak de Luo Jingxian or quasi-saint to deal with a mere little monster. How many peak de Luo Jingxian could there possibly be at Lingshan? What on earth are you talking about? Quima Wang, unable to contain himself, interjects. Jin Shanzi and the others, aware of the events at Baihu Ridge, understand the six-eared macaque's intentions, but Quima Wang is confused. Upon being questioned by Quima Wang, the six-eared macaque promptly lays out the plan. I'm in. I've had enough of the Western teachings. Quima Wang responds without hesitation. If it weren't for the Western teachings making a fuss and Haotian's incompetence, he would not have descended to the mortal realm. Ultimately, his descent is closely tied to the Western teachings. Now that there is an opportunity for revenge against the Western teachings, he certainly cannot let it slip by. Thus, a plan is born. Quima Wang pretends to capture Jin Shanzi, intending to consume Tang Seng's flesh, while actually buying time for Jin Shanzi and the others to cultivate in his cave, awaiting the arrival of the Western teachings. If the incoming individuals possess formidable strength, they will try to delay as much as possible. If the intruders are not particularly strong, they will combine their powers to slay them directly. After setting the plan, Jin Shanzi remains in the cave. The six-eared macaque, Tianpong, and Zhualian depart to find another location to wait for Cihang's arrival. Approximately 5 days later, Cihang arrives. Cihang directly finds the six-eared macaque and the others, visibly furious. 5 days. What on earth are Jin Shanzi and the others doing? Do they need me to accompany them on their westward journey for them to speed up? Cihang demands. The six-eared macaque and the others are already prepared. Our master has been captured by a monster, Tianpong replies directly. Cihang is taken aback, then remembers. Indeed, within the 81 trials, there is a monster from the Baoxiang kingdom. However, that monster's strength is not particularly high. It should not have delayed them for so long. If the monster is so formidable, why are you all just standing here? Are you all unable to handle it? With the addition of the little white dragon, they have 2 peak de Luo Jingxian and 2 Tai Jingxian. If memory serves, the monster from the Baoxiang kingdom should be Quima Wang from the heavenly court. Quima Wang's cultivation level should be no more than early stage de Luo Jingxian. The six-eared macaque speaks solemnly. The monster's strength is indeed not high, but it possesses a formidable magical artifact. We are simply no match for it. Cihang shoots a glare at the six-eared macaque and the others, coldly stating, "What use are you all? I'll go take a look," Cihang declares, making his way toward Quima Wang's cave. Arriving at the entrance, Cihang bellows, "Monster, release the scripture seeker at once." A figure darts out from the cave. Quima Wang glares at Cihang with disdain. "No one can stop me from feasting on Tang Sang today." Cihang is furious. "Quima Wang, do you know the consequences of opposing the Western teachings? Nonsense. What do the Western teachings have to do with me?" Quima Wang dismisses Cihang's words. Cihang's expression darkens. Previously, the white-boned spirit disregarded the Western teachings, which was acceptable since it was merely a monster. But Quima Wang, as a former celestial being, should know the power of the Western teachings. Shouldn't he? Seeking death, Cihang feels deeply insulted. His powers surge as he directly attacks Quima Wang. However, Quima Wang is no slouch either. At the peak of Tai Jingxian, he is not someone Cihang can easily subdue. After a fierce exchange, Cihang finds himself at a disadvantage. Recalling the events at Baihu Ridge, Cihang suddenly feels a wave of apprehension. He cannot allow himself to be captured by a monster again. Thus, he fights while retreating and eventually manages to escape from Quima Wang. After retreating, Cihang glares at the approaching six-eared macaque and the others, seething with anger. "Why didn't you all intervene earlier? If I hadn't fled quickly, I would have been captured by that monster." In truth, if it weren't for the need to have Cihang invite someone from the Western teachings, Quima Wang would not have let Cihang go so easily. Facing Sihong's inquiries, the six-eared macaque, looking helpless, replies, "I thought such a trivial monster would be no challenge for you." Sihong is left speechless, uncertain how to respond. "Himph, just a mere quimawang. Once I return to Lingshan, you all must ensure that Tang Sang is not consumed." Upon concluding his words, Sihong swiftly turned and made his way toward Lingshan. The six-eared macaque and others watched him depart, speculating on whom Sihong would enlist to meet his demise. Chapter 374. Sihong's aid at the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Sihong rushed in with an air of urgency. Throughout his journey, his irritation only intensified. It seemed that all sorts of characters were now daring to rise above him. First a bone spirit, and now a Kue Mu wolf. Just as the bone spirit had been vanquished by the venerable Puxian, Sihong had yet to vent his frustrations. This time, he was determined to make the Kue Mu wolf aware of the consequences of offending him. However, upon entering the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Sihong was taken aback by the emptiness of the space. Where was Randang? Sihong suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He had intended to return to the temple to inform Randang and request assistance to deal with the Kue Mu wolf. Yet, Randang was absent. In his moment of desperation, Sihong could not suppress his urgency and directly inquired. To his dismay, none of the numerous arhats, bodhisattvas, or Buddhas present responded to his query. Derisive glances were cast upon him, as the majority of those present held a poor impression of Sihong. This disdain was largely self-inflicted. When he first received his assignment to journey westward, he had grown haughty and dismissive of others. At that time, he could scarcely have imagined he would find himself in such a predicament. As no one answered him, Sihong's fury surged to the forefront. Was there truly no one willing to respond? He bellowed. Still, silence reigned. Eventually, Sihong could no longer contain himself and approached a mere ordinary arhat of the Tai Golden Immortal level, demanding with a fierce tone, "Where is Randang?" This pointed inquiry finally yielded results. The arhat, wearing an uncomfortable expression, divulged the truth. Sihong's brow furrowed tightly. He had not returned since his last outing. What was going on? Was that not the same occasion when the venerable Puxian had perished? Randang had ventured out to investigate the cause of Puxian's demise, and yet he had not returned. How long had it been? What was Randang up to? Should he wait for Randang's return? Who could say when Randang would come back? If too much time passed, what if Tang Sang were devoured by the Kue Mu wolf? No, since Randang was absent, the only course of action left was to seek out the Western Two Saints. Resolute in his decision, Sihong departed the Great Thunder Sound Temple and headed toward Mount Shumi. Upon arriving at Mount Shumi, Sihong promptly informed Jane of the situation. Jane, upon hearing the news, was momentarily taken aback. The venerable Puxian had fallen, and Randang was nowhere to be found. Jane wore a look of bewilderment. What was happening lately? First, Wanshu Guangfa Tianzuan and Zhu Lushun had perished, and now the venerable Puxian had also met his end. Randang had been absent for an extended period while investigating Puxian's death. Something was amiss. A sense of foreboding began to creep over Jane. Did Randang truly require such an extended period for an investigation? Even if he found nothing, he should have returned to Lingshan promptly. Could it be that something had befallen Randang? Yet, Randang was at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Who in the entirety of the Honghuang could possibly restrain him? Aside from a saint or a Hongyuan de Luo? Or had Randang uncovered something significant? After a moment of contemplation, Jane turned to Sihong and spoke gravely. "You shall return to Lingshan and convey my message. Seek the assistance of the two individuals to capture the Kue Mu wolf and rescue the scripture seeker. Moreover, should Randang return to Lingshan, inform me immediately." Mere Kue Mu wolf did not warrant Jane's personal intervention. With Jane's words bolstering his resolve, Sihong promptly made his way back to Lingshan. Upon returning to the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Sihong, with Jane's counsel, successfully enlisted the help of the Sitting Arhat and the Crossing River Arhat to assist him in confronting the Kue Mu wolf. In Lingshan, Arhats were the most numerous. Typically, those who first entered Lingshan were Arhats, followed by Bodhisattvas, and then Buddhas. Both the Sitting Arhat and the Crossing River Arhat were at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, placing them among the upper echelon of Arhats. With two Great Luo Golden Immortals at his side, Sihong was confident they could easily subdue the Kue Mu wolf, a mere Tai Golden Immortal. Sihong, accompanied by the sitting Arhat and the crossing river Arhat, proceeded toward the kingdom of Baoxiang. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Baoxiang, the Kue Mu wolf, Jin Shanzi, and the six-eared macaque gathered within the Kue Mu wolf's lair. Uncertainty loomed over who Sihong might recruit this time. Surely, he wouldn't dare approach a great Luo Golden Immortal for assistance against the Kue Mu wolf, thought Tianpeng with concern. Jin Shanzi reassured him, "Fear not. Those from Lingshan possess their own temperaments and are not inclined to assist Sihong indiscriminately." Zhuanglian brandished his demon-subduing staff, coldly asserting, "What if they are great Luo Golden Immortals? Together, we shall prevail." Tianpeng swiftly shot a grave look at Wang Lian. "Do not act impulsively, Zhuanglian. Our objective is not merely to win, but to kill. While this plan to lure and eliminate those from Lingshan may serve to relieve some frustration, we must not allow any slip-ups. Should word leak out, the consequences would be dire." "Sihong is here," exclaimed the six-eared macaque suddenly. Since Sihong's departure, the six-eared macaque had been vigilantly monitoring the movements within a radius of several thousand miles around the kingdom of Baoxiang to ensure he would be the first to learn of Sihong's whereabouts. The gazes of the Kue Mu wolf and his companions instantly converged on the six-eared macaque. "So, how many did he bring, and what are their levels of cultivation?" inquired Jin Shanzi. This was of utmost importance. After a moment of sensing, a glint of murderous intent flickered in the six-eared macaque's eyes. Two individuals, both at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. "Everyone, proceed according to plan. Let this place become the burial ground for these two." With that, the six-eared macaque and Tianpeng swiftly darted toward the entrance of the cave. Before long, Sihong, along with the sitting Arhat and the crossing river Arhat, arrived at the entrance of the Kue Mu wolf's lair. "Sihong, is this not merely a Tai Golden Immortal? Are you unable to handle him?" queried the sitting Arhat. Sihong's expression darkened. "Do not underestimate him. The Kue Mu wolf is not so easily dealt with." As they spoke, Tianpeng, Zhuanglian, and the white dragon approached from another direction. "Where is Lu Er?" Sihong inquired. Tianpeng glanced at Sihong and the two Arhats beside him. "Senior brother suffered injuries during his encounter with the Kue Mu wolf and is currently recuperating." Sihong's face grew cold, and he cursed, "What a useless lot. Since that is the case, we shall not wait for Lu Er. The three of us can still subdue the Kue Mu wolf." He could hardly believe that such a minor foe could cause any significant trouble. Turning toward the cave, he bellowed, "Kue Mu wolf, why do you not come out?" Following his furious shout, the Kue Mu wolf emerged from the cave. "What is this? Have you come to Lingshan to seek help? Yet, these two great Luo Golden Immortals appear somewhat lacking," he sneered, disdain evident in his eyes. The crossing river Arhat and the sitting Arhat were both incensed by his derision. How could a Tai Golden Immortal look down upon a great Luo Golden Immortal? "I want you alive." Sihong enunciated each word with emphasis. The Kue Mu wolf must be captured alive. But just as the crossing river Arhat and the sitting Arhat prepared to take action, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 375. A flawless plan, slaying two unbeknownst to anyone. A dark shadow suddenly appeared behind Sihong. The instant the shadow manifested, an overwhelming wave of magical pressure swept through the air. Upon sensing the pressure, Sihong instinctively turned to look, shouting, "What?" Before he could fully turn around, the shadow unleashed a tremendous force that struck Sihong squarely on the head. In that moment, Sihong's eyes rolled back. Blood oozed from his orifices, and he collapsed, unconscious. Even as he fell, he never discerned who had attacked him. The Kue Mu wolf had an accomplice. This thought lingered in Sihong's mind as he succumbed to darkness. Seeing Sihong fall, the crossing river Arhat and the sitting Arhat immediately directed their gazes toward the assailant. "Who dares to hide in the shadows, cowardly revealing nothing of your true self?" the crossing river Arhat bellowed. The sitting Arhat, standing nearby, wore a look of disdain. "Without Sihong, we can easily capture this monster ourselves." Initially, the sitting Arhat and the crossing river Arhat had not taken Sihong seriously. With their cultivation at the great Luo Golden Immortal level, capturing the Kue Mu wolf, a mere Tai Golden Immortal, would be a simple task. At that moment, Tianpeng exchanged glances with Zhuanglian. The two, adhering to their prior agreement, swiftly carried Sihong away from the scene. Should Sihong awaken midway, it would spell trouble. This maneuver by Zhuanglian and the White Dragon drew no attention from the crossing River Arhat and the sitting Arhat. With Sihong's departure, the six-eared macaque and his companions felt their concerns dissipate. Enough chatter. Let us strike swiftly to avoid complications, Tianpeng shouted decisively. Although only the crossing River Arhat and the sitting Arhat remained, their actions must not falter. The crossing River Arhat, mistaking Tianpeng's remarks as directed at him, shot him a glare that I can handle this without your meddling. Just watch. As he spoke, Guojiang Luohan summoned his formidable powers, charging directly towards Qimulang. The immense energy of a Deluo Jin Xian indeed overshadowed Qimulang's presence. However, Qimulang remained utterly unfazed, his gaze towards Guojiang Luohan laced with a hint of mockery. Enraged, Guojiang Luohan could hardly tolerate the audacity of such a mere Tai Jin Xian. Do you think I am akin to the likes of Sihong? Raising his palm, he unleashed a burst of golden light. At that moment, Tianpeng, who had been standing idly by, sprang into action. With a flash of golden light from the palm of his right hand, he wielded the treasured golden rake and struck without hesitation. Yet, his target was not Qimulang, but Guojiang Luohan himself. After descending to the mortal realm, Tianpeng diligently practiced the Xian Shui Ju, and with the recent acquisition of the ginseng fruit, his cultivation had approached the mid-stage of Deluo Jin Xian. Guojiang Luohan was utterly unprepared for Tianpeng's sudden assault. Caught off guard, he took the blow head-on, staggering back several steps and spitting out a mouthful of blood. You dare! Guojiang Luohan bellowed in fury, astonished that Tianpeng would dare to attack him. The still meditative Luohan furrowed his brow. You are exceedingly bold. Watch as I deal with you. As he spoke, a cold voice echoed from the side. You ought to concern yourself with your own safety first. The shadow that had previously ambushed Sihong reappeared. The still meditative Luohan swiftly retaliated, but found himself at a disadvantage. The mysterious assailant's cultivation surpassed his own. Who are you? Do you not realize the consequences of opposing Lingshan? As the obscuring black light slowly dissipated, the attacker revealed himself to be the six-eared macaque. Among Jin Shanzi's group, the six-eared macaque boasted the highest cultivation, having reached the mid-stage of Deluo Jin Xian and was even advancing towards the pinnacle of Deluo Jin Xian. With a single strike, he rendered Sihong unconscious, ensuring the smooth execution of their plan. You shall pay with your life. The six-eared macaque wasted no words, unleashing his full power upon the still meditative Luohan. Meanwhile, Tianpeng and Qimulang resumed their assault against Guojiang Luohan. The six-eared macaque side already possessed an advantage over the still meditative Luohan and his companions, and their attacks were merciless. Within a few exchanges, both the still meditative Luohan and Guojiang Luohan sustained serious injuries. Guojiang, find a way to escape. Although he was unaware of the full situation, the still meditative Luohan, despite his naivety, understood the necessity of fleeing. However, how could the carefully devised plan of the six-eared macaque and his companions allow for such an easy retreat for the still meditative and Guojiang Luohan? This was the territory of Qimulang. The six-eared macaque and Tianpeng unleashed their full might, heedless of the consequences. Soon after, they succeeded in slaying both Guojiang Luohan and the still meditative Luohan. The reinforcements brought by Sihong perished here. Despite sustaining considerable injuries, the faces of the six-eared macaque and his companions were alight with joy. This was merely the beginning. Time passed, and eventually, Sihong opened his eyes, a wave of excruciating pain coursing through his body. You are awake? The six-eared macaque and his companions approached him. Sihong glanced at the wounded figures of the six-eared macaque and his companions, instinctively asking, what happened?